On the way back from grocery shopping, senior sister, is it really necessary for you to read while walking? I have seen people engrossed in their phones while walking, but rarely have I encountered someone reading a book in such a manner. If it ever occurs, it must be a child from another family. How fascinating it is to witness such an intriguing book for the first time. This piqued Xu Ruobai's curiosity. Perhaps the shopkeeper's claim of it being remarkable was merely an exaggeration. After all, he is a seller. However, senior sister is different. Her extensive reading habits mean that when she describes something as captivating, it is far from ordinary. Senior sister, may I take a look? Yu Yunxi handed the book to Xu Ruobai. Casually flipping through a page, he was immediately taken aback upon seeing 2 illustrations within. Goodness! Xu Ruobai rubbed his eyes, fearful of having misread. Yet the reality proved he was not mistaken. No wonder the shopkeeper had such a lewd grin while selling. It turned out he was peddling adult literature. Xu Ruobai merely wished for something not commonly circulated. Yet this was beyond his expectations. No wonder he inquired about age. It turned out this book was for 18 and older. Xu Ruobai hurriedly explained, "Ahem, senior sister, this is an accident. I had no idea what kind of book this was. How about I return it and exchange it for 2 different ones for you?" Yu Yunxi shook her head. "It's fine. This book is quite captivating, though it's a pity there's no place to practice what it teaches." Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai was utterly astonished. Is this something a sensible person would say? She wishes to practice? Senior sister, such words are rather inappropriate. Yu Yunxi tilted her head, gazing at Xu Ruobai. I was referring to the alchemical methods within. What did you think I meant? Xu Ruobai was momentarily stunned. There are indeed alchemical methods in this book. He flipped through it a few more times and found the alchemical techniques, though they were hardly legitimate potions. In this day and age, even adult literature must instruct on alchemy? However, what intrigued him more was how Yu Yunxi managed to read such a book in broad daylight without a hint of embarrassment. Well, senior sister, if you truly wish to read it, perhaps you should do so privately at home. It might not be well received if others were to discover it. He returned the book, beginning to suspect that his senior sister might be the legendary type who is indifferent to such matters, hence her lack of interest in the book's content. Yu Yunxi tucked the book away, her gaze drifting from Xu Ruobai's face to the distant horizon. Sensing the atmosphere had grown awkward, Xu Ruobai broke the silence. Senior sister, do you have any dietary restrictions? No. What about green peppers? What of green peppers? It seemed Yu Yunxi had no aversion to them. I told you, green peppers are quite delicious. My master must not be a normal person. As night fell, Yi Lingwei peered through the cracks towards the sky outside. It was already evening. Why hadn't Xu Ruobai come to bring her dinner? Yet, she realized she had not specifically instructed him to prepare a meal for her. With a long sigh, she felt an uncomfortable sensation stirring in her stomach once again. At noon, perhaps due to an abundance of green peppers, she merely nibbled a few bites. There were still remnants of green peppers in the lunchbox, but they had likely grown cold. She truly had no desire to consume them. However, the prospect of starvation made abstaining seem impossible. After another half hour, Yi Lingwei found her gaze drawn once more to the lunchbox on the table. To eat or not to eat? After much inner turmoil, she finally extended her hand. Just as she grasped the chopsticks, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Lingwei had never perceived a knock at the door as so melodious. Master, I have brought you your meal. Come in. Soon, Xu Ruobai entered the room. It was not his intention to arrive so late. He felt obliged to properly entertain Yu Yunxi, who had come to visit. Since she had not indicated a desire to leave, it would be unbecoming for him, as the host, to usher her out. Thus, he had been delayed. Xu Ruobai placed the lunchbox on the table, sampling its contents before setting it down. Seeing that the box was not filled to the brim with green peppers, Yi Lingwei breathed a sigh of relief. Master, I shall not disturb you any further. Wait. Xu Ruobai, having just lifted his foot, hesitated and placed it back down. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Could it be that she was truly upset about the green peppers from lunch? And master, what is it? Witnessing Xu Ruobai's cautious demeanor, Yi Lingwei could not help but smile. She then produced a small bag and tossed it into his hands. From now on, you shall be responsible for my meals. Remember, do not order any green peppers. Order? Xu Ruobai gazed at the bag in his hands, feeling a surge of confusion. Yet, he dare not question further. "Thank you, master. And do not entertain any improper thoughts. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai realized that Yi Lingyue likely perceived him as no paragon of virtue. Presumably, her need for sustenance compelled her to delegate this task to him. His current responsibilities were reliant upon her. How could he possibly harm her? Very well. Xu Ruobai bowed once more before taking his leave. He was indeed curious about the nature of those consequences and whether Yi Lingyue possessed the means to deal with his fellow disciples. Xu Ruobai pondered whether it might be prudent to seek external assistance. However, within the sect, apart from Yu Yunxi, he had few acquaintances. Sister Yu's master, the esteemed Qingyan, would be an excellent choice. Yet, it was said that Qingyan and Yi Lingyue were not on amicable terms. It appeared that the position of sect leader was a coveted prize that the two had vied for, with Yi Lingyue fortuitously emerging victorious. Qingyan might even relish the opportunity for Yi Lingyue to face misfortune, thus allowing her to claim the leadership role. Xu Ruobai felt a headache coming on. After some contemplation, he resolved to consult Yu's sister the following day. Perhaps she could offer some invaluable advice. Xu Ruobai then accessed the system panel. In the morning, I undertook a task to collect spiritual herbs, and now I have completed the daily meal preparation tasks. In total, I have amassed 30 task points. This implies that cooking for my esteemed master yields more task points than gathering spiritual herbs. What kind of design is this? Yet, it is true that preparing meals for my master is fraught with peril. Fortunately, given the current circumstances, she is unlikely to act rashly against me. After all, who else would provide her with sustenance? Upon returning to my cave dwelling, Xu Ruobai tidied up the remnants of the meal shared with Yu Yunxi. My senior sister is indeed quite bold, a solitary man and woman sharing a room at night. Does she not fear what might transpire? However, considering my current cultivation level, I am hardly a match for her. I am powerless to act on any such inclinations. Soon, my attention was drawn to a book left upon a stool. Upon seeing its cover, I recognized it immediately. I blinked a few times, then opened the book. Well, it was not out of desire to read, but rather a simple wish to learn the alchemical methods contained within. Chapter 6. The exuberant Xu Ruobai the next day. The Sutra Pavilion. Junior brother, what were you up to last night? You seem rather exuberant. Yu Yunxi scrutinized Xu Ruobai with a peculiar glint in her eyes. Coughing lightly, Xu Ruobai replied, I was contemplating how to assist our master in secret. It seems I have made some progress. Yu Yunxi nodded thoughtfully, then extended her hand. Junior brother, I believe I left my book with you. Did you bring it? Xu Ruobai nodded, swiftly retrieving the book from his robes as if it were a hot potato, and hurriedly placed it into Yu Yunxi's hands. Upon receiving the book, Yu Yunxi flipped through its pages briefly, then suddenly remarked, around 9 o'clock last night. This book was opened and examined multiple times. Junior brother, I presume you were the one reading it? At her words, Xu Ruobai nearly choked. He had forgotten that his senior sister possessed such keen observational skills. However, it was one thing to discern that someone had read the book, and quite another to pinpoint the exact time. Faced with her inquiry, Xu Ruobai opted to sidestep the topic. Senior sister, I have a matter I would like your assistance with. Yu Yunxi pondered for a moment, as if deliberating a profound life decision, before finally responding. Very well. Though I have read many books, I have yet to experience what they describe firsthand. Perhaps such an experience might yield new insights. Xu Ruobai was taken aback, his expression one of confusion. Why did her response seem somewhat off? After a moment's reflection, he realized that Yu Yunxi had misunderstood him. Yet, despite the misunderstanding, she appeared to have agreed. What a perplexing situation. Cough, senior sister, that is not what I meant. I believe you may have misconstrued my request. Tilting her head, she inquired earnestly, then what assistance do you require from me? For reasons unknown. Xu Ruobai found himself thinking that perhaps his senior sister could be quite charming in a domestic setting. Fortunately, he was a man of integrity, but others might not share his values. He felt it necessary to impart some wisdom to her. Senior sister, we will discuss the matter you can assist with shortly. There is something more pressing I wish to address. Yu Yunxi continued to tilt her head, unintentionally endearing herself with a blend of naivete and unexpected cleverness. It was unclear how the venerable Qin Yan had instructed her, for she seemed blissfully unaware of the complexities of human relationships. Senior sister, it is not the case that you must assist someone simply because they ask. Such matters should only be undertaken with those one holds affection for. Xu Ruobai felt a flush of embarrassment at his own words. How had the conversation veered so far off course? He was certain he had approached Yu Yunxi seeking her help. Yu Yunxi unexpectedly remarked, "It seems that the book mentions something about this. Yet I find that many tales depict such matters rather casually, like references to fathers and brothers-in-law." Coughing discreetly, Xu Ruobai interjected, "If you continue, this narrative will surely take a turn towards the inappropriate. Senior sister, while what is written in the book holds merit, what if those individuals are merely after your physical allure, deceiving you into their embrace, and then failing to take responsibility? Would that not be a significant loss for you?" Yu Yunxi maintained her serene demeanor and replied, "But, junior brother, you are a good person. Surely you would not deceive me, would you?" Observing her earnest expression caused Xu Ruobai's heart to race inexplicably, prompting him to shake his head. "No, that cannot be. Even I cannot afford to let such notions take root. Senior sister, a man's words can often be misleading. Do not place your trust too easily in others." Yu Yunxi acknowledged with a soft refraining from countering Xu Ruobai's statement, and instead inquired, "What assistance do you require from me?" "I was thinking of reaching out to Master Qingyan," he replied. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunxi quickly grasped his intention. "You wish for my esteemed master to intervene on your behalf?" Xu Ruobai nodded, relieved to see his senior sister's intellect was indeed intact. "I am uncertain whether master possesses any hidden cards, nor do I know when she will recover. If the senior brothers act prematurely, I cannot single-handedly stop them." Yu Yunxi nodded thoughtfully. "You raise a valid point, yet master is currently in seclusion and may not be able to assist you." Xu Ruobai sighed at this revelation. In their sect, there were only two individuals at the transformation stage, Master Qingyan and his own master. The eldest brother, Zhang Yunxi, had already reached the nascent soul stage, and it was said that his talent was unparalleled throughout history. In their realm, he was virtually unmatched. Even the sect's other nascent soul practitioners would likely struggle against him, which posed quite a dilemma. However, it was not without its advantages. The second and third brothers were at the golden core stage. While they may not be able to best the eldest brother, they likely had ways to counterbalance him. Moreover, the eldest brother would certainly be wary of Master's hidden strengths, which meant he was likely waiting for her to reveal her cards. Why does it feel as though this scenario is destined for overwhelming adversity? How am I to turn the tide? Xu Ruobai lamented. "Senior sister, do you think my master, as the sect leader, would not consider seeking help from others in such a situation?" Yu Yunxi pondered for a moment before responding. "Junior brother, consider this. If even her closest disciple has betrayed her, how can you expect her to trust anyone else?" In that instant, Xu Ruobai understood the truth of her words. Indeed, if she sought assistance from others, they might covet her innate charm, making the situation akin to leaping from one abyss into another. Moreover, his senior brothers still held a degree of respect for Master S' potential hidden strengths. Others, however, may not share that caution. In a moment of uncertainty, Xu Ruobai was at a loss for what to do. "Junior brother, I actually have a good idea," Yu Yunxi proposed. "Please, do share, senior sister. If you could seize your master's essence before them, wouldn't everything be resolved effortlessly?" Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, and he replied with a hint of resignation. "If I were to act in such a manner, how would I differ from a beast? I did not mean for you to actually do it." Xu Ruobai was momentarily taken aback, and then a spark of inspiration ignited within him. This situation could be staged. If his master's essence were to be taken, then they would no longer need to take such risks. However, if he were to truly follow through with this, the animosity of his senior brothers would undoubtedly be directed entirely at him. This would be a complete sacrifice for the greater good. In that instant, Xu Ruobai found himself at a loss for what decision to make. He bowed slightly to Yu Yunxi and said, "Thank you, senior sister. I shall return to contemplate this matter." "Very well. Off you go." Xu Ruobai then made his way toward the entrance of the Sutra Pavilion. Yu Yunxi watched his retreating figure, a smile subtly gracing her lips. Knock, 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 master. The meal is ready. Come in. Oddly, today the voice seemed to carry a hint of frailty. Xu Ruobai stepped into the cave dwelling, instinctively directing his gaze toward the chair by the table. However, he was met with an absence. Knight Lingyue was nowhere to be seen. Where could master be? As he scanned the surroundings, he finally discovered Knight Lingyue curled up on the bed. No, this injury seems worse. Why does she appear even more grievously afflicted? Hastily placing the food container on the table, he approached the bedside. At that moment, Knight Lingyue was clutching her abdomen, her pallor deepening, her brow furrowed tightly, as if she were in great pain. Chapter 7. My path is not lonely, master. Are you all right? No, I'm fine. Just leave the food. You may go. Her trembling voice belied her assertion of well-being. Xu Ruobai ponde body fili. Her current condition resembled that of a woman experiencing her monthly cycle. What else could explain her clutching her abdomen? Surely, it could not be due to food poisoning. That was utterly impossible, for the meals he prepared, while perhaps not gourmet, were certainly devoid of issues. Master, please wait here. I'll be back shortly. With those words, Xu Ruobai hurriedly dashed out. Whether she could even eat in her present state remained questionable, but she needed to consume the meal she had prepared for herself. Knight Lingyue watched his hasty departure with a sense of intrigue. Could it be that he, perceiving her frailty, was harboring ill intentions? A sharp pain in her abdomen caused her to draw in a sharp breath. If the pain persisted, she might eventually grow accustomed to it. But this discomfort came in waves, leaving her no opportunity to acclimate. To her dismay, upon losing her powers, her body had reverted entirely to that of a mortal. And even the monthly affliction was not spared. Before long, footsteps echoed from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Master, I'm coming in. Knight Lingyue was not particularly concerned about what he might do. Even without her powers, she was still more than capable of handling Xu Ruobai. With a watchful eye, Knight Lingyue observed every movement he made as he approached with a bowl in hand. Master, here is some brown sugar water. Xu Ruobai extended the bowl, but Knight Lingyue showed no inclination to accept it. It quickly dawned on Xu Ruobai what was amiss. He took a spoonful for himself first. Master, it's not poisoned. You can rest assured. He did not mind her wariness. Her vigilance was commendable, as it significantly diminished the chances of a few scheming senior brothers taking advantage of her vulnerability. Finally managing to endure the pain, Knight Lingyue sat upright. Just place it down. I can drink it myself. Xu Ruobai acknowledged her request with a grunt, adding, Master, don't forget to eat after drinking. With that, he departed. Knight Lingyue lifted the bowl, glancing at the crimson liquid within, and took a tentative sip. It was warm and sweet, and almost immediately, the pain in her abdomen seemed to subside. In a swift manner, she consumed the brown sugar water. Although a slight ache lingered, it was no longer a significant hindrance. This situation could not continue. She was acutely aware of her physical condition. If only she could channel even a modicum of spiritual energy, she could gradually nurture her internal injuries. Yet, at this critical juncture, she found herself utterly unable to access any of her powers. If this stalemate persisted, her devoted disciples would soon grow restless. Upon witnessing this, Xu Ruobai finally breathed a sigh of relief. 20 task points might translate to 200 experience points. And if such a demand were to be met daily, it would not be long before he reached the mid-foundation stage. Knock, knock, knock. Junior brother, are you home? Master brother? Xu Ruobai swiftly deduced the purpose of her arrival. After contemplating his words for a moment, he finally opened the door. Master brother, what brings you here? Zhang Yunqi did not beat around the bush. How is master? Xu Ruobai feigned a look of distress. Master brother, why does master treat me with such suspicion? As if I were a stranger? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunqi chuckled and patted her shoulder. This is not your fault. Do you know how master was injured? Xu Ruobai was not very clear on the details. She only knew that master had sought vengeance against an enemy and was gravely wounded in the process. Was there more to the story? Zhang Yunqi continued. The enemy was merely at the initial stage of transformation, while master has reached the mid-stage. Can you guess why master suffered such severe injuries? Ambushed. Then can you guess why master fell into that ambush? Xu Ruobai quickly grasped Zhang Yunqi's implication. Master brother, do you mean to say that someone leaked information? Zhang Yunqi nodded. Indeed, at that time, only I and two other junior brothers were aware of Master's whereabouts. I suspect that one of them harbors ill intentions toward Master. His Master brother wouldn't be a traitor as well, would he? From his words, it seemed he was aligned with Master. As for why he sought her out, it was likely because she was entirely unaware of Master's pursuit of the enemy. Contemplating this, Xu Ruobai felt a mix of emotions, uncertainty about whether to feel elated or disheartened. It seemed she truly did not belong among those on the mountain. In Master's eyes, she was merely an inconsequential presence. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount, and individuals like Xu Ruobai, with mediocre talent, likely lacked the qualifications to garner attention. However, Master Brother's allegiance remained an open question. After all, traitors often play their cards close to their chest, first assisting their benefactor and then turning against them at a critical moment to emerge victorious. Master brother, this seems implausible, right? Both second brother and third brother are quite decent. How could they commit such acts? Zhang Yunqi shook his head, speaking earnestly. Ruobai, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Who knows what they are like behind closed doors? The malice in the cultivation world far exceeds your imagination. His current stance could indeed be seen as loyal. Yet, as he himself stated, one should not draw conclusions too hastily until the final moment. Then, Master brother, why would they turn against Master? Master is a natural-born beauty. Xu Ruobai pretended to hear this for the first time, her face displaying shock. Really? Would Master brother deceive you? Zhang Yunqi's expression mirrored sorrow. Master has treated us, her brothers, quite well. Who would have thought that the junior brothers would harbor such thoughts? As the elder brother, I cannot allow such events to transpire. His righteous demeanor did not seem feigned, leaving Xu Ruobai bewildered. Could there truly be allies among them? Both the second and third junior brothers have attained the consummation of the golden core stage. Should they advance to the nascent soul stage, I fear I would find myself at a loss against them. Therefore, junior brother, I require your assistance. Xu Ruobai patted his chest and assured, elder brother, rest assured, I shall certainly aid you. Please, do not hesitate to tell me what you need. Indeed, with you by my side, my path shall not be solitary, Zhang Yunqi remarked, his gaze towards Xu Ruobai filled with appreciation. The two exchanged glances, embodying a profound mutual understanding. Zhang Yunqi continued, Junior brother, all I ask is for you to inquire if Master possesses any hidden cards. Otherwise, I shall find it quite challenging to contend with our two junior brothers. Chapter 8. Li Hao, the old man is quite the rascal, waiting here for me. After all the twists and turns, Xu Ruobai nearly believed that Zhang Yunqi was a virtuous person, only to be abruptly led to uncover his master's hidden cards. Could a genuinely good person engage in such treachery? Since he revels in theatrics, I shall certainly play along with him. Senior brother, I shall take care of this matter. With my meager cultivation, I can only offer a slight assistance. Indeed, keep in mind that the two senior brothers may also seek you out. Do not trust their words. With that cautionary remark, Zhang Yunqi departed. Xu Ruobai could not help but internally scoff. Master, look at the disciples you've nurtured. They are not nearly as reliable as I, who appears to be an outsider. Of course, even if Yi Ling Yue had diligently taught him, it would likely have little effect, as talent is paramount. Teaching might merely spare him some detours in the beginning. Yet, are not those detours a form of cultivation in their own right? Xu Ruobai understood that while one may not fully grasp the teachings of a person, experiences impart wisdom instantaneously. This might be a case of sour grapes. Having a mentor is undoubtedly advantageous. Lacking one must rely on oneself, a simple truth. The situation began to clarify. Indeed, the senior brothers were not united. It was quite possible that the second and third senior brothers would also approach him to test their master's hidden cards, necessitating a comprehensive strategy to maintain a balance between both sides. There's a saying, the players are blinded by their involvement, while the observers see clearly. Seeking out sister, you might yield the most prudent advice. He could fabricate a plausible hidden card of his own. As long as it appeared reasonable, it would suffice. In comparison, he was far more eager to ascertain when his master would recover from her injuries. Once her power was restored, everything would fall into place. Yet, he wondered if the pill provided by the system would be of any use. It was said to be effective, but the description implied it could only heal 1/1000th of an injury with each use. Upon reading that, he was tempted to scoff. This was hardly a single pill. It should be labeled as 1,000,000,000 pills would suffice. As it stood, he possessed about 100 of them. Reflecting on it now, it was a history fraught with blood and tears. In his youth, he aspired to be a gambler, believing that the system would guarantee a safety net like Mihu's. However, after hundreds of attempts, all he received were these utterly useless pills. Even for a mere scratch, consuming one of these pills proved ineffective. Truly, they lived up to their designation as white-grade pills. However, if the quantity were sufficient, perhaps they might prove somewhat beneficial. It would certainly be inappropriate to administer one directly to her. Any person would find the dark, unappealing pill suspect. Moreover, considering his master's wariness towards him, a solution must be devised. Thus, a dual approach was necessary to delay the senior brothers while simultaneously hastening his master's recovery. With this thought, Xu Ruobai sighed. His master truly labored tirelessly for this meager benefit. Qing Yunhao, to his astonishment, in a fleeting moment, the day to receive the monthly stipend had arrived once more. Xu Ruobai felt that time had passed all too swiftly, as if last month were merely yesterday. The monthly stipend he received was rather meager. In comparison to the sustenance provided by his master, it was but a trifling sum. The ingredients he used for cooking were merely ordinary crops from the mundane world, not rare spiritual plants, thus incurring little expense. It is worth noting that a single low-grade spiritual stone suffices for the living expenses of an average person for half a year. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Qingyan Hall, Xu Ruobai beheld the silhouette of Yu Yunqi. Just as he intended to greet her, he noticed a male disciple obstructing her path, seemingly engaged in conversation. As he drew closer, he could discern the words, "Junior sister Yu, you're the foremost disciple of Qingyan Peak, while I am the foremost disciple of Juyong Peak. Our backgrounds are well matched. Why not consider it? Juyong Peak's foremost disciple? Li Hao. Hiss. If memory serves, his reputation is rather unsavory, often troubling the female disciples of the sect. Furthermore, the leader of Juyong Peak is known for being quite protective, which has emboldened Li Hao, rendering him increasingly arrogant and unrestrained. Surely, my senior sister would not acquiesce to such a proposition. Observing her silence, he felt a pang of anxiety. His senior sister had treated him well, and he could not feign indifference. It was only right to offer a word of caution. "Senior sister, at last I have found you. I happen to have a question to ask." Upon hearing Xu Ruobai's voice, both individuals turned their attention towards him. Yu Yunqi tilted her head. "Junior brother, what do you wish to inquire?" This is not a suitable place for discussion." "Ah, I see. Then let us proceed to the Scripture Pavilion." The disregard the two exhibited towards Li Hao was evidently infuriating him. "Do you know who I am?" Li Hao glared at Xu Ruobai, his tone laced with an implicit warning. Xu Ruobai was well aware of Li Hao's character, having heard tales of his exploits within the sect. While it is prudent to think twice before acting, certain matters cannot be assessed with mere rationality. Xu Ruobai had contemplated the consequences. Should Li Hao seek trouble, he would simply involve his senior brother. Given his senior brother's stature, Li Hao would certainly think twice before crossing him. From a purely pragmatic standpoint, his senior brother would likely require Xu Ruobai's oversight of their master. Thus he would be inclined to assist. This could be seen as leveraging one's connections, perhaps. With this thought, Xu Ruobai felt a surge of confidence. "Brotherly, I am merely seeking clarification from my senior sister. There are no ulterior motives." Li Hao snorted derisively. "Do you take me for a fool? Why inquire now rather than later? Speak your lineage, boy. You are finished." Attracting Li Hao's attention was an exceedingly troublesome affair. If one possessed backing, it was manageable, but for those without, a lost tooth had to be swallowed in silence. Tianling Peak, Xu Ruobai. Upon hearing this, Li Hao visibly paused, then burst into laughter. The sect leader has only taken on 3 disciples, Zhang Yunqi, Li Yuanhe, and Li Wuxin. I have not heard of any Xu Ruobai. After a brief pause, he continued, "Young man, even if you are in a panic, You ought to seek someone of greater stature to speak on your behalf. Xu Ruobai's face stiffened, and a pang of discomfort surged within him. It seemed that neither outsiders nor his esteemed master acknowledged his existence as a disciple. Just as Xu Ruobai was preparing to confront him, Yu Yunxi interposed herself between the two, her expression remaining composed as she gazed at Li Hao. "Let us go. I believe we can find a suitable place to converse." Upon hearing her words, the previously furious expression on Li Hao's face transformed into one of delight. Yu Yunxi held the esteemed position of the most beautiful woman in the sect, and Li Hao had long been captivated by her beauty. However, her rare appearances in the sect had rendered him unable to seize an opportunity. Xu Ruobai could not help but call out, "Senior sister." Yu Yunxi turned back and smiled at him. "Rest assured, I know how to handle this." Captivated by the smile on her face, Xu Ruobai found himself momentarily entranced. Just as Li Hao was about to utter something, Yu Yunxi addressed him, "Are we going or not? If not, I shall return to my peak." At her words, Li Hao, disregarding any grievances with Xu Ruobai, shot him a fierce glare, as if to say, "Young man, I shall remember you." He then followed Yu Yunxi away from the scene. Xu Ruobai lingered for a moment before stepping into the Qingyan Hall, contemplating that his senior sister's final remark suggested she would consider the matter carefully. It struck him as peculiar. Why was his senior sister so casual with him? Could it be that he was somehow unique? Chapter 9. The reversed fate herb. After receiving the spirit stones, Xu Ruobai made his way to the Scripture Pavilion. Upon entering, he felt a twinge of discomfort at the absence of Yu Yunxi's figure. As the senior sister of Qingyan Peak, her esteemed status was undeniable, and her cultivation realm was not significantly inferior to Li Hao's, who would certainly think twice before causing any trouble. Xu Ruobai was curious to understand the basis of his sister's unwavering trust in him. He picked up a bronze mirror from the counter and scrutinized his reflection. While he was indeed handsome, yet it seemed that good person was not inscribed upon his face. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind him. "Su Shidi, what thoughts occupy your mind?" Startled, Xu Ruobai hastily lowered the mirror and turned to find Yu Yunxi standing behind him, having arrived without his notice. "Huh? Senior sister, how did you return so swiftly?" he inquired. Yu Yunxi replied nonchalantly, "Once my tasks are complete, it is only natural to return and read." Confusion flickered across Xu Ruobai's face as he asked, "And what of Li Hao?" Yu Yunxi settled herself behind the counter, picking up a book before responding. "Shitty, you should be cautious. I gave him a good beating. My status ensures he won't dare to seek trouble with me. However, should he encounter you, he might unleash his frustrations upon you." "Wait, you beat him? Su Ruobai Questin Astonitz. Aren't you still in the Golden Core stage?" Yu Yunxi answered calmly. "That is because I have reached the nascent soul stage." Xu Ruobai was taken aback. He had only known Yu Yunxi to be at the Golden Core level and was unaware of her advancement to nascent soul. She spent her days engrossed in books, and he had never witnessed her engage in earnest cultivation. How could her progress be so rapid? Truly, comparisons can be disheartening. However, being targeted by Li Hao was indeed a troublesome predicament. Had he known his senior sister would not simply let it slide, he might have refrained from offering assistance. Still, Xu Ruobai felt compelled to impart wisdom. "Senior sister, in the future, should anyone pursue you, do not acquiesce too readily. Their intentions may not be genuine. Even if you seek a partner, it is essential to choose someone who treats you well. Social standing is not of paramount importance." Yu Yunxi acknowledged with a soft indicating her understanding. Often, Yu Yunxi was quite agreeable. Despite their prolonged interactions in the Scripture Pavilion, Xu Ruobai had initially perceived her as somewhat reclusive. It now appeared that her demeanor stemmed merely from her scholarly disposition. "By the way, Shidi, what was the matter you mentioned earlier?" Yu Yunxi inquired, prompting Xu Ruobai to recall the pressing issue at hand. He recounted the encounter with Zhang Yunqi that day. "Senior sister, do you believe that our senior brother is a good person?" Yu Yunxi shook her head. "I have a keen eye for character. Your senior brothers are not good people." Xu Ruobai nodded in agreement. These senior brothers, intent on using him as a pawn, were not to be trusted. "Senior sister, what is the current state of our master? If her injuries do not heal, the situation cannot be resolved." Yu Yunxi pondered for a moment before speaking. "Your master is now akin to an ordinary mortal. which likely indicates a significant impairment to their foundation. To restore your master, one must treat the root of the issue. On the fifth shelf, third tier, the sixth book from the left, go and take a look. Reading extensively has its merits. At least, it can be of great assistance during critical times. Xu Ruobai expressed heartfelt gratitude and promptly sought out the book Yangtze had indicated. The title, Resolving Difficult Medical Issues, seemed somewhat reminiscent of merchandise one might find at a street stall. Xu Ruobai had expected medical texts to bear grand titles akin to Compendium of Materia Medica. After flipping through several pages, Xu Ruobai quickly located the section concerning foundational issues. Upon further investigation, he grasped the matter at hand. If one were to envision a cultivator's body as a large wooden barrel, that barrel serves to contain spiritual energy. Should there be a hole in the barrel, the stored spiritual energy would inevitably leak away. In the case of his master, it was not merely a hole. Rather, the entire base was missing. Consequently, the spiritual energy could not be retained, leading to their current mortal state. Reversed destiny, celestial herb? Sister, does our sex medicinal garden possess such a thing? Alas, no. Yangtze, leaning against the nearby bookshelf, startled Xu Ruobai with her sudden voice. The reversed destiny, celestial herb, is a divine entity of the heavens and earth. Even an ordinary person devoid of any foundational abilities would embark upon the path of cultivation upon consuming it. It was inconceivable that such a treasure could exist within the sex garden. It was only logical. Should this heavenly herb manifest, it would undoubtedly be swiftly acquired. Even the progeny of esteemed sex and illustrious families could not guarantee the innate ability to cultivate as their predecessors had. In such cases, the reverse destiny, celestial herb, would indeed prove invaluable. From a perspective of biological science in his previous life, one might term this a genetic mutation. This posed a significant dilemma. Where could he possibly procure the reverse destiny, celestial herb? It was unlikely he could part with both of his kidneys and still not obtain it. Sister, do you know where one might find this celestial herb? Yangtze shook her head. It is not available on the market. If you wish to seek out this herb, you must venture into those secret realms to have any chance of discovery. Xu Ruobai, merely at the foundational stage, would find those realms exceedingly perilous. He might well perish before ever locating the herb. This is indeed troublesome. With a deteriorating foundation, if not repaired, one is trapped in a cycle of despair. If only I could acquire 100 million of these herbs, I would not have to worry about such matters. However, acquiring 100 million would require undertaking 100 million tasks, an utterly implausible endeavor compared to finding the reverse destiny, celestial herb itself. Yet, the trials of the Medicine King Valley would soon commence. Should he triumph, he could select any herb from the valley's garden, perhaps even the one he sought. Medicine King Valley. One need only hear the name to understand its significance. If there exists a place in this world, aside from the secret realms, that could possibly harbor such a celestial herb, it would undoubtedly be the Medicine King Valley. However, sister, I do not possess the skill to concoct elixirs. The trials of the Valley of the Medicine King are naturally related to alchemy. He has never dabbled in the art of potion making, and even making it through the preliminary selection seems a daunting task, let alone the trials. 1 month remains. Surely, one can learn something in that time. Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai felt a twinge of helplessness. Did they truly consider him a genius? In a month, he could at best grasp only the rudiments. Nonetheless, it is worth a try. After all, this is the only path available to him. Besides cultivating on the mountain, he has little else to occupy his time. He would do his utmost and leave the rest to fate. If it truly proves impossible, then so be it. Senior sister, are you proficient in alchemy? Does the aphrodisiac pill we studied last time count? Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai's lips involuntarily twitched. Wait, you genuinely studied the alchemical methods from that little yellow book? I thought you were merely jesting. Yet, the person in question was a senior sister named Yu Yunxi, whose absurdity was accompanied by a hint of plausibility. Chapter 10. The alchemical explosion, a resounding bang, echoed across the summit of Tianling Peak, instantly capturing the attention of all present. The three brothers appeared at the entrance of Xu Ruobai's dwelling. Although Zhang Yunxi and the others were not of the same faction, It was not yet time to reveal hostilities. After a brief nod of acknowledgement, they inquired within, "Junior brother, are you unharmed?" The door swiftly swung open, releasing a plume of black smoke. A disheveled face emerged. Indeed, it was Xu Ruobai. He coughed a few times and waved his hand, saying, "Elders, I am fine. I merely had a mishap while refining medicine, and the commotion may have startled you." Refining medicine? The third brother, Li Wuxin, regarded Xu Ruobai with a peculiar expression. "Junior brother, how is it that you have taken up alchemy so suddenly?" Xu Ruobai had already devised a plausible excuse. "In a month, Yaowang Valley will hold a trial. I intend to participate, and, as you know, my innate talent for cultivation is rather lacking, so I thought to explore an alternative path." The others did not suspect him further. The realm of cultivation was replete with examples of those lacking talent in one area, yet excelling in another. Yet, ironically, Xu Ruobai appeared to possess little aptitude for either. After several attempts, each explosion grew more severe, and the last batch of elixirs nearly collapsed his abode. "Be cautious, junior brother. We must take our leave now," the brothers said hurriedly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xu Ruobai sat upon the steps, intending to rest for a moment. After such an explosive incident, how could he possibly be unscathed? His sleeves were tattered, and his arms bore traces of blood. As a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, sustaining such injuries indicated the formidable power of the explosion. It was no wonder that alchemy was deemed a perilous profession. Had the blast been any more potent, his arms might have been irreparably damaged. For a moment, Xu Ruobai found himself uncertain whether to continue his alchemical pursuits. Previously, Yu Yunxi had demonstrated the process several times, and at the time, Xu Ruobai had not perceived the difficulty of the endeavor. Yet, reality proved otherwise. Others were others. And he was he. To rely solely on conventional alchemy for the trial seemed implausible, necessitating an alternative approach. After a brief respite, Xu Ruobai resumed his attempts at alchemy. Despite his lack of natural talent, he was nonetheless willing to endure hardships. After all, he had navigated life alone for many years, encountering numerous challenges in his cultivation journey. It was unrealistic to consult his seniors for every minor issue. They too had their own responsibilities. Most problems he could manage independently, and he had learned to navigate through trial and error. Thus far, his life had been marked by failures, yet this did not deter him from forging ahead. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst countless explosions, Xu Ruobai discerned a lesson. As the saying goes, failure is commonplace. However, deriving wisdom from failure can indeed be a form of success. The explosion of a Dan is not instantaneous. The timing of this alchemical detonation is unpredictable. At times, one may believe a Dan has been successfully refined, only for it to suddenly erupt upon closer inspection. If one could master the timing of this explosion, or even control its force, it would undoubtedly become a formidable weapon. But I seem to have digressed. Nevertheless, the phenomenon of Dan explosions is indeed a critical consideration for alchemists, who primarily aim to prevent such occurrences. Historically, little research has been dedicated to this particular aspect. With this thought, Xu Ruobai suddenly conceived an idea. If he possessed such a talent for causing Dan explosions, why not reverse the approach? Relying solely on conventional alchemy would likely leave him at a disadvantage, thus highlighting the importance of innovation. Of course, the immediate challenge lies in mastering the control of both the explosion and the potency of the Dan. Xu Ruobai resolved to consult with Yu Yunxi, his senior sister, who, with her extensive knowledge, might offer a fresh perspective on the matter. His heart ignited with enthusiasm as he pushed open the door, only to be reminded of the sun hanging high in the sky. Oh no, he had forgotten to prepare a meal for his master. While the Dan could be neglected, a meal could not. It was pivotal to his responsibilities. He swiftly made his way to the kitchen to prepare the food. In the cave of Yi Lingwe, after drinking some ginger syrup in the morning, the pain had subsided completely. This remedy proved effective. However, it was already afternoon. Why had Xu Ruobai not yet arrived? Her stomach began to grumble once more. She had heard the earlier explosion and felt a twinge of concern. Could something have happened to Xu Ruobai? Yet, her primary worry was whether she would be able to eat. Knock, knock, knock. Master, The meal is ready. His voice bore the weight of exhaustion. Come in, Xu Ruobai entered the room, placing the lunchbox on the table and sampling its contents. After completing these tasks, he intended to leave, but was halted by Yi Lingyue's voice. Why have you come so late? And what is going on with you? In his haste, Xu Ruobai had forgotten to tidy himself up after realizing he had neglected to prepare a meal. Now he stood disheveled. He wiped his face with his arm. Feeling a bit sheepish as he explained, I lost track of time while refining the Dan, but rest assured, Master, I will be more mindful in the future. Yi Lingyue merely cast a cursory glance at him before shifting her gaze to the lunchbox. What is this? I have never seen it before. Fried rice with eggs. It's quite delicious, he replied, having opted for the simplest preparation due to the time constraints. Night Spirit Moon cast a dubious glance, then picked up the spoon to take a taste. It was indeed quite fragrant. She had not anticipated such a method existed. Suddenly, she felt a surge of warmth coursing through her body, her abdomen heating slightly. Sensing this change, Night Spirit Moon's expression darkened. Spirit language. A flash of white light flickered in the dim room, and a flying sword was instantly poised at Xu Ruobai's neck. Startled, Xu Ruobai collapsed to the ground, realizing that the blade was merely 0.001 centimeters from his throat. If heaven were to grant him a single opportunity, he would surely utter to that girl, Yamit. Master, let's discuss this calmly. Xu Ruobai could not comprehend how things had escalated so swiftly. Just moments ago, everything had seemed fine, and now a sword was threatening his life. Given her demeanor, it was evident she was prepared to strike at the slightest provocation, catching him entirely off guard. Chapter 11. The Xuanwu Shield you are well aware of your actions, and I know that none of you are virtuous. It was a grave mistake to bring the four of you, ungrateful as you are, up the mountain. Xu Ruobai stood there in bewilderment, utterly clueless about what he had done. Could it be that the fried rice was unsatisfactory? He had tasted it himself, and while it wasn't exquisite, it certainly could not be deemed unpleasant. However, it appeared that his master still held a trump card, the sword, devoid of spiritual energy, yet capable of manipulation, must possess a spirit of its own. The question lingered, could this sword contend with his three senior brothers? Yet, this was not the time for such musings. The immediate concern was to clarify the situation. The problem was, he had done nothing at all. How could he possibly explain? His mind raced, realizing that if he failed to articulate a satisfactory reason today, he might face dire consequences. The unexpected shift occurred right after finishing the fried rice, suggesting that the issue likely stemmed from it. The fried rice itself could not have been at fault. He had followed the procedure meticulously. Apart from adding a single just one ingredient, it bore no distinction from ordinary fried rice. Could it be, Master, you have misunderstood. I did indeed add a bit of medicine, but it is meant to regulate menstrual irregularities. He was not entirely wrong. The elixir bore no restrictions on its healing properties. As long as it addressed an existing ailment, it could remedy a minuscule fraction of it, essentially negligible in effect. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue's expression froze, her certainty wavering. The aphrodisiac would typically induce warmth throughout the body, yet the heat was localized solely in the abdomen, and there had been no other peculiarities for quite some time. She could distinctly sense her mind remained exceptionally clear. If anything were amiss, the sword would have already struck. Could it be that she had truly misjudged the situation? Even if it was a misunderstanding, he undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. Get out! At this command, Xu Ruobai wasted no time, hastily departing from Yi Lingyue's cave. Only once outside did he dare take a deep breath, the lingering dread instilling a sense of fear within him. He grappled with how he might earn his master's trust, or indeed, whether he could ever attain it. It was impossible for him not to feel a surge of indignation. After all, he had done so much for her, only to nearly meet his end at her hands. His fists clenched tightly, yet they soon relaxed. The fury etched on his face transformed into resignation. Xu Ruobai understood that the betrayal of her three senior brothers had likely shattered her ability to trust those around her. Perhaps this was for the best. He had previously considered Yu Yunshi's suggestion to feign the seizure of his master's primordial yin and redirect the animosity. By that time, It seemed unlikely that he could remain in the Lingyu sect, given his master's perpetually disenchanted expression if she were to uncover his scheme. It would likely be easy for her to reveal any flaws in her performance. It would be better to let her mistakenly believe herself to be a rebellious disciple. This would undoubtedly render the situation more authentic. Of course, this is a last resort, a plan that should only be employed just before my senior brothers take action, serving as an emergency backup. If, prior to that, the master can regain her strength, such complications would be unnecessary. Yet, I cannot help but wonder, will the master, in her restored state, inadvertently bring about our own demise alongside my senior brothers? This is an uncertainty that Xu Ruobai and Haijin grapple with, for it seems that their master is indeed capable of such actions. After a brief moment of contemplation, his emotions settled. Just as he was about to return to his cave dwelling to continue refining elixirs, a voice rang out from a distance. "Junior brother, what troubles you?" Suddenly, third senior brother Li Wuxin appeared before him. Xu Ruobai felt compelled to question whether Li Wuxin had been observing him since he entered the master's abode. It seemed likely that several of his senior brothers were keeping a watchful eye on the situation. Fortunately, the master's cave was protected by a barrier, and they remained unaware of the specifics within. This provided ample leeway. There was no doubt that the master possessed hidden cards to play. His task was to amplify the significance of these cards, instilling a sense of trepidation in them, so that they would hesitate to act, at least in the short term. Alas, it is quite distressing. The master's spiritual sword unexpectedly flew out, nearly striking me down, and I pondered what offense I had committed. Li Wuxin furrowed his brow. Could it be the master's spirit language sword? The spirit language sword possesses a spirit of its own, allowing it to be manipulated without the need for spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai realized that Li Wuxin had discerned the master's current inability to wield her spiritual energy. This was likely evident. Cultivators do not require sustenance, and the master's need for 3 meals a day certainly indicated a problem. However, it appeared that third senior brother was familiar with the sword the master wielded, complicating any potential maneuvers involving it. Xu Ruobai pointed to a faint line of blood along his neck, his face betraying a look of horror. "Brother, look at this. I cannot fathom why the master suddenly went mad. I was merely delivering her meal, and she attempted to strike me. Third brother, perhaps you should take over caring for the master. I fear I am unfit for such a responsibility." Li Wuxin cleared his throat twice and replied, "Junior brother, you are aware that I'm often busy and cannot spare the time. Here, take this. It's for self-defense. The master has a temper, so just be cautious in the future." With that, Li Wuxin tossed a palm-sized turtle shell into Xu Ruobai's hands. Taken aback, Xu Ruobai blinked a few times. He had not intended to beg for food and drink, yet his senior brother had insisted. His initial intent was merely to jest, yet he unexpectedly received a boon brother. What is this? The Xuanwu Shield, a mid-grade spiritual artifact. In terms of defense, it rivals that of a high-grade spiritual artifact. Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai's eyes sparkled with excitement. For someone like him, who lacked the master's affection, acquiring even a single artifact was no easy feat, rest assured, brother. I shall take on the responsibility of caring for the master. Li Wuxin nodded, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the Xuanwu Shield. Such a life-preserving treasure is never deemed excessive, is it? However, it is merely entrusted to him temporarily. It shall return in due course. Did master just wield her sword? Did you happen to glimpse anything else? I was merely waiting for you to inquire, dear brother. Xu Ruobai feigen zekolenti. His eyes subtly imbued with a hint of terror. Such acting would undoubtedly merit an award in his previous life. Hiss. I believe I also caught a glimpse of something in Master's hand, but the room was too dim for clarity. Something in her hand? A grave expression crossed Li Wuxin's face. Observing his demeanor, Xu Ruobai realized his ploy had succeeded. Regardless, he offered ambiguous statements, leaving it to the other party's imagination to fill in the gaps. Chapter 12. Xu Ruobai's Revenge in the Sutra Pavilion. Junior brother, you seem to be harboring some troubles. One must commend you Yunqi's keen perception. Despite Xu Ruobai having tidied himself up before arriving, she could still discern his unease. Xu Ruobai had no intention of concealing his feelings from her. He had been feeling quite downcast, and having someone to confide in was indeed a relief. Sigh. Senior sister, you cannot fathom the situation with my master. After 5 minutes of rambling, he finally concluded his tale. Senior sister, do you think she might suddenly decide to eliminate me one day? Yu Yunshi shrugged. I cannot say for certain, but given how your master treats you, why do you continue to assist her? Junior brother, just consider it. I can take you to Qingyan Peak. Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai let out a bitter smile. Senior sister, perhaps you were right. I might just be a good person. My master may not regard me as a disciple, but when I was on the brink of starvation, it was she who took me in. While she may not treat me exceptionally well, at least I am alive. Am I not? Pausing for a moment, Xu Ruobai continued. Moreover, these are urgent times. It is only natural that she harbors suspicions about me. If I were to flee, she would likely have no one else to assist her. Seeing the seriousness etched on Xu Ruobai's face, Yu Yunshi suddenly burst into laughter, her chest shaking with mirth. This was the first time Xu Ruobai had witnessed her laugh so heartily, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Had he inadvertently said something humorous? Junior brother, I truly did not misjudge you. Yu Yunshi's gaze sparkled with intrigue, making Xu Ruobai feel a touch uncomfortable under her scrutiny. Unable to endure the odd atmosphere, Xu Ruobai hastily shifted the subject. Ahem, senior sister, I would like to seek your advice on a matter. Yes, go ahead. Senior sister, I am contemplating how to control the explosion of the elixirs. Yu Yunshi, somewhat puzzled, inquired, did you blow up an elixir? Her tone suggested that such an occurrence was utterly improbable. Xu Ruobai, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, Senior sister, it is not that I exploded an elixir. Rather, I am only left with explosions, unable to refine a proper elixir at all. To avoid explosions, one must master the control of heat and the ratio of spiritual herbs. Most importantly, technique plays a crucial role. To be candid, even if one were to replicate the process perfectly, success is not guaranteed. Alchemy also hinges on the right timing and conditions. Heat, technique, and spiritual herbs only account for the environment. Ultimately, it depends on whether one possesses the innate talent for alchemy. In professional terms, this is referred to as Dan Heart. Without a Dan Heart, success in alchemy is unattainable. It is evident that Xu Ruobai falls into the category of lacking a Dan Heart. No, senior sister, you misunderstand. I do not require the medicinal properties of the elixirs. I merely wish to control their explosions. I do not intend to refine proper elixirs. Upon hearing this, it took Yu Yunshi a moment to grasp his meaning. Junior brother, are you seeking merely the explosion of the elixir, or the ability to control that explosion? Xu Ruobai nodded, recognizing that this concept bore resemblance to the principles of explosives from his previous life. However, such things were non-existent in this world. Even Yu Yunshi was taken aback by this unconventional approach, exclaiming, Junior brother, you truly are a genius. Xu Ruobai chuckled and scratched his head, responding, well, since the conventional method of alchemy isn't yielding results, I had no choice but to explore an alternative route. If this endeavor succeeds, it might very well pave a new path. Really? Xu Ruobai expressed disbelief. Sister, are you jesting? Could this actually lead to a new avenue? Indeed, she affirmed. The path of talismans is but a branch of the formation arts. Initially, there was no distinction between them. Merely the engraving of small formations onto talisman paper that gave rise to talismans. That makes sense, Xu Ruobai pondered. The explosive alchemy and traditional alchemy represent divergent paths, perhaps. As this realization ignited a fervor within him, he contemplated the monumental legacy he could establish if he were to carve out this new route. If he succeeded, and others were able to follow in his footsteps, he would surely reap the rewards. There might be something you seek on the third shelf of the fifth row. You should go and have a look, she suggested. Xu Ruobai nodded eagerly and hurried off. Watching his retreating figure, Yu Yunshi couldn't help but reflect that such a disciple was likely beyond the reach of those who sought him. As night fell, Yi Lingyue was astonished to discover that she could now retain a small amount of spiritual energy within her body, though it was but a minuscule amount. The difference between having it and not having it was immense. With the ability to harbor spiritual energy, she could begin to mend her foundations. Yet, she wondered how long it would take to fully recover with such a meager reserve. However, She pondered, what could have triggered this sudden ability to retain spiritual energy? It seemed to coincide with the moment she had consumed the so-called fried rice at noon. Could it be the medicine Xu Ruobai provided? He had mentioned it was meant for regulating menstrual issues. Regret began to gnaw at her. Perhaps she had acted too impulsively. If he hadn't brought her food that evening, would she have faced starvation? She remained uncertain of Xu Ruobai's true intentions. Her intuition suggested he might not be as she perceived him, yet if her instincts were reliable, she would not have accepted those other disciples in the first place. In truth, she had found the other apprentices to be quite charming and obedient, only to discover they grew into rebellious figures. Thus, if she could not trust others, how could she trust herself? Knock, 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 master. I've left your meal outside, along with some brown sugar water. Upon hearing this voice, Yi Lingyue felt a wave of relief. Once the footsteps faded away, she opened the door and retrieved the food container. She had intended to inquire if Xu Ruobai had more of the medicine for her condition, for possessing additional spiritual energy would significantly expedite her recovery. However, recalling the events of noon, she felt somewhat embarrassed to ask. Sigh, never mind. Let's dine first. Night Spirit Moon returned to her place at the table. As she lifted the lid of the food box, preparing to pick up her chopsticks, she was greeted by a plethora of green items inside. Her expression darkened instantly. Xu Ruobai. The voice calling from behind made Xu Ruobai shiver involuntarily. Who could blame her for nearly taking her own life? A little retaliation was only justifiable. How could her heart find solace otherwise? Besides, they were merely green peppers, which were quite delectable, nutritious and delightful. One ought to indulge in them more. Imagining the expression of her master at that very moment, Xu Ruobai's mood instantly brightened, and she found herself humming a little tune on her way back to the cave dwelling. Chapter 13. Art is explosive. The touring grass possesses the remarkable ability to prevent alchemical explosions, yet becomes ineffective upon contact with spiritual energy. For an alchemist, this herb is virtually useless. An explosion during the alchemical process is a profound disgrace. However, once one embarks on the path of alchemy, possessing even a modicum of talent ensures that such failures become an impossibility. At worst, one might produce a failed pill, but explosions are the realm of novices who have yet to grasp the fundamentals. Moreover, touring grass grows abundantly in the wild, with heaps of it lining the roadsides. It hardly qualifies as a spiritual herb and requires no purchase. Upon exiting his abode, Xu Ruobai casually plucked a few stalks to commence his research. After half an hour, success. I have succeeded. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld a pill nestled within the alchemical furnace. He then ventured outdoors, infused the pill with spiritual energy, and swiftly cast it forth. With a thunderous boom, a sizable crater appeared nearby. The force unleashed was comparable to a foundational stage strike. One must not underestimate the foundational stage. After all, the pill he crafted was merely the most rudimentary of the clear heart pills. Alchemical pills are categorized into 9 grades, and the clear heart pill occupies the lowest tier, serving as the threshold for aspiring alchemists. Yet, upon detonation, it wielded the might of a foundational stage attack, far surpassing its intrinsic value. Even a single-use attack talisman with similar potency would cost several medium-grade spirit stones. Only the affluent could afford such protection, rendering it unattainable for the majority of Qi refinement practitioners. Was this not an undeniable avenue for profit? Xu Ruobai's eyes sparkled with ambition. If an attack talisman commanded several medium-grade spirit stones, his creation could certainly fetch at least one. Coupled with its minimal production cost, this venture promised extraordinary returns. With time before the trials at the Medicine King Valley, he could amass some funds, as registration also required spirit stones, and the expenses along the journey would undoubtedly fall upon him. The sect would not provide financial support, and relying on his master was out of the question. In the bustling marketplace, this locale primarily serves as a trading hub for disciples. Here one might find idle second-hand items, second-hand artifacts, second-hand pills, although one might argue that pills do not exist in second-hand form. They're either fresh or imported. Just as a foundational stage artifact becomes obsolete upon reaching the golden core stage, Retaining such items serves little purpose. Converting them into spirit stones is far more practical. One-time attack artifacts, with power rivaling a full-force strike from the mid-foundational stage. Don't miss out. Not 5 medium-grade spirit stones, nor 3. Simply 1 medium-grade spirit stone can take this home. Indeed, the voice of this enthusiastic hawker belonged to Xu Ruobai, whose cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Although the marketplace was filled with vendors, the presence of cultivators rendered it a space where few would shout like common merchants. Surrounded by the peculiar gazes of passers-by, Xu Ruobai found himself increasingly embarrassed, his toes digging into the ground. Alas, his fireworks display appeared rather peculiar, eliciting mere glances from onlookers, yet not a single buyer. In this day and age, the awareness of scams is exceedingly heightened. Xu Ruobai couldn't help but wonder if they all had downloaded an anti-fraud application. Just then, a rather boorish fellow approached his humble stall. Xu Ruobai initially assumed he was there to make a purchase, but instead, the stranger declared, "Kid, I finally found you." The voice struck a familiar chord, leaving Xu Ruobai with a sense of déjà vu. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Brother, who are you?" After sifting through his memories, Xu Ruobai could not identify anyone that matched the visage of the man before him. Could it be? "Are you brotherly?" Doubt lingered in his mind, as he could only associate this individual with Li Hao due to their past conflicts. Although Li Hao had a rather unsavory character, his appearance was relatively appealing. This boorish fellow bore no resemblance to the Li Hao he had previously encountered. Could it be that the usually demure Yu Shiji could unleash such ferocity, leaving him unrecognizable to his own parents? Clearing his throat, Xu Ruobai asked brotherly, "Do you require something from me?" The delay in recognition only fueled Li Hao's irritation further. "What do you think?" After enduring a beating from Yu Yunxi, Li Hao returned to his master only to be reprimanded instead. His master had warned him to steer clear of Yu Yunxi. Yet, how could he swallow that humiliation? Unable to confront Yu Yunxi, he sought to unleash his frustrations on someone else. Xu Ruobai quickly discerned that Li Hao's intentions were far from benign. On his inaugural day of business, instead of welcoming customers, he was confronted by a foe. With his mind racing, he devised a strategy. "Brotherly, with so many people around, you wouldn't truly consider resorting to violence, would you? What do you think?" As Li Hao raised his fist, Xu Ruobai hastily interjected, "Brotherly, surely you wouldn't want others to discover the identity of this boorish fellow, would you?" At this remark, Li Hao's face flushed with embarrassment. Surrounded by curious onlookers, he found himself torn between the urge to strike and the fear of damaging his reputation. Under normal circumstances, striking someone would pose little concern. However, given his current predicament, how would he navigate the aftermath if word got out? Just days prior, he had refrained from venturing outside, only daring to do so after several fellow disciples on the mountain failed to recognize him. After all, if he kept silent, who would know he was Li Hao? "You," Xu Ruobai continued, "brotherly, we are civilized individuals. Why resort to fighting? Would you care to purchase a couple of thunderballs instead?" The thunderballs were Xu Ruobai's whimsical name for his fireworks. Calling them simply fireworks felt too mundane. Li Hao scoffed. What use is such a trivial trinket? With Li Hao having lost the will to strike, Xu Ruobai breathed a sigh of relief. "Brotherly, you may not understand, but do you know what constitutes a man's romance? What? Art is indeed an explosion." Subsequently, Xu Ruobai produced 2 thunderous orbs. "Senior brother, these possess the might of a full-force strike from the Golden Core stage. Consider this my apology. We have no significant grievances. Let us simply move past this." "Golden Core stage?" Li Hao expressed disbelief. "Are you jesting? Can these truly possess such power?" "Senior brother, feel free to test them." Li Hao accepted the orb handed to him. "How does one use it?" "Infuse it with spiritual energy, then swiftly throw it." Following his instructions, Li Hao infused the thunderous orb with his spiritual energy and tossed it to the side. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed throughout the bustling plaza, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Fortunately, the surrounding crowd had fled swiftly. Otherwise, enduring such an impact could have been fatal. Soon, a voice resonated from above the plaza. "Which little rascal dares to cause a ruckus here?" In the next moment, an elderly figure materialized beside Li Hao. Golden Core stage?" You should be aware of the rules by now, right? The plaza is a designated trading area, and any form of explosion is strictly prohibited. Even brawling would lead to apprehension by the enforcement hall. Of course, this was contingent upon the individual in question. Li Hao revealed a token. The old man quickly recognized its significance. Li. Before he could finish, Li Hao cleared his throat. Uncle Wu, you may return. Everything is fine here. The old man regarded Li Hao with a peculiar gaze, but chose not to say more before departing. Chapter 14. The potential boyfriend, Xu Ruobai, never anticipated that Li Hao would exhibit such ferocity. A full-force strike at the golden core stage is no trifling matter. A reasonable person should not hurl things skyward. Fortunately, no one was harmed. Had there been casualties, the seller would undoubtedly bear some responsibility. Nevertheless, the outcome of this incident was rather favorable, as the recent explosion captured the attention of everyone in the square. This was, in fact, Xu Ruobai's cunning stratagem. Had he attempted this himself, he would likely have been apprehended on the spot. Thus, it was fortuitous that Li Hao had come to serve as his unwitting agent. For a merchant, the pursuit of profit is the primary motivation. How else could Xu Ruobai have entrusted him with 2 thunderous orbs of golden core potency? The materials required for their creation were considerably costly, and the success rate was notably diminished. To fabricate explosive pills, one must first attain the golden core. If one cannot even form a pill, a mere mass of sludge will fail to detonate. Therefore, crafting a thunderous orb entails certain prerequisites, though it remains significantly simpler than the alchemical process. The square was imbued with a special formation, and the crater left by the recent explosion was rapidly mended. At this moment, Li Hao wore an expression of sheer disbelief. Initially, he could not fathom that such a trivial item, as described by Xu Ruobai, possessed golden core power, which is why he had casually tossed it aside. Clearly, the efficacy of the thunderous orb surpassed his wildest expectations, exhibiting not only the might of the golden core, but also area damage. Li Hao inquired, "Do you have more of these?" Xu Ruobai note that. "I have 3 more with similar potency." "How many spirit stones?" 100 mid-grade spirit stones each. "I'll take them all. Should you acquire more, come find me at Jiang Peak." With that, Li Hao tossed a small pouch into Xu Ruobai's hands and departed. It seemed that Li Hao had no intention of seeking retribution. However, it was curious that he had already reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Logically, he should not rely on such disposable items. Soon, a crowd began to gather around. "Brother, does your foundational level item truly cost only 1 mid-grade spirit stone?" "Indeed, no need for 5 or even 4. Just 1 mid-grade spirit stone will suffice. Supplies are limited, first come, first served." "Do you have any other affordable and effective disposable magical tools?" "Indeed, my friend, I have 9 types of these inexpensive and practical thunder pills, each one AT0. 5 creation." After an entire morning of activity, Xu Ruobai had sold out his entire stock. As he gazed upon the table brimming with spirit stones, a smile stretched across his face, revealing his delight. Truly, mastering an advanced technique is the pathway to wealth. The hardships of his past seemed distant now. After all those days serving his sect, he barely earned a handful of spirit stones. With such an abundance, he no longer needed to scrimp on his cultivation. A cultivator can absorb the spiritual energy from the air, just as they can draw from spirit stones. It is evident which method yields results more swiftly. In the foundational stage, one is capable of crafting a thunderball with the potency of the golden core stage. It stands to reason that upon reaching the golden core stage, one might produce a thunderball of the nascent soul stage. At that time, bestowing such an item upon my master would undoubtedly enhance our arsenal. However, I am currently at the nascent stage of foundation. Even with full absorption of spirit stones combined with the exchange of task points for cultivation, it will take me at least 10 days to reach the mid-foundation stage. And as for the golden core stage, I fear it may require a minimum of 2 to 3 months. Of course, such a pace of cultivation is already considered remarkably swift. Most individuals transition from the foundational stage to the golden core stage over the span of several years, or even decades, with many remaining indefinitely trapped within the foundational stage without breakthrough. Today, having come into some fortune, I must indulge in a bit of extravagance. After pondering for a moment, I swiftly devised a plan for my indulgence. I intend to visit the star-gathering pavilion, order 2 bowls of porridge, drink one, and pour out the other. In the scripture pavilion, sister, would you care to join me for a meal? My first windfall in life owes much to you Yunxi's contributions. Without delving into how I might repay her, at the very least, treating her to a meal seems necessary. Yu Yunqi set aside her book and raised her gaze to the visibly excited Xu Ruobai. Junior brother, you're not suggesting you wish to pursue me, are you? Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai's expression froze. Sister, what are you talking about? Yu Yunqi placed the book on the counter and indicated for him to take a look. Chasing a girl, the third method, inviting her to dinner, creating a romantic atmosphere? Xu Ruobai was utterly bewildered by the content before him. Closing the book, he realized it was titled 100 Ways to Win a Girl's Heart. No, sister, you're a woman. Are you serious about this? Only then did Xu Ruobai comprehend why Yu Yunqi had just suggested he wanted to pursue her. Sister, you've misunderstood. I merely wish to express my gratitude by treating you to a meal. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunqi tilted her head. Gratitude for what? It seems I haven't done much, have I? Junior brother, are you looking for an excuse to invite me to dinner in order to pursue me? Xu Ruobai's lips twitched slightly. No wonder there are good books and bad books. This one surely leads the youth astray. Sister, I truly have no such intentions. This morning, he rambled for 5 minutes, finally conveying the events of the morning's sale of thunder pills. Sister, do you now understand why I wish to treat you to a meal? Yu Yunqi pondered for a moment before countering. You genuinely do not wish to pursue me? Xu Ruobai, feeling quite helpless, replied, I truly have not considered that. Not even a little? This. Observing Yu Yunqi's earnest expression, Xu Ruobai thought that denying any attraction might suggest she lacked charm, while admitting to it would imply ulterior motives. He feared becoming a target of mockery. Perhaps. Just a bit? Then you shall be my prospective boyfriend from now on. Huh. Xu Ruobai had braced himself for a reprimand, only to be told he had become a prospective boyfriend. Sister, you cannot be joking. Do I appear to be jesting? Yu Yunqi maintained an expression of utmost seriousness, devoid of any hint of jest. This left Xu Ruobai perplexed, uncertain of her intentions. Perhaps she was simply inspired by her reading, indulging in a bit of role-playing. After all, it seemed quite plausible that his senior sister could engage in such antics. Senior sister, why refer to him as a prospective boyfriend? He inquired. The books suggested that what is too easily attained is seldom cherished, thus necessitating a trial before one can ascend to the status of a boyfriend, ultimately progressing to that of a life partner. This meticulous advancement must be approached step by step. Xu Ruobai found himself at a loss for words, pondering what kind of literature his senior sister had recently consumed, as it appeared to be leading her astray. Chapter 15. The attribute of being given for free. This is perplexing. Xu Ruobai found himself bewildered. He had come merely to invite her for a meal, yet inexplicably, he had been labeled as a prospective boyfriend. Should this rumor circulate, it might extinguish the romantic aspirations of the male disciples within the sect. However, Xu Ruobai speculated that his senior sister might have uttered it in a moment of whimsy, and perhaps in due time she would forget the matter altogether. He then suggested, Senior sister, let us proceed to the Gathering Star Pavilion. Feel free to order whatever your heart desires. The Gathering Star Pavilion was renowned as the most illustrious tavern near the Lingyu sect, where the ingredients were predominantly sourced from demonic beasts and high-grade spiritual herbs. Cultivators abstain from grains, yet there is no prohibition against consuming celestial cuisine, which can indeed benefit practitioners, albeit at a rather steep price, often beyond the means of most cultivators. Would you like to hold my hand? Yu Yunqi extended her hand, seemingly inviting Xu Ruobai to grasp it. As he gazed at her delicate fingers, resembling jade shoots, he had never before perceived a hand could possess such exquisite beauty. It appeared slender and graceful, surely a delight to touch. Xu Ruobai hastily dismissed such thoughts from his mind. His senior sister was so innocent, and she likely did not comprehend the implications of such gestures. Ahem, senior sister. Hand-holding is something only true partners engage in. I am merely a prospective boyfriend, so it might not be appropriate. Upon hearing this, a contemplative expression crossed Yu Yunqi's face. Hmm. You make a valid point, junior brother. Xu Ruobai nodded in agreement, realizing that if they were to hold hands, the news would likely spread throughout the entire sect in no time. A moment of connection could lead to a cascade of complications, with countless admirers of Yu's sister seeking to confront him. Furthermore, senior sister, be cautious in selecting a boyfriend. Otherwise, complications may arise. Yu Yunxi tilted her head slightly. Nonsense. I have given it considerable thought. What have you considered? Xu Ruobai inquit? Junior brother, you are a good person. In his heart, Xu Ruobai believed that among the myriad methods of courting a woman, the most effective approach was one, sincerity. Sincerity is the ultimate secret weapon, applicable to all, regardless of gender. Under Yu Yunxi's unwavering gaze, Xu Ruobai felt his heart race. He quietly averted his gaze and turned away. Senior sister, let us go. Yu Yunxi smiled slightly, then followed suit. At the Gathering Star Pavilion, upon glancing at the exorbitant prices listed on the menu, Xu Ruobai's eyes widened in astonishment. This was his first visit to the Gathering Star Pavilion. He had only heard tales of the high costs associated with dining here, but he had not anticipated prices to soar to such heights. The most expensive dishes required precious spiritual stones of superior quality. How could one afford them without a mine at home? Ahem, senior sister, please be mindful of your selections. I possess only a limited number of spiritual stones, and if we order too much, I may have to remain here to work off the debt. Xu Ruobai felt it prudent to forewarn her, otherwise, he might find himself unable to gather sufficient spiritual stones. Yu Yunxi replied, then I shall order this dish. Qingming bamboo shoots, 50 medium-quality spiritual stones. This was already considered a bargain. Senior sister, do continue to order. One dish alone will not suffice, will it? Yu Yunxi shook her head, stating, that's enough. I cannot consume so much. Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai felt a twinge of regret for his earlier remark. Perhaps it was his mention of the modest amount of spirit stones that had made her hesitant to order. Xu Ruobai glanced at the menu, selecting several reasonably priced items. Nevertheless, the total still amounted to 500 mid-grade spirit stones. One must admit, such a meal is beyond the means of an ordinary person. Yu Yunxi, somewhat puzzled, remarked, Junior brother, didn't you say you only earned 400 mid-grade spirit stones? Xu Ruobai smiled softly. I have a little savings, so it's no concern. Spirit stones are transient. We come into this world without them and leave the same way. There will be further opportunities to earn. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunxi shook her head. The texts state that one should seek a partner who can manage finances. Your lavish spending on spirit stones warrants a deduction of points. Xu Ruobai was indifferent to the notion of point deductions. In truth, he was quite frugal in his daily life. After all, he considered the immense support Yu Yunxi had provided him and felt he could not be overly stingy. There is a social courtesy to uphold. Then, senior sister, if you deduct points, will I not end up with a negative score? Does that mean I can no longer maintain my status as your prospective boyfriend? Initially, he feared that the recently acquired title would vanish, but unexpectedly, Yu Yunxi responded, of course not. The texts also state that generosity towards one's girlfriend adds points. Let me think. I shall add 20 points for you. Xu Ruobai found himself both amused and bewildered by the casualness of this scoring system. Senior sister, how many points must I earn to advance? 100 points. That does not seem too difficult. Does it not imply that with a little effort, he could become an official boyfriend? Xu Ruobai mused that having such a companion would indeed be quite delightful. However, he suspected that she might not fully grasp the nuances of romantic relationships and merely found the situation novel and entertaining. Soon, the dishes arrived, and the air became infused with a richer aura of spiritual energy. Xu Ruobai was eager to experience the flavor of this celestial cuisine. Senior sister, let us eat. All right. Once Yu Yunxi began to eat, Xu Ruobai finally picked up his chopsticks. He simply took a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. The intense spiritual energy erupted, quickening the flow of energy within his body. Xu Ruobai could not help but exclaim, indeed, there is a reason for the price. This flavor is quite exquisite. Yu Yunxi, however, replied, I find it rather average. Your cooking is still more delicious. Xu Ruobai contemplated trying his hand at preparing celestial dishes someday. After all, given the generous allowance bestowed upon him by his esteemed master, serving her mere grains seemed rather ungracious. Perhaps the celestial cuisine could aid in her recovery. Yu Yunxi seemed to have an epiphany. Continuing, the book states that a man who can cook is certainly a plus. I almost forgot to award you those points. Let us see. You currently have 30 points. And, of course, being financially savvy must count as well, along with the ability to concoct elixirs. Observing that Yu Yunxi could still go on, Xu Ruobai hastily interjected, "Ahem, senior sister, there's no need to tally these. These are merely fundamental skills that every man should possess." He harbored some doubts, pondering whether if he did not interrupt her, he might ascend to a higher status right then and there. Why did it feel as if senior sister was bestowing attributes upon him so freely? Yu Yunxi tilted her head. Must everyone possess these skills? But the book mentions. Senior sister, the book is not entirely accurate. It also states that one should embrace the virtuous and amend the unvirtuous. We shall focus on what is correct. Yu Yunxi nodded. I see, junior brother. Your reasoning is quite profound. I shall award you an additional 10 points. Xu Ruobai. Chapter 16. Compensation. Xu Ruobai initially thought that Yu Yunxi's remark about eating less was merely a polite gesture, but to his surprise, she genuinely consumed only a few bites before stopping completely. On the other hand, Xu Ruobai wished to partake more, yet the dishes were imbued with an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy. After just a couple of bites, he felt his energy reservoir swelling. At his current rate of digestion, consuming any more would likely lead to an explosive consequence. With so much food left, he cannot bear to waste it. Unable to finish it himself, he resolved to pack it up for his master, thereby sparing himself the trouble of cooking. Senior sister, shall we return to the sect? I would like to purchase some books. I have finished all the ones you bought from me last time. Xu Ruobai was at a loss for words, as his senior sister was always eager to acquire more literature. He sensed that if they ventured out to buy more books, it might lead to unforeseen complications. Senior sister, you have likely read all the available books around here. It would be wise to avoid those that are not suitable. Upon hearing there were no more books to peruse, a rare flicker of disappointment crossed Yu Yunxi's face. Junior brother, am I not allowed to read those that are deemed unsuitable? The remaining titles were all of an 18 nature. What she had read previously was one matter, but if she were to delve into the later ones, she might be tempted to experiment with the content, leading to chaos. Of course not, senior sister. How about this? If you have time, I could narrate some stories to you. Tell stories? Yu Yunxi tilted her head, clearly skeptical of Xu Ruobai's storytelling abilities. Senior sister, you needn't doubt me. I have read quite a number of books, most of which I am confident you have not encountered. Due to the requirements of compulsory education, Xu Ruobai had indeed read a considerable array of literature, albeit mostly online novels. Very well, if you can truly recount something I haven't heard before, I may grant you some merit. Xu Ruobai found himself somewhat amused and exasperated. While storytelling was permissible, earning merit was entirely unnecessary. All right then, senior sister, let us return. I still need to concoct more thunderbolts to sell. After this meal, my pockets will be devoid of spirit stones. Isn't it stated in books that men should refrain from mentioning their lack of money in the presence of women? Otherwise, they risk losing points. Books are one thing, but I am another. Those who prioritize appearances often suffer unnecessarily. Thus, the wisdom in books is not exhaustive. Senior sister, please do not deduct points from me. Yu Yunxi shook her head. You are correct. The insights from books are not all-encompassing. I find you to be quite honest. Hence I shall grant you. Ahem, senior sister, I shall proceed to settle the bill. Leaving those words behind, Xu Ruobai hurriedly made his exit. Feeling that the prospect of accruing merit made him hesitant to engage further with his senior sister. Master, the meal is ready. With this announcement, Xu Ruobai dashed away. However, an ethereal sword suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. Moments later, a voice resonated from within the room. Enter. Xu Ruobai's face paled. He feared he might be held accountable for the green peppers he had served her the previous day. The sword seemed poised to rest against his neck. It appeared he had no choice but to comply. Unable to escape the situation, Xu Ruobai reluctantly turned and entered the cave of Night Spirit Moon. "Master, master," he stammered. Night Spirit Moon wore a frosty expression, her eyes betraying a hint of resentment. The sight of her demeanor sent chills down Xu Ruobai's spine. "Previously, I misjudged you. Consider this a form of recompense." She produced a spatial ring and placed it on the table beside her. Xu Ruobai's eyes widened with disbelief, suspecting it might be a mere token of disdain. Was his master truly apologizing? Yet, her cold visage hardly resembled that of someone offering an apology. Doubts crept into Xu Ruobai's mind, and he wondered if he had misheard her. Noticing his prolonged silence, Night Spirit Moon furrowed her brow but chose not to speak further. Instead, she opened the food box, and upon discovering it did not contain bell peppers, she finally exhaled in relief. Xu Ruobai hastily explained, "Master, I specifically purchased this from the Star-Gathering Pavilion for you. It is highly nourishing." Anyone with a modicum of emotional intelligence would know that one should never reveal that the meal was leftovers. This was not deception, it was a benevolent lie. Given his master's disposition, had she known the food was remnants, she would likely refuse to partake, leaving her hungry. This was entirely for her own good. Star-Gathering Pavilion? As the leader of a sect, Night Spirit Moon had frequented the establishment and was well aware that its cuisine was exorbitantly priced for ordinary cultivators. Although she had previously provided him with spirit stones, they were certainly insufficient for dining at such a place. This piqued her curiosity. How could a mere foundation establishment stage cultivator acquire such wealth? "Master, may I take my leave?" Xu Ruobai inquired. Night Spirit Moon then asked, "Do you still possess the medicine from last time?" Xu Ruobai hesitated briefly before realizing which medicine she referred to. Acquired by chance, he had 2 left. Without a moment's pause, he retrieved and offered her 2 pills, saying, "One will suffice." Originally, Xu Ruobai had intended to mix the pills into her food to aid in her recovery. However, after the previous incident, he was far too cautious to add anything indiscriminately to her meals. "Do you know what this elixir is for?" she queried. "To treat menstrual irregularities?" Her response only solidified her suspicions. Xu Ruobai seemed unaware that this substance could aid in her recovery. Otherwise, he would not have presented it to her. "I shall accept this. Take these flowing cloud boots as well. They will enhance your speed, which is perfect for your current realm." Xu Ruobai expressed his gratitude without pretense. "Thank you, master. Now go," she replied. He hurriedly departed with his belongings, having prepared himself for a reprimanding, only to find he had unexpectedly gained considerable advantages. Perhaps he should procure some bell peppers for his master next time. After Xu Ruobai left, Night Spirit Moon picked up her chopsticks. After taking a few bites of the dish, her brow involuntarily knitted in discontent. Indeed, it was the cuisine of Juxing Tower, yet she found herself at a loss to articulate the sensation. The food was not unpalatable, yet it seemed to lack a certain something. Speaking of which, where had Xu Ruobai procured the meal he had brought earlier? That seemed to be far more agreeable to the palate. After a modest sampling, Yi Lingwei consumed the 2 pills. Immediately, a glimmer of delight illuminated her gaze. This was truly a miraculous elixir. She could sense her internal injuries mending, albeit slightly. Yet for her, even this minor restoration held the promise of significant possibilities. If only there were more of this wondrous medicine, alas. Chapter 17. The Divine Fruit of Qiyuan. 7 days later, Xu Ruobai consolidated all the task points he had accumulated over these days into his cultivation, successfully advancing to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The experience required for the next level amounted to 4,000 points, which would demand a considerable amount of time even when utilizing spirit stones for cultivation. Reflecting on the passage of time, it seemed appropriate to prepare for his journey to Yaowang Valley. Situated in the southern celestial region, Yaowang Valley was quite a distance from Lingyu's sect, requiring at least 3 to 4 days to reach. Having previously seldom ventured out of the sect, Xu Ruobai intended to take an early look, perhaps discovering methods to enhance the refinement of the thunder explosive pill, while others could produce a dozen pills in a single batch. He could only manage one at a time. How he wished to achieve similar proficiency. Furthermore, he had heard whispers of a technique that allowed for pill refinement without a cauldron. Should he master this skill, he would be able to unleash explosive pills at will. Currently, it seemed his senior brothers would not act against their master, so Xu Ruobai need not worry on that front. However, providing daily meals was indeed a troublesome matter. He contemplated whether to prepare and store provisions in his Chinquan ring, which would also ensure their freshness. In the Scripture Pavilion, senior sister, I plan to set off next week. Given Xu Ruobai's current ability to earn spirit stones, there was truly no need for him to remain at the Scripture Pavilion. His presence here was solely due to Yu Yunxi being in attendance. Of course, he held no ulterior motives. He regarded her as a friend. Humans are inherently social beings, and Xu Ruobai was no exception. After living in solitude on the mountain for so long, he finally had someone with whom he could converse, and naturally, he wished to engage in more discussions with her. He found his interactions with Yu Yunxi quite relaxing, although her inexplicable habit of awarding him points left him somewhat perplexed. Day after tomorrow? Do you want me to accompany you? Xu Ruobai quickly waved his hand. No, senior sister, you should stay in the sect to study. If possible, please keep a slight watch on Tianling Peak for me. A look of distress suddenly crossed Yu Yunxi's face. But I am your girlfriend. Shouldn't I accompany you? The books asserted that when men traveled afar, they were likely to stray from their homes. The notion of being her boyfriend was entirely due to Yu Yunxi's inexplicable bestowing of points, which had inexplicably elevated their relationship. Hearing this, Xu Ruobai couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Senior sister, did you not say I was a good person? With utmost seriousness, Yu Yunxi replied. The books say that those who appear to be good are more prone to infidelity. Xu Ruobai helplessly rubbed his forehead. His senior sister was indeed wonderful in many respects, but it seemed her reading had led her to a peculiar fixation. Senior sister, if I were to stray, would you break up with me? Yu Yunxi nodded and then shook her head. The books seem to imply that one should break up in such circumstances, but they also mention, what do they say? If one is betrayed, it is best to eliminate the rival. Upon hearing these words, Xu Ruobai was nearly frightened into a cold sweat. Could it be that this senior sister would truly go to such lengths? Suddenly, he felt that this so-called boyfriend role seemed to be a perilous profession. Ahem, senior sister. At such a moment, it would be better to simply break up rather than resort to violence. After all, as mere boyfriend and girlfriend, they were still in the process of courting and had not yet forged a permanent bond. If they had truly become partners, that would be a different matter altogether. Yu Yunxi tilted her head slightly. Junior brother, fear not. You still owe me stories. I shall not harm you. At her words, Xu Ruobai finally breathed a sigh of relief, astonished that storytelling could serve as a means of survival. Then, Yu Yunxi astonishingly declared, I shall slay the one with whom you might stray. Thus, you would not dare to betray me. Xu Ruobai was left dumbfounded. Was it possible that his senior sister possessed a slight touch of a Yandere trait? He began to contemplate whether he should broach the subject of a breakup with Yu Yunxi. Initially, Xu Ruobai thought that his senior sister's whims would pass with time, and he would not need to continue playing the role of a boyfriend. Yet, to his surprise, she remained delightfully engrossed in this charade even after many days. Senior sister, what if I encounter a woman I truly admire one day? Could I then break up with you? Of course not, she replied thoughtfully. The texts also state that if the male party is genuinely fond of another woman yet refuses to let go, he must then take a concubine. Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai's eyes widened. He had not been aware that such an option existed. But what if, senior sister, you encounter someone you prefer even more? Yu Yunxi tilted her head in response. Wouldn't it be simple to eliminate him, thus leaving no one to prefer? Xu Ruobai was momentarily speechless. Was such a course of action truly feasible? By the way, junior brother, accompany me to a certain place. To where? Under the great tree at the summit of Qingyan Peak. Xu Ruobai's apprehension mounted as he surveyed his surroundings. Senior sister, you're not bringing me here for any nefarious purpose, are you? Isn't this place off limits? This tree is the Qingyan Divine Tree, said to have existed far longer than the founding of the Lingyu sect itself. Many years ago, the revered Qingyan established a rule that no one was permitted to approach. Violators would lose their heads. Fear not. Master is in seclusion. She will not know we are here. Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai's heart raced even more. If the revered Qingyan were to learn that he had come beneath her divine tree, perhaps she would harbor thoughts of executing him for whisking away her disciple. Senior sister, why had you brought me here? To pick fruit. With a mere flourish of her hand, Yu Yunshi plucked the only 2 fruits from the Qingyan divine tree. As expected of a divine tree, the fruits were extraordinary. Xu Ruobai stood aghast. Could these fruits be casually harvested? He feared for his life. Once the revered Qingyan emerged from her seclusion, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. This is for you. Consuming it will benefit your cultivation. Xu Ruobai hesitated to take it. Senior sister, won't this be rather inappropriate? How shall we explain this once your master returns? The absence of these fruits will surely raise suspicion. The master will surely understand my predicament. Xu Ruobai's lips quivered slightly. If she were to be comprehended, would that not seal her fate? The master is quite accommodating, and besides, if I do not disclose the truth, she will remain oblivious to who partook of it. I shall merely claim it was I who consumed it. Xu Ruobai could only remark that the little cotton-padded jacket raised by the Qingyan master seemed to have some leaks. Seeing Yu Yunxi's resolute stance, Xu Ruobai refrained from further objections. The fruit had already been plucked. It was impossible to re-hang it. Sister, if the Qingyan master causes you any trouble later, simply state that it was my request. Yu Yunxi tilted her head slightly. The books say that deceit is not virtuous. Ah, indeed. Why did you not utter such wisdom when I claimed it was all consumed by myself? Chapter 18. Hand in hand. Thank you, senior sister. Well, we are all part of the same family. Xu Ruobai found himself at a loss for words. Increasingly aware of the growing debt of gratitude he owed his senior sister. Would he truly have to offer himself in return? Yet, it seemed that such a proposition would favor him. Senior sister, may I eat now? Yu Yunshi nodded. Let us dine here. I shall protect you while you do. As Xu Ruobai took a bite of the fruit in his hand, he was unprepared for the fruit to dissolve into radiant light and enter his mouth. A surge of immense spiritual energy erupted within his abdomen. Compared to the spiritual energy from consuming spirit meat, this energy was far gentler, leaving no room for concern about absorption. It was indeed worthy of being called a divine fruit. Half an hour later, Xu Ruobai's aura steadily ascended until it reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. As he concluded his refinement, joy illuminated his face. Senior sister, I have completed my foundation establishment. What should have taken several months was accomplished swiftly with just a single fruit. Yu Yunshi replied, There is still one more. Consume it, and you will attain the golden core. Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai glanced at the fruit in his hand, but ultimately shook his head. Senior sister, want you eat? No, I have already consumed the Qingyan divine fruit. The first 2 were effective. The second's efficacy is halved, and the subsequent ones are rendered useless. Xu Ruobai pondered for a moment before suggesting, May I take it back for Master to eat? I've heard that Master-S relationship with the Qingyan patriarch is rather strained. She may not have had this before. Besides, if its effect is halved, it would be wasteful for me to consume it. Yu Yunshi looked puzzled. Wouldn't it be better for you to eat it yourself? Given how your master treats you, why would you offer her something so precious? Xu Ruobai smiled. The book states that even a drop of water should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. In comparison to the life she afforded me, her treatment is hardly excessive. Yu Yunshi gazed at the radiant young man before her, and his infectious smile drew her into laughter. Ah, gratitude merits an additional 50 points. Huh? Xu Ruobai was taken aback. Senior sister, such a sudden increase means I will be promoted to a Dao companion soon, right? Yu Yunshi shook her head. A boyfriend ranks above, followed by a prospective Dao companion, and only then a Dao companion. The existence of an intermediate stage left Xu Ruobai both amused and exasperated. At this rate, becoming Dao companion seemed inevitable. By the way, junior brother, write your name here. Suddenly, Yu Yunshi produced a wooden plaque from her hand. Xu Ruobai, puzzled, asked, What is this for? The book suggests that boyfriends and girlfriends write their names on small wooden plaques and hang them to pray for everlasting love. Xu Ruobai had heard of such customs, though he questioned their efficacy. However, leaving a plaque with their names here would undoubtedly inform the Qingyan patriarch of his visit. However, upon noticing the glimmer of excitement in Yu Yunshi's eyes, Xu Ruobai did not decline her request. He subsequently engraved his name upon the object. His senior sister, although exceptionally intelligent, seemed to possess a rather childlike mentality, an intriguing juxtaposition. Yu Yunqi took the item back from Xu Ruobai and inscribed her own name onto it as well. Xu Ruobai blinked several times, feeling as though she had inscribed a few extra characters. After completing this task, Yu Yunqi proposed, "Junior brother, would you care to visit my cave dwelling?" He had already been to her abode before. The text suggested a principle of reciprocity. While reciprocity is indeed valid, was this truly the appropriate context for it? Very well. If that is the case, I suppose I can stay for a little while. Yu Yunqi extended her hand, seemingly intent on taking his. This left Xu Ruobai feeling somewhat at a loss. He had never held a woman's hand in his life. Senior sister, hand-holding is something typically reserved for couples. I'm not at that level yet. Yu Yunqi gazed intently into Xu Ruobai's eyes and asked, "Junior brother, do you believe me to be easily deceived?" And no. The firmness of her stance rendered Xu Ruobai uncertain. Should he take her hand? Would that be too intimate? If anyone were to witness this, would it tarnish her reputation? Conversely, would she be upset if he refrained? After a moment's hesitation, Xu Ruobai finally took her hand. "Senior sister, if there are outsiders present, could you please let go? Are you feeling shy?" Xu Ruobai nearly choked on his own saliva. More or less. He did not wish to elaborate, as it was likely that she would reference yet another passage from her books. Previously, he had contemplated the idea of holding Yu Yunqi's hand, but now that he had done so, it felt almost surreal. Was this delicate, boneless hand truly something he could grasp? Xu Ruobai was uncertain. For in matters of this nature, he lacked confidence. Perhaps it was akin to how he often felt underestimated by others. His master looked down upon him, as did the others in the sect. In such an environment, it was undeniably burdensome. Yet, one cannot seek validation solely through the opinions of others. It is one's own capabilities that matter. Fortunately, with the assistance of the system, he believed that one day he would stand proudly before the world, proclaiming that he too possessed identity in name. Contemplating this, Xu Ruobai's gaze grew resolute. "Junior brother, why are your palms sweating?" The books suggest that sweaty palms may indicate a lack of confidence. What will become of my future happiness? Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai was immediately thrown off balance. What did she mean by her future happiness? He genuinely wished to understand what constituted the thought process of his senior sister. "Senior sister, I am merely feeling a bit anxious." "Anxious? Why are you anxious?" "It's my first time holding a girl's hand." Yu Yunqi inquired with a hint of surprise. "Junior brother, is this truly your first time?" It seems this might also be a point of advantage. Upon hearing her intention to enhance her own standing, Xu Ruobai hastily inquired, "Isn't it your first time, senior sister?" "It is for me as well." "Then why are you not nervous?" "Why should I be?" Indeed, it would be rather unusual for someone like her, so well-versed in matters of the heart, to feel anxious. In contrast, he appeared rather naïve. "Senior sister, what is it? Could you please refrain from scratching my palm? Your hand feels quite warm." "Does it?" The warmth of a man's hand is typically more pronounced. The books say that there is another part of a man that also tends to heat up. "May I?" "Absolutely not." Chapter 19. The indecent senior sister. At long last, they arrived at their destination. For Xu Ruobai, these few minutes felt like an eternity, a true test of endurance. His senior sister consistently posed bizarre questions, leaving him blushing and flustered, while she maintained an expression devoid of any emotion. He found himself perplexed by her ability to utter such words without a hint of expression. It felt as though she sought to dissect him, to examine his very anatomy. Upon entering Yu Yunqi's chamber, he was greeted by a delicate fragrance. Indeed, the young maiden's boudoir was enchanting. Yet perhaps that sentiment bordered on the peculiar. Xu Ruobai's gaze quickly fell upon some peculiar toys resting on the bed, causing his eyes to widen in shock. As senior sister, what are those? "What is it, Mr. Jiao?" she inquired, seemingly unfazed. Stunned, Xu Ruobai nearly questioned his own perception. How could she so earnestly pronounce the name of such an item? "Senior sister, how do you possess such things?" The book states that they fulfill physiological needs. Right, once again the book says so. Some text can be quite misleading. He hesitated, though. "I seem to lack such physiological needs myself. having purchased them without use. His lips twitched slightly. Why was this conversation so breathless? He had never heard of his senior sister being romantically involved with anyone. As a pristine maiden, it felt somewhat inappropriate for her to possess such items. Then, to his astonishment, Yu Yunshi boldly declared, "I feel I no longer require this. Would you like to take it for your research, junior brother?" At her words, Xu Ruobai nearly choked on his own saliva. Did she imply that if she had no use for it, he would? "Perhaps you should keep it, senior sister. It might serve a purpose for you in the future." He averted his gaze from the bizarre objects on the bed, feeling as though he had witnessed something beyond his comprehension. Yu Yunshi tilted her head slightly, continuing with her unflinching demeanor. The book mentions that once one has a boyfriend, such things become unnecessary. At this remark, vivid images flooded Xu Ruobai's mind. Fortunately, he remained resolute. Otherwise, he feared that the audience before their screens might not contain their excitement. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked, "Senior sister, do you perhaps trust me a bit too much? A lone man and woman in a room together. Aren't you afraid I might do something?" With her arms crossed protectively over her chest, she replied, "Don't come any closer." Her face remained devoid of expression as she spoke, rendering Xu Ruobai speechless. This hardly resembled fear. "Senior sister, are you not blatantly attempting to entice me into a crime?" "Indeed, junior brother. How did you guess?" To his surprise, Yu Yunshi not only did not deny it, but boldly affirmed it. Such audacity was likely something only she could muster. As Xu Ruobai regarded this coy yet resolute senior sister, he found himself at a loss for words. To proceed would be beastly, yet to refrain felt even more depraved. After much contemplation, Xu Ruobai ultimately concluded that refraining from behaving like a beast might be the wiser choice. Primarily, he sensed that his senior sister merely found amusement in their interactions, rather than harboring any genuine feelings towards him. In such circumstances, should he act impulsively, there was a high likelihood that once she realized the implications, they might not even maintain their friendship. Having finally established a rapport with someone he could converse with, Xu Ruobai was naturally reluctant to jeopardize that bond. "Cough, cough, senior sister. It seems we've explored enough. Perhaps I should take my leave?" Previously, Xu Ruobai had not appreciated the notion that a girl's room should not be entered casually, but now he wholeheartedly agreed. It felt akin to stepping into a den of wolves. "Huh? Are you leaving?" "I was hoping to cook for you," she responded. Hearing this, Xu Ruobai was momentarily puzzled. "Senior sister, you can cook?" It seemed unlikely. "Xu Ruobai, so you do cook?" "Just a little, though I'm certain it cannot compare to the delectable meals you prepare, junior brother." Xu Ruobai was indeed curious to sample his senior sister's culinary skills. Yet the hour was late. He felt that if he lingered for dinner, it would likely lead to an overnight stay. Given her personality, she could very well initiate such a situation. No. I must return to prepare a meal for my master," Yu Yunshi said, a hint of regret gracing her features. "Very well, perhaps another time I shall treat you instead," Xu Ruobai replied, feeling somewhat helpless. Were it not for Yu Yunshi's unexpected request regarding borrowing books from several senior brothers, their relationship might not have developed so swiftly. After all, it had barely been a while, and they were already akin to a couple. He had worked in the Sutra Pavilion for many years, while the remuneration was modest. The work was relatively relaxed. It seemed that Yu Yunshi had only joined the pavilion 3 years prior. Thus, they had known each other for almost 3 years. The initial 3 years had been marked by mere greetings as she read her books while he organized the texts, with little interaction between them. His long-standing impression of Yu Yunshi had been that of a reserved and aloof senior sister, but he had not anticipated that she would reveal such a side of herself upon becoming closer. "Senior sister, I'm leaving." But suddenly, Yu Yunshi stepped in front of him, slightly opening her arms, a hug. The book suggested that more intimate contact between partners was essential for nurturing a relationship. Xu Ruobai considered that a simple embrace was reasonable. After all, friends often share small hugs upon parting. With that thought in mind, he stepped forward and enveloped Yu Yunshi in his arms. Although he intended it as a friendly gesture, it was impossible not to have other thoughts as they embraced. The fragrance of the young woman made Xu Ruobai's nose tingle. No, considering her age, she could hardly be classified as a girl, could she? He dared not move excessively, opting instead for a gentle, tentative embrace. Yu Yunqi appeared to be unsatisfied with the current situation and took a step closer, pressing herself tightly against Xu Ruobai. She nestled her profile against his embrace and murmured, "The book says that if you hug your boyfriend and truly like him, your heart will surely race." Xu Ruobai, caught off guard by Yunqi's sudden action, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Not to mention, her warm presence, which usually remained understated, now revealed the depth of her character. However, what intrigued him more was the question she had just posed. "Senior, has your heart begun to race?" Chapter 20. Isn't it obvious if you just touch it? Yu Yunqi lifted her head, and their gazes met. "Junior brother, why not just touch it to find out?" Xu Ruobai instinctively glanced downward, then quickly averted his gaze. Umaba, what a transgression." He cleared his throat. "Senior sister, I should be taking my leave." It was no surprise that heroes often falter in the presence of beauty. If this continued, he feared he might not wish to depart all. "Well," Yu Yunqi released her grip. "Junior brother, are you not curious to confirm?" Xu Ruobai hastily waved his hand. No, senior sister, I'm leaving." Setting aside the credibility of the texts, just based on Yu Yunqi's relatively composed demeanor, he surmised that her heart likely wasn't racing either. He felt a twinge of disappointment. It dissipated swiftly. Cursing himself inwardly, he pondered why he was feeling this way over someone who was not even his girlfriend. "Senior sister, see you tomorrow." With those words, Xu Ruobai departed her cave without looking back. Yu Yunqi gazed at the doorway, and once he had left, she placed her hand over her chest. It has seemed to be quickening. Mount Tianling, guided by spiritual energy, her realm was gradually being restored. Over these past few days, her cultivation had already returned to the 5th level of qi refinement. The more spiritual energy she absorbed, the faster her recovery. Yet each level required an immense amount of energy. Thus, even though the recovery was swift, the latter stages would demand considerable time investment. What she needed now was not a remedy for her injuries, but a copious supply of spiritual energy. "Knock, knock, knock, master, the meal is ready." Xu Ruobai's voice echoed. For these past days, he had merely placed the food box outside without entering. As long as he was obedient and refrained from adding green peppers to his dishes, Yi Lingyue was disinclined to monitor him. She assumed today would be no different. However, it appeared Xu Ruobai had no intention of leaving immediately after placing the food box down. "Master, may I come in?" Yi Lingyu furuit herberoth, perplexed by his sudden desire to enter. Had he discovered something? If it were merely Xu Ruobai who found out, she wouldn't be overly concerned. She could easily handle 100 of him single-handedly. Yet, should her other rebellious disciples learn of it, they would surely deprive her of any chance for recovery. "Come in." Xu Ruobai entered the cave. In the dimly lit room, her complexion appeared less pale, indicating that she was indeed recovering. When Yi Lingyue had requested medicine for her monthly discomfort previously, Xu Ruobai had already surmised that the singular fruit would undoubtedly be effective for her. After ensuring the cave door was securely closed, Xu Ruobai produced the Qingyan divine fruit. "Master, this is for you." At the sight of the item in his hand, a flicker of fervor ignited in Yi Lingyue's eyes. As the leader of the Lingyu sect, it was impossible for her not to recognize this object, one with which she was profoundly familiar. Additionally, as someone hailing from the Qingyan Peak, she had partaken of it before. Although it lacked its special effects, it still contained immense spiritual energy, perfectly suited to Night Spirit Moon's current condition. However, she found herself perplexed as to why the Qingyan divine fruit had appeared in his possession. Could it be that her junior sister? "Where did you obtain this?" "A senior sister gave it to me." Upon hearing this, Night Spirit Moon's expression morphed into one of intrigue. She seemed to recall something, then exhaled a long sigh. Nevertheless, her demeanor appeared considerably more relaxed. "Do you recognize what this is?" "The Qingyan divine fruit." Night Spirit Moon had assumed he was unfamiliar with it. Otherwise, why would he have entrusted it to her? Yet a pressing question emerged. If he recognized it, why would he offer it to her? Was it possible that there was something amiss with this fruit? In an instant, her gaze sharpened with caution. Xu Ruobai, of course, noticed the shift in her expression and found himself at a loss for words. Vigilance is commendable, But must it reach such extremes? It was hardly her fault. Once bitten by a snake, one fears the ropes for years. Perhaps she had been ensnared by a few senior brothers, leaving her wary. He wished to test the fruit, yet a bite would send it straight to his stomach. How could he conduct such an experiment? Xu Ruobai had no intention of persuading her. If she wished to eat it, so be it. The item had been delivered. Had he known it would unfold this way, he might as well have consumed it himself. Master, I shall take my leave. With a respectful bow, Xu Ruobai departed. Night Spirit Moon gazed at the Qingyan divine fruit on the table, her heart rife with hesitation. Primarily, she could not discern what alterations had been made to it. Yet the vast spiritual energy continually beckoned her. If Xu Ruobai were indeed on her side, everything would then make sense. But could she truly trust that he was? Night Spirit Moon found herself unable to perceive her disciple, whom she had never truly regarded. After careful contemplation, it seemed that Xu Ruobai had never wronged her in any way. Perhaps it was time to take a gamble. With resolve, Night Spirit Moon bit into the fruit. The energy within her began to surge. Feeling the copious spiritual power coursing through her, she hastily channeled her cultivation technique. However, due to the vulnerabilities in her body, most of the spiritual energy could not be retained. Ultimately, she could only restore herself to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. The speed of recovery was excruciatingly slow. Previously, to regain the 5th layer of Qi refinement, she had depleted a significant portion of her accumulated rare materials. To achieve the transformation stage, not only would she require a considerable amount of time, but also a wealth of precious resources. With this realization, the joy of her restored realm dissipated significantly. The Qingyan divine fruit posed no threat, suggesting that Xu Ruobai likely harbored no ill intentions towards her. Perhaps it was time to consider drawing him closer. Yet, she remained uncertain of her junior sister's current stance towards her. Why must one feign to use his hand to present the Qingyan divine fruit to oneself? Moreover, has she not secluded herself? At Jiang Peak, Xu Ruobai has become quite the frequent visitor in recent days. His cultivation has advanced, and his proficiency in crafting the thunderbolts of the golden elixir has markedly improved. Li Hao provided him with a deposit, securing a number of thunderbolts for the later stages of the golden elixir. Although he remains uncertain of Li Hao's motives for requiring such an abundance of thunderbolts, one cannot forsake an opportunity for profit. Thus, the tension between them has been subtly alleviated. Senior Brother Li, yesterday I crafted a total of 5 thunderbolts, Xu Ruobai remarked. Li Hao's once piggish visage had returned to normal, and upon seeing the 5 thunderbolts, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. You need not deliver them to me tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai refrained from inquiring about the reasoning and instead said, Senior Brother Li, regarding your deposits, please keep them here, as I may require your assistance in the future. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xu Ruobai departed. Li Hao counted, finding he now possessed over 20 of these thunderbolts. With the impending demon tide, he was certain he would shine brilliantly. The mere thought of a single thunderbolt capable of effortlessly obliterating an expanse sent him into a fit of gleeful laughter. Chapter 21. The Master's Vulnerability Host, Xu Ruobai Race, Human, Ordinary, Realm, Foundation Establishment Perfection, 5,999 6,000, Task Points, 120 Task, 3 meals a day, 1-3. Experience points are just a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough. In other words, with a mere increment in task points, he could transcend to the golden core stage in an instant. While others might require considerable time to achieve this breakthrough, his situation was distinct. He was a man endowed with a system, which granted him a slight advantage. Naturally, a breakthrough is accompanied by the inevitable tribulation. If he fails to overcome the heavenly tribulation, all efforts would be in vain. The Tianling Mountain is not particularly conducive for undergoing a tribulation. Moreover, if he were to advance too swiftly, his senior brothers would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Fortunately, he possessed the Zhitian skill, which allowed him to conceal his cultivation level, so to outsiders, he still appeared to be at the initial stage of foundation establishment. However, should the heavenly tribulation be attracted, his ascension to the golden core stage would be revealed. Thus, it was imperative that he did not undergo the tribulation atop Tianling Mountain. After some contemplation, Xu Ruobai resolved to seek assistance from Yu Yunqi. Junior brother Su, come here for a moment. Zhang Yunqi beckoned him over. Senior brother. How is the master's condition? Xu Ruobai inquit pomti li. It remains unchanged, but, senior brother, I have discovered a weakness of the master. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunqi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What weakness? Xu Ruobai Suden Li Pao said. Zhang Yunqi grew anxious, wondering why his junior brother seemed to be struggling to speak. Junior brother, please continue. Senior brother, could it be inconvenient to discuss here? Xu Ruobai gestured subtly, and Zhang Yunqi quickly grasped his meaning. You are indeed thoughtful, junior brother. After saying this, Zhang Yunqi set up a soundproof formation around them. Now, junior brother, you may speak. The mystery piqued Zhang Yunqi's curiosity regarding Knight Ling Yue's vulnerability. The master's weakness is a dislike for green peppers. Zhang Yunqi's face froze. Junior brother, you cannot be jesting. Certainly not. Green peppers are quite delectable, yet the master refuses to eat them. Zhang Yunqi had expected a more significant weakness, only to be met with this revelation. He felt a sense of being toyed with, yet given the necessity of Xu Ruobai's assistance, he refrained from confronting him. Keep a close watch on the master's condition, and be wary of your other two senior brothers. They attempted to attack me the day before yesterday. What? Xu Ruobai was entirely oblivious to this matter. The mountain had been relatively tranquil unless he had caused an uproar. With a concerned expression, he asked, Senior brother, are you unharmed? Zhang Yunqi shook his head. It was merely a slight probing. It is of no consequence. However, from the looks of it, they might be growing increasingly restless. Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai felt the situation becoming rather precarious. He still has to leave for nearly half a month. If they take action during this period, even if he passes the trial, it would all be in vain. Senior brother, do you have no way to deal with them? Zhang Yunqi shook his head. The main issue is that there are two of them. If only I knew how many cards Master has up his sleeve, it would be easier. Why don't you ask Master S' opinion for me? He chuckled. It's not really about them being two. It's more that he doesn't want to confront the other two senior brothers, right? All right, I'll inquire when I bring dinner tonight. Zhang Yunqi nodded. I entrust this matter to you. With that, he departed. Xu Ruobai pondered that it wasn't just the second and third senior brothers. The first senior brother was likely growing impatient as well. After all, the longer this dragged on, the more likely Master would recover. This situation is rather tricky. Regardless, I should focus on breaking through to the golden core stage first. If I can indeed concoct a thunderball with the potency of the nascent soul stage, I would then possess the means to contend with my senior brothers. Although they are one-time use, if I have 1,000 or 10,000 of them, wouldn't that be enough to send them flying? However, it would certainly be inconvenient to seek out senior sister today. I might as well wait until tomorrow. With 120 task points, only 1 point is needed to advance to the golden core stage. Xu Ruobai contemplated whether to take another gamble. It had been quite some time since he last participated in a lottery, and he felt a bit restless. Since that's the case, let us give it a try. I refuse to believe I can't draw gold. He invested 100 task points, and the wheel began to spin once more. Xu Ruobai mentally prepared himself for the worst. As expected, the pointer landed in the golden zone before swiftly moving past it and returning to the familiar white area. However, it showed no intention of stopping, instead whirling around until it finally settled on the purple section. What? Did I actually draw something? Sword Heart Clarity 1. What is this? It cannot be extracted, seemingly akin to a talent for the sword path. This is quite good, much better than something trivial. Xu Ruobai himself lacked any talent for swordsmanship. Even wielding this exceptional spiritual sword, someone without talent could only unleash at most 1/10 or 1/12 of its potential. If one possessed sword talent, the effectiveness of sword techniques could potentially double. This exemplifies the distinction between having talent and lacking it. There was no specific usage description, nor did he know its exact utility. As evening approached, knock, knock, knock. Xu Ruobai was busy in the kitchen preparing a meal when a sudden knock echoed through the air. Junior brother, are you there? It was the voice of third senior brother Li Wuxin. I am here, senior brother, come in. Li Wuxin entered the kitchen and observed Xu Ruobai at work, saying, Are you cooking for Master? Yes. Senior brother, would you like to taste it? Li Wuxin waved his hand. No, is this spirit pig meat? Senior brother, I was merely contemplating the possibility of attempting to create celestial cuisine. Perhaps it could offer some assistance to our esteemed masteress injuries. Ah, I did not anticipate your filial piety. It seems our master has not imparted much wisdom upon you. This realization leaves Li Wuxin feeling somewhat ashamed. Nevertheless, in pursuit of the greater path, such feelings are trivial. Senior brother, is there a matter you wish to discuss with me? Li Wuxin nudda tu furi. Earlier today, did our eldest senior brother seek you out? Indeed, while conversing with Zhang Yunqi, Xu Ruobai had sensed an unseen gaze upon them, and it appears that intuition was not misplaced. Xu Ruobai did not cease his tasks, casually responding, "Yes, he did approach me to discuss certain matters concerning our master." What topics were covered? Chapter 22. The Alliance during the day. What did you discuss with the senior brother? Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai displayed a hesitant expression. I promised the senior brother I wouldn't disclose it. Upon hearing this, Li Wuxin understood that one must sacrifice to gain. With a wave of his hand, a Dan furnace materialized before them. This is a Dan furnace I acquired in my early years, at least a top-quality spiritual tool. It can be utilized not only for alchemy, but also as an offensive weapon. Since I have no use for it, junior brother, what do you think? Upon seeing the furnace, Xu Ruobai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Why does the senior brother make others work without offering any benefits? Look at our third senior brother. He is so generous. Last time he gifted a Xuanwu shield, and now he presents a Dan furnace. He's practically a wealthy benefactor. Cough, cough. Third senior brother. You know that once a promise is made, it must be kept. Moreover, it's not exactly a matter of great significance. It doesn't matter how significant it is. As long as you spoke of it, this Dan furnace is yours. Really? Indeed. Although it is said that promises must be honored, Xu Ruobai was not a stubborn individual. Moreover, the senior brother had not expressly forbidden him for sharing it. Thus, he felt no burden in his heart. Well, I mentioned our master's weakness to the senior brother. At this moment, Li Wuxin's expression mirrored that of Zhang Yunqi back then. What weakness? Our master dislikes green peppers. Now, everyone on the mountain should be aware that the master has an aversion to green peppers. Hearing Xu Ruobai's words, Li Wuxin was utterly perplexed. No, junior brother, are you jesting with me? I am not. That is precisely what I discussed with the senior brother. I could swear to the heavens. Li Wuxin was left dumbfounded. Can this truly be considered a weakness? Disliking green peppers doesn't equate to dying if one were to consume them. But since he swore, could it be that he truly spoke of this to the senior brother? Or perhaps this lad had no intention of revealing anything further. For a moment, Li Wuxin found himself at a loss, leaning more towards the latter possibility. If this lad was indeed siding with the senior brother, their situation could turn dire. The main issue was that Li Yuanhe was currently allied with him, yet they did not share a complete unity of purpose, each harboring their own schemes. It all felt rather ominous. Third senior brother, perhaps. You should take this back? Li Wuxin waved his hand dismissively. No need, you keep it. Junior brother, just remember to keep an eye on our master's situation. By the way, the senior brother is not a trustworthy individual. It's best to limit your interactions with him. Xu Ruobai thought to himself that these two were merely 50 paces laughing at 100 paces, with neither being virtuous. Although Li Wuxin spoke nonchalantly, his expression had darkened considerably. The main issue was that he could not act against Xu Ruobai at this moment. He could only leave in a huff. Xu Ruobai pondered if he was recklessly dancing on the edge of peril. If their master were to fall, he would likely meet a similar fate. However, even if one refrains from self-sabotage, it seems that the esteemed master is bound to face dire consequences. Xu Ruobai sliced the pork into pieces, intending to prepare stir-fried pork with chili peppers. Yet, stir-fried pork requires green peppers. Without them, where is the soul of the dish? After much contemplation, he resolved to include a few green peppers. His master, however, had a distaste for them, but surely she would not object to the pork itself, would she? After toiling for half an hour, he finally completed the meal. Xu Ruobai wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that cooking is indeed a laborious task. This, of course, pertains to the preparation of celestial cuisine. Those who craft such dishes are referred to as celestial chefs. The process necessitates the use of spiritual energy and specialized techniques. Xu Ruobai had spent considerable time studying these methods during his watch at the Scripture Pavilion before daring to attempt it himself. Judging by the appearance, it seemed successful and presented in a homely manner, which set it apart from the majority of celestial chefs who strive for grandeur befitting the status of cultivators. His plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers, placed upon the table, would hardly reveal its celestial nature unless savored with care. After packing it into a food container, Xu Ruobai set off towards the entrance of Knight Lingyue's cave abode. Knock, knock, knock. Master, the meal is ready. Upon placing the food down, he intended to make a hasty exit. After all, it contained green peppers, although in small quantity. Who could predict whether his picky master would be displeased? Gomein. Upon hearing those words, Xu Ruobai's expression froze. He had intended to flee, but with his master calling him, there was no turning back. Surely, considering the Qingyan divine fruit, she would not be too harsh on him, right? He stepped inside. Knight Lingyue appeared much better than when he had seen her at noon, likely due to the benefits of the divine fruit. And master, did you summon me for something? Noticing his guilty demeanor, Knight Lingyue couldn't help but feel puzzled. Was this lad concealing something? There is a matter at hand. After a pause, she continued, I shall not beat around the bush. Do you understand what your senior brothers are plotting? Xu Ruobai was somewhat perplexed. What did she mean by that? Why the sudden inquiry? Shouldn't she be avoiding such topics? I know. What are your thoughts on it? Their actions are of no concern to me. Knight Lingyue was uncertain of his honesty, but since she had chosen to win him over, she had to trust his words. Xu Ruobai, I require your assistance. So, she sought to enlist him. Xu Ruobai inquired, Master, how would you like me to assist you? As a disciple, my rank and status may only allow me to contribute in the kitchen. Then you must swear by the heavenly Tao, affirming your allegiance to my cause. At her words, Xu Ruobai furrowed his brow, but chose to remain silent. I, Xu Ruobai, solemnly swear by the heavenly principles that I stand resolutely by my master's side. Should I harbor even the slightest intention to harm my master, may I be struck by divine retribution. Is that sufficient? Upon hearing Xu Ruobai's oath, Yi Lingyue finally felt a sense of relief. In the realm of cultivation, oaths are not made lightly, unless one possesses the ability to obscure the celestial secrets. Such vows are bound to manifest. Yi Lingyue then proposed, in that case, you shall feign allegiance to your fellow disciples while discreetly gathering intelligence on their plans. It would be advantageous to disseminate some false information to buy us more time. Thus, one should blend in with my master's faction, while the other should mingle with the senior disciples. A double agent, I suppose. It seems one does not enter a family without becoming part of it. Very well. Yi Lingyue produced a spatial ring, revealing a substantial quantity of spirit stones within. Once this turmoil subsides, there shall be ample rewards for you, and I shall provide you with proper guidance. In truth, Xu Ruobai had no need for such recompense. For him, it was simply a matter of filial piety and repaying a debt of gratitude. Yet, it appeared to his master that this was merely a transaction of benefits, which somewhat wounded Xu Ruobai's heart. Once this upheaval concluded, he anticipated that he would have no desire to remain here. If one were to assess the situation based on the principles of reciprocity, she saved his life, and he saved hers. Should that not suffice to settle the score? Chapter 23. The daily antics of the senior sister, Xu Ruobai, accepted the Qingkuan ring. Master, you may have these. Xu Ruobai presented all the medicinal pills he possessed, which, in truth, served him little purpose. If these could assist his master in recovering from her injuries, it would be a small yet meaningful contribution. Additionally, he felt it was his duty to aid her. There was no need to feel guilty about receiving her favors, as he regarded these as a means to procure the elixir for her. Yi Lingyue observed the sudden appearance of a multitude of dark pills in his hands, her expression laced with confusion. Did you not possess only two? With an unwavering demeanor, Xu Ruobai replied, I forgot. Yi Lingyue cast a doubtful glance at him, yet her suspicions were swiftly eclipsed by delight. With such an ample supply, her recovery could indeed accelerate. However, it soon dawned on her that Xu Ruobai must have been aware of the efficacy of the medicine, or he would not have produced it now. The primary reason for previously mixing the elixir into her food was likely to spare her from unnecessary suspicion. Reflecting on this, Yi Lingyue felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards her little disciple. Cough, cough. Master, please eat first. I shall take my leave if all is well. Yi Lingyue acknowledged with a sound, yet an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart, as if Xu Ruobai were harboring some secret guilt. He had seemed evasive from the beginning, and now that impression only deepened. Just as Xu Ruobai began to step away, a voice halted him in his tracks. He turned back, bracing himself. Master, what is it? Yi Lingyue scrutinized him for a moment, recognizing the unmistakable signs of guilt. But what was it that he felt guilty about? Could it be? Opening a nearby food box, she was met with the sight of vibrant green vegetables, and her expression darkened instantly. Xu Ruobai. Yi Lingyue rose, her striking eyes fixed on him. Xu Ruobai felt a surge of trepidation within. Master, the stir-fried green peppers with meat are quite delectable. Delectable? Come, come, you must consume every last pepper. If even a single piece remains, you shall not have an easy day. Xu Ruobai could not help but mentally scoff at her reaction. It was as if green peppers had become a mortal enemy. He picked up his chopsticks, defiantly placing the peppers into his mouth before her very eyes. Yi Lingyue's face contorted with disbelief. Could anyone truly consume such a thing? Surely, this must be a figment of her imagination. In swift succession, Xu Ruobai devoured all the green peppers from the food box. Master, are you satisfied now? They really are quite tasty. Perhaps I could prepare some for you again tomorrow? You dare. Yi Lingyue brandished her spiritual sword, her demeanor suggesting she might truly resort to violence over the green peppers. Xu Ruobai's lips twitched. What have the peppers done to you? Are they truly that distasteful? Xu Ruobai sighed in resignation, wondering how his master could be so finicky, resembling a child in her picky eating habits. Wasn't it said that such selectiveness could hinder growth? Yet, there seemed to be no signs of any developmental issues. All right, master, but the green pepper is merely for seasoning. You could choose not to eat it and opt for something else. I don't care. It makes me feel nauseous just seeing it, Xu Ruobai replied, somewhat speechless. Yi Lingyue let out a huff, then picked up her chopsticks and took a delicate bite of the meat slice. Immediately, she sensed something amiss as her spiritual energy erupted in her mouth, creating a delightful sensation that was almost intoxicating. Celestial cuisine? Yi Lingyue had assumed this was an ordinary dish, only to discover its true identity as divine food. Xu Ruobai, noticing the astonishment in her eyes, felt a sense of satisfaction. How is it? Delicious, isn't it? Without the green pepper, it wouldn't taste this good. When did the star-gathering tower hire such a master chef? At this remark, Xu Ruobai's expression shifted slightly in confusion. Surely, his master could not believe that this divine food was prepared by the star-gathering tower? With a calm demeanor, he replied, well, he could be considered a master chef. Ordinary people seldom get to taste his dishes. It had been a long time since he visited the star-gathering tower, and Yi Lingyue thought to herself that once the turmoil settled, she would personally go there to savor the food. Master, it's getting late. If we linger too long, my senior brothers will surely grow suspicious. I shall take my leave now. Go ahead. As Xu Ruobai walked away, Yi Lingyue couldn't help but reflect on the surprising loyalty of her once seemingly insignificant little disciple. His talent might not have been remarkable, yet his character was undeniable. Engaging with him required no intricate scheming. Perhaps this was what a true master-disciple relationship should be. The following day, in the Scripture Pavilion, senior sister, good morning. After yesterday's events, Xu Ruobai found himself hesitant to meet Yu Yunxi's gaze. Perhaps this was what they referred to as the demeanor of Shao Chunan. Yu Yunxi acknowledged him with a hum and patted the space beside her. Junior brother, come sit. There were 2 seats inside the counter, but due to the limited space, Yu Yunxi typically occupied one, leaving Xu Ruobai with no opportunity to sit there. This, senior sister, isn't a bit cramped? Yu Yunxi tilted her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Isn't this just perfect? But what if someone comes in and sees us? Is it not permissible for others to see? It seemed that she was unconcerned about such matters. It wasn't impossible yet. Junior brother, you aren't dissatisfied with me, are you? Xu Ruobai suspected she had gleaned this notion from some book. Resignedly, he rubbed his forehead. Senior sister, perhaps you should read something more appropriate? Yu Yunxi continued to tilt her head and replied, what constitutes an appropriate book? Is there truly a distinction between proper and improper literature? Though the books were absent, the presence of individuals lingered. Xu Ruobai found himself at a loss, for both his master and senior sister seemed to be a source of incessant vexation. Subsequently, he settled into the confines of the counter, a space so diminutive that he could distinctly perceive the tranquil and unique fragrance emanating from Yu Yunxi. Striving to maintain a gentlemanly distance, Xu Ruobai shifted slightly to the side. However, it was evident that Yu Yunxi would not permit such a retreat. With a subtle adjustment of her posture, she leaned against Xu Ruobai's shoulder. Junior brother, do you distance yourself from me because you no longer harbor affection? Is there another woman outside? Can any other woman care for you as deeply as I do? At the sight of her demeanor, Xu Ruobai's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Senior sister, if you intend to feign innocence, you must convey it with expression. Your current lack of emotion is rather discordant. Oh, I see. The book lacks illustrations. So, I'm uncertain as to what expression to adopt. Chapter 24. Crossing the tribulation, Xu Ruobai had grown accustomed to his senior sister's daily antics. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he glanced down at the distorted shape of her bosom due to her tight embrace and remarked, Senior sister, there's no need to hold on so tightly. It would not reflect well if someone were to see us. Furthermore, we are merely in the early stages of a romantic relationship. Intimacy should have its boundaries. Such close behavior is something that should be reserved for true partners. What if someone were to come along and witness an unknown disciple being embraced by the sex beauty? That would surely shatter the heart of the onlooker. Yu Yunxi pondered for a moment, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. How about I directly grant you a full promotion instead? At her words, Xu Ruobai found himself both amused and exasperated. His senior sister's thought process was indeed peculiar. Shouldn't she be considering loosening her grip at a time like this? Instead, she was contemplating elevating their relationship to that of true partners. No, senior sister, he interjected. Did you not say that one should not allow the other to achieve things too quickly? Otherwise, they will not learn to cherish it. Others take a long time to become true partners, and we have only been at this for a few days. Why does it seem that my senior sister's emotional intelligence, as well as her intellect, are somewhat lacking? He had heard that a woman in love has an IQ of 0. Could that be the reason? Yet, Xu Ruobai felt that this was not so much a romantic entanglement as it was his senior sister's unilateral teasing of her junior brother. Of course, it was likely unintentional on her part. By the way, do such individuals truly exist? Those who are so engrossed in their books that they are oblivious to matters of the heart? Well, books do say that men enjoy it when their girlfriends cling to them. Why are you so different, junior brother? This point was indeed well made. However, the issue lay in the fact that such statements are applicable in genuine romantic relationships. Their current interaction resembled more of a playful charade. Given that it was merely a game, one must naturally be mindful of boundaries. While his senior sister's maturity might be questionable, he himself could not afford to take advantage of her naivety. His upbringing would not permit such behavior. Junior brother, you cannot possibly mean what? Cannot possibly mean you are incapable, right? Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai nearly choked on his own disbelief. Please do not tell me you derived this from a book. Yu Yunxi nodded, stating, the book says that if a woman grows close to someone and he is unresponsive, it either indicates a preference for the same sex or an inability. Which category do you fall into, junior brother? Goodness, it seems that societal norms have been corrupted by such literature. Xu Ruobai replied with exasperation. Senior sister, do you understand the meaning of arising from emotion constrained by propriety and concealed in the heart? Although we are currently in a romantic relationship, the feelings between men and women should be governed by decorum. Reckless abandon is inappropriate. With a long sigh, he continued, Senior sister, it is fine to read, but one should extract the essence and discard the dross. Do not learn everything, yet do not learn nothing either. Seeing the contemplative look in her eyes, Xu Ruobai realized she had grasped his point. Even he himself could hardly have anticipated that one day he would impart knowledge to others. Who says that language classes are of no use? Look, this is where we truly learn invaluable lessons, isn't it? After a considerable pause, Yu Yunshi finally spoke. I have learned from you. Junior brother, what should I do if I find myself liking you even more now? This straightforward declaration caught Xu Ruobai off guard. Gazing at the serious expression on his senior sister's face, it would be a lie to say he was not moved. Forcing himself to divert his gaze, he finally said, Senior sister, I actually have a matter I would like your assistance with. This time, Yu Yunshi did not misinterpret his words, inquiring, What is it? I am about to break through to the Golden Core stage, but Lingyu Peak is not particularly suitable for transcending the tribulation, so then come to Qingyan Peak. The master is in seclusion, and I am in charge on the mountain. Xu Ruobai nodded. Thank you, senior sister. Though the topic had shifted, his heart raced more than before. It was likely due to sitting too close to his senior sister. Her fragrant presence was rather distracting. Thus, he picked up a nearby book, intending to divert his attention through reading. However, after flipping through a few pages, he realized the illustrations within seemed oddly familiar. Senior sister, why are you still reading these books? Reading a book 100 times reveals its meaning. Is this phrase applicable to such texts? Xu Ruobai was momentarily stunned, hastily tossing the book aside, then grabbing another to ensure its normalcy before reading. Yet, after that brief incident, his thoughts seemed even more chaotic. Beside him, Yu Yunshi observed the slight flush on Xu Ruobai's ears and couldn't help but smile. My junior brother is truly adorable. At Qingyan Peak, rest assured, junior brother, you will not be disturbed during your tribulation. Xu Ruobai noted that. After more than an hour of calming down, his emotions finally settled. Naturally, he allowed his senior sister to guide him to Qingyan Peak for the tribulation. Xu Ruobai summoned the system panel and allocated a task point to his experience. In the next moment, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky. Previously, he had often watched his senior brothers undergo tribulations, but this was his first experience facing one himself. The oppressive atmosphere of the clouds instilled a sense of foreboding. Xu Ruobai retrieved the spirit sword his senior brother had given him to defend against the tribulation lightning. However, as soon as he grasped the sword, he felt an innate connection with it, a sensation he had not experienced before. Undoubtedly, this was the effect of the sword's clarity of heart. Faced with the heavenly tribulation, he felt a newfound confidence. Boom! The tribulation lightning transformed into the shape of a sword, striking towards Xu Ruobai. Lightning taking form? Shouldn't such phenomena occur only during the nascent soul tribulation? Moreover, how fortuitous that it manifested in the shape of a sword. Could this extraordinary occurrence also be a result of the sword's clarity of heart? Xu Ruobai raised his sword and struck at the descending lightning. Ziz! The current surged from the sword into his body. However, rather than the anticipated pain, he felt a warm sensation in his dantian. Above the dantian, a faint current seemed to flicker into existence. Thunderbolts rained down incessantly, and this current gradually coalesced into the shape of a sword. After approximately half an hour, as the calamity clouds dissipated, Xu Ruobai's aura stabilized at the early stage of the Golden Core. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the surge of power within him, a smile inevitably gracing his face. So this is the Golden Core stage? No wonder it is regarded as the foundational realm for cultivators. Wait, where are my clothes? Fortunately, I had spare garments in my spatial ring. Otherwise, when my senior sister arrives, I would be left in a most embarrassing state. It is no surprise that one must seek a secluded place to undergo tribulation. Even cultivators would find it difficult to bear the shame of appearing before others in such a state of undress. Chapter 25. The Art of Pursuit and Retreat. Congratulations, junior brother. Yu Yunshi quickly appeared before him. At this moment, Xu Ruobai had already tidied his attire, a faint smile adorning his face. Senior sister, thank you. Yu Yunshi waved her hand dismissively. This hardly falls upon my merit. Junior brother, you have successfully advanced to the Golden Core stage and performed so remarkably. Shouldn't I reward you? What reward? Xu Ruobai inquired. Yu Yunshi slightly opened her arms. And Xu Ruobai swiftly comprehended her implication. This reward was indeed quite enticing, yet it seemed rather inappropriate. Although Xu Ruobai wished to perceive it as a friendly embrace, he had realized after their last hug that such moments could become addictive. The sensation of holding his senior sister in his arms provided not only physical satisfaction, but also immense psychological fulfillment. Senior sister, perhaps. It would be best to refrain. He had anticipated that Yu Yunxi would quote some classic text, but to his surprise, she remained silent and withdrew her hands. Their gazes met, yet the atmosphere suddenly fell into an awkward silence. Xu Ruobai found himself unable to decipher his senior sister's true intentions. Senior sister, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Xu Ruobai extended his hand, but by the time it reached halfway, Yu Yunxi had already vanished from sight, leaving him to ruefully touch his nose. Could it be that senior sister is upset? Xu Ruobai sighed, aware that continuously rejecting someone's goodwill was indeed an unpleasant affair. Yet what alternative was there? Although his senior sister seemed oblivious to matters of the heart, he himself was hardly any better off. He felt affection, but also trepidation. He feared that his feelings might be perceived by her as mere child's play. It was akin to yearning for the flicker of light in darkness. He longed to draw closer, yet feared the burn. This ambivalence of emotions was exceedingly distressing. In an instant, the joy of breaking through to the golden core stage dissipated entirely. He pondered whether he should seek out his senior sister to apologize. Perhaps she might understand that he was not as admirable as she envisioned. As night fell, inside the cave of Night Lingyue, "What's the matter? Are you feeling down?" Night Lingyue scrutinized Xu Ruobai, her heart filled with perplexity. Hadn't he seemed fine when he brought her lunch earlier? Xu Ruobai managed a strained smile. "Master, is it that obvious?" Night Lingyue nodded affirmatively. In the past, she would have been disinclined to inquire into such matters. However, Xu Ruobai was now the sole individual aligned with her. If she failed to show a modicum of concern, what if he were to change his affections? Do share your troubles. As someone who has traversed a similar path, perhaps I can offer some guidance. Xu Ruobai shook his head. "I appreciate your kindness, master, but it is unnecessary." How could he articulate his feelings? He did not believe his master would comprehend the intricacies of emotional matters. Night Lingyue. After Xu Ruobai left the meal behind, he departed from the cave of Yi Lingyue. Although he had always perceived his senior sister as merely playing house, devoid of genuine feelings, after spending such time together, could it truly be said that there was no emotional connection at all? The answer was a resounding no. With the recent turn of events, it seemed that his senior sister would no longer regard him as her so-called boyfriend. This contradiction weighed heavily on him. He yearned for her enlightenment, hoping to conclude his role as a boyfriend. Yet when faced with the prospect of such an ending, his heart resisted. Indeed, the intricacies of human emotion are profound. Xu Ruobai cast a glance at the moon in the sky and let out a deep sigh. Was he to return to the solitude of his former days? All the claims of being accustomed to loneliness felt hollow. Who truly desires to be without friends? Under the moonlight, the shadows on the ground appeared to carry a sense of desolation. The path home was not far. Yet Xu Ruobai felt as though this once familiar route had transformed into an interminable journey. Before long, he arrived at his cave. Oddly, lights were aglow. He distinctly remembered extinguishing them before leaving. Perhaps the weight of his troubles had caused him to forget such details. Quickening his pace, he soon reached the entrance. He had already resolved that he would not practice that night, opting instead for a good night's sleep, hoping that tomorrow's dawn would bring a lighter heart. As he pushed open the door and stepped inside, he quickly noticed a figure seated at the table. "Sister, senior sister?" he uttered. Disbelief etched across his features as he rubbed his eyes, confirming that he was not trapped in a dream. Upon hearing Xu Ruobai's voice, Yu Yunxi immediately sprang to her feet and rushed towards him, almost as if she intended to leap into his embrace. However, just before reaching him, she abruptly halted, recalling the propriety that governed their relationship. Gazing at the stunning Yu Yunxi, Xu Ruobai felt his lips tremble slightly. "Senior sister, what brings you here?" Yu Yunxi blinked a few times and replied, "Of course, I have come to reward you." "Did you not notice anything?" "Reward?" Xu Ruobai's gaze fell. And he soon realized that his senior sister was not dressed in the sex robes, but rather wore a black short skirt, complemented by black stockings on her legs. Previously, he had thought her hands beautiful, but now he recognized his superficiality. Her legs were equally exquisite. Clad in those stockings, she exuded an undeniable allure. How do I look? Beautiful, right? The books say that wearing black stockings is also a reward for boyfriends. Xu Ruobai's vision blurred as he beheld his radiant senior sister. Senior sister? Why? Yu Yunxi tilted her head slightly, inquiring, why what? You left so abruptly during the day. I thought you were angry. Only then did Yu Yunxi astonishingly declare, I had believed that the concept of catching someone by letting them go would prove effective. Yet, it appears, dear junior brother, you have not sought me out all day. It seems the book's teachings may not be entirely accurate. Upon hearing her words, what was initially a heartfelt sentiment dissipated significantly, leaving Xu Ruobai at a loss, uncertain whether to laugh or to weep. In truth, the strategy of letting go to attract had proven exceedingly effective, to the extent that he had spent the entire day in discomfort, only to realize it was merely his own misplaced affections. However, he bore no ill feelings. Rather, he felt a sense of relief that his senior sister was merely employing the tactic. Gazing at the enchanting figure before him, he found himself momentarily entranced. Yu Yunxi, rising on her toes, reached out to gently caress his hair. Junior brother, have I inadvertently caused you distress? I merely wished to test whether the strategies in the book held any merit. Xu Ruobai slightly shook his head, rubbing his slightly reddened eyes. No, senior sister, I am truly happy now. Genuinely happy. Chapter 26. Curfew junior brother, have you yet to tell me how I look? Xu Ruobai, maintaining her composure, gently moved her hand from his head, scrutinized herself anew, and replied, You look splendid. Are you satisfied with this reward? Thank you, senior sister. Upon donning the black stockings, the previously innocent and easily deceived senior sister suddenly exuded a more alluring aura. Xu Ruobai felt that, for a pure-hearted lad, this was rather overwhelming. Moreover, with the night cloaked in darkness, and with the two of them alone, the temptation of her black stockings was an undeniable charm. It was as if all the elements were perfectly aligned to heighten the thrill. Xu Ruobai sensed that if he continued to gaze, he might lose control of himself. Senior sister, it seems rather late now. Yu Yunxi tilted her head. Junior brother, are you trying to send me away? Qinyan Peak has a curfew. If I miss it, I won't be able to return. Would you truly leave your senior sister homeless? Xu Ruobai nearly chuckled at her words. Senior sister, when did Qinyan Peak ever have such a rule? I was unaware. This was just set. As the senior sister of Qinyan Peak, I must lead by example. Xu Ruobai found himself both amused and exasperated. It was clear to him what she meant. She simply wished to stay the night. Did she trust him too much? Thus arose the dilemma. Should he again decline her generous offer? After some contemplation, Xu Ruobai resolved to heed his heart's desire. Undoubtedly, he had feelings for his senior sister. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. If she offered him such a chance, it would be foolish not to seize it. Regardless of how things might unfold, he felt compelled to take the plunge. With newfound determination in his gaze, he said, Senior sister, would you like to stay here with me? I can sleep on the floor. Then it's settled. Yu Yunxi seemed well prepared, waving her hand, and a bedding appeared on the floor. Would a normal person carry bedding with them? Junior brother, if you prefer the bed, that is also an option, she suggested. Xu Ruobai shook his head with a smile. No, senior sister, this is sufficient. At least he could still restrain himself. He was no saint. Sharing a bed might lead to unforeseen circumstances. Yu Yunxi responded with an Shall I turn off the lights then? All right. With a gentle blow, the room was instantly enveloped in darkness. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow upon her porcelain face. Junior brother, would you only take this off? Yu Yunxi pointed to the black stockings adorning her legs. Xu Ruobai nearly choked at the sight, hastily averting his gaze. Cough. Senior sister, you can handle that yourself. It seemed as though she was intent on tempting him at every turn, ensuring he was constantly on the brink of temptation. She quickly nestled under the covers, silently reciting a prayer for calm. Sister, good night. With that, he turned onto his side, daring not to steal another glance, for fear that a single additional look would ignite his heart. Yu Yunqi gazed at his silhouette, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Good night. The following day, Yu Yunqi opened her eyes, and to her surprise, she had enjoyed a remarkably restful night. Initially, she had anticipated some discomfort with an additional presence, yet she found herself sleeping soundly. Sitting up, she stretched her limbs, her body's graceful contours revealed in full splendor. Alas, such a breathtaking sight remained unseen by anyone. The languor on her face had entirely dissipated, replaced by a refreshed demeanor. A glance at the sleeping Xu Ruobai, blissfully unaware beneath the covers, caused her lips to twitch ever so slightly. To think he could sleep through such an opportune moment. Truly, he lived up to his reputation. A thought flickered in her mind. A quarter of an hour later. Why does it feel as though I'm struggling to breathe? Xu Ruobai opened his eyes, greeted by an abyss of darkness. No, this was not right. Even if dawn had yet to break, it shouldn't be this dark. Hiss! What is that familiar scent? Sister. Realizing he was being embraced by something. His sister. He gently pushed Yu Yunqi away, only then realizing he had been smothered in an unexpected manner, his face flushing with warmth. Observing her still in slumber, he exhaled in relief, though a knot of confusion tightened in his chest. How'd he end up here? Wasn't he sleeping on the floor? Surely, he hadn't sleepwalked in her bed? Yet, Xu Ruobai was confident in his sleeping posture. Typically, one would awaken in the same state as they had fallen asleep. At this juncture, should he feign sleep, quietly depart, or rouse her? Clearly, the latter option aligned with the principles of a gentleman. After all, feigning sleep or waking her might lead to misunderstandings. It was rather peculiar to find himself in her bed for the first time, especially since it was he who had nestled into her embrace rather than the other way around. Gently, he lifted her hand resting on his shoulder. Just as he prepared to extricate himself from her comforting hold, her eyes fluttered open. Junior? This was the worst-case scenario. Xu Ruobai's grip on her hand froze midair. Sister. I can explain. Do you believe me? Yu Yunqi blinked. Explain what? I'm equally perplexed about how I ended up in bed. But fear not, sister. I assure you nothing untoward occurred. Xu Ruobai, however, was hesitant to swear an oath, uncertain if his hand had wandered unconsciously in the night. Noticing Yu Yunqi's sudden silence, he feared she might be upset, leaving him momentarily flustered and at a loss. Just as he was about to utter an apology, Yu Yunqi interjected, Junior brother, it was I who brought you up here. What? Xu Ruobai found himself momentarily bewildered by her words. I thought you might be uncomfortable sleeping on the floor, so I moved you up. You won't hold it against me, will you? Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Of course, given his impeccable sleeping posture, it was improbable that he would have clambered onto the bed himself. No, not at all. He hastily sat up, realizing that it was still early morning. At such a vigorous age, being so closely pressed against Yu Yunqi was rather overwhelming for him. With no need for further explanation, Xu Ruobai sought to escape the situation, quickly stating, Senior sister, please wait here. I shall prepare breakfast for you. With a swift motion, he vanished from the room. Fortunately, he was no longer an ordinary person. Otherwise, standing up and rushing out might have revealed something amiss to his senior sister. After his departure, a charming smile graced the corners of Yu Yunqi's lips. She couldn't help but muse to herself how utterly delightful it was to tease her junior brother. It seemed likely that Xu Ruobai wouldn't return anytime soon, providing her with the perfect opportunity to check on her stubborn junior sister. Chapter 27. Senior sister. At this moment, Yi Lingwei was curled up on her bed, racked with abdominal pain. Logically, having reached the foundational stage should have alleviated her menstrual irregularities, yet the pain had intensified. Moreover, it had been less than a month since her last episode. If this continued, she might succumb to the agony before her cultivation could even be restored. Surely, it was morning now. Why had Xu Ruobai not yet arrived? In such circumstances, her first thought was of Xu Ruobai. Whether it was him or the brown sugar water he prepared that she yearned for remained uncertain. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing knock at the door, Yi Lingwei instinctively assumed it was Xu Ruobai. Gritting her teeth, she managed to utter, "Come in." The door swung open shortly after. With her eyes closed, she did not bother to see who had entered, simply stating, "Xu Ruobai, please brew me some brown sugar water. Ah, junior sister, you do look rather disheveled, came a familiar voice. Yi Lingyue's eyes flew open in surprise. Standing by her bedside was not Xu Ruobai, but Yu Yunxi. Furrowing her brow, she felt perplexed by her senior sister's presence. In the past, their relationship had been akin to that of sisters, yet due to certain events, they had become estranged. Nevertheless, recalling that the Qinyan divine fruit had been entrusted to Xu Ruobai by her senior sister, Yi Lingyue refrained from escalating their discord. With great effort, she propped herself up and said, "Sister, what brings you here?" Yu Yunxi cast a fleeting glance at her, replying coolly, "TSK. So you do remember I am your senior sister?" "Humph, considering the Qinyan divine fruit, I shall refrain from holding a grudge against you for now." At this, Yu Yunxi let out a laugh. "You don't actually think that Qinyan divine fruit was meant for you, do you?" Yi Lingyue's frown deepened, confusion clouding her expression. "What do you mean? My little boyfriend even thinks of his master when he comes across good fortune. It makes me quite envious." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue's eyes widened in astonishment. Each word was clear, yet the assembled sentence left her bewildered. Little boyfriend? It took her a moment to process whom she was speaking of, and the shock on her face morphed into disbelief, even causing her abdominal pain to lessen slightly. "Xu Ruobai?" Yu Yunxi raised her chin slightly. "Yes, what of it? Is it a problem?" After a prolonged silence, Yi Lingyue managed to utter a few words. "You did this on purpose?" Yu Yunxi chuckled, unfazed by the intensity of her stare. "Guess. And where is he?" "Cooking noodles for me." This statement stirred an inexplicable discomfort within Yi Lingyue, leaving her perplexed about Xu Ruobai's thoughts. Did her senior sister genuinely believe she could provoke her by claiming him in such a manner? "Forgive me for disappointing you. Do you truly think I care for him?" Upon hearing those words, Yu Yunxi entirely shed her previous nonchalance, her tone turning noticeably colder. "Yi Lingyue, can you truly utter such words? He owes you nothing. Your indifference does not diminish the regard others have for him." For a moment, Yi Lingyue found herself at a loss for words. After all, she had merely spoken in jest. Observing her senior sister's demeanor, it seemed unlikely that her relationship with Xu Ruobai was merely a means to irk her. Typically, her sister's temperament was not prone to anger. Thus, whatever provoked her ire must be of significant importance. In other words, in her sister's eyes, she held Xu Ruobai in high esteem. "Yi Lingyue, you may disdain him, believing he lacks the talent for cultivation. Yet in my view, you are unworthy to be his mentor." Though Yi Lingyue wished to retort, the reality seemed to align with Yu Yunxi's assertion. Over the past few days, Yi Lingyue had come to realize that Xu Ruobai possessed exceptional character. While his cultivation talent might not match that of his senior brothers, he was certainly competent. It was indeed a dereliction of duty on her part as a mentor. If you are unwilling to teach him, you may easily transfer him to Qinyan Peak. Already struggling to remain upright, Yi Lingyue felt increasingly drowsy as she listened to Yu Yunxi's admonitions. Upon hearing this, she immediately panicked. He was her only remaining disciple. She could not bear to relinquish him to another. I will teach him. You need not concern yourself." Yu Yunxi let out a cold snort. "Think carefully." After leaving those words behind, Yu Yunxi vanished from the scene. Yi Lingyue reclined once more, yet her discomfort intensified, as if something were pulsating within her mind. Her vision began to blur, her eyelids grew heavy, and ultimately, she succumbed to a state of half-sleep, half-wakefulness. In the kitchen, the icy demeanor that once adorned Yu Yunxi's face had vanished entirely. With a resigned sigh, she lamented her fate. With her master gone, she was left to worry about this muddled-minded junior sister. Were it not for her promise to her master to look after her sister, she would have been disinclined to engage in such lengthy discourse. At that moment, Xu Ruobai's voice echoed from the kitchen. "Hey, senior sister, where did you just go? The noodles are ready. Come eat." Yu Yunxi replied with an appreciative hum. "It smells delightful." "Junior brother, are your noodles truly this delectable?" Upon hearing Yu Yunxi's playful remark, Xu Ruobai's lips twitched slightly. Surely, she must have spoken without malice, right? "Senior sister, please eat first. I shall take a bowl to my master as well." Yu Yunxi nodded, praising him. "Not only are the noodles delicious, but you also exhibit filial piety. I must award you an additional 20 points. Xu Ruobai smiled. I thank you, senior sister. He then carried a bowl of noodles and walked away. Observing his retreating figure, Yu Yunxi couldn't help but feel exasperated. With his girlfriend present, he still seemed intent on delivering a bowl to Yi Lingwei. Was that not a touch excessive in terms of filial devotion? Xu Ruobai, it is not that having a girlfriend lacks allure. Rather, the task at hand must be prioritized. Meanwhile, a series of knocks resonated. Master, I have prepared some noodles and brought them for you. Xu Ruobai stood at the threshold, awaiting a response, yet silence lingered within, arousing her curiosity. Logically, would she not typically invite herself in? Could something have gone awry? This simply could not be, for she was, after all, the one who provided for her. After a few more gentle taps on the door, the stillness persisted. Xu Ruobai hesitated, contemplating whether to enter uninvited. However, if her master were within, it would seem rather inappropriate to intrude so abruptly. But alas, one cannot forego a meal. Each day's sustenance is vital. Thus, with a gentle push, she opened the door. Peering inside, she immediately beheld Yi Lingwei reclining on the bed. Huh? Is she not supposed to be in the study? At this hour? Still ensconced in slumber? This was hardly in accordance with her master's usual routine. Xu Ruobai tiptoed further into the room. Master, it's time to eat the noodles. Chapter 28. The Obedient Master. Master? Wake up, it's time for breakfast. Despite calling for an extended period, Yi Lingwei remained immobile on the bed. Xu Ruobai felt a surge of anxiety and hurried to her bedside. Observing her closely, he noticed that her face was slightly flushed, while her lips appeared pallid, resembling someone who was unwell. Xu Ruobai reached out, placing the back of his hand against her forehead. Ouch, so hot. Could it be a fever? Without further ado, he pulled up a nearby blanket and draped it over her. You're burning up, and yet you don't cover yourself. How can someone your age not take care of themselves? Suddenly, Yi Lingwei curled up, weakly murmuring a single word. It hurts. Xu Ruobai zito. I'll go prepare some ginger soup to ward off the chill. It hurts. Could a fever cause such pain? Could it be that her monthly cycle and fever have coincided? It certainly seemed like a cruel combination. Master, bear with it. It will pass shortly. He then retrieved a pill and held it to Yi Lingwei's lips. Master, take this pain reliever to ease your discomfort. In her current state, Yi Lingwei was surprisingly compliant, opening her mouth to swallow the pill with ease. It still hurts. Was there truly any difference between the current master and child? The answer was undoubtedly no. Xu Ruobai sighed and crouched in front of her. What does it hurt? My stomach. As he suspected, her monthly cycle had indeed arrived. Otherwise, how could a fever cause abdominal pain? Is it very painful? Yes. Tears glistened at the corners of Yi Lingwei's eyes, her mind seemingly clouded by the intensity of her discomfort. What if I give it a gentle rub? Okay. This version of the master was undeniably adorable, a stark contrast to her usual icy demeanor. To his surprise, she agreed to his suggestion, which he had merely thrown out casually. Xu Ruobai was well aware of boundaries and refrained from reaching beneath the blanket. Instead, he found a spot outside of it to provide some soothing pressure. Is it any better? Still hurts. Yi Lingwei appeared dissatisfied with merely a surface rub. To Xu Ruobai's astonishment, she grasped his hand, guiding it beneath the blanket. He was taken aback. Master, is this appropriate? It hurts. Cold sweat broke out on Xu Ruobai's brow. He couldn't ascertain whether Yi Lingwei was fully conscious at that moment. If she were to regain awareness and recall this interaction, even if he survived, he might very well lose a hand. Rub. Did it feel as if she were playfully seeking affection? Xu Ruobai averted his gaze from her face, reminding himself of the age-old adage, one should not witness what is inappropriate. As the saying goes, illness does not shy away from healer. In this world, an alchemist could be considered a physician, and since he was capable of concocting explosive pills, he could be deemed a healer of sorts. When treating a patient, a bit of physical contact should be entirely natural, should it not? However, Night Spirit Moon did not grant him the opportunity to withdraw his hand, instead pressing it against her abdomen. Xu Ruobai had no choice but to gently knead it. Strangely enough, despite the absence of any excess flesh, the area still emanated a soft, inviting sensation, If one were to rate it, it would surely score a 9 out of 10. The missing point stemmed entirely from Xu Ruobai's distraction, as his thoughts were consumed with the prospect of where he might bury himself once his master regained consciousness. Night Spirit Moon's brow relaxed under Xu Ruobai's ministrations, and a childlike expression of contentment graced her features. This version of the master was indeed rare. Perhaps it would be prudent to capture this moment with a recording stone? The thought ignited Xu Ruobai's enthusiasm. He retrieved the recording stone and aimed it at Night Spirit Moon, as if preparing for a vigorous snap. Master, you did instruct me to massage your belly, did you not? You won't turn against me once you're well, will you? No, you wouldn't. If you did, you would be akin to a little dog. Very well. I shall serve you green peppers for lunch. No. At this moment, she still remembered her aversion to green peppers. How distasteful that must be. Satisfied, Xu Ruobai stored the recording stone, knowing that even if his master sought retribution upon awakening, he would have some evidence to defend himself. However, he mused, should he present this recording stone, she would likely destroy all evidence. After a few minutes, noticing that Night Spirit Moon had ceased to express discomfort, he ventured, Master, it no longer hurts, does it? Perhaps you could release my hand? No response. Master, please let go of my hand. I will prepare some ginger soup for you. Upon hearing this, Night Spirit Moon's grip loosened slightly. Xu Ruobai promptly withdrew his hand. What on earth was this? Was this truly the proper way to engage with the master? Xu Ruobai could only hope that upon awakening, she would have no recollection of this moment. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be in dire straits. Returning to the kitchen, Xu Ruobai found no sign of Yu Yunxi. Only an empty bowl left on the table. Next to it lay a note. Junior brother, I have gone to the Scripture Pavilion. Please come by once you finish. Xu Ruobai tucked the note away, a faint smile gracing his face. To stand proudly by his senior sister's side, he still had a long journey ahead. He was determined to achieve something significant in this trial at the Medicine King Valley. With the new path of alchemy he was pursuing, even if he did not secure first place, he should at least gain some recognition. The ginger soup was soon prepared, and with a bowl in hand, Xu Ruobai returned to his master's dwelling. Night Spirit Moon lay upon the bed, though her complexion appeared much improved compared to before. Master, the ginger soup is ready. Xu Ruobai pressed the back of his hand against Yi Lingyue's forehead, noting that her temperature had indeed decreased significantly. He found it perplexing that, despite being a cultivator, she was still so susceptible to illness. Surely, her picky eating habits, particularly her aversion to green peppers, must be to blame. Xu Ruobai assisted Yi Lingyue to sit up. Master, open your mouth. At that moment, Yi Lingyue kept her eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to his words. Xu Ruobai pouted slightly, took a deep breath, and gently urged, Master, be good, open your mouth. Indeed, the next moment, Yi Lingyue obediently parted her lips. The contrast was rather astonishing, leaving him to question whether the master before him was indeed genuine. He fed her spoonful by spoonful, needing to repeat his request each time she was to open her mouth. Xu Ruobai felt overwhelmed, yet he persevered and managed to finish the ginger soup. At last, the task was complete. With a disciple like him, the master could surely find some amusement. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Xu Ruobai stood up, only to realize that a bowl of noodles still lay on the table, causing him to freeze in place. Chapter 29. Staying here, of course. Because of you an hour and a half later, Yi Lingyue propped her forehead with her hand as she sat up in bed. Her head still felt somewhat uncomfortable, akin to the aftermath of overindulgence in alcohol. However, in comparison to the prior pain in her abdomen, this discomfort seemed trivial. Rubbing her temples, her mind gradually rebooted. It appeared that her senior sister had come looking for her, followed by Xu Ruobai. Xu Ruobai. Yi Lingyue's fair complexion flushed instantly. At this moment, a singular thought consumed her. She wished to find a crevice in the ground to bury herself. The memory of her actively grasping Xu Ruobai's hand and placing it on her belly sent shivers down her spine. Taking a couple of deep breaths, she murmured to herself, I remember nothing. Nothing at all. After a brief self-hypnosis, her expression finally returned to normal. Her senior sister's words rang true. Xu Ruobai owed her nothing. On the contrary, It seemed that she owed him even more. Although she was his mentor, she had never fulfilled the duties of teacher, while he had devoted himself to caring for her during her times of distress. The thought of Xu Ruobai patiently coaxing her to drink ginger soup surfaced in her mind. How infuriating! When he arrived, she would certainly settle the score with him. In the Scripture Pavilion, "Senior sister, here are the osmanthus cakes I brought for you." After a busy morning, she had ventured out of the sect due to a shortage of ingredients, and, coincidentally, she brought some food for Yu Yunxi as well. Pursuing a girl requires one to be willing to spend, though it must always be within one's means. It is best to avoid the folly of pretending to be affluent when one is not. Xu Ruobai had managed to accumulate a modest fortune through selling fireballs, and having resolved to pursue his senior sister, he naturally had to put in some effort. Ultimately, the outcome mattered less to him. Much like reading a book, one should not solely focus on the ending. Even if it were disheartening, at least the process would be worth while. Yu Yunxi tilted her head slightly. The book says, "To offer kindness without reason is either treachery or theft." Which one are you, junior brother? At her words, Xu Ruobai found himself both amused and exasperated. Senior sister, aren't you my girlfriend? What is wrong with treating you well? After a moment of contemplation, Yu Yunxi unexpectedly declared, "So, you're just after my body." Xu Ruobai's expression stiffened. His senior sister's wit remained as sharp as ever. However, she didn't seem entirely incorrect. From a certain perspective, it indeed could be construed as desire for her physical form. The book stated that if a boyfriend is not attracted to his girlfriend's body, then he doesn't truly love her. Thus, junior brother must surely like me, right? Xu Ruobai had initially pondered how to smooth things over, but unexpectedly, his senior sister helped him out. Ahem, senior sister is right. Yu Yunxi patted the space beside her, inviting Xu Ruobai to sit closer. Without hesitation, he moved to sit next to her. "Junior brother, may I come to your place tonight?" Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai hurriedly waved his hand in refusal. No, that's not appropriate. Yesterday was an exceptional circumstance. If word got out, it would not reflect well. He was fully aware that what Yu Yunxi spoke of regarding the curfew was mere fabrication. Under normal circumstances, Xu Ruobai would undoubtedly have declined her request to stay overnight, as it would greatly affect the reputation of a young lady. However, in his moment of emotional turmoil last night, he had yearned for company and, swayed by his feelings, had allowed her to remain. Now, however, he could not possibly consent to Yu Yunxi's continued stay. The fact that such a stunning beauty lay beside him was a temptation too great to resist, even for someone of his steadfast resolve. Well, but sleeping on your bed feels so much more comfortable, especially with your scent lingering in the air. Delightful. The words caused Xu Ruobai to blush slightly. Did he truly possess a fragrance? He sniffed himself, but detected no aroma. Conversely, he could distinctly sense the sweet scent emanating from the elder sister beside him. Had she left traces of her fragrance on his bed after spending the night? He quickly discarded such peculiar thoughts, nearly becoming infatuated. Perhaps, in the future, when the opportunity arose, she could visit again, as things at Tianling Peak were rather tumultuous of late. Speaking of which, Xu Ruobai nearly forgot the pressing matters at hand. He needed to ascertain when his senior brothers intended to take action. In a few days, he would be heading to Yawang Valley, and without clear answers, he felt uneasy about leaving. Well then, elder sister, may I pose a question? Sure. Why have you come to the? Yu Yunxi queried, her brow furrowed in contemplation. To earn spirit stones. I see. Are you in dire need of spirit stones? I have some, if you wish. I can give them all to you. Observing her earnest expression, Xu Ruobai felt that if he genuinely desired them, she would indeed offer. He chuckled helplessly. Elder sister, I can earn my own spirit stones. Besides, if I were to take yours, wouldn't that make me dependent on you? Yu Yunxi tilted her head. What's wrong with being dependent? I'd be more than happy to support you. Hearing her say this touched Xu Ruobai's heart. Sometimes, a casually uttered phrase could wield far more impact than a formal declaration of feelings. Let us not dwell on that. You still haven tea, answer my question. Yu Yunxi promptly responded, of course, coming to the makes it much easier to read. However, after all these years, you must have read every book in the by now. Haven tea you? She nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I've finished them all, some even multiple times. Over the years, there hasn't been any new material to supplement the collection, leaving little to peruse. Then, elder sister, why do you still choose to remain here? Yu Yunchi casually opened a book and pointed to a passage within. The intention of the intoxicated man lies not in the wine, but in the mountains and waters. Xu Ruobai, puzzled, wondered why his senior sister pointed this out to him. A portion of the world's culture resonates with that of his past life, a mystery he had yet to unravel despite his many years of existence, attributing it merely to the collision of geniuses. He was familiar with this line of poetry and understood its general implication. Could it be that his senior sister meant her presence in this scripture repository was not due to the books? If not, then what could it possibly be? Yu Yunchi seemed to perceive his thoughts, gently leaning closer to his ear and whispering, "Fool, the reason I remain here is undoubtedly because of you." Chapter 30. The banquet at Hongmen. Thump, thump. Xu Ruobai could distinctly feel his heart racing. The casual words spoken by his senior sister were potent enough. When she began to utter such romantic sentiments, he felt himself on the verge of complete surrender. He had initially contemplated winning her over, yet he found himself, unbeknownst to him, already ensnared by her charms. "Senior sister, you aren't merely flattering me, are you?" However, from the earnest expression on her face, Xu Ruobai had already gleaned the answer. His gaze wandered, attempting to evade her penetrating stare. Yet, even when he averted his eyes, he could still feel the heat of her gaze upon him. Suddenly, Yu Yunchi spoke. "Junior brother, may I kiss you?" "All right." Xu Ruobai instinctively replied affirmatively, but he quickly realized the implications of her words and hastily corrected himself. "No, that's not." Just as the word "no" escaped his lips, he felt a soft sensation on his cheek. When he turned to look, Yu Yunchi had already withdrawn. At that moment, a flicker of remorse danced in her eyes. "I thought Junior brother would say yes." Xu Ruobai nearly believed she was genuinely remorseful, until she pointed to her own cheek and added then, "May I have you kiss me back?" Xu Ruobai stared at her fair and delicate face, swallowing hard. Wait, who is truly flirting with whom? It felt as if his senior sister were playfully teasing him. Xu Ruobai sensed a wave of dizziness wash over him. He quickly exclaimed, No, senior sister, I still need to go sell the thunder pills. I must take my leave." Xu Ruobai felt overwhelmed, unable to withstand the moment, so he strategically retreated. After uttering those words, he fled at once. Once Xu Ruobai had departed, Yu Yunchi pursed her lips, a hint of a smile gracing her face. "Knock, knock, knock. Elder brother, are you there?" After escaping the Scripture Pavilion, Xu Ruobai did not head directly to the plaza. It was time to inquire with his elder brother about the situation. After all, his elder brother had previously instructed him to report any developments regarding their master. He had never taken the initiative to seek him out, and if he failed to establish his presence, it might raise suspicions. Yet, he needed to formulate his words carefully. From his elder brother's perspective, he would undoubtedly prefer that their master showed no signs of recovery. If he were to learn that their master was indeed recovering, it would unsettle him. Conversely, if she had not yet recovered, there was a possibility that action could be taken at any moment. Thus, it was crucial to strike a delicate balance. Before long, the door swung open. Zhang Yunqi inquired, "Junior brother, is there something happening with our master?" Xu Ruobai nodded, his face contorted in distress. "Elder brother, I feel I can no longer endure this. If it continues, it may pose a threat to my life." Zhang Yunqi's expression turned grave as he asked, "What has happened?" "Our master developed a fever this morning." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yunqi finally exhaled in relief. The presence of a fever indicated that his cultivation had not yet been restored. A fever? How could that pose a danger to life? His master had pointed a sword to his throat, demanding he brew ginger soup for her. Zhang Yunqi had anticipated a more serious matter. If it was merely that spirit sword, he hardly regarded it as a significant threat. After all, he was a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. How could he possibly be weaker than a spirit sword devoid of a master as control? However, he was apprehensive that his master might possess other means. Yet, if she truly had any formidable tactics, she would not be coiled up in her cave dwelling, would she? His impatience was beginning to surface. Those two junior brothers were sly enough to remain inactive, not moving an inch themselves. If they were unwilling to act, then so be it. As long as he could temporarily confine those two junior brothers and then seize his master Essene essence, he would thereafter have no fear of them. Though this plan bore risks, fortune often favors the bold. Cultivation is inherently a gamble of sorts. Fear not, junior brother. Given my master S temperament, coupled with her current health issues, her irritability is quite understandable. Once she recovers, she should return to her usual self. However, Xu Ruobai still wished to decline, but Master said she wants you to take care of her, as she believes I cannot manage. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunqi was struck with alarm. She want me to go? He had initially intended to take action, but now he found himself wavering. Her request was surely not a genuine plea for his care. His master must have already known that he and the two junior brothers had conspired against her. On the surface, it appeared she wanted him to look after her. In reality, it was a trap akin to a banquet of the Huns. Undoubtedly, she had means to deal with him. Otherwise, she would not have uttered such words. Cough, cough, junior brother. You know I am quite busy and cannot spare time to attend to our master. Would you kindly take over for me? Hearing this, Xu Ruobai realized his words had indeed made an impact. Well, in a few days I must go to Yaowang Valley, and I may not be able to care for her. She still needs to eat. Not to worry, you just prepare the meals in advance. Here, I have a small device for preserving food. Take this. Zhang Yunqi flipped his hand, producing a small box and handing it to Xu Ruobai. Xu Ruobai blinked a few times. He had previously contemplated this matter and considered whether he should learn about ice-type formations to create a refrigerator for food preservation. Yet, his senior brother had directly prepared it for him. Thank you, senior brother. Zhang Yunqi nodded. Go on. If you truly find yourself pressed for time, you may seek the assistance of the other two senior brothers. I believe they would be quite willing. Xu Ruobai replied with an affirmative sound. Then, senior brother, I shall take my leave. For now, the eldest brother had stabilized the situation, along with the second and third brothers. Perfectly. Hadn't he, the eldest brother, suggested he seek them out? It seemed the eldest brother was far more cunning than he appeared. Fearful of himself, he nonetheless contemplated sending his junior brothers to test the waters. The residence of his second brother was not too far away, so Xu Ruobai first visited him. In comparison to the other two brothers, his interactions with the second brother had been rather limited. The eldest brother was the epitome of grace and sophistication, though in truth, he was a cunning individual. The third brother, on the other hand, had a more extroverted and vivacious disposition, yet, in reality, he was not a virtuous character either. As for the second brother, he was rather taciturn. To be frank, he appeared to be far from noble. To be honest, even now, Xu Ruobai found it somewhat incredulous that the serene Tianling Peak had devolved into a chaotic game of intrigue among 5 individuals. Fortunately, these 3 conspirators were not united in their cause. Otherwise, the sovereign would be as helpless as a feeble prince, making victory nearly impossible. Chapter 31. The 10,000 Swords Decision. Knock, knock, knock. Second senior brother, are you there? Li Yuan's voice soon echoed from within the room. What is it? In a few days, I must visit the Medicine King Valley and may be unable to attend a master. Master initially intended for eldest senior brother to go, but he suggested you instead. The door was then pulled open. Li Yuan's expression was grim. Eldest senior brother asked me to go? Xu Ruobai nodded. That is indeed what eldest senior brother conveyed. Regardless of the circumstances, he will bear the blame. Li Yuan scoffed. I have no time for such matters. If you need assistance, seek out third senior brother. With a resounding bang, Li Yuan shut the door. Xu Ruobai rubbed his nose and proceeded to find third senior brother. He posed the same inquiry, but third senior brother was far more agreeable, though he ultimately declined the responsibility as well. He did, however, offer a pouch of spirit stones, urging Xu Ruobai to take good care of master. It must be said, among the 3 senior brothers, third senior brother was the most generous. It seemed that every encounter with him ended favorably. With the 3 senior brothers temporarily appeased, Xu Ruobai could not help but anticipate unforeseen circumstances. To be prudent, he resolved to enlist the help of senior sister to keep an eye on matters, ensuring there were no last-minute changes of heart. Noon, knock, 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 master. The meal is ready. Upon hearing Xu Ruobai's voice, Yi Lingyue was suddenly flustered. She quickly composed herself, striving to maintain a serious demeanor. Come in. The one outside the door was not the only one in a state of panic. The one inside shared the same sentiment. With Master speaking, it was evident that she had regained consciousness. Xu Ruobai felt a twinge of fear. After all, they were all in this together. It was unlikely that Master would truly be angry with him. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. Indeed, Master sat at the table, her expression cool and composed, having returned to her usual self. Were it not for the lingering presence of the recording stone, Xu Ruobai might have doubted whether the obedient version of Master from this morning had merely been a figment of his imagination. Master, how do you feel? Yi Lingyue regarded him with a hint of confusion. What do you mean? Master, you had a fever this morning, and it was quite severe. Is that so? I do not recall. Hearing her words, Xu Ruobai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she truly had been dazed by the fever, to the extent of forgetting. Yi Lingyue cast a glance at the food container in his hand and asked nonchalantly, "What are we having for lunch? Green peppers." Yi Lingyue's gaze turned dangerously sharp. Master, please, I've grown accustomed to calling you obedient, Xu Ruobai stammered. He realized that this was not the compliant version of Master, and carelessly chosen words could lead to trouble. He quickly added, Master, look at you. If you were not so picky about your food, how could a cultivator fall ill? These green peppers merely serve as seasoning. Without them, the dish lacks spirit. If you truly do not wish to eat green peppers, you may simply have the meat slices. Upon hearing those words, Yi Lingyue immediately felt displeased. She had never encountered such a situation before. It could not possibly be due to her finicky eating habits. It was undoubtedly a consequence of her damaged foundation, which had led to her weakened condition. However, the stir-fried meat slices from last time were indeed quite delectable. As long as the dish did not consist solely of green peppers, she could still find acceptable. You make a valid point. I concede this to you. Yi Lingyue placed a jade slip upon the table and continued, Here is a sword technique. Take it back and examine it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Xu Ruobai was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon. He had been contemplating seeking a sword technique to test the efficacy of the sword heart as clarity, and here it was, graciously presented by his master. Thank you, Master. May I take my leave now? Yi Lingyue nodded. Go ahead. Once Xu Ruobai departed, Yi Lingyue's face flushed crimson. That earlier endearment had almost caused her to falter. A peculiar sensation surged through her, and it was only by reflecting on all the sorrowful moments in her life that she managed to suppress it. In a fit of embarrassment and vexation, she muttered, This ungrateful disciple. He truly lacks decorum. She then opened the food container, gazing at the meal inside while glancing at the chopsticks in her hand. To her astonishment, a thought crept into her mind. How wonderful it would be if someone were to feed her at that moment. No. Such a devoted disciple must not be allowed to slip away. She had only taken on 4 disciples in total, 3 of whom were ungrateful, and the other was planning to elope with her senior sister. This simply would not do. Yi Lingyue resolved that when Xu Ruobai returned that evening, she would give him a thorough lecture on the importance of discerning true intentions in relationships, cautioning him against being easily deceived. Deep down, she did not genuinely believe her senior sister was sincerely interested in Xu Ruobai. Her sister's playful nature suggested that it was merely a fleeting whim. When the time came, Xu Ruobai would be left heartbroken. However, the current predicament was akin to a clay idol crossing a river. She had her own challenges to face. She needed to find an opportunity to converse with her sister. Although she still harbored some resentment toward her, if her sister could assist her now, it would alleviate her concerns regarding the other 3 ungrateful disciples. The Wan Jianzhu? It seemed somewhat mundane, yet many celestial techniques bore rather ordinary names. Rarely did one encounter names like flame-dispersing, wave-cutting, great wilderness prison sky finger. The Wan Jianzhu was categorized into 5 realms: entry, minor accomplishment, proficiency, major accomplishment, and perfection. The entry level involved controlling a single sword. Minor accomplishment required 3 swords. Proficiency demanded 10. Major accomplishment necessitated 100. And perfection represented the true essence of the Wan Jianzhu. Of course, the term sword did not refer to a spiritual sword, but rather to a sword composed of spiritual power. This mastery required not only a profound understanding of the sword, but also a vast reservoir of spiritual energy. Otherwise, one might struggle to even condense a sword. Xu Ruobai followed the gestures depicted on the jade slip and quickly formed several seals. Before him, the shape of a sword began to materialize. However, this appears somewhat reminiscent of the tribulation lightning encountered during the crossing of a calamity, albeit in a diminutive form. Is it truly this simple? Yet, the sword I have manifested feels rather dissimilar to what is recorded on the jade tablet. With a mere thought, Xu Ruobai swiftly conjured another sword. 2, 3, 4. By the time he reached the sixth sword, he began to feel a strain. Each sword required a constant supply of spiritual energy, and not just a trivial amount at that. These 6 swords nearly drained him completely. Xu Ruobai calculated that, given his current realm, 3 swords were the most suitable. If his spiritual energy were sufficient, the notion of a myriad of swords would be well within his grasp. There was no hint of a bottleneck. Perhaps this is the effect of a clear sword heart. Chapter 32. Who to Save First? As night fell upon Qingyan Peak, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Yu Yunxi found herself perplexed. Who could be visiting her at such an hour? Senior sister. Are you there? Xu Ruobai? What brings him here? With a playful huff, she mused. So you weren't pleased to stay at your place and decided to come here instead. It seems this junior brother is not as obtuse as he appears. I'm here, junior brother. I'll open the door for you. As she swung the door open, she was met with Xu Ruobai, who held a small box in his hands. Curiosity flashed across her face. Junior brother, what is this? With a broad grin, he replied, Senior sister, I just made some dumplings. Please have a taste. Yu Yunxi received the box he offered, staring at his flour-dusted face in astonishment. Dumplings? Are these made with spirit pig meat? It must be considered a delicacy, so I can eat without worry. Today isn't a holiday, is it? Of course not. I simply wanted some, so I made a few. Senior sister, the dumplings are delivered. I shall take my leave now. With that, Xu Ruobai turned it apart. Yu Yunxi, bewildered, exclaimed, Wait, you truly came just to deliver dumplings? Xu Ruobai, momentarily startled, asked, What is it? Won't you come in and sit for a while? Waving his hands dismissively, he replied, No, senior sister, isn't there curfew at Qingyan Peak? If I don't leave soon, I won't be able to. Yu Yunxi was uncertain whether his ignorance was genuine or feigned. It was quite absurd for him to mention the curfew at such a moment. Perhaps it was indeed typical of him. Junior brother, you could stay here for the night. Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai firmly declined, Senior sister. I appreciate your kindness, but I must first deliver dumplings to my master. She hasn't had dinner yet. This revelation made Yu Yunxi feel somewhat disheartened. Why did it seem that, in his eyes, she was far less significant than his master? With a hint of melancholy, she pondered aloud, Junior brother, if one day both I and your master fell into a river, whom would you save? Xu Ruobai, perplexed, failed to recognize that Yu Yunxi was feeling jealous. Instead, he thought his senior sister might have read something peculiar. Senior sister, you are both cultivators. Surely you wouldn't need my assistance? But what if neither of us had any cultivation, and you could only save one? After some contemplation, Xu Ruobai replied, I would save my master first. These words caused Yu Yunxi's heart to sink further. Your master looks down on you, and yet you remain so dutiful. Yet Xu Ruobai continued, and then I would fall in love with you. Upon uttering this, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. This response had come from something he had read online in a previous life, and he hadn't expected it to be relevant one day. Hearing this, Yu Yunxi was taken aback. The discontent within her dissipated instantly. She had not anticipated such a charming reply. At first glance, this junior brother appears rather dull. Yet in reality, he possesses a rather intriguing charm. Ahem, senior sister, I shall take my leave now. With that, Xu Ruobai hastily departed. Sweet nothings were certainly not his forte. Yu Yunxi's lips curled into a slight smile as she unveiled the box in her hands. Her gaze flickered at the dumplings nestled within. These were the dumplings lovingly crafted by her junior brother. She picked up a pair of chopsticks and delicately placed one into her mouth. Why do these dumplings taste sweet? On Tianling Peak, Xu Ruobai patted his slightly flushed face. It was he who had uttered the sweet words, yet he found himself blushing in the aftermath. However, recalling the expressionless demeanor of his senior sister after hearing his confession, Xu Ruobai realized that such declarations might hold little significance for her. Perhaps in her mind, the concept of love was entirely absent. In essence, pursuing his senior sister was akin to courting a stone. Nevertheless, he did not lose heart, firmly believing in the adage that sincerity can penetrate even the hardest of stones. Xu Ruobai was convinced that, with time and patience, his senior sister would eventually grasp his sentiments. Knock, 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 come in. Xu Ruobai entered the room, leaving the food box behind. Master, the dumplings prepared this evening. If they are insufficient, I have more. At this, Yi Lingyue frowned slightly, wondering what he meant by that, as if she were an insatiable eater. Food was of little concern. Having regained her foundation-building cultivation, she had no particular demands regarding meals. Even if she chose not to eat, it would pose no issue. However, the food Xu Ruobai prepared was celestial cuisine, imbued with spiritual energy beneficial for recovery. Moreover, sharing a meal served as a subtle signal to those few disciples, which was of utmost importance. Ahem, Xu Ruobai, I heard you have a girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai looked bewildered. Ah, master, how did you find out? I guessed. Xu Ruobai felt a twinge of confusion, although it was said that one could discern the presence of a girlfriend through various cues. Such abilities were typically ascribed to the older generation. Wasn't his master also single? How could she have perceived it? Yi Lingyue continued. Would you mind sharing which sex she belongs to? I could offer some advice. Xu Ruobai was skeptical about the usefulness of her so-called advice. Well, she's just a senior sister. Not much else to say, really? Senior sister? Yi Lingyue's expression darkened. According to their ranks, Yu Yunqi should rightly be considered his Master S Jr. Asking Xu Ruobai to call her senior sister seemed rather pretentious, didn't it? What do you think of her character? Quite good. Then, if one day both your senior sister and I fell into the water, whom would you save first? Are you joking with me? The senior sister's inquiry could have been overlooked, but why did you, master, choose to pose the same question? Let us first attend to your needs. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue nodded in satisfaction. Senior sister, you're still far from being my match. And what of your senior sister? Have I fallen into the embrace of love alongside her? The room was suddenly engulfed in an oppressive silence. Yi Lingyue, who had moments ago been wearing a triumphant smirk, found herself frozen upon hearing those words. Why did it feel as if one had been force-fed a mouthful of discomfort? Regret filled her heart. Why did she have to ask such a question that only brought her unease? As your master, I have not imparted much wisdom to you before, but now that I have the time, it is only fitting to share a few words. Xu Ruobai nodded. Please, master, do enlighten me. When seeking a romantic partner, one must keep their eyes wide open, lest they fall prey to deception. Some women may appear gentle and docile on the surface, but possess a wickedness that runs deep. Chapter 33. Meeting the parents? At this moment, Xu Ruobai couldn't help but feel the urge to express his thoughts. Is it not true that some women, despite appearing aloof and distant on the surface, possess a more docile version underneath? He replied rather dismissively, as my master said. Yi Lingyue was uncertain whether he had truly absorbed her words. She then continued, Tomorrow, bring your senior sister over for me to see. I have matters to discuss with her. What? Xu Ruobai was utterly bewildered. Isn't that a bit premature? We haven't even started yet. Having no parents of his own, he was acutely aware that in the realm of cultivation, when two individuals form a partnership, they are expected to introduce each other to their mentors. Inviting her to meet her seemed tantamount to a familial introduction. Yi Lingyue smirked, clearly aware of his misunderstanding. I merely wish to assess the situation. Inform her that if she is unwilling to come for the time being, it is perfectly fine. Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai nodded, though a sense of unease lingered in his heart. After all, his master and Qin Yanzun's were not on amicable terms, and his senior sister was a disciple of Qin Yanzun's. This intricate relationship, well, never mind. By the way, what brings you here so late today? I went to deliver dumplings to my senior sister. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. Why had she asked so many questions? And now she was left feeling frustrated. So, the dumplings were not prepared for her, but for her senior sister? This implied that her chance to enjoy the dumplings was merely a stroke of luck thanks to her senior sister. With this thought, Yi Lingyue's gaze towards Xu Ruobai took on a more dangerous edge. However, Xu Ruobai remained oblivious and said, "Master, please rest early after eating. I shall take my leave." With a slight bow, he departed. After Xu Ruobai's exit, Yi Lingyue opened the food container, casting an irritated glance at the dumplings inside, muttering under her breath, "That wretched senior sister, trying to steal from me." She then picked up a pair of chopsticks, snatched a dumpling, and bit into it with such ferocity one might think she was taking a bite out of her senior sister herself. "Wait, why do these dumplings taste sour?" The following day, "Your master wishes to see me?" Yu Yunqi felt an odd sensation stir within her. Why, all of a sudden, did her junior sister want to see her? A familial introduction? She mused that it likely wasn't a genuine meeting of parents, but perhaps a ruse. Her junior sister probably had something to discuss. Thus, Yu Yunqi readily agreed, "Very well, I shall accompany you to Tianling Peak shortly." Xu Ruobai was pleasantly surprised by his senior sister's swift consent, though it was clear she might not grasp the gravity of the situation. "Senior sister, my master may not be very easy to deal with." "Not easy to deal with." Yu Yunqi feigned ignorance before inquiring, "If your master were to bully me, would you stand by my side or your master's?" At this question, Xu Ruobai found himself at a loss. Why had his senior sister been posing such tricky queries lately? What book had she been reading? Xu Ruobai answered without hesitation, "Of course, I stand by my senior sister. You can rest assured." He understood the gravity of the situation concerning his master and his girlfriend. Yu Yunqi nodded in satisfaction. It seemed her interception had been quite successful. Xu Ruobai continued, "By the way, senior sister, there is something I must entrust to you." "What is it?" Xu Ruobai replied, "During my time at Yaowang Valley, could you please look after our master for me?" Yu Yunqi's expression turned troubled. "Well, if your senior brothers decide to take action, I might not be able to stop them." This statement was merely a ruse to placate Xu Ruobai. After all, Yu Yunqi was Knight Lingyue's senior sister. Although her talent might not rival that of Knight Lingyue, her cultivation level was not far behind. Dealing with a few juniors was hardly a challenge for her. More importantly, Yu Yunqi was curious to see just how far Xu Ruobai would go for his somewhat reckless junior sister. If her junior sister's rebellious disciples truly intended to act, she would certainly intervene. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Ruobai said, "Senior sister, if they do choose to act and you cannot stop them, then it is simply the fate of our master." In truth, Yu Yunqi believed her junior sister's fate was rather fortunate. At least because she had a good disciple like Xu Ruobai. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Junior brother, I find myself somewhat envious of your master. After all, your master does not treat you well. Why not come and be my disciple instead?" Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that his senior sister had grown weary of romantic relationships and was now intrigued by the master-disciple bond? Yu Yunqi continued, "Junior brother, think about it. Being both a master and a partner would indeed be quite interesting, wouldn't it?" "Ah." Xu Ruobai's lips twitched slightly. What a peculiar notion. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous web novels exploring relationships between masters and their rebellious disciples, and he had certainly indulged in fantasies about such matters. However, fantasies aside, Xu Ruobai was well aware of what was permissible and what was not. Yet, why had the conversation, which had initially been serious, suddenly veered into such frivolity? Xu Ruobai immediately responded, "Senior sister, doesn't the literature emphasize the importance of respecting one's master? This might not be appropriate." Yu Yunqi shook her head. If the master and disciple are mutually affectionate, it does not contravene the principle of respect. I've read many stories where such relationships are portrayed beautifully. Her words held some truth. After all, the essence of respecting one's master lies in honoring their wishes. If both parties were indeed fond of each other, it could be seen as a beautiful tale. However, Xu Ruobai interjected, "Senior sister, let us leave it at that. One master is already more than enough." But the literature suggests that falling in love with one's master is quite an exhilarating experience, doesn't it? At this, Xu Ruobai inexplicably found himself envisioning his own master in that context. Falling in love with his master? Oh dear. Not only was she difficult to please, but she also had an aversion to green peppers. If one day I were to provoke her anger, it would not merely be a stimulus. It would be a fright. Compared to the master, my senior sister is far more agreeable. With a hint of resignation, I remarked, "Senior sister, the content of the books should merely be observed. Not everything is as splendid as depicted in the texts." Yu Yunqi nodded in agreement, refraining from contesting my words, while inwardly reflecting, "Master, you have indeed presented me with a formidable challenge." Afternoon, in the cave dwelling of Knight Lingwei, Xu Ruobai escorted Yu Yunqi to his master's abode. As always, the master sat upon a stool. Xu Ruobai introduced, "Master, this is the eldest senior sister of Qinyan Peak." Yu Yunqi clasped her hands in greeting, saying, "I pay my respects to the sect leader." Upon hearing Yu Yunqi address her in such a manner, Knight Lingwei discerned that she wished to keep her identity concealed for the time being. She turned to Xu Ruobai, who stood beside Yu Yunqi, and said, "You may step outside. I have a few matters to discuss with her." Xu Ruobai hesitated for a moment before saying, "Master, I presume you do not wish to eat bell peppers tonight?" Hearing this, Knight Lingwei's eyes widened in surprise. Could this be a threat? This boy has certainly grown bold. However, bell peppers were definitely out of the question. With a stern expression, she replied, "It's merely a brief chat with your senior sister." Xu Ruobai cleared his throat, internally acknowledging that he had deceived many of his fellow disciples, and that bell peppers could indeed be considered a weakness of the master. Once Xu Ruobai had departed, Yu Yunqi broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Oh, senior sister, I had no idea you detested bell peppers so much." Hearing this, Knight Lingwei felt a twinge of embarrassment and silently cursed Xu Ruobai for making her appear like a malicious matron, using this matter to issue a warning to her. "Senior sister, I seek your assistance." Yu Yunqi's expression shifted from mirth to seriousness. "Assistance? You seek me?" Knight Lingwei felt somewhat awkward, considering that it was she who had previously sought to sever ties with her senior sister, yet it was now she who was in need of help. "Senior sister, I presume you are already aware of the circumstances on the mountain. I implore you, help me." Chapter 34. 3 conditions. Yu Yunqi found herself at a loss for words. Was this truly a request for assistance? Nevertheless, she was well aware of her junior sister's temperament. The fact that she had come to seek her help was already a considerable achievement. For instance, during the time she had lost all her cultivation, even her several disciples, who had eyed her with envy, had never thought to approach her for aid. "I am willing to assist you, but with conditions," Yu Yunqi stated. Yu Lingwei heaved a sigh of relief. If her senior sister could indeed aid her, she need not worry about those rebellious disciples any longer. What are the conditions? 3 conditions. Firstly, I happen to possess the reversal destiny herb. Before Yu Yunqi could finish her sentence, Yu Lingwei's eyes lit up with fervor as she inquired, "Senior sister, do you truly have this herb?" Yu Yunqi nodded. "I acquired it many years ago. I never anticipated encountering such a situation. As for the conditions, they are quite simple. Once your cultivation is restored, you must maintain your current demeanor." Upon hearing this, Yu Lingwei frowned. If her cultivation were to be restored, her first course of action would be to deal with those rebellious disciples. How could she be expected to remain the same? She had long since tired of their defiance. "Why?" she pressed. Yu Yunqi smiled. "Would you not like to see what Xu Ruobai is capable of achieving for you?" Ye Lingyu posed, quickly grasping the implications of her words. To this day, she found it difficult to comprehend Xu Ruobai, the very disciple she had cared little for, ultimately standing on her side. She was uncertain of his true intentions, and as for the matter of respecting one's teacher, she could hardly consider herself a proper mentor to him. Despite her understanding, she remained curious about what he could accomplish for someone like her, who had never truly acknowledged him. "Very well," Yu Yunqi continued, "the second condition is not one I have established, but rather one left by our master, and thus is not compulsory." Intrigued, Yu Lingwei inquired, "Our master? Why didn't she speak to me directly?" Yu Yunqi shrugged. "You would have to ask her about that. Inquiring with me will yield no answers. However, I suspect that even had she spoken to you, you would not have followed her guidance. Yi Lingyue wished to inquire further, but their master had already passed away, leaving her with no means to do so. What is the condition? She pressed. Yu Yunqi's expression grew somewhat peculiar as she responded. Our master foretold that she had calculated your fate. Your destined partner lies among your 4 disciples. She advised you to find a man to manage you, lest you continue in your waywardness. After hearing this, Yi Lingyue felt as though her mind was buzzing. The star of romance, the Red One, was said to be among her 4 disciples. This implied that her future husband was among them. Given the current circumstances, the other 3 were unlikely candidates. Thus it was clear that Xu Ruobai was the one met. Senior sister, are you jesting with me? Yu Yunqi cleared her throat a couple of times. This is what master said, not my own assertion. You may choose to believe it or not. It is not a compulsory condition. Yi Lingyue spoke softly. Could it be that the reason it's not mandatory is because he is your boyfriend? She was now quite suspicious that Yu Yunqi was deliberately trying to intrude. Presumably, her senior sister had long guessed that the person mentioned by their master was indeed Xu Ruobai. Yi Lingyue did not doubt her sister's honesty. Initially, she had no intention of accepting disciples, yet her master insisted that she gather 4 apprentices. At that time, Yi Lingyue could not comprehend the reasoning behind it, but it now appeared to be connected to the divination her master had performed. Yu Yunqi coughed again, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Just as Yi Lingyue had surmised, Yu Yunqi had already discerned that Yi Lingyue's other apprentices were not particularly commendable. Thus, she naturally understood that the person referred to by their master must be Xu Ruobai. Consequently, Yu Yunqi began to observe what made Xu Ruobai so special that it stirred her stubborn junior sister's heart. However, this scrutiny inadvertently ensnared her own feelings. Like most people, he appeared quite ordinary. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, this seemingly mundane individual possessed a unique charm that deeply captivated her. Initially, Yu Yunqi found it hard to believe that she could harbor any interest in such an ordinary young man. However, as her observations extended, it became evident that Xu Ruobai was not as commonplace as he seemed. His qualities were absent in many of the prodigies around him, akin to her own senior brothers. What did it matter how high their talents soared, when their dispositions determined their achievements? Xu Ruobai, on the other hand, excelled in various aspects beyond his cultivation aptitude. He was handsome, a skilled cook in truth. He possessed numerous merits. Of course, this could also stem from the adage that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. She found him admirable in every regard. Yu Yunqi did not deny this, for she had genuinely fallen for this young man. She continued, "Junior sister, one must not speak in such a manner. If you have feelings, seize the moment. I, your senior sister, am quite generous. As long as you are willing to take a step back, I will not hold it against you." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue was astounded. "Senior sister, have you come down with a fever?" Yu Yunqi, feeling quite helpless, replied, "Do you think I desire this? If it were not for master's wishes, I would hardly concern myself with you." Yu Yunqi felt somewhat guilty, as she had indeed swooped in first. Her master was truly biased. Why was it that she only divined for her junior sister and not for herself? Was not her own red star also tied to Xu Ruobai? She then continued, "As for the 3rd condition, you must say I am sorry, senior sister, 100 times. Huh? Yi Lingyue doubted her own hearing. "Senior sister, what did you just say?" I said, "The 3rd condition is to say I am sorry, senior sister, 100 times. After a brief pause, Yu Yunqi added, "This is a non-negotiable condition. I initially believed my senior sister to be a kind-hearted person, but it appears she still enjoys toying with me, as she always has." Noticing that Yi Lingyue had fallen silent, Yu Yunqi flipped her hand, revealing the reversal fate herb. With a smile directed at Yi Lingyue, she said this herb, if traded outside, could procure quite a fortune in rare treasures. All I need to do is utter a few words of apology to my senior sister. Surely, no one would dare to miss out on such an opportunity. Observing her mischievous demeanor, Yi Lingyue felt an intense irritation. The first 2 conditions were tolerable, but this 3rd one was purely a jest to her expense. Taking a deep breath, she whispered, "Senior sister, I am sorry." Louder. "I can't hear you." "Senior sister, I am sorry." Lack of sincerity does not count. Outside the room, Xu Ruobai had been pacing anxiously by the door. Upon hearing the creak of the door, he immediately halted and turned his gaze toward it. Noticing the redness around Yu Yunshi's eyes, he felt a surge of panic. "Senior sister, are you all right?" I am fine." Xu Ruobai, however, could not believe that she appeared to be unscathed. "What did my master say?" Yu Yunshi, with an expression teetering on the brink of tears, replied, "Well, she said she does not like me and advised me to keep my distance from you. Does this mean we will no longer be able to meet?" At her words, Xu Ruobai's fists clenched tighter. His senior sister typically bore a stoic demeanor, and for her to exhibit such a vulnerable expression indicated that his master must have said something quite hurtful. All right, your master certainly seems to have a peculiar taste, doesn't she, Ye Lingyu?" "Of course not. Do not worry, senior sister. Things will remain as they always have been. Pay no heed to what my master says. Her lack of fondness for you does not matter, for I cherish you enough." Yu Yunshi nodded, but "I still feel upset." This left Xu Ruobai in a dilemma, as he lacked experience in comforting others, just as he felt at a loss. Yu Yunshi spoke up, "Junior brother, if you let me steal a kiss, I would feel much better." Chapter 35. The resolute Xu Ruobai. For a fleeting moment, Xu Ruobai pondered whether his senior sister's previous demeanor was merely an act. However, upon further reflection, he believed she would not resort to such behavior. The sight of her distress stirred his own feelings of discomfort. A gentle kiss might alleviate the tension. Aside from being somewhat improper, it seemed harmless enough. He found himself yearning for that kiss, yet felt increasingly self-deprecating. Swallowing hard, he cleared his throat and suggested, "Ahem, senior sister, shall we find another place? This setting seems rather inconvenient." His discomfort grew. They were at the entrance of their master's cave, where sound from outside could be heard. Moreover, their master appeared to have regained considerable strength, potentially enabling her to sense their actions. Observing his senior sister's state, Xu Ruobai took a deep breath and, mustering his courage, swiftly planted a kiss on her cheek. Was that sufficient? The act was completed, yet he felt a twinge of regret. Not regret for the kiss itself, but rather for its hastiness, leaving him with no real sensation. Perhaps next time, if given the opportunity, he could linger a bit longer and discover what his senior sister truly tasted like. Why did he suddenly feel as though he was not only self-deprecating, but also possessed a hint of lewdness? Yu Yunshi nodded in satisfaction. "Junior brother, you are so obedient. I shall award you an extra 20 points. Xu Ruobai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, inquired, "Senior sister, how many points have you added for me? Have I perhaps reached the maximum?" A contemplative expression crossed Yu Yunshi's face. "It seems that way. So, shall we proceed to the bridal chamber today?" At this suggestion, Xu Ruobai nearly choked. What did she mean by going to the bridal chamber today? He sighed in resignation. "Senior sister, I meant that points cannot be added so casually." Yu Yunshi tilted her head. "Oh, I see. So, when should they be added?" Xu Ruobai was at a loss for an answer. He believed that points should be awarded when Yu Yunshi genuinely felt that a certain action had enhanced her fondness for him. This seemed far too arbitrary, almost as if they were playing a game. Unable to comprehend further, Xu Ruobai decided to change the subject. "Come, let me escort you back. I will speak with Master about this." Yu Yunshi replied affirmatively. "Just don't argue with Master. She only has her best interests at heart." Hearing this, Xu Ruobai could not help but feel that his senior sister's temperament was far too amiable compared to their master. She seemed like a celestial being in contrast to someone grounded. Night fell. Bang! Yu Lingyue glared at the box overflowing with green peppers, her frustration boiling over as she slammed her hand on the table. With a furious glare aimed at Xu Ruobai, she demanded, "Xu Ruobai, what do you mean by this?" Xu Ruobai, taken aback, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. When he arrived, he had already anticipated that his master would be displeased. However, how could he overlook the fact that she had bullied his senior sister? As her boyfriend, it was only right for him to restore her dignity. Thus, he mustered his courage and said, "I still want to inquire what you mean by that. Your senior sister is such a wonderful person in you." Yi Lingyue furrowed her brow. What about her? Almost brought her to tears. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue nearly choked on her words. Bring her senior sister to tears? It was a miracle she hadn't cried herself, She had repeated "I'm sorry," senior sister 100 times, and yet she had to force herself to say it dozens more. Did she not want to cry? After a moment's reflection, Yi Lingyue quickly deduced the situation. It was undoubtedly her detestable senior sister who had feigned vulnerability in front of Xu Ruobai, leading to this predicament. Yi Lingyue let out a cold laugh. Do you believe me if I say she was pretending? Pretending? How could that be? Why will my senior sister do such a thing? Why indeed? Was it not simply to torment herself? Yi Lingyue's anger was so intense that it caused her stomach pain. After listening to her senior sister earlier, she was already feeling irritable, and now, looking at these green peppers, her agitation only grew. I'm not eating anymore. You can take it away. Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai immediately expressed his discontent. No way, you must eat. Seeing Xu Ruobai's determination surpassing her own, Yi Lingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. You little rascal. Have you lost your mind? I want to eat. You must. What nonsense was this? It was related to their mission. She had to eat regardless. Xu Ruobai continued. If you don't eat, don't expect me to cook for you in the future. Yi Lingyue frowned again. Did you make all this? She had sensed something was amiss. The meals at the Gathering Star Tower were never this mundane. They should have appeared far more sophisticated. If Xu Ruobai was indeed the one cooking, it would explain everything. Surprisingly, aside from the green peppers, Xu Ruobai's dishes were quite delectable. While he might not possess the talent to be a disciple, he seemed perfectly suited to be a husband. At least, with her advanced cultivation, she wouldn't be bullied. Ugh, Yi Lingyue, what are you thinking? She inwardly cursed her despicable senior sister again, blaming her for leading her into such errant thoughts. What else could it be? Am I the master, or are you the master? Do you also wish to follow in the footsteps of your senior brothers? Xu Ruobai's expression stiffened, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. He remained silent for a long while before silently picking up the food box from the table and leaving without a word. Yi Lingyue was taken aback. She truly did not expect Xu Ruobai to depart so decisively, especially after having been so adamant just moments before. Now, she felt a genuine sense of panic. If Xu Ruobai truly stopped bringing her meals. Yet, that was not entirely true. Her cultivation had recovered, and his absence wouldn't have much impact. However, after all this time, she had grown accustomed to his presence during mealtimes. The mere thought of him not delivering her meals anymore left her feeling discontented. If she could just hold on a little longer, wouldn't she end up eating anyway? How vexatious. Yi Lingyue herself felt that perhaps she had overstepped her bounds. There was no doubt regarding Xu Ruobai's loyalty, and compared to him and his few fellow disciples, she likely had wounded his heart. Yi Lingyue let out a deep sigh, realizing that it had shifted from Xu Ruobai owing her to her owing him far too much. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Yi Lingyue felt a twinge of curiosity. Who could it be seeking her out? In the past, she might have worried it was her disciples coming to confront her, but now, should they dare approach, they would have to face the consequences. Master, I have prepared another serving of fried rice for you. Please make do with this. I understand that you may not have taken action against her, because she is a disciple of Qingyan Peak, but truly, senior sister is quite amiable. If you do not approve, I shall refrain from bringing her in the future. Pausing briefly, Xu Ruobai continued, furthermore, I apologize for my impulsive behavior earlier that may have seemed disrespectful to you. I shall be more mindful henceforth. Yi Lingyue opened the door, only to find that Xu Ruobai had already departed, leaving behind a food container on the ground. She stood still for quite some time before bending down to retrieve it. Senior sister was right. Xu Ruobai was indeed a remarkably good person, so much so that she felt a slight stir within her. It was no wonder senior sister held affection for him. Yi Lingyue mused, pursing her lips as she gazed in the direction Xu Ruobai had taken, lost in her thoughts. Chapter 36. The Hairpin Incident. 5 days later, at the entrance of Lingyu's sect. Junior brother, why don't I accompany you? Yu Yunqi grasped Xu Ruobai's hand, her eyes brimming with an earnest longing that evoked a sense of sympathy. Xu Ruobai nearly acquiesced. Over the past few days, Yu Yunqi had broached this matter more than once. He felt helpless in response. Senior sister, I too wish for your company, but it is perilous for Master to remain alone at the sect without anyone to look after her. I can only entrust her care to you. Upon saying this, Xu Ruobai discreetly withdrew his hand from Yunxi's grasp. This was not Tianling Peak. One could never predict when someone might appear nearby. If seen, tomorrow's headlines at the sect would surely be scandalous. Yunxi sighed, her enthusiasm dwindling. Very well, just return early. Rest assured, senior sister. Once master has recovered, I shall take you out for a delightful outing. Then, Yunxi asked, before you leave, could you grant me a kiss? At her words, Xu Ruobai paused. Why was senior sister so eager for his kiss? Was it addictive? It seemed so. He too felt an urge to kiss her once more. Under such circumstances, it was evidently improper to refuse her. In his previous life, such intimacy between partners was commonplace, but in this realm, such actions were reserved solely for soulmates. Thus, he had no choice but to strive to make her his destined partner in the future. After surveying the surroundings and confirming no one was in sight, Xu Ruobai gently enveloped Yunxi in his embrace. Senior sister, may I kiss you? He felt somewhat awkward for asking again, as she had clearly permitted it. Readers, do not emulate this behavior. Gazing at senior sister's lovely face, Xu Ruobai leaned in slowly. Just as he was about to plant a kiss on her cheek, Yunxi subtly turned her head, resulting in a kiss upon her lips instead. Xu Ruobai was momentarily stunned. It was soft and sweet. He had genuinely tasted senior sister's essence now. After a few seconds, he finally comprehended what had transpired and hastily withdrew. Senior sister, it was not intentional. Please allow me to explain. Yunxi tilted her head, but I was quite deliberate. An abrupt silence enveloped them, and Xu Ruobai's heart raced uncontrollably. With a faint blush, he cleared his throat and declared, I must take my leave now. He then hurriedly departed, thinking to himself how cunning senior sister was. The Yaowang Valley lay to the south of the Tianyin dynasty, a considerable distance from Linyu sect. To reach it, he would need to travel to a nearby capital to board an airship if he were to rely on his own pace. It would likely take him 10 days to half a month to arrive. This journey would mark his first venture far from home. In the past, even when tasked by the sect, the most one could do was capture a few minor demons in the vicinity of Linyu's sect, never having ventured beyond its territory. This was understandable, as he was merely at the Qi refinement stage at that time. However, upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, an incident occurred on a mountain. After consuming a Qinyin divine fruit, he swiftly ascended to the golden core stage. Otherwise, according to the sect's regulations, one at the foundation establishment stage was required to undertake a mission that took them beyond the sect's domain. Nevertheless, the prospect of potentially achieving everlasting fame through his impending endeavors filled Xu Ruobai with excitement. In Liyun City, it was Xu Ruobai's first encounter with such a grandiose metropolis. Before even entering the city, he beheld a magnificent pavilion floating in the central sky above Liyun City. This sight inexplicably reminded him of a line from poetry. In the heavens lies the white jade capital, with 12 towers and 5 cities. He could not help but marvel at the masterful craftsmanship. Such an immense structure must consume an enormous amount of spirit stones every moment to remain suspended in the air. Xu Ruobai felt a surge of curiosity about what lay within. However, it was evident that not everyone could access this aerial pavilion. After some time spent in awe, Xu Ruobai ventured into the city. Upon entering, he discovered that a single boat ticket cost 100 medium-grade spirit stones, a price rather steep, which explained why many cultivators prefer to travel on foot rather than take the flying vessels. Fortunately, he had accumulated a fair amount of spirit stones in recent days and could afford a few trips. However, the next flying vessel would not depart until evening, and as it was still early, he could take the opportunity to explore the city. He had previously promised his senior sister that he would take her out to enjoy themselves. Since he had barely ventured outside the sect, it was imperative to prepare well beforehand. Xu Ruobai found Liyun City quite intriguing and decided to wander around a bit, purchasing some gifts for his sister, with plans to invite her on a future visit. How perfect! On the opposite end of Liyun City's streets, 2 young women strolled along, one clad in blue and the other in white. The frequent glances from passers-by revealed their remarkable beauty. The woman in blue tugged at the corner of the white-clad woman's garment and said, "Senior sister, if our master finds out we sneaked out, we will surely be punished to face the wall in reflection." Upon hearing the mention of their master, a flicker of fear crossed the white-clad woman's eyes, though it quickly vanished. Xiao Sun, do not fret. I have already devised a plan. We are merely going to Yawang Valley to broaden our horizons. It is not a mere escapade. A worried expression adorned Mo Xiaoxuan's face. Senior sister, you can deceive yourself with such words. But how could our master possibly believe your fanciful claims? At this, Qin Ling's demeanor visibly soured. Xiao Sun, whose side are you on? Do you have any idea how much effort I put into bringing you along? If you do not wish to face punishment, you should return now. It will be too late to go back once the flying vessel arrives. Mo Xiaoxuan quickly shook her head. Senior sister, I will go with you. But we cannot stay out for too long. Qin Ling huffed, a hint of displeasure in her tone. I know. At your tender age, how can you be more verbose than our master? Mo Xiaoxuan stuck her tongue out, murmuring, isn't it because last time you took me to sneak the elder's spirit crane, and master scolded us thoroughly? Upon hearing this, Qin Ling felt a bit embarrassed. She cleared her throat a couple of times and said, that incident was indeed my fault. I did not anticipate that the third elder would be so cunning. Despite raising numerous spirit cranes, he still counts them daily. As compensation, let me buy you a hairpin, since you lost one during our little escapade. Senior sister, you remember that. Mo Xiaoxuan felt quite touched. Thank you, senior sister. Qin Ling replied, of course I remember. This is the bond we share. As they chatted, Qin Ling soon spotted her target, grabbing Mo Xiaoxuan's hand and leading her forward. Xiaoxuan, I see a beautiful hairpin that should suit you perfectly. The two hurried ahead. Just as they were about to pick up the hairpin, another hand reached out. Boss, how much for this hairpin? Qin Ling was taken aback. She had not expected someone to intercept her coveted item. With a glare, she confronted the young man before her. Hey, what do you mean? I saw it first. Xu Ruobai was momentarily stunned, having not noticed the two girls standing beside him. Given their attire, they appeared to belong to a certain sect, but Xu Ruobai had little interaction with members of other sects, and even within his own, he rarely mingled, rendering him unaware of their affiliation. I quite like this hairpin as well, Xu Ruobai remarked. After all, there is no rule in trade that dictates who saw it first. Seeing that the two seemed poised to argue, Mo Xiaoxuan quickly interjected, Senior sister, why don't we choose another? Qin Ling shot her a glare. What other could possibly compare? This one is clearly the most fitting. Xu Ruobai frowned, then suggested, in that case, how about whoever offers the highest price gets to buy it? Already irked, Qin Ling agreed without a second thought. Besides, judging by the young man's attire, he did not appear particularly wealthy. Boss, how much for this hairpin? 10 copper coins. The shopkeeper was in a panic. He merely ran a small business, and if these two cultivators were to fight, it could destroy his stall, leaving him at a loss as to whom to turn for redress. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Ruobai declared, I offer 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Chapter 37. Challenge, huh? Qin Ling gazed at Xu Ruobai with an expression of incredulity. You offer a middle-grade spirit stone for something worth merely 10 copper coins? Aside from the foolish son of a landlord, I cannot fathom who else would bid so ludicrously. To her, a single middle-grade spirit stone was not an exorbitant sum, yet in her haste to depart, she had not brought many spirit stones with her. Furthermore, after purchasing 2 tickets for the flying boat, she had already spent over 200. Surely, she would need to return by flying boat as well, incurring another 200. Thus, her remaining spirit stones were scant. To expend so much for a mere hairpin would likely leave her with little choice but to travel on a shoestring budget. Xu Ruobai then remarked, what do you say? If you cannot present a higher bid, this treasure shall belong to me. He was well aware that his offer was somewhat exaggerated. However, purchasing a gift for his senior sister justified the additional expense. Moreover, he sought to dissuade the woman before him from pursuing this matter further, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. In truth, this tactic proved quite effective. Qin Ling, visibly irked, huffed in annoyance. Consider it a concession from me. Do not presume that I cannot afford it. Upon hearing her feeble defense, Xu Ruobai could hardly contain his amusement. Some individuals, despite their circumstances, possess the most obstinate of spirits. Having no intention of engaging further with her, Xu Ruobai turned his thoughts to his master's gift. Although his master held little regard for him, he still felt it necessary to demonstrate filial piety. What would be most suitable for his master? After a moment's contemplation, he thought, why not purchase a hairpin as well? Rings and necklaces were rather cumbersome gifts to present. A hairpin seemed most appropriate. Xu Ruobai's gaze swept over the stall, and he soon identified another target. As he reached out to grasp it, another hand simultaneously lunged for it. Turning his head, he shot a frown at Qin Ling, asking, "What is your intention?" Qin Ling was taken aback. Initially, she had resigned herself to not acquiring the most beautiful piece, but now, as she reached for the alternative, a hand had snatched it away before hers could touch it. Not only had he acted first, but he also had the audacity to question her motives. Frustrated, she retorted, "I was about to ask you the same. Are you deliberately opposing me?" Observing the brewing conflict, Mo Xiaoxuan, who stood behind, tugged at Qin Ling's sleeve, urging, "Senior sister, let go, I still have a hairpin. No, this matter will not end today. This person is clearly acting with intent." With that, Qin Ling turned her gaze back to Xu Ruobai, challenging, "Dare you step outside the city for a duel? The victor shall claim the prize." As a cultivator in the early stages of the Golden Core, she regarded Xu Ruobai, a mere foundation establishment practitioner, with disdain. However, she was taken aback when Xu Ruobai shook his head and replied, "I dare not." Upon hearing this, Qin Ling's ire intensified. Were it not for the city's restrictions on combat, she would have already struck him. "Are you even a man?" Xu Ruobai chose not to respond. There was no need to prove his masculinity to her. Thus, he inquired of the shopkeeper, "How much is this?" The shopkeeper hastily waved his hand, responding, "No charge." "No charge. The spirit stones just bestowed upon me by the immortal are more than sufficient to cover my establishment." The proprietor's singular thought was to hastily close the shop and return home, for a single mid-grade spirit stone represented years of expenses for an ordinary family. Xu Ruobai nodded appreciatively, uttering a brief thank you before turning to leave. However, it was evident that Qin Ling was quite flustered by his disregard. Stamping her foot, she called out, "You wait right there. Don't let me cross paths with you again." Beside her, Mo Xiaoxuan observed her elder sister with exasperation, gently pulling her hand and whispering, "Sister, calm down. Let us go. He is already far away." Qin Ling huffed, "If only I had brought more spirit stones. It infuriates me. I'll take you to another stall to buy something. I refuse to believe we can't find a suitable hairpin today." As night fell aboard the flying vessel, Xu Ruobai leaned against the railing. The sight was breathtaking, not merely of the celestial pavilions overhead, but also of the vessel itself, which dwarfed those structures by unimaginable proportions. Soaring through the skies, it resembled a great leviathan. This vessel was more than a mere means of transport. It was said to harbor at least 3 formidable beings at the void-transcending stage, capable of serving as a warship in times of need. The journey to the Valley of the Apothecary would take approximately 3 days. After admiring the scenery for a while, Xu Ruobai intended to retreat to his quarters for meditation. Yet, barely had he taken 2 steps when a familiar voice reached his ears. "Wow, sister, is this the flying vessel? It's far more comfortable than riding a sword." Indeed, Xiaoxuan. If you don't step outside, you'll never know how fascinating the world beyond is." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Xu Ruobai quickly deduced who it was. Was this a case of cosmic misalignment? How could he possibly encounter her here? He promptly lowered his head and hastened toward his room, hoping that in the dim evening light, she might not recognize him. Alas, fate had other plans. The path was wide, yet she insisted on walking directly in front of him. Xu Ruobai attempted to step left to allow her passage, but she veered right, blocking his way. They repeated this dance several times, each trying to circumvent the other, yet neither succeeded, a clear sign of misalignment. Finally, Qin Ling spoke up, "Excuse me, fellow cultivator, could you refrain from walking with your head down? How am I supposed to pass?" Xu Ruobai felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Did she think he preferred to walk with his gaze fixed on ground? Not wishing to engage in a quarrel, he decided to circumvent her. It wasn't that he feared confrontation. Rather, he found the potential for trouble tedious, knowing she might recognize him and instigate an argument. However, just as he attempted to sidestep her, Qin Ling abruptly turned around, exclaiming, "Stop. Now I understand why something felt amiss. it's you. Xu Ruobai, realizing she had recognized him, turned back with a hint of resignation. You must be mistaken, he said. With hands on her hips, Qin Ling retorted indignantly, mistaken? Oomph. Even if you returned to Ash, I would recognize you. What do you intend to do? Disregarding the differences between genders, Qin Ling grasped Xu Ruobai's arm and strode purposefully in one direction. Let us proceed to the arena. I wish to give you a good thrashing. The flying vessel was akin to a miniature realm, governed by its own set of rules. Should conflicts arise, they could be resolved upon the arena of the vessel. For private brawls were strictly prohibited. Xu Ruobai glanced at the hand gripping his arm and furrowed his brow. Are you not afraid of being overmatched? Qin Ling scoffed. You, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, possess such misplaced confidence? Xu Ruobai, armed with the heavenly covering technique, discerned that Qin Ling, like himself, was at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Yet, despite their equal cultivation levels, he felt a lingering uncertainty. His lack of formidable techniques weighed heavily on his mind. The 10,000 swords technique he had previously learned from his master remained untested in real combat, merely a pastime for him. However, this presented an opportunity to assess his abilities. Xu Ruobai discreetly extricated his arm and said, I shall agree to your challenge. But let it be known that regardless of the outcome, you must not trouble me again afterward. Qin Ling acquiesced, secretly vowing to show him how she would settle the score. For a woman with grievances, retribution is best served face-to-face rather than postponed. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoxuan could not help but feel a twinge of concern. Her master was right. Her senior sister was far from easy to contend with, which explained why she had requested her to keep a watchful eye. Chapter 38. The Union of Swords and the Thunderblade intent on the arena. Xu Ruobai discerned the profound cultivation of his opponent, a mere youth yet already at the Golden Core stage. Such an achievement could not possibly arise without the backing of a formidable sect. Regardless of whether he could defeat her, the prospect of merely engaging in a skirmish was overshadowed by the fear of more formidable adversaries arriving subsequently. However, as his opponent remained persistently aggressive, Xu Ruobai had no choice but to engage her in battle. Yet prior to the confrontation, he prudently declared, Let us swear an oath. Upon conclusion of this bout, regardless of the outcome, you shall not trouble me henceforth. Qin Ling scoffed, bemused by his apparent aversion to complications. Her thoughts were consumed with the desire to relieve her pent-up frustration by delivering a sound thrashing. Thus, she boldly proclaimed, I, Qin Ling, swear by the heavens that after this match, I shall not pursue any further grievances with you. Upon hearing her vow, Xu Ruobai felt a sense of reassurance. Qin Ling, it seemed, had little regard for discretion when outside her sect. Today, he intended to impart a lesson in humility on behalf of her elders, a lesson that conveyed, I see no merit in debating with you. You're not worthy of my words. As his thoughts coalesced, 3 ethereal swords materialized, encircling him. Conversely, Qin Ling found herself momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the familiar sword technique. How could this youth possibly wield the techniques of their sword sect? Such sword arts were not easily disseminated. If acquired through dubious means, it would warrant repercussions from the sect. Before her astonished gaze, the 3 ethereal swords coalesced into a singular, more formidable blade, its essence far more substantial and its presence exuding an even more ferocious aura. Witnessing this transformation, Qin Ling's eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured, The Union of Swords? Am I mistaken? The Union of Swords could be considered an advanced iteration of the 10,000 sword technique. Within the sword sect, many could master the latter, yet the former was an entirely different matter. While her mind reeled with astonishment, she also discerned that his cultivation level was not that of the foundation establishment stage. His aura was on par with her own, signifying that he too was at the Golden Core realm. If he were merely at the foundation establishment stage, mastering the Union of Swords would be implausible, as such a feat could not transcend significant cultivation gaps. Yet if they were indeed of equivalent level, Qin Ling felt utterly flabbergasted, realizing she had unwittingly encountered a wolf in sheep's clothing. Soon, she discovered an even more shocking truth. The technique he wielded was not an ordinary 10,000 sword technique, but rather the thunder blade intent, as indicated by the arcs of electricity dancing along the swords. This was precisely what her master had described. The path of the sword inherently possessed a propensity for violence, and if paired with the thunderblade intent, one might be born a sword immortal. The pressing concern, however, was that this formidable blade was aimed squarely at her. Should it take flight? Would it not result in a calamitous outcome? Aware of her disadvantage, Qinling hastily called out, "Wait, wait, wait." She was now rife with suspicion, pondering whether this young man was a ruse orchestrated by her master, deliberately designed to temper her impetuosity and encourage her to return to the sect for earnest cultivation. Xu Ruobai found herself somewhat perplexed. Why would she, who had instigated the fight, suddenly call for a halt? What is the matter? Were you not intending to teach me a lesson? Qinglei coughed lightly a couple of times. No more fighting today is not convenient. Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai paused momentarily, soon realizing the implication behind her words. It was no wonder her tone was so abrupt. It appeared a relative had come to visit her family. Unbeknownst to Qinglei, Xu Ruobai had misconstrued her intentions. Instead, she inquired, "Under which elder of the sect do you study?" Xu Ruobai's expression was one of confusion. "What do you mean?" Qinglei regarded her with an expression that suggested she had unraveled the entire situation. "Humph, still pretending. I bet my master invited you here, right?" Xu Ruobai was even more bewildered. What was this girl concocting in her mind? "No, what are you talking about? If you're not going to fight, I shall take my leave." "I cannot leave." Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai thought she was merely postponing the fight, brandishing her spirit sword as if she were poised to strike in the next moment. This frightened Qinglei, who quickly waved her hands and said, "No, no. You must listen to me first. What is there to discuss? Were we not supposed to finish this duel without further troubles? You are not having second thoughts, are you? And no, I have sworn. How could I possibly go back on my word?" After contemplating, Xu Ruobai acknowledged that not everyone possessed the ability to obscure the secrets of the heavens, and her oath did carry a modicum of credibility. However, she had sworn to complete this bout, and if it remained unfinished, her promise would hold no weight. With that thought, Xu Ruobai narrowed her eyes slightly. "You are not thinking of avoiding the fight because you fear losing and then sending someone to trouble me later, are you?" "How cunning." Qinglei responded with a baffled expression. "You're imagining things just as I am, I see. Is that it?" Slightly puzzled, Qinglei scrutinized Xu Ruobai, who did not seem to be feigning ignorance. Had she misunderstood? "You are not from Sword Sect." Xu Ruobai was utterly confused. "What do you mean? How did I become associated with the Sword Sect? With your ability to unify swords, are you not from the Sword Sect?" Xu Ruobai shook her head. The Sword Sect and the Lingyu sect were neighboring sects, and though she had heard of the Sword Sect's renown, she did not comprehend the concept of unifying swords. Qinglei, taken aback by this inquiry, pondered, "Could it be that you are an unschooled sword cultivator? Yet it makes sense. The mastery of sword unification and the thunderous sword intent is something even my master cannot achieve. If there were such a disciple in our sect, they would have been revered long ago." Suddenly, Qinglei recalled that her master had always sought a disciple to inherit her legacy. Both she and her junior sister were merely of average talent in the realm of swordsmanship, and their master frequently expressed the desire for another apprentice. If she could find a disciple with such exceptional gifts, perhaps she might escape reprimand upon her return. Not only would she evade chastisement, but she might also earn commendation, which was a feat that would be as rare as it was splendid. With this realization, Qinglei's gaze towards Xu Ruobai grew fervent. This sight sent a shiver down Xu Ruobai's spine. It hardly resembled a prelude to conflict. Observing her demeanor, it was evident that neither fighting nor retreating was advisable. Was she unwittingly ensnared in a predicament? Hastily, she declared, "If there is to be no fight, I shall take my leave." In such circumstances, fleeing seemed the wisest course of action. However, as soon as Xu Ruobai turned to depart, her hand was unexpectedly seized. Wait. Xu Ruobai felt overwhelmed, fully aware that being recognized would spell trouble. Turning back, she replied with a hint of impatience. "What do you intend to do now? You have sworn an oath to the heavens. Once the battle concludes, you cannot trouble me." At that moment, Xu Ruobai noticed an unusual glint in the other's gaze, akin to that of a connoisseur admiring a rare treasure. Oh no, could it be that she... Chapter 39. Beloved senior sister, no, I am merely handsome, not one to sell my body unless you offer more. Ugh, I am a married man. Even that would not suffice, Xu Ruobai exclaimed, shaking his arm in an attempt to free himself from Qin Ling's grip. Yet she held on tenaciously, refusing to let go. Upon hearing Xu Ruobai's words, Qin Ling realized he had undoubtedly misunderstood her intentions. This lad is truly naive. Is it merely because of his good looks and exceptional swordsmanship that he believes himself so grand? What is so remarkable about that? That is not what I meant. Before Qin Ling could clarify, Xu Ruobai raised a hand, pointing toward another direction. Your master is coming. At this, Qin Ling was momentarily taken aback, instinctively loosening her grip. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Ruobai swiftly extricated himself from her hold. By the time she regained her composure, he had already vanished from sight. Qin Ling hurriedly pursued him, and upon exiting the arena, she spotted Mo Xiaoxuan waiting outside. Xiaoxuan, have you seen where he went? Mo Xiaoxuan, puzzled, replied, Senior sister. The match is over. Why are you still looking for him? What a nuisance. Irritated, Qin Ling retorted, I intended to introduce him to our master, but he ran away. Mo Xiaoxuan's eyes widened in surprise. Senior sister, are you serious? Our master wouldn't be seeking a partner, would she? Qin Ling, bemused, responded, what partner? What are you thinking? I want to introduce him to our master as a disciple. A disciple? Mo Xiaoxuan was even more perplexed. Just moments ago, they were at odds. And now she was considering taking him on as an apprentice? Qin Ling gazed into the distance, failing to spot Xu Ruobai. I'll explain later. But where did he run off to? Mo Xiaoxuan pointed in a direction, and Qin Ling grasped her hand, leading her in pursuit. Inside the flying boat's quarters, Xu Ruobai sighed in exasperation, rubbing his forehead. What on earth is happening? Why have I suddenly attracted unwanted attention? He resolved to remain in his room for the next few days and devote himself to cultivation. Once they reached their destination in 3 days, he could hardly believe he would encounter them again. With that, Xu Ruobai summoned the system panel, noticing the taskbar read 2-3. He pondered, why hasn't my master had dinner yet? At Lingyu sect, Yi Lingyue sat by the window, retrieving the box Xu Ruobai had left behind before his departure. To her surprise, he had prepared a meal for her, even in his absence. She opened the food container, still warm to the touch. Just as she picked up her chopsticks to eat, a figure unexpectedly appeared in her room. Junior sister, having dinner? Yi Lingyue turned her head to see Yu Yunqi. What brings you here? Yu Yunqi nonchalantly settled onto her bed, propping her leg up slightly. TSK, junior sister. Has regaining your cultivation made you so bold with your elder sister? Night Spirit Moon let out a soft hum. I have yet to settle the score for your slander against me. Yu Yunqi, fully aware of what Night Spirit Moon was referring to, chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly. Wasn't that just a jest? After a brief pause, she continued, look, even after leaving, he remembered to prepare a meal for you and sent me to take care of you. As your girlfriend, I certainly don't enjoy such treatment. So, is it wrong for me to feel a twinge of jealousy? Night Spirit Moon refrained from retorting, feeling rather moved by Xu Ruobai's exceptional kindness towards her. After a few seconds, she finally inquired, does Xu Ruobai possess any talent in alchemy? Why would one undergo trials at the Medicine King Valley? Upon uttering these words, she noticed that the smile on her senior sister's face seemed to deepen. Curiously, she asked, what's wrong? Is there an issue? Yu Yunqi shook her head. No issue at all. I was merely pondering that you were unaware of this. Upon hearing this, Night Spirit Moon furrowed her brow. What do you mean? What should I have known? Yu Yunqi then proposed, how about this? If you call me dear senior sister, I shall reveal it to you. Night Spirit Moon's expression darkened instantly as she glared at Yu Yunqi. Are you joking? Do you think I am particularly eager to know? Yu Yunqi remained silent, her gaze a blend of amusement and mischief. Under such scrutiny, Night Spirit Moon felt a bit flustered and turned her head away. Dear senior sister. Junior sister, you are quite obedient. Upon hearing the word obedient, a scene from that day flashed through Night Spirit Moon's mind. Xu Ruobai affectionately calling her obedient while feeding her noodles, causing her ears to flush slightly. In a moment of irritation, she exclaimed, Who is being obedient? Seeing her flustered state only made Yu Yunshi want to laugh more. Yes, you are not obedient. You're not obedient. Night Spirit Moon recognized her senior sister's teasing and hastily shifted the topic. Just tell me quickly. What is it? Yu Yunshi ceased her laughter, her expression turning somewhat resigned. That is precisely why I wish to provoke your jealousy. But who can blame you for being my junior sister? After a brief pause, she continued. Initially, he asked me what could be done to cure you, and I informed him that the Medicine King Valley might possess the reverse fate herb. Upon hearing this, Night Spirit Moon quickly understood the implications, biting her lip. Her heart stirred. However, she pondered, even if the Medicine King Valley had it, acquiring it would be a formidable challenge, unless he possessed extraordinary talent in alchemy. Yu Yunshi shook her head. On the contrary, he lacks any aptitude for alchemy. At this, a hint of confusion flickered in Night Spirit Moon's eyes. If he has no talent for alchemy, then what is he doing there? Subsequently, Yu Yunshi recounted Xu Ruobai's whimsical attempts at alchemy. After listening, Night Spirit Moon's eyes widened in disbelief. Exploding pills? Is he serious? Yu Yunshi responded with a calm smile. I mentioned this to him as well. Can you guess how he replied? How'd he reply? Night Spirit Moon asked. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Yu Yunshi. However, Yu Yunshi merely gazed at her in silence for quite some time. Yi Ling Yue's expression darkened, prompting her to call out once more, Dear senior sister. At last, Yu Yunshi spoke. He said that one must not be ungrateful. He understands that you may not have regarded him as a disciple. Yet the debt of saving a life remains. Even if he is not a disciple, he cannot stand idly by. Whether he takes action or not is his own affair. As for the outcome, he shall strive earnestly, and as long as he acts with a clear conscience, that is sufficient. Yet, Yi Lingyue felt that this matter was utterly absurd. Even as a novice in alchemy, she found it preposterous. Those from the Medicine King's Valley would undoubtedly feel the same. There is no room for buts. After a brief pause, Yu Yunshi stated earnestly, Even if the world does not recognize him, I shall stand by his side. Yi Lingyue lowered her gaze, her fists instinctively clenching tighter. Indeed, he acted for his own sake. What right did she have to deem it laughable? Chapter 40. The genius on the left, the madman on the right, you need not concern yourself with how he might be ridiculed later. Once he has resolved to pursue this path, he has certainly contemplated its ramifications. Furthermore, his emotional resilience is far more robust than you might presume. After all, he has endured for many years. Nevertheless, as a precaution, I shall pay him a visit in a few days. The path of alchemy, as perceived by Yu Yunshi, is indeed viable. However, which newly forged trail has not faced skepticism from outsiders. Most geniuses remain unrecognized by the masses. Yu Yunshi firmly believes that Xu Ruobai will undoubtedly navigate this route successfully and even elevate it to new heights. This conviction is not born of blind faith. She understands that Xu Ruobai is not the type to be vanquished by mere words. Yi Lingyue pondered for a considerable time before stating, This matter originated with me. I shall take responsibility. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunshi regarded Yi Lingyue with a peculiar expression. Junior sister, you wouldn't possibly. Before she could finish, Yi Lingyue interjected, Do not overthink it. Is there any issue with me, as your master, offering him a bit of encouragement? Yu Yunshi chuckled softly, feeling disinclined to expose her. Junior sister, I believe you owe him quite a bit. Since you can never repay him, why not offer yourself instead? Yi Lingyue chose to ignore her, picking up her chopsticks and immersing herself in her meal. Yu Yunshi continued, I would not mind you meddling in this affair. However, precedence matters. Henceforth, you must acknowledge me as your elder, and do refrain from calling me senior sister. Instead, refer to me as sister. How does that sound? The morsel Yi Lingyue had just taken nearly escaped her lips. Senior sister, I never realized you could be so shameless. Was it not you who instigated this meddling? Given that their master had foretold the auspicious star aligning for her 4 disciples, it was now evident that this individual was Xu Ruobai. The master's divination had always proven accurate, and there had never been a case where it did not come to fruition. This implication was clear. Xu Ruobai was destined to be her future husband. Thus, if the senior sister was aware of this yet still sought to intervene, did that not mean the senior sister was betraying her own interests? This thought only fueled Yi Lingyue's indignation further. Unexpectedly, Yu Yunxi shamelessly remarked, "Junior sister, you must comprehend my benevolent intentions. I merely wish to ensure that you and your future husband do not have a rocky start. Consider this a trial run." At this, Yi Lingyue's temper flared. Pointing towards the door, she exclaimed, "Leave. Just leave." Yu Yunxi awkwardly chuckled twice. "I was merely jesting. I shall take my leave. Is that satisfactory?" Observing her junior sister in such a state, it seems that if she were to linger here any longer, the one she would need to eliminate first would not be her rebellious disciples, but rather herself, the elder sister. However, it now appears that her junior sister may have developed feelings. Alas, it seems that the prospect of monopolizing the junior brother may be unattainable. 2 days later, aboard the flying vessel, the sound of weeping reached Xu Ruobai's ears, compelling him to cease his meditation. What could possibly cause someone to cry next door? It wasn't that the rooms aboard the vessel lacked soundproofing. Rather, Xu Ruobai's quarters were of the most modest kind. He had deemed it unnecessary to spend extra on a better room, given that he was alone and primarily occupied with his cultivation. In hindsight, it seems there is indeed merit in the adage that you get what you pay for. Though the sobs were not particularly loud, the proximity of the walls rendered them distinctly audible. With such sounds permeating the air, meditation would likely prove futile. Yet, why did this voice seem somewhat familiar? It felt as though he had heard it somewhere before. Xu Ruobai considered pretending he had not noticed, but ultimately, compassion stirred within him. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped out and approached the door next door. Knock, knock, knock. After a brief wait, the door swung open. Upon witnessing the tear-streaked face of a young girl within, Xu Ruobai was momentarily taken aback. "It's you?" He recognized her as the girl who had accompanied the woman attempting to deceive him. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Could this be a version of a classic scam in the world of cultivation? A trap intricately woven to ensnare him? He quickly surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find no towering figures lurking nearby. "Junior brother, please save me, senior sister." Mo Xiaoxuan immediately knelt before him, grasping his leg. Xu Ruobai was stunned. How had he suddenly become her junior brother? Momentarily, he found it difficult to discern the sincerity of the tearful girl before him. "Your senior sister? The one who was shouting about teaching me a lesson yesterday?" Mo Xiaoxuan nodded, then shook her head. "No. She merely wished to take on disciples on behalf of her master, with no intention of punishing you." Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai felt perplexed. Taking on disciples on behalf of her master? Please let go. This makes it seem as though I am the one bullying you. Mo Xiaoxuan wiped her tears, gave a small hum in acknowledgement, and lowered her head, standing before him as though a schoolchild being reprimanded. Mo Xiaoxuan timidly inquired, "You want to run away? Will you?" Xu Ruobai, somewhat resigned, replied, "As long as you harbor no ulterior motives, I shall not flee." It felt as though he had stumbled into an unexpected predicament. Yet Xu Ruobai resolved to first ascertain the situation. After all, trust between individuals is essential. Indeed, one must remain vigilant against deceit. When circumstances seem amiss, it is prudent to make a swift exit. At that moment, Mo Xiaoxuan spoke up. "My senior sister visited the casino aboard the flying vessel yesterday. Not only did she lose all her spiritual stones and magical artifacts, but she also owes 500 mid-grade spiritual stones." Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Is it not common knowledge that 9 out of 10 gamblers lose? Who knows what tricks might lie within? Why would your senior sister venture into a casino? After her foray into the arena, her spiritual stones had dwindled, and she mentioned that she did not wish to travel in poverty, hence her decision to take a chance. The result of her gamble has landed her in deep trouble. After some contemplation, Xu Ruobai found her story quite credible. He had noticed when purchasing hairpins that her senior sister seemed to be lacking in spiritual stones. Though he could manage to lend 500 mid-grade spiritual stones, it was not an insignificant sum for him. Moreover, he could not be entirely certain of the truth of her words. He then inquired, "What do you mean by taking on a disciple in your senior sister's stead?" Mo Xiaoxuan replied promptly, "She sneaked out, fearing reprimand from our master, and thought to bring back a disciple for him." Xu Ruobai found this peculiar operation rather amusing. "Are you members of the sword sect?" Mo Xiaoxuan nodded, but sensing Xu Ruobai's skepticism, she produced a disciple's token. "This is our sword sect disciple token." Xu Ruobai accepted it, clearly sensing a trace of sword intent emanating from it. The credibility of her claim had increased once more. After all, such tokens are notoriously difficult to forge. Chapter 41. Unyielding Persistence. Who is your master? Master Hua Jianzun. Upon hearing this name, Xu Ruobai's expression turned rather peculiar. "Hua Jianzun? Isn't that the leader of the sword sect? Are you not trying to deceive me?" Mo Xiaoxuan quickly shook her head, raising her hand with 4 fingers pointed skyward. No, I swear what I said is true." Seeing her readiness to swear an oath, Xu Ruobai decided not to doubt further. Instead, she inquired, "Since your master is Hua Jianzun, the people aboard this flying vessel wouldn't trouble your senior sister, would they? Although the Sword Sect and the Lingyu Sect are neighboring factions, they are not of the same caliber. After all, the sword embodies the great Tao, and a name represented by a single character typically signifies the origin of that path. In fact, the progenitor of the sword path indeed emerged from the Sword Sect. Given this stature, if it were known that she is the foremost disciple of the Sword Sect's leader, they would undoubtedly be treated with utmost respect. And it would be inconceivable for them to be troubled over a mere 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Mo Xiaoxuan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Senior sister, she fears being punished by our master and thus refrains from speaking." Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai found herself both amused and exasperated. However, it made sense. One could discern from her senior sister's character that she was the type to suffer humiliation for the sake of pride, somewhat reminiscent of her own master. "Then, why must you insist on taking me as your disciple? Am I truly that formidable?" Mo Xiaoxuan nodded vigorously and replied, "Indeed, you are impressive. My senior sister mentioned that not only do you possess the ability to unite swords, but you also embody the thunder sword intent, making you a rare prodigy of swordsmanship." Hearing this, Xu Ruobai couldn't shake the feeling that she might be exaggerating. The notion of uniting swords was merely something he experimented with. He had stumbled upon the realization that 3 swords could merge, resulting in greater power. As for the thunder sword intent, Xu Ruobai had initially noticed that the spirit sword he conjured seemed somewhat extraordinary, but was that truly enough to label him a prodigy? It felt ludicrous. Nonetheless, as previously mentioned, the Sword Sect is an exalted institution, and the resources accessible there would far surpass those of the Lingyu Sect. Furthermore, his indifferent master did not place much importance on him, making the Sword Sect an appealing option. Ultimately, however, Xu Ruobai chose to decline. "As for the matter of you taking me as a disciple, I shall pass. I have my own sect. I can lend you the spirit stones, but your disciple token must remain with me until you repay the debt." Had circumstances been different, with broader opportunities available, Xu Ruobai would have undoubtedly seized the chance without hesitation. However, the present situation was complicated. His master was in distress, with assignments weighing heavily upon him. Not to mention the crucial factor that his senior sister was within the Lingyu sect, making it impossible for him to leave at this juncture. Upon hearing Xu Ruobai's willingness to assist, Mo Xiaoxuan's eyes sparkled with delight. "Then, which sect do you belong to? Once I return to my sect and retrieve the spirit stones, I shall repay you." "The Lingyu sect." With that, Xu Ruobai produced a small pouch and handed it to Mo Xiaoxuan, then added as a parting reminder, "Tell your senior sister to exercise caution and refrain from gambling any further." After leaving that statement behind, Xu Ruobai turned and returned to her room. As for whether the other party would come back, Xu Ruobai was uncertain. However, it was merely 500 mid-grade spirit stones. If she truly faced a loss, then so be it. After all, the Sword Sect was a prominent faction, and it seemed improbable that a disciple would fail to repay a debt. With the spirit stones in hand, Mo Xiaoxuan hurriedly made her way to the casino aboard the flying vessel. The casino had initially granted a 5-day deadline. Should she fail to pay within that period, Qinling would be sold into the mines. Once the payment was made, it was straightforward to redeem her. Upon her release, Qinling immediately enveloped Mo Xiaoxuan in an embrace, exclaiming, "Xiaoxuan, I adore you. Senior sister, please don't hug me so tightly. It's a bit uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Qin Ling fell silent. In 30-degree weather, how had she uttered words more fitting for Sub-Zero? How had she not noticed her junior sister's sharp tongue before? After a moment of self-reassurance, Qin Ling finally spoke. Xiaoxuan, where did you acquire so many spirit stones? Only then did she notice the redness around Xiaoxuan's eyes, indicating she had been crying. A pang of concern struck her heart. 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Could it be? Xiaoxuan, have you suffered? Xiaoxuan, with a puzzled expression, inquired, Senior sister, are you misunderstanding something? Qin Ling blinked a few times. You didn't go and sell. Before she could finish, Xiaoxuan swiftly covered her mouth, exclaiming in annoyance, Senior sister, what are you thinking? If I had known, I would have let you be sold off to mine. Hearing this, Qin Ling felt a wave of relief. If something had truly happened to Xiaoxuan, she would have had a difficult time explaining it to their master. Qin Ling sheepishly touched her nose and said, he just joking. But where did you get these spirit stones? Xiaoxuan replied, the junior brother lent them to me the day before yesterday. Junior brother? Qin Ling was somewhat confused. Which junior brother? The one you mentioned was to find for our master. At this, Qin Ling was taken aback, and her expression turned peculiar. She had searched all day yesterday without success, yet he appeared when she least expected it, even lending her money to resolve her troubles. Was he truly not sent by their master? Qin Ling then asked, where is he? He seems to be staying in the room next to ours. Upon hearing this, Qin Ling seized Xiaoxuan's hand, eager to seek him out. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound of knocking, Xu Ruobai could roughly guess who was at the door. Upon opening it, she indeed found Qin Ling and Xiaoxuan waiting outside. Qin Ling hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Thank you for today. It seems we have become acquainted through an unexpected turn of events. Xu Ruobai waved his hand dismissively. No need for pleasantries. Just remember to return the spirit stones, and please refrain from bothering me. I have my cultivation to attend to. With that, Xu Ruobai attempted to close the door. Seeing this, Qin Ling quickly thrust her hand into the doorway. Wait. Junior brother, please don't. I still wish to express my gratitude properly. Xu Ruobai felt a sense of helplessness. He had anticipated this outcome. While one should possess compassion when saving others, it is also essential to consider the consequences. If one cannot bear the repercussions, it is wise to think twice before acting. The current situation was entirely within Xu Ruobai's expectations. As long as the other party was not some deceptive entity, he could accept it. There's no need for thanks. Just remember to return the spirit stones. And who do you think you are calling junior brother? Don't try to get close. With that, Xu Ruobai attempted once more to close the door, only to find that this woman had skillfully circumvented him and slipped into the room. This won't do. No. If you do not wish to be my junior brother, I can speak to my master and suggest you take on the role of my senior brother instead. My master is the head of the sword sect. Are you truly not considering this? With my master's guidance and your innate talent as a sword immortal, it may not be long before you ascend to great heights. Chapter 42. Personality differences when it comes to grandiose promises. Xu Ruobai would not fall for them. The pretense of wanting to take on a disciple under the guise of seeking a student is merely a facade, isn't it? The real intent is to fabricate an excuse to avoid reprimand from your master, right? Upon hearing these words, Qin Ling's expression stiffened, and she turned around to glare at Xiaoxuan, as if accusing her of being indiscreet. Xu Ruobai then spoke, do not dwell on it. I have no intentions of leaving the sect for the time being. Please, step outside. I wish to cultivate. Originally, Qin Ling intended to say more, but to her surprise, Xiaoxuan, who stood behind her, interjected. Senior sister, perhaps we should not disturb him any longer. Let us return for now. With that, Xiaoxuan grasped Qin Ling's hand and led her out. By the time they regained their composure, they had already returned to their own chamber. Qin Ling, in a fit of anger, exclaimed Xiaoxuan, why are you siding with him? Xiaoxuan lowered her head slightly, replying, Senior sister, he has helped us, and it seems rather inappropriate to continue bothering him. Strangely, upon hearing her words, Qin Ling felt as though she were the villain in this scenario. With a sigh, she softened her stance. Understand, but Master has always sought a disciple to inherit her legacy. With him around, wouldn't Master stop urging us to practice swordplay relentlessly? Mo Xiaoxuan then clarified, however, he does not seem inclined towards that. If you keep pestering him, he might develop a distaste for our sword sect. Upon reflection, Qin Ling recognized the validity of her reasoning. Yet she pondered how they could possibly bring him into the sword sect if they did not approach him. After a moment of hesitation, Mo Xiaoxuan leaned in and whispered a few words into Qin Ling's ear. Upon hearing this, Qin Ling's eyes brightened. Is that true? Indeed, Master mentioned it to me. How could such a significant matter be kept from me? Master is truly biased. As night fell, Xu Ruobai had anticipated that, given Qin Ling's personality, she would likely come to bother him again. To his surprise, even as night descended, she had not made an appearance, which took him aback. Unfortunately, it seemed they had set up a soundproof formation, preventing Xu Ruobai from hearing any conversations from the adjacent room. Upon returning to Lingyu's sect, Xu Ruobai intended to learn such defensive techniques himself, as safeguarding one's privacy while away from home was of utmost importance. Knock, knock, knock. Just when he thought they would not seek him out again, a knock echoed at the door. He called out, I will not join the sword sect. Abandon that notion. I did not come to discuss that matter. The voice from outside was not that of the boisterous girl who urged him to join the sword sect, but rather a softer and more delicate one. Xu Ruobai's voice softened in response. Where is your senior sister? She is not here. Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai finally opened the door. What brings you here? Mo Xiaoxuan first bowed before speaking. My senior sister's personality is just like that. I apologize on her behalf. Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai couldn't help but exclaim that the two junior sisters had personalities that were worlds apart. He then reassured her, it's all right, as long as your senior sister doesn't trouble me again. Mo Xiaoxuan nodded, I still don't know how to address you. When I go to Lingyu's sect, I want to know where to find you. Xu Ruobai, Hanim. You can find me at Tianling Peak, he replied. Initially, Xu Ruobai intended to mention that he was the fourth disciple of the Honorable Han Yu. However, he reconsidered, realizing that revealing this might complicate finding him. Moreover, it was prudent for Xu Ruobai not to casually mention his master's name, as it might lead to embarrassment later. Then, may I call you Brother Xu? Mo Xiaoxuan asked. Xu Ruobai responded with a slight affirmation. That seems acceptable. Well then, I am Mo Xiaoxuan. You may call me Xiaoxuan, just like my senior sister does, she continued. Mo Xiaoxuan then inquired, Brother Xu, may I ask where you learned your sword technique? Xu Ruobai countered, is this sword technique from your sword sect? He had been curious about why she was so familiar with the 10,000 swords technique, and he had already guessed that it likely belonged to their sect. Mo Xiaoxuan nodded. The 10,000 swords technique is a fundamental skill that all disciples of our sword sect must master. Hearing this, Xu Ruobai became increasingly intrigued about what the authentic 10,000 swords technique might entail. Could you demonstrate it for me? My master only provided me with a formula. I'm not very knowledgeable about the rest. Mo Xiaoxuan was taken aback by his nonchalant remark. You reached this level relying solely on a book without guidance? Brother Xu, how long have you practiced this sword technique? She asked. About half a month? He replied. At this, the astonishment in Mo Xiaoxuan's eyes deepened. You achieved this in just half a month? I've been practicing for so long and have only reached the minor success stage. I'm starting to doubt if I've been living like a dog all these years. Subsequently, Mo Xiaoxuan also began to demonstrate the 10,000 swords technique. Unlike Xu Ruobai's simultaneous appearance of 3 spiritual swords, hers manifested gradually, one by one. The swords she conjured were a pale blue, identical to the records in the jade slip. However, as Mo Xiaoxuan mentioned, the 10,000 swords technique was considered a basic sword technique within the sword sect. With her innate talent for sword mastery, it was evident that she should pursue the path of the sword. The Lingyu sect practiced a diverse array of skills, while the sword sect was more specialized, focusing solely on swordsmanship. It appeared that the sword sect was indeed a suitable fit for her. Xu Ruobai, however, did not dismiss the idea of joining the sword sect, If he wished to be worthy of his senior sister, he needed to bolster his own strength. Once his master's matters were settled, it would be worthwhile to further his studies at the sword sect. If he could truly attain the title of Sword Immortal, he would be able to stand proudly beside his senior sister in the presence of others. Although Xu Ruobai was not particularly concerned about the opinions of outsiders, he wished not to be a source of controversy for the one he admired. Therefore, he felt compelled to exert himself further. Brother Xu, how do you find my 10,000 swords technique? Xu Ruobai pondered for a moment before responding. The initial motion is somewhat lengthy, and the density of your spiritual energy is rather low. You must have only been practicing for a few days, correct? Mo Xiaoxuan chuckled nervously. Brother Xu, I've been studying this for nearly 9 years. Had Qin Ling been present, she would certainly not have spoken so candidly. Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai's expression transformed into one of disbelief. He soon realized that his words might have sounded somewhat pretentious, prompting him to clear his throat and redirect the conversation. Has your senior sister exhausted all her spirit stones? Do you still have any left? Mo Xiaoxuan shook her head. None left. Subsequently, Xu Ruobai flipped his hand, revealing a small pouch. Here are 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Make do with these for now. Just remember not to let your senior sister squander them again. Mo Xiaoxuan was momentarily taken aback, then raised her gaze to Xu Ruobai, her eyes reflecting gratitude. Indeed, she and her senior sister were entirely devoid of spirit stones, and upon their return, they would have to rely on themselves for travel. Her senior sister had just lamented this predicament. Mo Xiaoxuan accepted the pouch without hesitation, earnestly stating, Brother Xu, you are a good person. Xu Ruobai's lips twitched. It seemed he was once again being labeled as a good Samaritan. It's merely a small favor, nothing of consequence. As the saying goes, matters easily resolved with money are hardly matters at all. Now that he was certain she belonged to the sword sect, his reservations diminished. Brother Xu, I shall not disturb you further. With that, Mo Xiaoxuan bowed once more before taking her leave. She was a remarkably polite young lady, and conversing with her was far more pleasant than with her senior sister. Chapter 43. The Unusual Trials of the Medicine King Valley. 3 days later. Medicine King Valley. Esteemed elders, I am Wang Irma. My family is impoverished. I lost both parents at a young age, leaving me with an elderly grandmother of 80. Upon hearing this familiar lament, the leading elder's expression darkened, and he hastily interrupted, Stop. Can you not display a modicum of originality? How many have recycled this same template? We are here for the alchemy assessment, not a competition of tragic backstories. The 3 elders tasked with the evaluation sighed in exasperation. The previous session had featured a rather sentimental female elder. Upon hearing a contestant's woeful tale, had been moved to tears and admitted the individual into the sect on an exception. Consequently, this led to an influx of participants recounting their sob stories, with a remarkable consistency of both parents deceased and an elderly grandmother, which had rendered the elders quite weary. What elixir do you wish to concoct? Serenity pill. No need for examination. Next. The contestant, upon hearing this, exhibited a flicker of joy on his face. I passed. The elder, displaying no mercy, retorted passed? Quite the contrary. You should return home and tend to your 80-year-old grandmother. Please, elder. My grandmother is counting on me to succeed at the Medicine King Valley. Before he could finish his plea, the elder waved him away. Next, contestant number 2310. Xu Ruobai glanced at the number in his hand. It was indeed 2310. He stepped forward, having observed the proceedings for several hours. To be frank, he had not anticipated the trials of the Medicine King Valley to unfold in this manner. Regardless of one's true capabilities, it appeared requisite to first present a sob story, as if such tales were the sole means to secure passage. Without allowing Xu Ruobai to speak, the elder inquired directly, Have you lost both parents? Xu Ruobai hesitated momentarily before nodding. He had been taken in by his master on the mountain as a child, with no recollections of his parents, who presumably had perished. Is your family impoverished? Given the meager amount of spirit stones you possess, it would seem so in comparison to most wealthy individuals. Xu Ruobai nodded again. Do you also have an 80-year-old grandmother? Xu Ruobai sensed an unsettling trend. Surely, These elders were not mistaking him for another who had come to lament. Quickly, he interjected, "Esteemed elders, I am not here to share a tale of woe. I am Xu Ruobai, with 2.5 years of alchemical experience. Today, I present an original elixir of my own creation, the Thunderball." He refrained from explaining why he had specified 2.5 years of experience. After all, he could hardly confess that he had only been practicing for a mere fortnight. He aimed to stretch the timeline a bit. As 2.5 years rolled off the tongue more smoothly, with no ulterior motives intended. Upon hearing the term original, the eyes of the three elders gleamed with interest. Previously, I encountered numerous individuals lamenting their misfortunes, but at last, a person of normalcy has appeared, and furthermore, with an original elixir. How extraordinary. The anticipation has soared to new heights. Well, let the contestant commence their performance. At this moment, outside the arena, Xiao Sun, do you see over there? Is that Xu Ruobai? Qing Ling squinted her eyes, intently peering towards the center of the venue. Many aspirants had come to the Medicine King Valley for trials, leading to the division of the arena into 4 concurrent sites. Qing Ling and Mo Xiao Sun, having come merely to enjoy the spectacle, found themselves unexpectedly encountering Xu Ruobai. Mo Xiao Sun followed the direction of Qing Ling's pointing finger and exclaimed, "Oh, it truly is Brother Xu. What brings him to the Medicine King Valley for trials? Senior sister, your eyesight is truly remarkable." Upon hearing this, Qing Ling shyly touched her nose, uncertain of how she had noticed Xu Ruobai with just a glance. Perhaps she would recognize him even if he were reduced to ashes. The airship does not solely travel to the Medicine King Valley. It can be understood that the valley is but one of its many stops. Mo Xiao Sun had not anticipated such a serendipitous encounter. Suddenly, Qing Ling shouted, "Oh no! Junior sister, could it be that he intends to pursue the path of alchemy? That cannot be allowed. If he chooses the path of alchemy, how can he inherit the teachings of our master? If he does not inherit our master's legacy, how can the master's focus be diverted? Without that diversion, how can I enjoy my leisure?" Mo Xiao Sun found herself too exhausted to critique her senior sister. Such a fuss was merely due to her inability to be lazy. One could only say, is truly fitting of her senior sister. However, Mo Xiao Sun was even more concerned about why Brother Xu was present here. Could it be that Xu Ruobai possesses not only exceptional talent in the sword path, but also in the art of alchemy? Her gaze fixated on Xu Ruobai, who was currently concocting elixirs in the center of the arena. The herbs placed before him must surely be intended for the revitalizing elixir, right? Indeed, it seems plausible. However, it is possible that additional ingredients may be introduced later, as the inclusion of even one more herb could drastically alter the efficacy. Not only the elders but also the onlookers eagerly anticipated the revelation of Xu Ruobai's so-called original elixir. Turin grass? No, why has this ingredient been added? Is it not said that alchemists most abhor the inclusion of Turin grass? Adding this herb could severely undermine the potion's potency. What on earth is he attempting to concoct? Ultimately, until the lid of the alchemical furnace was sealed, the crowd witnessed no other ingredients being added. In an instant, the atmosphere outside erupted in disbelief. Wasn't this merely the concoction of a revitalizing elixir? What original elixir could this possibly be? Pray tell, do not inform me that a diluted version of the revitalizing elixir qualifies as an original creation. Must one even add Turin grass to brew such a concoction? Truly, this is a remarkable talent. The tide of admiration swiftly turned, and the expressions of the 3 elders darkened as they gazed upon the young man within the arena. There exists a saying, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. They had hoped that this year would witness the emergence of a dark horse. At present, it appears to be nothing but a farce. A quarter of an hour later, Xu Ruobai unveiled the alchemical furnace and extracted a pitch-black elixir from within. The 3 elders were invited to inspect it. For a moment, both inside and outside, the venue fell into a profound silence. It took several seconds before the outside erupted into laughter. How amusing! This pitch-black concoction. Can this truly be an elixir? What purpose does it serve? Even my dog would shake its head at this. According to the customary procedure, the elixirs produced are to be sampled by the elders. The elders exchanged glances, clearly deliberating who would partake. The eldest among them, appearing to possess superior qualifications, cleared his throat twice and then turned to Xu Ruobai. Young man, is it necessary to include touring grass in the formulation of the recovery elixir? Was this intentional or merely a blunder? Xu Ruobai disregarded the jeers surrounding him. It was intentional. Intentional? Do you comprehend the implications of using touring grass? Naturally. I am aware, the young man replied. The elder's lips twitched slightly, contemplating whether this young lad was deliberately challenging the evaluators. Gazing at the elixir before him, he hesitated, pondering whether to taste it. However, the placement of the ingredients was not gravely flawed. It merely lacked aesthetic appeal. Indeed, it was difficult to articulate. Nevertheless, it would not be lethal, so he resolved to take a sip. Observing this, Xu Ruobai hastily interjected, "Elder, this is not meant for consumption. You may infuse it with a touch of spiritual energy and cast it towards the heavens." Chapter 44. The true duty of an alchemist is not for consumption. The elder gazed in bewilderment at the object in his hand. What else could a pill be used for if not for consumption? To be frank, given its appearance, it might not be palatable at all. He was genuinely curious to discover what this young man was concocting. Not to mention, it certainly appeared far more innovative than those previous attempts that merely adhered to a formula of lamentation. After infusing a trace of spiritual energy into the pill, he tossed it skyward. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed across the sky, the immense blast erupting like fireworks. The air hung still for a few seconds following the explosion before someone finally spoke. "Is this still a pill? Don't jest. Isn't this just a detonated pill?" It's no wonder he included touring grass. Clearly, he anticipated it would explode. The elder fell silent after witnessing the spectacle. Had this been consumed, the consequences would have been catastrophic, resulting in scattered remnants. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Even though he was in the nascent soul stage, an explosion within the body could leave one gravely injured, if not dead. His gaze towards Xu Ruobai grew serious. "Young man, you cannot possibly believe that detonating a pill is a matter of pride for an alchemist, can you?" Upon seeing the elder's grave expression, Xu Ruobai realized that the elder likely did not appreciate his thunder pill. In fact, from the reactions of the bystanders, he had already discerned the outcome. If he felt any sadness, it was only a tinge. It is natural to feel discomfort when one's creation is unacknowledged. Xu Ruobai had long prepared himself for such a reaction, knowing full well the absurdity of his undertaking. However, he was not inclined to concede defeat just yet. The elder may not have grasped the true significance of his thunder pill. Thus, he spoke, "Elder, do you not think that we alchemists lack offensive capabilities? Why can't this explosive pill serve as a means of attack for us?" At this, not only the elder, but also every alchemist present erupted in laughter. "Young man, if you seek an offensive method, you might as well pursue the sword path. Alchemy exists solely for the purpose of pill making. Once you become an alchemist, who would dare to threaten you? There is no need for you to fight. Alchemists are akin to nurturers. They are esteemed guests in any sect. Take the Medicine King Valley, for instance. Its overall strength is not particularly formidable. The highest cultivation level is merely the void stage, and it lacks any ascendant stage cultivators. Yet, it is a heavenly sect due to its unique status in the cultivation world. Do cultivators not require healing pills? Do they not need pills to transcend tribulations? All these necessities hinge upon alchemists, and the Medicine King Valley is effectively the ancestral hall for alchemists worldwide. Thus, no matter the righteous path or the demonic, or even transcendent sects, none would dare to offend the Medicine King Valley lightly. The elder's assertion held merit. Indeed, the primary duty of an alchemist is to concoct pills. Rather than participating in the trials for alchemists, he might as well establish his own sect, dubbed the Explosive Alchemist. Observing Xu Ruobai's silence, the elder assumed he had been caught off guard. To their surprise, Xu Ruobai suddenly spoke, a disposable artifact of golden core power, not for 998, nor for 888, but merely for 100 mid-grade spirit stones. It's both affordable and effective. Come find me in the city of Medicine King. The three elders' faces darkened. What a time it was when one could not even engage in trials without advertisements intruding. The crowd erupted in laughter. Yet the proposition of acquiring a disposable artifact of golden core power for just 100 mid-grade spirit stones was indeed enticing. Should one inquire further? With that remark, Xu Ruobai wisely made his exit, sensing that lingering any longer might invite trouble. Truth be told, Xu Ruobai harbored no grand expectations of obtaining the fabled reverse fate immortal her from the trials at Medicine King Valley. His primary objective was to enhance the reputation of his Thunder Pill. Perhaps, in time, this could pave the way for a new branch of explosive alchemy. Presently, he stood alone on this path, but with sufficient profit, he believed many would eventually join. As the saying goes, when many tread a path, it becomes a road. The same principle applied here. Once enough individuals participated, a thoroughfare would undoubtedly emerge. The trials concluded rather hastily. Yet Xu Ruobai did not intend to return immediately. Having just advertised, departing would render his efforts futile. After lending numerous spirit stones to Mo Xiaoxuan and the others, his own resources were nearly depleted. It was the perfect opportunity to sell some Thunder Pills to replenish his funds. The city of Medicine King, an affiliate of Medicine King Valley, was where Xu Ruobai had recently stayed. He had previously spotted a jade pendant in a shop there, which could nurture his meridians. Xu Ruobai thought it might aid in his Master-S recovery. His journey to Medicine King Valley was primarily motivated by his desire to assist his master. He could not leave empty-handed. Brother, Xu, you run so fast. Upon entering the city of Medicine King, he soon heard a familiar voice behind him. Turning around, he was surprised to find Mo Xiaoxuan and Qin Lingam. What are you doing here? Mo Xiaoxuan's face flushed slightly, perhaps from having chased him too eagerly, causing her to catch her breath. We originally intended to come to Medicine King Valley to observe the trials. My senior sister said it would broaden our horizons. While broadening horizons may be a pretext, the real motive is to have some fun. Xu Ruobai had long discerned his senior sister's true nature. At that moment, Qin Ling stood behind Mo Xiaoxuan, her expression somewhat embarrassed. Reflecting on her previous impulsiveness, she now understood the foolishness of her earlier actions. Xu Ruobai surmised that the two had likely come after witnessing his participation in the trials. Mo Xiaoxuan then exclaimed, "Brother Xu, you're incredible. Pay no mind to what those people from Medicine King Valley say. They simply lack discernment." Xu Ruobai was taken aback by Mo Xiaoxuan's words and chuckled softly. "There is no need to console me. I am perfectly fine." Mo Xiaoxuan shook her head earnestly and remarked, "Not at all. I genuinely believe that Brother Xu is remarkable. The ability to concoct such a potent, explosive artifact from the materials of the revitalizing pill is far more impressive than any explosive talisman. Wouldn't you agree, senior sister?" Qingling nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Those explosive talismans are exorbitantly priced. Do you still have those thunder pills you mentioned? I would like to purchase some." "Purchase?" Xu Ruobai looked at Qingling with a hint of curiosity. "Do you still possess any spirit stones?" Chapter 45. No smile. Qinling's expression stiffened, nearly forgetting that she lacked spirit stones. Xu Ruobai naturally understood her predicament and smiled. "How about this? I plan to sell some thunderbolts shortly. If you assist me, I shall grant you 1/5 of the profits. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoxuan hurriedly waved her hands in refusal, saying, No, Xu, go please. If there is anything I can do to help, just ask. There's no need for remuneration. That won't do. A deal is a deal. If you refuse, I shall sell them myself," Xu Ruobai replied. Seeing his insistence, Mo Xiaoxuan relented. Qinling blinked a few times before inquiring, "Do I get a share as well?" "Well, as long as you don't cause any trouble," Xu Ruobai replied. Qinling patted her chest confidently. "Rest assured, this matter is in the hands of me and Xiaoxuan. We will ensure you earn a handsome profit. Once I have made enough spirit stones, I shall return to purchase your thunderbolts." Mo Xiaoxuan nodded in agreement, understanding that while her senior sister might not grasp the full picture, she recognized that Xu Ruobai's proposal was merely a different means of extending help to them. Indeed, Xu Ge is a remarkably kind individual. Xu Ruobai simply smiled in response and took out all the thunderbolts he had. "I still need to refine some more, so you may begin selling them." Meet me at the Sifong Inn later. With that, he departed. Mo Xiaoxuan was correct. Xu Ruobai, indeed, aimed to assist them through this method. For no other reason than the few words of praise from Mo Xiaoxuan, Xu Ruobai felt it justified to act in this manner. Among the many, it was rare to find someone who recognized his worth, and Xu Ruobai deemed that exceedingly precious. To him, spirit stones were mere external possessions. However, the feeling of trust was something he had only sensed from others for the first time, aside from his senior sister. In his eyes, trust was far more valuable than spirit stones. Moreover, he genuinely required assistance. Since he alone could refine the thunderbolts, delegating the selling to others would significantly enhance efficiency. Xu Ruobai planned to stay here for about a week before returning to Lingyu's sect. Though it was a pity he had not managed to procure the reverse fate herb to take back. Wait, Xu Ruobai glanced around, an unsettling feeling that someone was watching him. Yet, after scanning the area, he found no one observing him. It seemed he was merely spooking himself. In the shadows, Yi Linghua watched as Xu Ruobai entered the inn. At that moment, she found herself at a loss. According to the original plot, Xu Ruobai should have been ridiculed by the people from Yaowang Valley, feeling despondent and heartbroken. Her entrance at that juncture would have had the most impactful effect. The issue, however, was that Xu Ruobai gave no indication of distress. On the contrary, he appeared to be engaging in lively conversation with the two young girls. Having arrived today, she was unaware of how Xu Ruobai had managed to charm both young ladies. As the junior sister of her senior, and with Xu Ruobai being her senior's boyfriend, Yi Linghua felt it was imperative for her to keep a watchful eye on Xu Ruobai. After all, who knows, Xu Ruobai might indeed be her future husband. However, given the current circumstances, she found it inappropriate to make her presence known. For the time being, she could only observe from the shadows, discreetly discerning his relationship with the two young ladies. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air, and Xu Ruobai opened the door to find Mo Xiaoxuan and Qin Ling standing outside. Mo Xiaoxuan presented a small bag, exclaiming, "Su Ge, this is the spirit stones we just earned from selling the bomb balls." Standing beside her, Qin Ling's gaze remained fixated on the small bag, her expression brimming with an eager yearning for the spirit stones. Xu Ruobai couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. It seemed the disciple of the sword sect had a penchant for wealth. It was curious. Perhaps the current masters were not adept at instructing their disciples. His own master was like this, and it appeared that Qin Ling and Mo Xiaoxuan's master was no different. Hidden in the shadows, Yi Linghua sneezed. "Who is speaking ill of me?" Xu Ruobai accepted the small bag. His curiosity piqued as he inspected the spirit stones within. "Xiaoxuan, how did you acquire so many spirit stones?" The quantity was immediately suspicious. He had only provided 5 or 6 bomb balls, which, at 100 spirit stones each, would amount to merely 600. Yet this bag contained over 1,000. Surely? Qin Ling huffed. "Are you foolish? Each explosive talisman costs 7 to 800 medium-grade spirit stones. How could you sell yours for just 100? Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai quickly grasped the situation. He was aware that the typical market price for one-time use magical artifacts was generally around 2 to 300 spirit stones. But he had not specifically inquired about the prices of explosive-type disposable artifacts. By this calculation, had he not incurred a significant loss? By the way, how did you sell them so quickly? It hasn't even been 15 minutes. Qin Ling proudly placed her hands on her hips, stating, "I displayed the Sword Sect disciple token," and they scrambled to buy them. Indeed, the Sword Sect was a prestigious sect, and showcasing a disciple token would naturally dispel any doubts about their credibility. The disciples of the Sword Sect were solely focused on their swords, often dismissing external trinkets, so it was quite normal for them to sell such artifacts at a bargain. Qin Ling continued, "So what do you think? Have you considered joining our Sword Sect? I assure you, your business would flourish." This was indeed true. If you were to affiliate with Lingyu's sect, few would recognize it, but mention the Sword Sect, and virtually everyone would be familiar with it. It seemed the Sword Sect was indeed a fitting choice for him. "I will think it over," he replied cautiously, not wanting to dismiss the idea outright, as there was still a possibility of joining the Sword Sect in the future. Xu Ruobai then counted the spirit stones and found approximately 2,000. As per their agreement, he set aside 1/5 of the spirit stones. Take this. Upon seeing the spirit stones, Qinling's eyes sparkled with delight. She quickly reached out to catch it. 1/5, that amounts to over 400 middle-grade spirit stones. Xu Ruobai, you are a good person. Having said that, Qinling took out 100 middle-grade spirit stones and declared, a promise is a promise. I shall purchase a thunderball. Xu Ruobai regarded her with a peculiar expression. Did you not say it costs 400 middle-grade spirit stones? If you wish to buy it. Qinling's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean? I just received 200. Do you expect me to pay 400? Are you more unscrupulous than I am? I just called you a good person. Xu Ruobai flipped his hand and revealed the freshly refined thunderball. It was just crafted. Once you sell it, you will have your spirit stones. Qinling shot him an indignant glare, deeming him a heartless capitalist. Nonetheless, she accepted the bag containing the thunderball. Junior sister, let us go. Today I refuse to believe I cannot afford it. Observing Qinling's earnestness, Xiaoxuan stifled a laugh. This senior sister seems rather naive. Xiaoxuan, what are you laughing at? And nothing. I'm not laughing at you. Qinling. Chapter 46. Art is an explosion too. 0 as night descended. One could not help but acknowledge the remarkable efficiency of Xiaoxuan and Qinling. Throughout the course of the afternoon, they traversed back and forth countless times. His rate of crafting could scarcely keep pace with their sales. Originally, Xu Ruobai had intended to wait until he had produced a greater quantity before venturing out to sell himself. After all, he had advertised during the trial, and surely there would be those who recognized him and came to purchase out of curiosity. However, the ultimate goal was to promote the Thunderball, and their swift sales were undoubtedly advantageous. It merely rendered his efforts somewhat superfluous. All right, enough for today. Xu Ruobai was not a heartless employer. It was already dark, and he could not allow them to toil endlessly. Yet, on the other hand, cultivators in the foundation establishment stage could forego sleep, which meant they could work tirelessly day and night. Perhaps such capitalist thoughts should be kept to a minimum. Xu Ruobai distributed spirit stones to the two women and then handed a freshly crafted thunderball to Qinling. Given your excellent performance, consider this a reward. Qinling, who had intended to use her spirit stones to make a purchase, was taken aback by Xu Ruobai's unsolicited generosity. For a moment, she felt a pang of annoyance. What do you mean? I can afford it now. Xu Ruobai shook his head. Do you have any idea how many spirit stones a detonating talisman of nascent soul power would require? After a moment's contemplation, Qinling replied, well, it would likely cost superior grade spirit stones, wouldn't it? Pausing, she gazed at the thunderball in Xu Ruobai's hand and quickly grasped his implication, her eyes widening in astonishment. You mean this possesses the power of the nascent soul? Xu Ruobai inclined his head slightly. Although he was not one to crave vanity, the awe he inspired in others through his creation filled him with pride. So, do you believe you can afford it? Qinling calculated, realizing she had earned approximately 1,000 spirit stones that afternoon. Even factoring in the spirit stones Xiaoxuan had, it was unlikely they could afford it. Yet, a disposable magical artifact with such formidable power was simply irresistible. After a few moments of hesitation, Qinling ultimately extended her hand and accepted the thunderball he offered. All right, I'll owe you for now, and we'll pay you back once I have more spirit stones. Xu Ruobai note that, refraining from pressing her on when to repay him. If you wish to assist again, come find me tomorrow morning. I'll want to be operating this evening. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxuan inquired, Su Deji, do you have plans for tonight? Xu Ruobai note that, I need to purchase some things. I see. Then my sister and I shall not intrude any longer. We will return tomorrow, Xiaoxuan replied. Xu Ruobai acknowledged her with a sound, and the two women took their leave. Once outside the inn, Qinling grasped Xiaoxuan's arm. Xiaoxuan, didn't you say you wanted to treat him to a meal? Why not do it now? Xiaoxuan gently shook her head. If Su Deji has matters to attend to, it would be best not to trouble him. Upon hearing this, Qinling was momentarily at a loss for words. How much time could a meal possibly consume? Xiao-sun, do you harbor feelings for him? If so, you must make an effort to entice him to the sword sect. Long-distance relationships seldom end well. Upon hearing this, Emo Xiao Sun felt a flush creep on her cheeks, somewhat embarrassed and annoyed as she retorted, "Senior sister, if you continue with such jokes." Before Emo Xiao Sun could finish her sentence, Qin Ling interrupted, all right, no more jesting. Xiao Sun, having just earned so many spirit stones, we ought to indulge ourselves. Don't you think?" Qin Ling was already feeling restless. For the past couple of days, due to a lack of spirit stones, they had been unable to secure accommodations in the Medicine King city, and she could only gaze longingly at the delectable food. Now that they finally had some money, Qin Ling was determined to make up for the lost opportunities of the past few days. "Xiao Sun, do you think I could learn the method of refining thunderbolts from Xu Ruobai?" Observing the glimmer in her senior sister's eyes, Emo Xiao Sun could easily discern her thoughts. "Senior sister, that may not be appropriate. Suga has helped us so much, and you still yearn for his skills." "Senior sister." Before Emo Xiao Sun could finish, Qin Ling interjected, All right, I was merely speaking off the cuff. However, in this world of cultivation, genuinely kind-hearted individuals like Xu Ruobai are indeed rare. Senior sister is also a good person." Qin Ling placed her hands on her hips and declared, "I have no intention of being a good person. Good people tend to be taken advantage of. If I must, I shall be the one who bullies others." Emo Xiao Sun did not contest her assertion, though in her heart, she truly believed her senior sister was a good person. "Have you heard? The leader of the Medicine King Valley is furious over today's trial." "Haha, you wouldn't believe it. I attended today's trial, and it was simply absurd." "What happened?" "At first, it was all about playing the victim, with alchemists barely able to produce chi-gathering pills, let alone foundation establishment pills. Do you know what the most amusing part was? What was it? There was even one who concocted an explosive pill, which almost ended up being consumed by an elder, who, in a stroke of creativity, dubbed it, oh yes, Thunderbolt pills. It was utterly hilarious. A disposable magical item called Thunderbolt pills appeared in the city today. Affordable and effective. Could this be mere coincidence? Not far away, Xu Ruobai felt his lips twitch slightly upon overhearing this conversation. It appeared that news of his exploits in the Medicine King Valley had spread rather swiftly. He had lost count of how many times he had heard it recounted during his journey. Alas, he had initially hoped to make a name for himself on this outing, only to find the outcome manifesting in such an unexpected manner. At the Demon Suppression Great Wall, is it about to conclude? The vast expanse of demonkind instilled a sense of despair. The conflict between humanity and the demon race could be traced back to ancient times. In recent years, the demon race had inexplicably discovered a unique method that significantly boosted their birth rate, and inherently, demon offspring were far more formidable than their human counterparts. Furthermore, due to a sign pact, the maximum level permitted on the battlefield was only the third realm. In this dire moment, the human race found itself unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of the demon tribe, retreating time and again until they were cornered at the Demon Suppression Great Wall. Given the current trajectory, it would not be long before this fortress too fell into enemy hands. The cultivators tasked with its defense had long prepared for evacuation, awaiting only the command of the fortress commander. Above the great wall of 10,000 demons, Commander Li Yundu gazed down at the relentless clash between the humans and demons, a profound melancholy settling in his heart. After generations of stewardship at the Demon Suppression Great Wall, it was under his command that it faced defeat, a reality scarcely bearable. He hesitated to issue the order to retreat, yet remained acutely aware that to stay would only exacerbate the casualties. As Li Yundu prepared to issue the retreat command, a sudden, thunderous explosion resonated throughout the great wall of 10,000 demons. Following the sound of the blast, he turned to witness a vast swath of demons obliterated. Standing beside the newly formed crater was a cultivator, arms raised to the heavens, exclaiming, "Art is an explosion." Chapter 47. A great achievement. The sound of explosions was merely the beginning. The young cultivator relentlessly hurled spherical objects, each detonation heralding the demise of numerous demon creatures. The once formidable ranks of the demon army were violently breached. Though these lower-tier demons possessed limited intelligence, they were acutely aware of the threat to their lives. In an instant, all their animosity was directed towards this cultivator. At that moment, Tears of excitement welled in Li Yundu's eyes, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Children, we are saved. Protect that young man." The detonation talismans, vital strategic resources, were notoriously expensive, and the ones previously purchased had long been expended in earlier battles. Little did he expect this young lad to possess such an abundance of them. Was he perhaps a scion of a noble family seeking to hone his skills? However, what he was throwing did not appear to be talismans, but rather small orbs. Moreover, their explosive range was significantly greater than that of standard detonation talismans, precisely matching the power of a golden core cultivator, thus adhering to the agreed-upon rules between humans and demons. Indeed, this cultivator was none other than Li Hao, the senior brother from the gathering Yang Peak, who was blissfully unaware that the hopes of humanity rested upon his shoulders. His sole intention was to slay more demon beasts and amass merit points to exchange for precious treasures. The sheer joy of witnessing mass destruction was exhilarating. No wonder junior brother Xu remarked that art is explosion. At the time, he paid it little heed, but now he comprehended the profundity of those words. Li Hao, too, sensed the hatred of the demon beasts converging upon him. Rather than feeling fear, he felt a thrill of anticipation for their impending assault. It would be splendid if they clustered together, allowing him to obliterate them all with a single strike. With a well-placed throw, one thunderball could easily annihilate 100 demon beasts, and he had stockpiled around 30. Thus, 3,000 demons were destined to perish by his hand. The first-tier demon beasts were worth 10 merit points, the second-tier 50, and the third-tier 100. With each explosion, he could garner several hundred merit points. The mere thought of such a fortune made Li Hao's eyes gleam with fervor. "Come forth and meet your demise," he roared, as he unleashed the thunderballs. The once formidable demon army was thrown into disarray. Protection was entirely unnecessary. The beasts were blown away before they could even approach. The cacophony of explosions served as a death knell for the demons. Yet for the human cultivators, it resonated as a rallying call, igniting their morale. With newfound hope, their previously subdued spirits surged once more. "Comrades, let us advance. Today, we shall leave no demon unscathed." 2 hours later, as the demon army retreated, Li Yundu let out a long sigh of relief. Had the demon suppression Great Wall fallen under his watch, he would have been utterly ashamed to face his ancestors. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon a youthful figure beneath the Great Wall, who appeared as a savior. In a swift motion, he materialized before him. At that moment, Li Hao was still inwardly cursing the beast for retreating too hastily, as he had several thunderballs still in his possession. Yet suddenly, a person appeared before him, nearly causing him to smash one of the thunderballs into the strangeress face. "Li Kumandeli." Li Yun grasped his hand with fervor. "Young man, no, hero. What is your name?" Li Hao momentarily found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend how he had become a hero. "Li Hao from the Li family, then? Could it be you hail from the Li clan of Wanlu Xiancheng?" Upon hearing this, Li Hao hurriedly shook his head. "No, then. Are you from the Li lineage of Wu Yue Xianzong?" Once more, Li Hao shook his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "Commander Li, I am but a disciple of Ling Yu's sect as Jiang Peak, not affiliated with the Li clan." Upon hearing the name of Ling Yu's sect, Li Yun was momentarily taken aback, struggling to recall its whereabouts. In the realm of cultivation, there were countless sects, numbering in the thousands. Unless one resided nearby, it was unlikely they would be familiar with lesser-known sections. "I see, then, where did you procure your detonation talismans?" Detonation talismans were not something every talisman practitioner could create. They were a higher-tier form of talisman, complex in nature, requiring costly materials, often rendering them a luxury few could afford. Detonation talismans? Li Hao was momentarily stunned, but quickly grasped the misunderstanding. "Commander Li, these are not detonation talismans. They're what I call thunderballs." With that, Li Hao extended the remaining small spheres in his hand to Li Yun. Gazing at the small spheres, Li Yun fell into contemplation. Why do these possess a fragrance reminiscent of medicinal pills? Can they truly explode? Li Hao nodded affirmatively. "Commander Li, you simply need to infuse a bit of spiritual energy and toss them." Li Yun followed his instructions and attempted it. Bonk, a reçu une explosion échouée. Even someone as seasoned as Li Yun was taken aback. The small sphere had indeed exploded, an unheard-of phenomenon until now. Do you have more of these? Where did you acquire them? I bought them from a junior brother of mine. Junior brother? Does he have more? How many spiritual stones did you spend on them? I'll pay double. Li Hao discerned the interest in the other SIs, realizing the value of such a simple yet effective tool in battle. I believe, so I purchased them for 100 mid-grade spiritual stones for my junior brother, though I am unaware of his source. 100 mid-grade spiritual stones? Li Yin was again astonished. Are you quite close with this junior brother of yours? Li Hao cleared his throat a few times, remarking, it isn't particularly favorable. It's merely a transaction born out of necessity. My junior brother specializes in this within the sect. Upon hearing this, Li Yundu felt even more perplexed. He had initially assumed there was a deeply cordial relationship involved, perhaps offering internal pricing and the like. However, the price for this small orb was set at a mere 100. To put it in perspective, even if it were 500 or 1,000, he would readily purchase it. If only they had this thunderous orb, the conflict would not have escalated to the point of besieging the Demon Suppression Pass. On the contrary, they might even reclaim lost territories. Contemplating this, Li Yundu's gaze ignited with fervor. Ling Yu sect, you say? What is the name of your junior brother? Xu Ruobai. Chapter 48. Senior sister? What brings you here? Half a day later, brotherly, I never expected you to truly hold your ground. This is indeed a significant achievement, remarked Elder Wu. Li Yundu smiled. Elder Wu, you mustn't underestimate it. The right timing, location, and most importantly, the right people. Today, I encountered a benefactor. Hearing this, Wu Hai could not help but express his confusion. Benefactor? Li Yundu raised the wine cup from the table and took a hearty gulp. In a few days, you shall understand. I am about to undertake a monumental task. Wu Hai grew even more curious. Brotherly, do not keep me in suspense. Do share. Thus, Li Yundu recounted the events of how he successfully defended the demon suppression wall and the origins of the Thunderball. Upon hearing this, Wu Hai appeared somewhat bewildered. Thunderball? Li Yundu inquired. What is it, Elder Wu? Do you have knowledge of this object? Am I perhaps out of touch? I had not heard of it before. Wu Hai's expression became peculiar. You were aware of the trial at the Medicine King Valley the other day, correct? Wu Hai, an elder of the Medicine King Valley, was responsible for delivering medicinal pills to the border. Through frequent interactions, he and Li Yundu had become acquainted. Li Yundu nodded. Of course, I am aware. Wu Hai continued. This trial at the Medicine King Valley has been quite the headache for me. Everyone seemed intent on garnering sympathy, with not a single individual possessing true talent. Li Yundu questioned, perplexed. What does this have to do with the Thunderball? I heard from others that there was a contestant named Xu Ruobai who claimed to have created a type of medicinal pill called the Thunderball. It is said that in alchemy, the greatest taboo is the explosion of pills. Isn't that amusing? However, I assume the Thunderball you mentioned is not of the same nature? Suddenly, Li Yundu sprang to his feet. Xu Ruobai? What of him? He is precisely the person I seek. Upon hearing this, Wu Hai was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing the implications of this revelation. Good heavens, this could be a tremendous fortune. Yet, the Medicine King Valley failed to seize it? Elder Wu, you must return to the Medicine King Valley at once and check if Xu Ruobai remains there. This matter is of utmost importance, as it concerns the future of our human race. Wu Hai could no longer remain seated. With a polite gesture, he hastened to depart. Previously, he had merely regarded the Thunderball as a source of amusement, never anticipating such depth. If this explosive pill could indeed possess such power, alchemists could rise to prominence, capable of both offense and sustenance. Would that not render them invincible? Medicine King City. Sister, when shall we return? Qin Ling raised an eyebrow, casting a peculiar glance at Mo Xiaoxuan. Shall we leave now? Isn't it a tad too early? Qin Ling couldn't be bothered to expose her. Previously, she had urged her to return daily, yet ever since encountering Xu Ruobai, thoughts of returning had vanished. Now, it seemed she found the prospect of leaving too early, likely because Xu Ruobai still lingered in the city. Qin Ling feigned ignorance of her meaning, saying, Isn't this inappropriate? If we return late, Master will scold me. But Master wouldn't bear to scold you. We must return early. At this, Mo Xiao Sun's expression turned sour. Qin Ling couldn't help but chuckle. Their roles had completely reversed. In truth, she was reluctant to return as well. Each day brought her an influx of wealth, and watching her pouch of spirit stones grow ever fuller was simply delightful. Although the monthly stipend for disciples of the Sword Sect was quite substantial, it could not compare to the rapid accumulation of spirit stones from working. A temporary thrill from labor could lead to continuous joy. Sister, why not ask Brother Xu when he plans to leave? All right, let's go. At the Four Directions Inn, Xu Ruobai furrowed his brow as he gazed out the window. He was acutely aware that someone was watching him. It was certainly not mere self-induced paranoia. Possessing the heavenly concealment technique, he was confident that no one in this world could rival his ability to evade surveillance. Initially, he thought the heightened attention was simply due to others recognizing him as a source of amusement in the trials. However, in recent days, he had sensed a persistent gaze upon him, which posed a significant concern. While he could feel someone observing him, he could not detect their whereabouts, indicating that their cultivation must surpass his own. Whether it was for wealth or some nefarious intent, Xu Ruobai leaned towards the former. He had not offended anyone aside from Qin Ling, and their discord had long been resolved. As for the latter possibility, well, that was difficult to ascertain. Nonetheless, Xu Ruobai was certain that it was upon arriving in Yaowang City that he attracted attention. The only action he had taken there was selling thunder pills, which suggested that someone had their sights set on his wares. Knock, knock, knock. Brother Xu, are you in? Yes, the door is unlocked. Please come in. Mo Xiao Sun entered the room. Xu Ruobai, slightly puzzled, inquired, "Where is your sister?" She had something to attend to, so she couldn't come. Xu Ruobai thought little of it and pulled out a chair, gesturing for her to sit. "Xiao Sun, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" I wanted to ask when you plan to leave." Xu Ruobai calculated the time and realized that it had already been a week. "I forgot to mention, I intend to return tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Mo Xiao Sun exclaimed, "Oh, is that so? Can I visit you at Lingyu's sect then?" In recent days, having earned sufficient spirit stones, Qin Ling had already settled her debts, leaving Mo Xiao Sun without an excuse to seek him out. Xu Ruobai nodded, "Of course. We're friends after all." Mo Xiao Sun lowered her head slightly, murmuring, "Friends? Is that not the case?" With a soft she smiled then. "Brother Xu, please don't mind if I bother you." "Not all. Feel free to come and find me. By the way, Brother Xu, I haven't asked you yet why you chose to participate in the trials at Yaowang Valley." Xu Ruobai had no intention of concealing the truth from her. "I initially intended to seek out the reverse fate herb through the trials and then venture to Yaowang Valley. Unfortunately, I cannot even meet the threshold of Yaowang Valley. The thought of acquiring the reverse fate herb is merely a jest." Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoxuan pondered for a moment before speaking. "It seems our sword sect has such a thing as well. How about I inquire with my master on your behalf?" At this remark, Xu Ruobai recalled that the sword sect is indeed a significant faction. Perhaps they possess this divine object. However, such a treasure would not be given freely, would it? Unless one could become the disciple of the sect leader. With the reverse fate herb, my master's cultivation could be restored, and if that were the case, I would no longer need to remain by her side. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks. Xu Ruobai turned to Mo Xiaoxuan. "Is your senior sister coming?" Mo Xiaoxuan appeared perplexed. Hadn't her senior sister said she wouldn't come? Just push the door open. As the door swung open, Xu Ruobai was taken aback by the figure outside. Senior sister? What brings you here? Chapter 49. The intangible aura of Yu Yunqi's senior sister. Please allow me to explain. Xu Ruobai was genuinely taken aback by the unexpected appearance of Yu Yunqi. In the dead of night, with a man and a woman together in an inn, Xu Ruobai felt as if he could never wash away the implications of the situation. Yu Yunqi, however, paid no heed to Xu Ruobai and instead fixed her gaze upon Mo Xiaoxuan. The palpable intensity of her presence rendered Mo Xiaoxuan drenched in perspiration. "Why you? Hello." With a serene smile, Yu Yunqi inquired, "Who are you? What brings you to my junior brother's room?" This smile exuded an aura that sent shivers down not only Mo Xiaoxuan's spine, but also Xu Ruobai's, who sensed a threat of danger. Is this truly the senior sister I know? Given the circumstances, it seemed only reasonable that she might have turned dark. Xu Ruobai wiped the cold sweat from his brow, cleared his throat several times, and said, "Senior sister, she is merely a friend of mine, and there is nothing else between us. Please do not overthink it." Yu Yunshi cast a fleeting glance at him, her eyes seemingly conveying a message. When a woman speaks, a man ought not to interject. Xu Ruobai fell silent, internally lamenting, "Xiaoxuan, it seems your big brother can no longer assist you." Mo Xiaoxuan took a deep breath, summoning her courage to meet Yu Yunshi's gaze. "I am Mo Xiaoxuan. Since you are senior brother Su's senior sister, may I also address you as senior sister?" Yu Yunshi slightly raised her chin. "You may call me senior sister, but I am more than just his senior sister. Indeed, I'm also his girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoxuan's expression froze, her previously summoned courage evaporating in an instant. "Oh, I see. I was merely discussing some matters with senior brother Su. Nothing more. Since you are here, I shall not intrude any longer." With that, Mo Xiaoxuan hurriedly exited the room, leaving only Yu Yunshi and Xu Ruobai behind. Yu Yunshi then turned her attention to Xu Ruobai, yet she remained silent. Sometimes silence speaks volumes, far more than words could ever convey. Although Xu Ruobai could honestly assert that he had done nothing wrong, how could any man remain unperturbed in such a scenario? After a prolonged silence, Yu Yunshi finally spoke, returning to the sect tomorrow. Xu Ruobai nodded. "Senior sister, what brings you all this way? I feared you might be disheartened and came to check on you, but I did not expect." Xu Ruobai quickly interjected, "Senior sister, Mo junior sister and I are entirely innocent. We are merely friends." Yu Yunshi, of course, was well aware of their interactions. Having observed Xu Ruobai for so long, she knew precisely what had transpired between them. Indeed, this Yu Yunshi was not the same as the one he knew. She was, in fact, the night spirit moon, covertly observing Xu Ruobai. The decision to adopt her senior sister's guise was entirely Yu Yunshi's design. When departing, her senior sister had advised her that revealing her true identity would lead Xu Ruobai to deduce her restored powers. If the plan were to proceed, it was imperative to remain concealed. In a moment of helplessness, Yi Lingyue reluctantly agreed to temporarily exchange identities with her senior sister. "If you truly committed any wrongdoing, do you believe you could still stand here unscathed?" Upon hearing these words, Xu Ruobai felt an even greater chill of sweat trickling down his back. It seemed that his senior sister had indeed been watching him closely these past few days. She had previously mentioned that if she were betrayed, she would not hesitate to take lethal action. Initially, he had dismissed that as mere jest, but now the implications were profoundly unsettling. "Rest assured, senior sister, I, Xu Ruobai, swear by the heavens that I shall never," he began, but before he could finish, Yi Lingyue swiftly covered his mouth, preventing him from making such a vow. She was not naive. She understood all too well the nature of his oath. At this moment, Yi Lingyue felt that her feelings for Xu Ruobai did not amount to love. Rather, she merely appreciated his kindness, which had fostered a slight fondness. However, the future, as foretold by her master, remained uncertain. If she allowed Xu Ruobai to swear an oath, it might irrevocably sever their paths. Yet, she was inclined to heed her master's counsel, who had indicated that Xu Ruobai was to be her future husband. Thus, it would be prudent to explore this avenue. "Oaths should not be made lightly, junior brother. I trust you," she declared, finally releasing her grip and shedding her earlier solemn demeanor. Xu Ruobai responded with a soft acknowledgement, feeling a slight relief wash over him. After a brief pause, Xu Ruobai lowered his gaze, confessing, "Senior sister, I have disappointed you." Yi Lingyue looked at him with confusion, wondering why he would suddenly say such a thing after she had expressed her trust in him. "What is wrong? I failed the trial and feel quite embarrassed," he admitted, his voice laced with evident dejection. Yi Lingyue could sense the melancholy in his tone. She had initially thought he was indifferent to such matters, but it now appeared he had been putting on a brave front. A pang of inexplicable sadness welled up within her. As his senior sister, it touched her deeply to witness him reveal such vulnerability. Compelled by an instinctive urge, Yi Lingyue reached out and ruffled his hair. "It's all right, junior brother. There is no need for self-reproach. You have already done remarkably well." Xu Ruobai nodded in response, while to others, Her words might seem like mere platitudes. To him, they were akin to a flicker of light in the darkness, fragile, yet capable of providing warmth. Knowing the outcome, why did he still feel compelled to confront it? Senior sister, the senior brother, has harbored intentions of taking action. I managed to deceive him for a time, but I suspect it won't be long before he resorts to drastic measures. If we do not find a way to restore Master S powers, could that not spell disaster for her? Yi Lingyue recalled her senior sister mentioning something similar, but hearing it from Xu Ruobai's lips imparted an entirely different weight to his words. After a moment of silence, Night Spirit Moon resumed speaking. But have you ever contemplated how your master would treat you after regaining her powers and dealing with those senior brothers? Is it truly worth it? In response, Xu Ruobai let out a bitter smile. What is worth and what is not is irrelevant to me. I only know that as long as I act with a clear conscience and do what I believe is right, that is sufficient. As for how my master treats me, that is her concern. Senior sister, I reiterate, my master has shown me kindness, and even if I am not her disciple, I must repay that kindness. Night Spirit Moon pressed her lips together, feeling inexplicably emotional, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The senior sister was indeed right. Xu Ruobai was an exceptionally good person, so much so that it tugged at one's heartstrings. Seeing him in such a state, Night Spirit Moon instinctively reached out, yearning to embrace him. Yet, she hesitated, realizing her role as his master. No, that was not correct. She was now his girlfriend. With that thought in mind, Night Spirit Moon cast aside her reservations and enveloped Xu Ruobai in her arms. Chapter 50. Has it shrunk? Embraced in the warmth of her senior sister, Xu Ruobai felt an additional measure of comfort. However, an odd thought crossed her mind. Was it possible that her senior sister's bosom had diminished in size? Surely, it must be an illusion. After only a handful of embraces, it was likely that her senior sister was simply this size. Yi Lingyue. After a moment of holding, Yi Lingyue finally registered the nature of her actions, her ears flushing slightly. Discreetly loosening her grip, the atmosphere in the room remained subtly charged. Feeling a tad embarrassed, Xu Ruobai inquired, Senior sister, have you secured accommodations at the inn? Yi Lingyue shook her head. In that case, you may stay here. The inns in Yaowang City are likely fully booked due to the influx of cultivators for the trials, making it difficult to find alternative lodging. Xu Ruobai had learned this from Mo Xiaoxuan and her companions. Initially, they had not reserved a room due to a lack of spiritual stones. However, the recent trials had drawn a multitude of cultivators to Yaowang City, and even with spiritual stones, securing a room was now near impossible. At this revelation, Yi Lingyue's expression stiffened. Did that mean they would share a bed? Noticing Yi Lingyue's silence, Xu Ruobai hastily added, Let us proceed as we did last time, senior sister. I'll ask the innkeeper to make the arrangements. With that, Xu Ruobai left the room. Yi Lingyue was left in a state of bewilderment. Had her senior sister already shared a bed with Xu Ruobai? Was she truly that open? A sense of green jealousy washed over her. No, that was not the matter at hand. The pressing concern was how she should proceed now. As the senior sister, if she were to refuse, it might reveal a flaw in her guise. Thus she felt compelled to remain. Yi Lingyue's face turned sour. Had she known, she would not have arrived at such an inopportune time. Primarily, it was the sight of Mo Xiaoxuan and Xu Ruobai enjoying each other's company that had unsettled her. Now, donning the mantle of senior sister, it was imperative that she assert her claim. Indeed, the adage held true, think twice before acting. In her haste to send Mo Xiaoxuan away, she had not considered the potential consequences of her actions. Before long, Xu Ruobai returned and, after laying out the bedding, noticed the flicker of avoidance in Yi Lingyue's gaze. A wave of suspicion washed over him. What could be troubling his senior sister today? Had something transpired in the sect during his absence? Could it be? Xu Ruobai hastily asked, Senior sister, has something happened to our master? At this, Yi Lingyue nearly choked. How could she be in such good health while something was amiss? Not at all. Why would you think that? Xu Ruobai let out a sigh of relief. Then, Senior sister, why do you appear so troubled? Realizing Xu Ruobai had misunderstood her demeanor, Yi Lingyue quickly fabricated an excuse. Junior brother, I am merely concerned for your master. If my absence has given your senior brothers an opportunity, Xu Ruobai, while also somewhat worried, believed that his senior sister had come to check on him out of concern, and thus felt no inclination to blame her. It matters not. I shall return early tomorrow. If something truly occurs, there is little that can be done. Sister, do rest now. With that, Xu Ruobai extinguished the lamp, plunging the room into darkness. After observing Xu Ruobai lying on the floor, Yilingye hesitated for a few moments before climbing onto the bed. Could it be that Xu Ruobai was implying, as he had previously, that he would sleep on the floor while she occupied the bed? With such a striking beauty beside her, could he truly suppress any primal urges? Yilingye was uncertain whether Xu Ruobai had ever acted inappropriately toward her. Yet, if he were to make a move tonight, how could she refuse him without revealing her intentions? After contemplating for a while, Yilingye realized that Xu Ruobai, lying on the floor, exhibited no improper behavior whatsoever. Her earlier thoughts of him succumbing to base instincts were entirely unfounded. Was he truly this virtuous? Indeed, if even her innate charm could not captivate him, it could only be said that Xu Ruobai's self-control was unparalleled. Suddenly, Xu Ruobai asked Sister, "If one day I am no longer at Lingyu's sect, could I still be your boyfriend?" "Well, if you're not my boyfriend, who else could possibly fill that role? Moreover, if you do not remain at Lingyu's sect, where else could you go?" Xu Ruobai sighed, his gaze fixed vacantly on the ceiling. "Did you not say before that once my master recovers, she may not even acknowledge me as her disciple? Rather than staying on the mountain and causing her discomfort, it would be better to leave. After all, my presence here has always felt superfluous." Hearing this, Yilingye felt a pang of sorrow. Had such events not transpired, and had her cultivation not diminished, she might have never truly acknowledged Xu Ruobai. In the past, she would have eagerly wished for his departure, as she was somewhat vain and did not desire her disciple to be labeled as lacking in talent. However, with the current circumstances, Yilingye came to understand that one's innate talent for cultivation was not truly paramount. The heart of a person holds far greater significance. What if your master were to accept you as her disciple? Xu Ruobai smiled, though the sound of his laughter seemed somewhat strained. Perhaps, but after enduring so much, it is likely that my master would find it difficult to trust others. Even if she were to acknowledge me as her disciple, there would surely be barriers in her heart. Furthermore what? I also yearn to pursue broader horizons, to one day stand before you with dignity. Upon hearing this, Yilingye grasped Xu Ruobai's intent. Regardless of the outcome, it seemed he would inevitably depart. Those two young ladies persistently urged him to join the sword sect. His refusal to remain at Lingyu Peak likely stemmed from the trials faced by his master. Yet, his presence on the mountain was not due to any master-disciple relationship, but rather a mere happenstance of collecting the 4 disciples her master had mentioned. A casual act, yet he had managed to achieve such profound depths. Night Spirit Moon felt a twinge of regret, lamenting the decision to bring Xu Ruobai to the mountain without nurturing their bond. Had she taken the time to understand him better, perhaps their relationship would not be so strained. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, and Xu Ruobai, sensing the shift, quickly interjected to change the subject. "Senior sister, didn't Tiwi agree that I would take you out when we return? How about a visit to Liyun City?" "Liyun City? Me? Who else could it be?" In the dimly lit room, Night Spirit Moon's gaze flickered momentarily, and after several seconds of contemplation, she responded, "Well, junior brother, we must agree on this." Yes, we have an agreement." Chapter 51 Departure on the Flying Boat. Xiao Sun, why did you leave so abruptly? Did Xu Ruobai bully you? Qing Ling inquired, perplexed. "You must tell me if he mistreated you. Even though he has assisted us in recent days, I shall seek justice for you." Qing Ling found it bewildering. Everything had seemed fine during their departure, yet upon returning, Xiao Sun appeared deflated, lacking her usual vigor. Surely, it could not be that Xu Ruobai took advantage of her absence to exploit Xiao Sun. However, if that were the case, wouldn't Xiao Sun secretly revel in it? And Mo Xiao Sun, wearing a distressed expression, replied, "Brother Xu did not bully me. I am fine." Yet, her demeanor hardly conveyed that she was unscathed. If it were not Xu Ruobai who had wronged her, then Qing Ling, feeling a pang of sympathy, grasped Mo Xiao Sun's shoulders. Xiao Sun, I understand that being rejected can be painful, but do not worry. There are countless fish in the sea. You will surely encounter someone far better than your brother Su. Upon hearing Qing Ling's words, Mo Xiao Sun felt an overwhelming urge to cry out in frustration. Sister, I did not confess my feelings. What are you thinking? Taken aback, Qing Ling chuckled awkwardly. Oh, so wasn't he a failed confession? Then why do you look so distressed? Seeing her sister's wild assumptions, Mo Xiao Sun explained, Brother Su's senior sister has arrived, and he is returning tomorrow. Is it a problem for us to go back now? Could it be without issues? They had fled in the dead of night, and she had intended to bid Xu Ruobai farewell. Xu Ruobai's senior sister? Qing Ling pondered briefly and quickly deduced, it seems that the relationship between Xu Ruobai and his senior sister is rather significant. Mo Xiao Sun did not refute this notion. Qing Ling couldn't help but feel amused and exasperated. She had presumed that Xiao Sun's distress stemmed from a failed confession, only to discover it was due to a rival in love. Alas, this seemed far worse than mere rejection. Thus, she offered reassurance, Xiao Sun. Remember what I said, there are plenty of other options out there. Since your brother, Su, has someone he favors, it is best to let go of your feelings. Mo Xiao Sun puffed her cheeks in indignation. I am not pining after him. Brother Su and I are merely friends. Sister, if you keep saying such things, I shall ignore you. Qing Ling smirked, but chose not to expose her. Such self-deception was likely the only way Xiao Sun could cope. However, it remained a mystery as to how she had suddenly developed feelings for Xu Ruobai. After all, he was merely handsome, possessed exceptional swordsmanship, earned spiritual stones, and was friendly. Upon closer inspection, Xu Ruobai did indeed seem rather perfect, making it no surprise that Xiao Sun's heart was captivated. Just the fact that he could earn spiritual stones alone was enough to surpass most cultivators. Xiao Sun, did you not mention that the sword sect plans to recruit disciples from various sects? If you could bring Xu Ruobai to the sword sect, you might have a chance to be closer to him. At this, Mo Xiao Sun pondered for a moment before timidly uttering, "Isn't that inappropriate?" Though she verbally dismissed the idea, her eyes betrayed her true feelings. In her heart, Qing Ling silently scoffed, wondering whether this was an endeavor to find a disciple for her master or perhaps a companion for the young man. However, it seemed these two pursuits were not mutually exclusive. What harm could there be in it? With Xu Ruobai's exceptional talent in swordsmanship, his potential was indeed squandered in Lingyu's sect. Had he been in Sword Sect, he would likely have already earned renown across the 9 provinces. Mo Xiaoxuan nodded in agreement, feeling considerably uplifted after her senior's enlightening words. Yet, she found herself regretting her abrupt departure. The image of that striking woman she encountered the previous evening lingered in her mind. Despite her reluctance to admit it, the woman was undeniably exquisite. Her figure beyond Mo Xiaoxuan's own comparison. It felt as if she had been utterly outclassed by Su Daji's senior sister. Lowering her head slightly, she experienced a moment of fluctuation in her emotions, though it was brief. Raising her gaze again, she focused on her senior's chest. In comparison, this thought lightened her spirits considerably. In the Demon Emperor Palace of the Demon Race, Master, we have uncovered the information. In the innermost chamber of the palace, a girl with small horns atop her head sat upon a throne, her delicate legs dangling in midair. Yet, her golden eyes exuded a sense of authority that starkly contrasted with her appearance. Her ethereal voice resonated throughout the grand hall. Speak. Master, a human has developed a new type of disposable explosive artifact called the Thunderball. It is not a detonating talisman. Upon hearing this, Longli furrowed her brow in concern. Not a detonating talisman? Whom should we send demons to eliminate him? His Thunderball has yet to spread. If we resolve this early. Longli pondered for a moment before her transcendent voice echoed again. See if it is possible to capture him. If not, then eliminate him. Yes, Master. The great demon kneeling in the center of the hall vanished from sight. Longli then flipped her hand, and a book without a cover materialized in her grasp. There's a saying among humans that goes, in books, there are houses of gold, but she nearly digressed. In books, there are also beauties. The demon race's successes in recent years were largely attributed to this very book. It contained a method of pill concoction that significantly accelerated the reproduction rate of the demon race. Furthermore, the method was straightforward, requiring no specialized alchemists. Even those demons with limited dexterity could learn it, provided they possessed a certain level of intelligence. It was thanks to this elixir that the demon race could successfully implement their tactics of overwhelming force. Thus, it could be said that this book was a crucial contributor to their numerous victories in territorial disputes. Consequently, whenever Long Li had a moment to spare, she would peruse its contents, hoping to glean further knowledge. Regrettably, during her visit to the human territory, she had only managed to bring back this single tome. Had it not been for the seller's claim that it was an exceedingly rare edition circulating in the market, she might not have acquired it at all. Long Li perused the text once more, but alas, it predominantly detailed the reproductive processes of the human race, a subject that held little interest for her. Furthermore, the tome mentioned only this singular type of aphrodisiac pill, lacking any other alchemical recipes. Xu Ruobai remarked, "Why does this sound increasingly familiar?" Long Li contemplated that this book was indeed a valuable asset. She resolved to seek an opportunity to venture into the realm of humanity once again, to procure a selection of noteworthy texts for her subordinates among the demon clan. Perhaps, in due course, the demons could evolve to possess intellect akin to that of humans, each individual awakening to wisdom and adhering to the order she had established. This was the vision she fervently hoped to realize. Chapter 52. A single kiss to ignite a blush. Who would not adore that? The following day, the first ray of morning light caressed Xu Ruobai's face. He furrowed his brow a few times before finally opening his eyes. Sitting up, he glanced over at the bed, where Yi Lingyue was tilting her head, gazing intently at him. "Sister, you're up so early?" Yi Lingyue was momentarily taken aback, clearly unable to process that Xu Ruobai was addressing her. "Oh, what's the matter?" How could Yi Lingyue dare to sleep? She had spent the entire night propped on her side, watching Xu Ruobai below, and before she knew it, the dawn had arrived. Time seemed to pass rather swiftly. Xu Ruobai squinted slightly, observing his sister and feeling a stir of doubt within. Was she always like this? Upon reflection, it seemed that Yi Lingyue had been rather peculiar yesterday as well. At the time, he had been too preoccupied with being caught by her to think much of it, but now, in the quiet of the morning, he found her demeanor to be quite disconcerting. Given his sister's usual character, she would typically engage in conversation filled with references to her readings. Furthermore, she would rarely display such a sentimental expression. Ordinarily, she would maintain a stoic face and utter some teasing remarks. Yet, the question arose, if this was not his sister, then who could it possibly be? To validate his suspicions, Xu Ruobai tentatively probed, "Sister, may I steal a kiss from you?" Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue, who had been slightly dazed, suddenly snapped to attention. What was this? Last night, when the opportunity was ripe, he had not acted on his desires, and now, in the early morning, he was boldly declaring his intention to kiss her. Should he be labeled a beast or a gentleman? But had they actually kissed before? Would rejecting him expose a flaw in her facade? Certainly, it was not that she wished to be kissed. Rather, it was the fear of revealing the truth that might disrupt her carefully laid plans. Xu Ruobai's eyes shimmered with uncertainty. Could it truly be his sister? After all, who would impersonate her? Furthermore, only their master was privy to the nature of their relationship. It was highly improbable that this person was a disguise crafted by their master. With this thought, Xu Ruobai's doubts were somewhat alleviated. Observing Xu Ruobai's prolonged silence, Yi Lingyue grew increasingly puzzled. Wasn't he supposed to be kissing her? Did he require a moment to gather his feelings? How innocent of him! Let be clear, she was absolutely not harboring any expectations. After a brief hesitation, Xu Ruobai leaned in closer. Having voiced his intention, he naturally could not let the opportunity slip away. As he drew nearer to the enchanting visage of his sister, he swallowed hard. Just as his lips were about to brush against her face, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Why had she closed her eyes? This was utterly inconsistent with her character. Under normal circumstances, at such a moment, sister would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to tease him. Previously, whether it was he kissing her or she kissing him, she had never displayed such a timid demeanor. Contemplating this, Xu Ruobai abruptly halted, gazing at the strikingly familiar visage before him, and he found himself utterly perplexed. Was this truly sister? His doubt did not stem from suspicion, but rather from the stark contrast to the sister he had always known. With her eyes closed, Yi Lingyue waited in silence for what felt like an eternity, only to be met with an unexpected stillness. Curiosity piqued. She half opened her eyes to steal a glance. There, mere inches away, Xu Ruobai was intently staring at her. What was he doing? Was he taking a moment to appreciate her beauty before the kiss? How romantic! However, it soon dawned on Yi Lingyue that something was amiss. Xu Ruobai's gaze was laced with uncertainty. Had she inadvertently revealed a flaw? Her mind raced as possibilities emerged. Given sister's character, she would undoubtedly take the initiative in such a situation. Yet the current scenario was clearly incongruous with sister's persona. Did this mean she had to make the first move? No, she abhorred the idea of taking the initiative with her disciple. Why was she now considering such a reversal of roles? Regardless, she dismissed her concerns, prioritizing her plans. For now, she was sister, not her mentor. With this thought, Yi Lingyue boldly wrapped her arms around Xu Ruobai's neck, leaning in slightly to press her lips against his. This maneuver left Xu Ruobai wide-eyed, his prior doubts evaporating. Now this felt like sister. Perhaps she had come across some peculiar literature that inspired her to close her eyes while kissing. Yet, there was something distinctly different from the last experience. Perhaps sister had switched to a new lip tint, imparting unique flavor. Initially, Xu Ruobai intended to merely kiss her cheek, but unexpectedly, their lips met. Previously, he had only brushed against her lips, but this time, sister seemed more assertive, even. Extending her tongue, Xu Ruobai could distinctly feel the heat rising to his cheeks. While he intended to keep it light, sister clung to him tightly, effectively silencing any opportunity for him to speak. After what felt like an eternity, Yi Lingyue finally remembered what she was doing. Though this was not her first kiss, it was indeed her first with a male. As for why it was not her first kiss overall, that was entirely due to her insufferable sister, who, during their childhood, had pointed to a book and claimed that kissing was delightful, only for it to yield no sensation whatsoever. Yet the kiss with Xu Ruobai held a feeling that was incomparable to her previous experiences. Her mind felt somewhat foggy, which explained why she continued to embrace Xu Ruobai without releasing him. Reflecting on her recent actions, Yi Lingyue felt an inexplicable dizziness wash over her. At this moment, a singular thought occupied her mind, to rush outside and gather her thoughts, for otherwise it would be exceedingly difficult for her to maintain a composed demeanor. With a subtle release of breath, she spoke, "Junior, coughing softly, she continued, "Sister, I shall step out to fetch you breakfast. After we have finished, I will take my leave." Little did she anticipate that Xu Ruobai would be even more flustered before she could utter another word. Xu Ruobai quickly declared this and dashed away. Yi Lingyue could no longer suppress the flush on her cheeks, the warmth spreading to her neck as well. She began to wonder if her senior had intentionally made her mimic her demeanor. What had initially been a simple intention to comfort Xu Ruobai had inexplicably transformed into this scenario. Moreover, why had she, in that moment of affection, inexplicably extended her tongue? Could it be an involuntary response of her body? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Yi Lingyue's face reddened even further, her heart racing as though she had pressed the fast-forward button on her emotions. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, having calmed her spirit, a knock echoed through the room, followed by Xu Ruobai's re-entry. "Sister, I have brought you steam buns." At this moment, Xu Ruobai's gaze flickered. Her cheeks likewise tinged with a hint of crimson, revealing that the kiss they had shared had stirred her own heart as well. Yi Lingyue gazed at Xu Ruobai in a daze. Inexplicably, she found the blushing Xu Ruobai endearing. It was no wonder her senior held such affection for him. Who could resist a boyfriend who blushes at mere kiss? Chapter 53. The jealous night spirit moon. After finishing their breakfast, the two made their way to the boat station in the city of the Medicine King. The tickets for the flying boat were available in several categories. The ticket that Xu Ruobai had previously purchased was the most basic one, naturally affording only a modest room. If he were traveling alone, it would not matter if he had no place to stay. However, with a senior sister accompanying him, It was essential to showcase his financial capabilities as her boyfriend. Fortunately, he had earned some spirit stones over the past few days. Otherwise, he would have found it challenging to handle his senior sister's unexpected scrutiny. 2 medium tickets, please. Demonstrating financial strength was necessary, but it was an absolute taboo to overreach and appear ostentatious. 2. Night Spirit Moon blinked, her mind racing, and impulsively remarked, "Isn't one enough, junior brother?" Upon uttering those words, she felt a twinge of regret. If they were to share a room, it would be her own heart that would be burdened with anxiety come nightfall. Xu Ruobai sensed the awkwardness. The previous night had been a result of the late hour and the unavailability of second room at the inn, which had led to his senior sister staying in his room. The current situation was evidently different, and sharing a room now seemed rather inappropriate. At that moment, the young man in charge of collecting tickets interjected. "You two lovebirds need not argue. There's only 1 medium ticket left. If you don't buy it, it will be gone shortly." Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai hesitated no longer and quickly paid with his spirit stones. The high traffic in the city of the Medicine King made it quite common to be without a ticket. "Senior sister, it seems you will have to endure a few days of discomfort." Night Spirit Moon silently lamented the turn of events. 3 days. 3 nights confined together. Could Xu Ruobai truly maintain his composure? Even a saint might struggle under such circumstances. However, she had proposed this arrangement, and there was no turning back now. As they took a few steps forward, a voice called out from behind, "3 medium tickets, please." "Sure, that'll be 900 mid-grade spirit stones." Xu Ruobai's lips twitched. The ticket seller was indeed perceptive. He took Night Spirit Moon's hand and quickened his pace. Night Spirit Moon glanced down at their clasped hands, contemplating her current role as a senior sister. Having kissed him before, holding hands was still acceptable, she reasoned. Xu Ruobai led her directly to their room on the flying boat. As he surveyed the spacious bed within, he couldn't help but marvel at the stark contrast between the medium and low-tier tickets. He wondered what the high-tier accommodations must be like. "By the way, senior sister, I brought back a little gift for our master. Do you think this is appropriate?" At his words, Night Spirit Moon's curiosity ignited. She had to admit that Xu Ruobai's filial piety was genuine. Despite her often indifferent treatment towards him, he still remembered her as his master during such moments, filling her heart with warmth. With a flick of his wrist, Xu Ruobai revealed a wooden hairpin resting in his palm, devoid of any magical aura, indicating it was merely an ordinary adornment. Certainly, Night Spirit Moon seems indifferent to the nature of the hairpin. As the saying goes, a small gift can carry profound affection. She genuinely appreciates this hairpin, finding it quite suitable. "Junior brother, you truly possess a filial heart," she remarked. Xu Ruobai, feeling a bit bashful, rubbed his nose, but he was somewhat puzzled. Shouldn't there be some bonus points for daily interactions at such moments? "Senior sister, I have something prepared for you as well. Please see if it pleases you." Xu Ruobai put away the wooden hairpin and replaced it with a jade one, intricately carved in the shape of a phoenix, which appeared rather exquisite. Night Spirit Moon's expression abruptly stiffened. What did this mean? A splendid gift for the senior sister, yet he offered her a mere wooden hairpin? Initially, she had thought it commendable for Xu Ruobai to consider gifting her a hairpin, but now it seemed rather disappointing. Xu Ruobai, noticing her evident change in expression, felt a pang of concern. Did his senior sister not like it? Tentatively, he inquired, "Senior sister, is there something wrong with this hairpin?" Realizing she had momentarily lost her composure, Night Spirit Moon hastily adjusted her expression and replied, "No. Junior brother, you truly have an eye for beauty." Yet, to Xu Ruobai, her reaction appeared more as self-reassurance, causing him to feel a flicker of disappointment. He tightened his grip on the hairpin and said, "Senior sister, this is my first time selecting such a gift. Perhaps I rushed it. Should I buy another one next time?" Night Spirit Moon bit her lip, feeling a twinge of regret. After all, he remembered to bring a thoughtful gift for their inexpensive master. Yet here she was, displaying her emotions. "Night Spirit Moon, you ought to be more gracious." She quickly accepted the hairpin from Xu Ruobai's hand, offering an excuse. "No, junior brother, I truly like it. It's just that you gifted your master a hairpin, and I feel a touch envious." Xu Ruobai had not anticipated this. It seemed his senior sister had also felt jealousy before, although she had shown little expression then. Now, however, she bore a hint of flusteredness on her face, which was rather peculiar. Nevertheless, Xu Ruobai harbored no significant doubts and cautiously suggested, if that's the case, should I not gift it to you? At this, Night Spirit Moon nearly choked, realizing once again that in Xu Ruobai's eyes, she was far less significant than his senior sister. How disheartening. Having already purchased the gift, it was better to present it. Xu Ruobai let out a soft "oh," feeling quite perplexed by the sudden changes in his senior sister, which had become so pronounced that he struggled to comprehend them. Deep down, he truly questioned whether this was his senior sister, but after several confirmations, everything seemed to be in order. Following their earlier exchange, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Night Spirit Moon broke the silence. "Junior brother, could you help me fasten the hairpin?" "Eh." Xu Ruobai quickly responded, "Senior sister, I don't know how to style hair." His own hair was simply tied back with a hairband, lacking any intricate arrangement. How could he possibly assist a girl with her hair? "It's all right. Allow me to guide you." "Well, if it doesn't turn out well, don't blame me." 5 minutes later, staring into the mirror at the enchanting visage of her senior sister alongside her own, Xu Ruobai felt as if she were in a dream. How could such a stunning woman possibly be her girlfriend? Unable to contain her admiration, she exclaimed, "Senior sister, you are truly beautiful." Yi Lingyue was aware that the praise was directed at her senior sister rather than herself, which left her feeling somewhat unsettled, yet she dared not reveal her discomfort. In a moment of impulsive boldness, she remarked, "Beautiful? Well, would you like a steel kiss?" At her words, Xu Ruobai instinctively swallowed hard, her heart fluttering with desire. As she pondered whether it would be permissible to kiss, her senior sister had already pressed her crimson lips against hers. So forward, indeed. She must be the senior sister, Yi Lingyue thought, considering that this was not their first encounter. Rather than focusing on the act of kissing, soothing Xu Ruobai's heart took precedence. After all, she was now Xu Ruobai's girlfriend. Yet, despite it not being their first time, the sensation of kissing still left her slightly dazed. Even as a cultivator in the transformation phase, she found herself unable to resist. Chapter 54. The master of the sword sect, Hua Lilu, returning to the sword sect, had left Qinling in a state of anxiety for half a day. As the leader of a sect, Master Hua Jian was not to be compared with the Lingyu sect. After all, it was a profound-level sect. The master was perpetually occupied with numerous affairs and typically returned only by nightfall. The sky was gradually dimming, signifying that her master would soon return. Having sneaked away for half a month, Qinling dreaded the inevitable scolding that awaited her. The thought alone was terrifying. "Xiao Sun, you must come to my aid, otherwise, no one will help you deceive your elder brother from the Lingyu sect," she implored, perhaps due to Qinling's persistent mentions of her elder brother. Mo Xiao Sun no longer exhibited the same indignation as before. "All right. But if I intercede on your behalf and you still face punishment, that is no concern of mine," she replied. Qinling nodded, grateful for any assistance in sharing the burden of her impending reprimand. Approximately half an hour later, footsteps echoed outside the door. Upon hearing them, Qinling's heart raced. She knew her master had returned. She promptly opened the door and greeted her with a beaming smile. "Master, you have returned." Hua Lilu wore a stern expression and replied gravely, "Speak. What excuse do you have this time?" Feeling guilty, Qinling cleared her throat. "Master, I truly engaged in important matters this time." With a disdainful glance, Hua Lilu retorted, "Oh, I am well aware of your antics. When have you ever been engaged in anything substantial?" The phrase "to be frustrated with one's own disciple" perfectly encapsulated Hua Lilu's sentiments toward Qinling. Yet, Qinling showed no inclination for cultivation. If it were merely from merriment, it might be forgivable, but this young girl persistently entangled herself in trouble. Just the other day, Elder San had come to complain that Qinling had stolen his spirit crane for a meal, nearly driving him to the brink of fury. Such incidents were not uncommon with Qinling, and each time she was lectured, her understanding seemed to vanish into thin air. From her master's gaze, Qinling felt deeply offended. She considered herself quite obedient, though uttering such a claim might provoke disbelief. "Master, I swear I did not deceive you. I have found a disciple with extraordinary swordsmanship talent. Not only will he inherit your legacy, but his future achievements will surely surpass yours, she proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Hua Lilu's heart stirred with skepticism. Was this yet another novel excuse? What do you mean by that? She inquired. Master, you are unaware that this talent is merely in his 20s, having already mastered the art of sword fusion and possessing the thunder sword intent. Is that not the makings of a future grand sword immortal? At this, the skepticism in Hua Lilu's eyes intensified. Qin Ling, you should be aware of the consequences of deceiving your master, correct? Seeing her master still reluctant to believe her and poised to reprimand her, Qin Ling hurriedly called out, Xiao Sun, come out and confirm whether it is true. Moments later, Mo Xiao Sun emerged from within, and Hua Lilu cast an inquiring glance toward her. Master, what senior sister said is indeed true. Upon hearing Mo Xiaoxuan affirm it as well, Hua Lilu finally believed it to some extent. In her 20s? Qin Ling nodded. After pondering for a few moments, Hua Lilu remarked, perhaps he is already a disciple of some reclusive sword immortal. Please do not create trouble for me. Qin Ling quickly waved her hands in protest. No, he is a disciple of the neighboring Lingyu sect, and moreover, he mentioned that he only started practicing the 10,000 swords technique half a month ago. Half a month ago? Even Hua Lilu was taken aback. If it were merely the unity of swords combined with the thunder sword intent, that would suggest a modest degree of talent. After all these years, she had encountered countless sword geniuses. However, if one could achieve such a level after merely half a month of sword practice, that would be more than genius. It would be monstrous. Of course, Hua Lilu was merely surprised. When it came to accepting disciples, she prioritized the individual's character. For instance, Qin Ling and Mo Xiaoxuan, both of whom had only average talent in swordsmanship, were considered rather ordinary within the sword sect. Yet, she still took them as disciples due to their commendable character. Well, only Mo Xiaoxuan truly possessed a good character. As for Qin Ling, her mischievous antics were quite a headache. Master, what do you think? Didn't you say that the sect would be recruiting new disciples soon? Future sword immortals, Master. Are you not tempted? Hua Lilu indeed felt a stir of interest. Having served as the sect leader for countless years, she had long contemplated finding someone to inherit her position, allowing her to retire peacefully. If the individual possessed decent talent and character, it would certainly warrant consideration. However, even if she did not take him as her disciple, given his talent, it would be more than sufficient for him to enter the sword sect. In fact, it would be quite appropriate to welcome him with great pomp. She guessed that other elders, once learning of such a prodigy, would likely compete fiercely to take him under their wing. Lingyu sect was his name. Seeing that her master was genuinely intrigued, Qin Ling felt a weight lift from her heart. It seemed she would escape a calamity today. She then spoke up. Xu Ruobai, I believe he mentioned going to Tianling Peak to find him, right? Qin Ling glanced at Mo Xiaoxuan, who nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Hua Lilu's expression turned peculiar. Tianling Peak? Isn't that the peak of the Lingyu sect's leader? Those residing there should be disciples of Yi Lingyue, right? As it was a neighboring sect, Hua Lilu was somewhat familiar with them. The leader of Tianling Peak, Yi Lingyue, had 3 disciples, Zhang Yunqi, Li Yuanhe, and Li Wuxin. Where did this Xu Ruobai come from? Could he possibly be a mere errand boy from Tianling Peak? Yet this seemed implausible, given his evident sword talent. No one would consider him just an errand boy. Hua Lilu narrowed her eyes, pondering whether Qin Ling and Xiaoxuan had encountered a fraud. Qin Ling, please recount your interactions with Xu Ruobai in detail. Qin Ling blinked several times before speaking. Well, Master, perhaps it would be better for Xiao Sun to share her thoughts, as she has spent more time with him. Upon hearing this, Hua Liluo's expression grew increasingly peculiar, sensing that something was amiss. She then turned her gaze towards Mo Xiao Sun. Although Mo Xiao Sun felt somewhat embarrassed, the matter at hand was of great importance regarding whether Su Gu could become her master's disciple. After a few moments of hesitation, she recounted everything in detail. Chapter 55, The Erosion of Consciousness, Master of 10,000 Prisons. Upon hearing the news, Hua Lilu could not help but feel a tinge of confusion. Are there still such benevolent souls in the current realm of cultivation? Moreover, why did a subtle smile dance upon Xiao Sun's face as she spoke? Could it be that her disciple had already been spirited away before even finding one? Considering this, the character of the individual in question seemed commendable. I shall first send someone to inquire further, and we will discuss the matter of accepting disciples at a later time. Mo Xiaoxuan responded with a soft a flicker of joy illuminating her countenance. By the way, Master, does our sect possess the reversal herb? There should still be some left. Why do you ask? Upon hearing that there might be, Mo Xiaoxuan's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Master, Brother Su mentioned he needs the reversal herb, so. While Lu could easily discern her intentions. Initially, she had harbored some fondness for Xu Ruobai, but now it seemed that his affections were merely aimed solely at acquiring the reversal herb. I will contemplate this matter. Qin Ling. Hearing her master call her name abruptly, a sense of foreboding washed over Qin Ling and Master. What is it? You are to meditate in solitude at the back mountain, and you shall not return for half a month. Master, please don't. I have already found you a disciple. How can you do this to me? Qin Ling thought she had narrowly escaped a calamity, only to discover that her master was unceremoniously casting her aside. Hualilu huffed. You may choose to go on your own or have me escort you. The choice is yours. Qin Ling was left dumbfounded. Master, doesn't Xiao Sun need to go? Hualilu replied. It is undoubtedly you who dragged her out. Do you think I am unaware? Qin Ling wore a face of desolation. Why is there such a disparity in treatment between disciples? Xu Ruobai, I can deeply relate to this. 3 days later, at the entrance of Lingyu's sect, Junior brother, may I return to my peak now? Xu Ruobai nodded, glancing at his senior sister, then surveying the surroundings to ensure they were alone before speaking. Senior sister, may I have another hug? Yi Lingyue also sensed the absence of onlookers and willingly embraced him. Over the past few days, to prevent Xu Ruobai from growing suspicious, Yi Lingyue had felt compelled to be a bit more proactive, indulging in affectionate gestures with him. Thus, a mere parting hug was no longer enough to make her blush or flutter. Now that she was abruptly returning to the sect, a touch of melancholy lingered in her heart. After all, she was Yi Lingyue, not Yu Yunqi. Deceiving Xu Ruobai left her feeling uneasy. 3 days had passed, and she would treat it as a fleeting dream, having played the role of a senior sister and enjoyed the privileges that came with it. Not only did she feel somewhat guilty towards Xu Ruobai, but she also felt remorse towards her senior sister. She understood that Xu Ruobai held deep affections for his senior sister, and her role as an interloper was clearly inappropriate. This embrace would serve as a fitting conclusion to the ephemeral dream of the past few days. Yi Lingyue stretched out her arms, willingly enveloping Xu Ruobai in her embrace, her cheek resting against his chest, and for some unknown reason, her eyes began to brim with warmth. It must be acknowledged that I have developed a certain fondness for him. However, there are no buts. Junior brother, I shall take my leave now. With that, Yi Lingyue gracefully withdrew from his embrace, turned her back, waved her hand nonchalantly, and stepped into the sect. Xu Ruobai couldn't help but marvel at the saying, a scholar should be viewed with new eyes after 3 days apart, and his senior sister was no exception. Of course, the senior sister, who enjoyed kissing, was rather adorable. Thinking of this brought a smile to Xu Ruobai's face. After spending these few days together, his affection for her must have increased a little, right? The matter with his senior sister seemed to have reached a temporary conclusion. But Xu Ruobai was somewhat annoyed that the master had not been eating properly these past few days, resulting in no task points credited to him. It was unfortunate that he had diligently prepared meals for her all this time, though he did harbor some complaints. It was likely that the master's lack of appetite was due to her recovering strength, rendering food unnecessary. So what was to become of his tasks? Xu Ruobai felt a headache coming on. The current master was no longer the obedient one who would comply with a mere word of behave. Alas, at Tianling Peak, Yu Yunqi observed the returning Yi Lingyue with a peculiar expression. Junior sister, why do you seem a bit guilty? Yi Lingyue forced a smile, her gaze evasive. No, not at all. Xu Ruobai is coming back. Senior sister, you should head back first. Yet, rather than departing, Yu Yunqi took a few steps closer to her. This startled Yi Lingyue. "Senior sister, what are you doing?" Yu Yunqi sniffed, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "Junior sister, how does it feel to embrace my boyfriend?" At this remark, Yi Lingyue's ears turned uncontrollably red. "Senior sister, what are you talking about? Stop joking." She then pushed Yu Yunqi away. "You should go back quickly. Xu Ruobai will be here soon. I will find you later." Forcefully shoving Yu Yunqi out and closing the door, she inwardly cursed. This senior sister, her nose is as sharp as a dog's. Fortunately, even with her keen senses, she could not possibly discover that Yi Lingyue had kissed Xu Ruobai. So the question remained, did this mean she had betrayed her senior sister, or had her senior sister betrayed her? A quarter of an hour later, knock, 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 come in. Xu Ruobai entered the room, clasped his hands in greeting, and called out, "Master." He discreetly observed Yi Lingyue, noting her good complexion, which indicated significant recovery. Yi Lingyue casually inquired, "How was your trip to Yaowang Valley?" Xu Ruobai lowered his head and replied, "Rest assured, Master, I did not reveal your name. I would never bring you shame." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a pang of discomfort. Xu Ruobai's thoughtfulness was somewhat heart-wrenching. Xu Ruobai then spoke again, "Master, you haven't been eating properly these days, have you?" Yi Lingyue was puzzled as to how he knew. Could it be that he had left a special formation on the food box? "Eat. I have eaten." Xu Ruobai furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend why his master would deceive him, yet he had no intention of exposing her. Then, "Master, please prepare the lunch." Xu Ruobai nodded, realizing that if his master were to forego her meal, it could complicate matters. "Well then, I shall not disturb you any further." With that, Xu Ruobai clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and departed from his master's abode. With only 120 task points accumulated, Xu Ruobai pondered whether he should draw again. The last time he had drawn, it had yielded fruitful results. Perhaps fortune would favor him once more. Primarily, he needed over 10,000 experience points to transcend to the Golden Core stage, and this paltry amount of task points was utterly insufficient. It would be wiser to take another gamble. With this thought in mind, Xu Ruobai invested his task points into the spinning wheel. The wheel clattered and soon came to a halt. Alas, it was still white. Perhaps he had overthought the situation. Mind Control Erosion Plus reduces control time by 60, not a pill. Mind Control Erosion? If memory served him correctly, this skill seemed to be a passive ability of Yang Jian. Immunity to 60 of control time, without restrictions on the presence of heroes. Wasn't this skill rather formidable? Why had it been categorized within the white draw area? Could it be that the system also believed Yang Jian required enhancement? Planner, hasten to bolster Lao Gang. Chapter 56. The Frog in Warm Water with an immunity control time of 60. Xu Ruobai considered this to be quite a practical skill. However, he was uncertain whether the term controlled encompassed all types of control spells. With a flick of his wrist, a pill appeared in his hand. Indeed, it was a pill extracted from the system. This pill was more of a nuisance than a benefit. The description indicated that upon consumption, one would collapse and remain incapacitated for 1 minute. It merely entailed lying on the ground, utterly devoid of control for that duration. Fortunately, the effects of this series of pills could stack. For instance, one pill would incapacitate for 1 minute, while 10 would extend the duration to 10 minutes. It would undoubtedly be challenging to utilize in combat, as who would willingly consume a pill from an enemy. Moreover, it appeared rather unremarkable. It was quite suitable for testing the newly acquired skill. Upon returning to his cave, Xu Ruobai consumed the pill and instantly collapsed onto the floor, staring blankly at the ceiling. Simultaneously, he began to count the seconds in his mind. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, until the 24th second, when his body regained its faculties. If even the system's items could be immune, it stood to reason that immunity against such control spells was achievable. Of course, personal testing was essential. He wondered if his senior sister possessed similar spells and resolved to inquire at a later time. In the Scripture Pavilion, after a brief tidying of his cave, Xu Ruobai proceeded to the Scripture Pavilion. Surely, he would find his senior sister there. Yet, upon catching sight of Yu Yunqi, he felt a strange familiarity. This seemed reminiscent of his senior sister's previous demeanor. Could she be exhibiting a peculiar form of agility? Sister? Yes, Yu Yunchi set her book aside and beckoned Xu Ruobai over. Junior brother, come sit with me. He did not hesitate and took a seat beside her. Have you visited your master? She inquired. Xu Ruobai nodded and replied, Master appears to be recovering well. If this continues, she might regain her strength soon. As he spoke, Xu Ruobai scrutinized Yu Yunchi as if he had noticed something, and then asked, Sister, what happened to the hairpin I gifted you? Why aren't you wearing it? Just days prior, he had presented the hairpin to her, and he distinctly remembered her wearing it that morning. Yu Yunchi's expression remained unchanged as she replied calmly, I took it off and placed it in my cave. Xu Ruobai acknowledged with an O, yet his gaze lingered on Yu Yunchi, a sense of unease lingering in his heart, though he could not articulate what felt amiss. Noticing Xu Ruobai's scrutiny, Yu Yunchi tilted her head and asked, Junior brother, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? Or perhaps are you thinking of kissing me? At her words, Xu Ruobai nearly choked, hastily turning his head away. And no, it's just that you're so beautiful. I couldn't help but glance at you a bit longer. In recent days, Xu Ruobai has been quite affectionate towards his senior sister. It would be misleading to claim he feels no desire for her. However, it is essential to maintain a certain decorum. Yet, Junior brother, what should I do if I wish to kiss you? Yu Yunchi leaned in closer, wrapping her arms around Xu Ruobai's left arm. Resting her chin on his shoulder, her warm breath brushing against his ear, provoking an undeniable flutter within him. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but in that fleeting moment, it felt as if his earlobe had been gently nibbled. Xu Ruobai instantly froze. That sensation was unmistakable. The formidable allure of his senior sister from days past seemed to have dissipated, and this version of her was reminiscent of the senior sister he had always known. Senior sister, the events of the past few days have been rather inappropriate. I believe it is prudent to maintain some composure. Inappropriate? Yu Yunchi's eyes narrowed slightly. Junior sister, you wouldn't have done anything behind my back under the guise of my identity, would you? Junior brother, the books say that when one is in love, one becomes impulsive. Why should we remain composed? Xu Ruobai found wisdom in her words. Deep down, he yearned to share tender moments with his senior sister, to engage in the intimate gestures reserved for couples. Yet, he felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity, believing he could offer her little in return. While the act of loving someone is inherently personal, being with that person entails a greater responsibility. Junior brother, be good, just give me a kiss. Otherwise, your senior sister might feel sad. Xu Ruobai sensed no genuine sorrow in her words. On the contrary, he felt as if he were being playfully teased. However, her earnest demeanor left him with no choice but to respond. That it can only be one kiss, as the etiquette from the books cannot be entirely disregarded. Given her insistence, Xu Ruobai couldn't bear to dampen her spirits. Just a few days ago, while aboard the flying vessel, he had expressed similar sentiments to his senior sister, but back then, she had been so unyielding that he hardly had a chance to react. Now, however, his senior sister exuded an aura reminiscent of a frog slowly being boiled in warm water, drawing him in deeper, ultimately rendering escape impossible. Xu Ruobai did not despise this. Rather, he recognized that his affection for his senior sister was growing stronger. For this reason, he was reluctant to engage in any actions that might cause her harm. As for why he consistently resisted her advances, it was not merely a matter of propriety. A person who has traversed from the modern world would hardly be bound by such conventions. Affectionate gestures between couples are indeed commonplace. Are they not? In truth, Xu Ruobai harbored the belief that should the day come when her senior sister regretted their union, at the very least, she could gracefully withdraw. As for herself, she presumed she would be engulfed in sorrow. Junior brother, Yu Yunchi leaned closer to Xu Ruobai. The distance between their lips so minuscule that it could be described as tantalizingly near, yet Yu Yunchi refrained from simply leaning in for a kiss. Instead, her gaze, ablaze with intensity, was fixed upon Xu Ruobai's eyes, as if her own shimmering orbs had already penetrated the depths of his innermost thoughts. In that tranquil moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Yu Yunchi recognized that a person with a temperament like her junior brother's found it exceedingly challenging to truly open up his heart. The lack of emotional security often stemmed from a profound sense of inferiority, deeply rooted within, and such feelings of inadequacy in love were frequently a consequence of one's upbringing. Xu Ruobai exemplified this notion distinctly. Though he appeared resilient, beneath that faade lay a fragile core, frequently beset by self-doubt, questioning whether his actions were right, whether he was good enough. He yearned for love, yet felt unworthy of it. Within the depths of his soul, he had erected barriers to shield himself, and her aim was to gently guide Xu Ruobai towards understanding his own emotions, ultimately leading him to truly open the doors to his heart. Chapter 57, Junior Brother. Can you feel it? The gaze of Yu Yunxi, unreserved and penetrating, caused Xu Ruobai to slightly avert his head. Yet, Yu Yunxi gently cradled his face with her hands, aligning it once more. Junior Brother. The books say that not only does embracing ignite a rapid heartbeat, but gazing into the eyes of someone you cherish can elicit the same response. As she spoke, Yu Yunxi delicately placed her right hand upon his chest. Your heart races quite swiftly. It seems you hold a fondness for me. Xu Ruobai felt that his heartbeat transcended mere acceleration. Had it not been for his senior sister's presence, he might have leaped with fervor. In the next moment, Yu Yunxi seized Xu Ruobai's hand, placing it upon her own chest. With a serious expression, she inquired, Junior Brother, can you feel it? Xu Ruobai's eyes widened, his gaze fixating on the spot where his hand lay, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. What should he do? Previously, his senior sister had at least asked if he wished to explore. This time, however, she had directly taken his hand for him to experience it personally. It's all right. Take your time. Junior Brother, there's no rush. Xu Ruobai dared not move his hand, not even exerting the slightest pressure, fearful of crossing a line. Yet, in this situation, how could it not be considered a transgression? It appeared that his senior sister was concerned he might not fully grasp the sensation, for she increased the pressure of her grip slightly. Thump, thump. Indeed, it seemed his heart was racing faster. Xu Ruobai swallowed hard. Speaking up, Senior sister, that's enough now. How so? Is it racing a bit faster? Should I take a closer feel? Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai quickly responded, No. No need, I already understand. With that, Yu Yunxi ceased pressing his hand, prompting Xu Ruobai to hastily retract it. If what the books claimed was true, did his senior sister truly harbor feelings for him? Xu Ruobai felt a warmth enveloping his thoughts, prompting him to say, Senior sister, I have something to attend to. Yu Yunxi grasped his hand firmly, stating, Not yet, we haven't kissed. This, Junior Brother, you promised me. Did you not say that a promise must be fulfilled? Xu Ruobai felt as if he might explode, for it was not merely his heartbeat that quickened, but also the flow of his blood and spiritual energy surged. Why was his spiritual energy accelerating? Could it be that romance aids in cultivation? It's no wonder dual cultivation exists. All right then, senior sister, please be swift. Xu Ruobai felt as though he might be overwhelmed. Such a senior sister was quite adept, though not a novice in such matters. He found it difficult to resist her advances. Yu Yunxi leaned in closer to Xu Ruobai, cupping his face in her hands. Junior Brother, your face is quite flushed. How could not be? Xu Ruobai could already envision the hue of his own face. Yu Yunxi wasted no time, leaning forward to seal her lips upon his. Unlike a couple of days ago, the senior sister did not extend her tongue this time. Instead, she gently bit his lower lip, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xu Ruobai. For a moment, Xu Ruobai found himself somewhat entranced. Such captivating eyes, such soft, delicate lips, it was unclear how much time had passed before Xu Ruobai snapped back to reality and hurriedly withdrew. Sister, that should be enough, right? Yunxi, with a hint of displeasure on her face, remarked, You haven't finished that kiss yet. How can you leave like this? We haven't finished? Xu Ruobai stammered. All right, a kiss a day, is that the deal? He felt that if he didn't take the initiative to pull away, the senior sister might indeed continue kissing him all day long. Next time, maybe next time, sister, I actually came to find you for something important. Yu Yunxi tilted her head. Is kissing your girlfriend not important? Xu Ruobai found himself unable to counter her, realizing that if he continued to be teased by his senior sister, he might truly be overwhelmed. His original intention was to seek her assistance in testing his newly acquired passive ability, yet it had unexpectedly transformed into this. However, reflecting upon it, did being kissed to the point of mental blankness count as mental control? If that were the case, without this passive skill, could it be that he would have taken twice as long to regain his senses? In that light, his senior sister's control skill was indeed formidable, capable of ensnaring even someone as resilient as himself for such an extended period. Taking a couple of deep breaths to steady his emotions, Xu Ruobai finally spoke. "Sister, I have discovered I possess a unique constitution and wish to test it." Upon hearing this, Yangxi ceased her playful teasing and inquired, "What kind of constitution?" "Sister, do you possess any skills akin to illusions? I know a few simple ones." Yangxi's fondness for reading was not feigned. She had enjoyed perusing various texts during her leisure time and had indeed studied some spells related to illusions. "Then, sister, please try it on me. I have a method of spiritual impact that can induce a brief state of unconsciousness in the opponent." "Brother, shall I give it a go?" Xu Ruobai nodded. In the next moment, Yangxi's eyes suddenly shone with a faint light. Xu Ruobai felt as though his mind had been struck by a hammer, instantly losing all awareness. He was uncertain how much time had elapsed before his vision returned. Brother, how did you regain consciousness so quickly?" Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai realized that his passive ability had activated. It seemed he had a degree of immunity to such spells, which was quite promising. Of course, in a life-and-death scenario, even being under control for a mere 0.1 seconds could prove fatal. Moreover, in the realm of cultivation, spells generally had no cooldown period. For instance, with the spiritual impact, as long as one's consciousness was sufficiently strong, one could continuously be struck into unconsciousness, rendering a mere 60 immunity almost ineffective. "Sister, I possess a unique constitution that grants me relative immunity to such spells." Yangxi nodded thoughtfully, recalling that she had encountered such a constitution in her readings. It seemed to be referred to as immunity to all laws, though yours appears to be a weaker version, merely capable of diminishing the effects on the opponent rather than providing true invulnerability. Xu Ruobai responded with a soft affirmation, feeling quite content that a mere 100 task points could yield such a skill. "Junior brother, shall we explore other options?" "All right." Half an hour later, Xu Ruobai lay exhausted upon the counter. Although he could indeed resist a portion of the control, the mental strain remained palpable. His singular desire was to rest his weary head for a brief moment. "Junior brother, isn't it uncomfortable to sleep on the table?" Xu Ruobai, eyes closed and voice feeble, replied, "It's fine. Senior sister, I just need to doze off for a bit." However, soon he sensed a peculiar weightlessness enveloping him, and he found himself leaning against a soft surface. Yangxi gazed at Xu Ruobai's profile, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she softly inquired, "Is this position more comfortable for you?" Xu Ruobai, overwhelmed by fatigue, could hardly muster the energy to open his eyes. After a mere hum of acknowledgement, he succumbed to slumber. Chapter 58. The Heights of the Peak. Shrouded in darkness, how fragrant and soft. This slumber has been most delightful. Xu Ruobai gradually opened her eyes. Why does it seem a bit dim? Has night fallen? After blinking a few times, she finally discerned her surroundings. As the saying goes, the heights of the peak. Shrouded in darkness, it appeared that she had inadvertently rested her head upon her senior sister's lap. From this angle, she could not see her sister's face at all, and it must be said that her sister was truly remarkable. Speaking of which, had she not been leaning on the table? How had she ended up here, resting on her sister's legs, merely by closing and opening her eyes? Yunxi softly inquired, "Awake?" Xu Ruobai quickly sat up, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and called out to her sister, How long have I slept?" 2 hours. At this, Xu Ruobai internally lamented. 2 hours meant it was already afternoon. What about lunch? It should be fine, right? After all, Master did not have breakfast either, and today's tasks were unlikely to be completed. However, she had promised Master in the morning that she would prepare a meal for her. Surely, she wouldn't be angry, would she? "Junior brother, what troubles you?" Nothing. By the way, sister, didn't I mention wanted to visit Liyun City together the other day?" When you think would be a good time? Liyun City? A flicker of doubt crossed Yu Yunxi's mind. How many things had her junior sister kept from her? Didn't she fear being found out? Perhaps in a few days. It has only been a short while since we returned. Xu Ruobai nodded. You make a fair point, sister. Time is indeed of the essence. Well then, should I take my leave? Yu Yunxi replied with a simple, Oh, junior brother, I've been craving dumplings. Could you please make some for me tomorrow? No need to wait until tomorrow, sister. I will head out shortly to buy the ingredients, and I shall deliver them to you this evening. Xu Ruobai waved her hand and added, Then I shall take my leave. All right. With that, Xu Ruobai departed from the Scripture Pavilion. Yu Yunxi had no intention of lingering either, and with a swift movement, she vanished from the Scripture Pavilion. Tianling Peak. Yi Lingyue sat on a stool in her room, her expression dark as she gazed resentfully at the door. What time is it? Why hasn't Xu Ruobai yet arrived with her meal? Surely, hasn't he forgotten? In the next moment, the air in the room shimmered, and Yu Yunxi's figure materialized. Sister? Yi Lingyue spoke with irritation. What brings you here? Yu Yunxi extended her hand. The hairpin. Yi Lingyue's face stiffened, and after a moment's hesitation, she reluctantly produced the hairpin. Yu Yunxi reached for the jade pin in Yi Lingyue's hand, only to find that Yi Lingyue was somewhat reluctant to relinquish it. This piqued Yu Yunxi's curiosity. Junior sister, this was a gift from our junior brother. Wasn't he it? If you desire it, I would not be unwilling to part with it. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue immediately let go, turning her face away and nonchalantly retorting, Who wants it? I certainly do not. Yu Yunxi could not help but smile. It seemed that her junior sister's feelings for Xu Ruobai had deepened during their visit to Yaowang Valley. It was hard to blame her, for with Xu Ruobai's character, the more one interacted with him, the more difficult it would be not to develop fondness. Wouldn't he it? Junior sister, what have you been up to these days? Do share with me, lest you inadvertently reveal any inconsistencies when our junior brother inquires. What have I done? Is that something I can disclose? Knight Lingyue felt a twinge of unease. The complete truth was certainly off limits, leaving her with only a truncated version to share. A quarter of an hour later. That's it? Knight Lingyue nodded, a bit sheepishly. What else could it be? Yu Yunxi chose not to press further, instead stating, Our junior brother just asked me when we would be heading to Liyun City. Why didn't you mention it to me? Upon hearing this, Knight Lingyue's face stiffened. Oh, I forgot. Yu Yunxi's gaze bore into her, and she spoke again. Junior sister, you are smitten, aren't you? Knight Lingyue vehemently denied it. How could that be? Sister? You yist. Yu Yunxi shook her head lightly. My dear junior sister, apart from our master, I know you better than anyone else. Do you think your feelings could escape my notice? Knight Lingyue lowered her head, no longer putting on a brave front, her voice tinged with resignation. And what if I am? Sister, he favors you, not me. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunxi grasped her junior sister's sentiment. Are you certain you wish to relinquish him? Knight Lingyue replied softly, I feel unworthy of Xu Ruobai. Sister, I wish you both happiness. Yu Yunxi studied her junior sister for a moment, seemingly pondering something, before breaking into a smile. Junior sister, be sure not to regret your decision. With those parting words, Yu Yunxi vanished from Knight Lingyue's chamber, with a sigh of resignation. Knight Lingyue lamented, It's all my sister's fault for steering me in this direction. We could have simply continued as master and disciple, and that would have been quite sufficient. As night fell, knock, knock, knock. Master, dinner's ready. Come in. Xu Ruobai entered the room, placing the food box on the table. He then produced a wooden hairpin, saying, I forgot to give this to you this morning, master. I bought it in Liyun City as a small token of my appreciation. There is absolutely nothing unusual about it. It is merely an ordinary hairpin. Knight Lingyue, aware of the implications, reached out to accept the hairpin he offered. It is beautiful. Thank you. Xu Ruobai's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Setting aside the fact that master accepted the hairpin so readily, she even expressed gratitude. Was this truly the master he knew? Master, I have made dumplings for dinner. If you desire anything else for tomorrow, do let me know. Anything except bell peppers will suffice. Now, you may return. Xu Ruobai bowed slightly, then withdrew. Knight Lingyue opened the food box, gazing at the dumplings, feeling an inexplicable warmth welling up in her eyes. On a typical day, Xu Ruobai prepared her own meals, and the sight of dumplings was undoubtedly a result of her senior sister's influence. As she savored the dumplings from her food box, she felt a sudden dampness at the corners of her eyes. The scenes of the past few days flickered through her mind like a revolving lantern, at times bringing forth laughter, while at others, a sorrowful visage. Night Lingwei began to question whether she had fallen into a trance. She found herself murmuring, "Master, did you not say that the red lawn star of the moon should be upon him? Yet, why has it come to this? Master, could you enlighten me on what I should do?" Chapter 59. The date the following day, at the entrance of the sect, Xu Ruobai had arrived early to await his companion. The reason for his presence here could be traced back to the previous evening. It puzzled him somewhat. His senior sister had mentioned in the afternoon that they would visit Liyun City at a later time. Yet, when he brought her dumplings last night, she suddenly declared they would go today. As it was his inaugural outing with his senior sister, Xu Ruobai took great care in preparing himself. He styled his hair using techniques he had learned from her, for there is a saying that a person's appearance is significantly influenced by their hairstyle. Xu Ruobai was already quite handsome, and after a little grooming, his attractiveness soared, nearly rivaling the readers before their screens. After waiting for a considerable time, he finally spotted his senior sister approaching. He waved and called out, "Senior sister." "Good morning." Yu Yunqi responded with a brief acknowledgement and soon stood beside Xu Ruobai, inquiring, "So today, is this a date?" "Indeed," he replied. Yu Yunqi extended her hand, hovering it before him. Xu Ruobai understood her intent and reciprocated with his own hand. "Senior sister, shall we set off?" Liyun City. Xu Ruobai had meticulously planned how their date would unfold during his previous visit. The first step was to visit the largest tea house in Liyun City. The purpose of going to the tea house was not merely to sip tea, but to enjoy storytelling. His senior sister had a fondness for both reading and listening to tales, and he had previously delighted in narrating stories to her, catering to her tastes. However, he sensed a heaviness in her demeanor, as if her thoughts were elsewhere. "Senior sister," he called softly. Yu Yunqi did not respond. "Senior sister?" After calling her a second time, Yu Yunqi finally turned her gaze toward him, asking, "What is it? Is the storytelling not engaging?" She shook her head slightly. "No, it is quite enjoyable." "Then, why do you seem so distracted?" "Am I?" Xu Ruobai inexplicably felt as though his senior sister had transformed into a different person. In truth, he was not mistaken. The Yu Yunqi before him was not Yu Yunqi at all, but his revered master, Yi Lingwei. As for why she was present here, that could also be traced back to the previous night. "Ah, junior sister, why do your eyes appear so red?" The unexpected voice startled Yi Lingwei, who had been lost in thought. "Senior sister, what brings you here again?" With a sigh, Yu Yunqi replied, "Junior sister, I require your assistance with something." "What is it?" "When my junior brother delivered dumplings earlier, he asked me to accompany him to Liyun City tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingwei felt a pang of bittersweet sorrow. It was she who had agreed to accompany him. Yet it was her senior sister who would be by his side. The thought was disheartening. Could it be that her sister was doing this intentionally? Irritated, Yi Lingwei remarked, "Then you should go. Why come and tell me about it?" Yi Yunqi sighed with exasperation and said, "Junior sister, tomorrow marks my first date with senior brother. However, I'm feeling rather unwell. You know how it is for women during certain days." So, upon hearing this, Yelenju was momentarily taken aback. "You want me to substitute for you?" Yi Yunqi nodded. Yelenju gazed into her senior sister's eyes, genuinely perplexed by her sister's intentions. After all, her sister's cultivation was no less than her own. Was she truly unwell? Or was this merely a ruse? Yelenju felt a flicker of temptation, but ultimately declined. "I cannot go." She had already resolved to fully embody the role of her master. If this continued, she would find herself increasingly ensnared. "Junior sister, I implore you, assist me. I've already made arrangements with senior brother, and if you do not attend, he will be left waiting alone at the sect's entrance tomorrow." Yelenju was about to express her thoughts, but Yi Yunqi interjected, "I leave this to you, junior sister. I must take my leave." With that, Yi Yunqi vanished from sight. Yelenju was left in a daze. Her sister must be doing this on purpose, right? Perhaps it was fate. After all, she had agreed to meet Xu Ruobai, thus fulfilling her promise. As Yelenju's thoughts drifted, a sudden thud jolted her back to reality. The storyteller had emphatically struck the table at a pivotal moment. Simultaneously, Yelinju noted the glimmer of suspicion in Xu Ruobai's gaze directed towards her. She quickly composed herself. Indeed, if she were to assume her sister's identity, she was now Yu Yongxi, and thus Xu Ruobai's girlfriend. She must cast aside any psychological burdens and not overthink. Yelinju, you can do this. The storyteller posed a question. Can you guess what the cat demon, which appears only when the moon is half, is called? Yelinju eagerly turned to Xu Ruobai and asked, Senior brother, do you know? Xu Ruobai, preoccupied with observing his senior sister, had paid little attention to the storyteller's narrative and replied absent-mindedly, Half Moon Cat? It is called the Shadow Cat. Xu Ruobai felt a twinge of frustration. What connection did these names hold? Half Moon Cat sounded far more melodious. Oh, senior sister, how do you know that? The habits of these demon tribes are well documented. Junior brother, you should take a look when you have time. Xu Ruobai acknowledged her with a nod, silently marveling at the extensive reading his senior sister had undertaken. Yelinju observed Xu Ruobai's profile, her heart fluttering. Perhaps this was her final opportunity to experience life as her sister. If she did not seize this moment, it might become increasingly difficult to be so close to Xu Ruobai in the future. She adjusted her seat, leaning closely against him, intertwining her fingers with his. Senior brother, do you have any plans for later? Seeing his senior sister returning to her usual self, Xu Ruobai breathed a sigh of relief. Moments ago, he had been concerned that she might be displeased with his arrangements. In the afternoon, as I strolled through the city, I suggested to my senior sister that if she desired anything, she could acquire it. In the evening, we planned to visit the temple fair. Senior sister, what do you think of this arrangement? Knight Lingwen nodded. Quite agreeable. So, when shall we return? Let's head back after the fair. There should still be time. The Qingyan Peak hasn't reached curfew yet, has it? Upon hearing this, Knight Lingyue felt a twinge of confusion. Why had Qingyan Peak established such a rule? I suppose so. Junior brother, staying here is quite pleasant. In response, Xu Ruobai quickly waved his hand. No, that won't do. Before we left, I promised my master I would return to prepare dinner for her. Knight Lingyue squinted, recalling that she had already exchanged identities with her senior sister the previous night. This meant that the master Xu Ruobai referred to was actually his senior sister. As for why she insisted on his return, Knight Lingyue could easily guess. That cunning senior sister, having made me take her place, was still plotting so much. The two held hands as they listened to the storyteller. Naturally, their thoughts were far from the tale being recounted. As the saying goes, the drunken man's intentions lie not in the wine, but in the mountains and waters. On the street, senior sister, do you think my master doesn't trust me much? Knight Lingyue's heart sank. Why do you say that? Xu Ruobai sighed. A few days ago, when I was at the Apothecary Valley, I prepared a meal for my master. What of it? She didn't eat it and returned the empty food box to me. She must have thrown it away. Upon hearing this, Knight Lingyue was taken aback. It was true that her master had not eaten, but she had not discarded it either. Since she intended to visit the Apothecary Valley to find Xu Ruobai, she had entrusted all the food boxes Xu Ruobai had given her to her senior sister, asking her to consume them, ensuring Xu Ruobai would not notice anything amiss upon his return. Although she was unsure how Xu Ruobai had learned that she had not eaten, it was evident that he had misunderstood. Just this morning, I specifically prepared a meal for her, yet she also did not eat it. Senior sister, I always believed that it mattered not how my master treated me, as long as I performed my duties well. However, I still feel somewhat troubled. Senior sister, am I unwell? Chapter 60. Beneath the Qingyan tree. Knight Lingyue felt an unbearable ache in her heart. It was akin to the anguish she experienced upon discovering that her 3 disciples, whom she had treated with kindness, had betrayed her. The sense of being wronged was indeed painful. She tightened her grip on Xu Ruobai's hand, recognizing that despite the misunderstandings, the fault lay with her, as she had not tasted the meals he prepared. Suddenly, Xu Ruobai let out a relieved laugh. Senior sister, I apologize for this. Today was meant to be a day for our date, yet we find ourselves discussing this. Knight Lingyue pressed her lips together. Witnessing his fade of strength stirred an inexplicable urge to weep within her. Though she prided herself on her resilience, she often found herself vulnerable in Xu Ruobai's presence. Reflecting on her previous doubts, she felt a profound sense of guilt. Indeed, despite her repeated skepticism and lack of trust, he had never once abandoned her as his master. Her senior sister was right. She owed him far too much, perhaps even more than her life could repay. What was more, he might not even hold her in high regard, which was a disheartening thought. It's all right, junior brother, if you're feeling troubled. Expressing it will bring you solace. There is no need to bottle it up. After all, I am your senior sister, am I not? Xu Ruobai nodded. Senior sister. Thank you. Although your mood can be rather capricious, your kindness towards me remains unwavering. Knight Lingwei inquired. Have you ever considered giving up, junior brother? Xu Ruobai offered a bitter smile. Senior sister, I am not a saint. I fear you may mock me. But neither my senior brothers nor my master's prowess can be matched by me. A single misstep could lead to my demise, and I am genuinely afraid of death. I do not harbor grand ambitions. I simply wish to live a life of tranquility. However, I know that if I were to witness my master being persecuted by my senior brothers, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Cultivators emphasize cause and effect, as well as following one's heart. Since I was brought to the mountain by my master, this is my fate and my responsibility. I cannot bring myself to harm my master as my senior brothers do. I understand that her doubts stem from the wounds inflicted by them, which only reinforces my resolve not to give up. Senior sister, do you think I'm foolish? Foolish? Who is foolish? Knight Lingwei believed the true fool was she herself. To overlook such a remarkable disciple while prioritizing those ungrateful wolves was indeed a folly. Before encountering Xu Ruobai, she could hardly fathom that such goodness existed in this world. Even when she doubted him, he managed to provide her with justifiable reasons. Junior brother, rest assured, I will always stand by your side. In the stillness of the night, Yi Lingwei quietly mused, even my master. Xu Ruobai found himself uncertain as to why he felt compelled to speak so much. Perhaps it was the presence of a senior sister that stirred this inclination within him. He felt an irresistible urge to confide in her. Nevertheless, after sharing his thoughts with her, he felt a notable sense of relief. Taking a couple of deep breaths, he endeavored to adjust his emotions. Senior sister, is there anything you wish to buy? They had meandered through the streets, yet he had not heard her express a desire for anything. It seemed to him that this outing was somewhat of a failure. After all, a date should ideally bring joy to one's beloved. Yet the atmosphere had turned quite the opposite. Yi Lingwei gently shook her head. Just wandering about is quite pleasant. Xu Ruobai nodded in agreement. His senior sister had a penchant for literature, and he surmised she might not be particularly interested in material things. It was likely that she preferred a more tranquil environment. In truth, Xu Ruobai thought that a date in the library would have been more fulfilling than their current excursion in Liyun City. As night descended, the pavilion suspended in the sky became even more enchanting, bathed in a soft, orange glow that rendered everything somewhat dreamlike. Xu Ruobai harbored a desire to take his senior sister up to see the view, yet he regrettably lacked the capability to do so. Junior brother, let us return. Xu Ruobai looked at her with confusion. What is the matter? Haven't we yet explored the fair? Yi Lingwei slightly shook her head. There is little enjoyment in this fair. It is merely about purchasing mundane trinkets. This sentiment resonated with Xu Ruobai, who also felt that aimlessly wandering held little appeal. Yet could they truly conclude their first date so hastily? He then heard Yi Lingwei continue. Junior brother, for the final part of our date, accompany me to Qingyan Peak. Oh, very well. At Qingyan Peak, beneath the Qingyan Divine Tree, Xu Ruobai initially assumed that, true to his senior sister's character, she would lead him to a room, but to his surprise, they found themselves beneath this magnificent tree. He vividly recalled the peculiar trinkets he had seen in her room during their last encounter. Gazing at the grand tree before him, he curiously asked, Senior sister, why have you brought me here? Yi Lingwei revealed a small wooden plaque in her hand. Let us carve our names upon it. Observing the familiar plaque, Xu Ruobai's expression turned peculiar. Senior sister, did we not hang one last time? Hearing this, Yi Lingwei paused, realizing that she had indeed brought him to this place before. The mutual affection was truly enviable. Junior brother, did you not say this is your first date? Yes, this is my first date as well. Since we both share this experience, It should be a moment worth commemorating, should it not? Xu Ruobai noted that, accepting the wooden plaque she offered him. You are right, senior sister. He etched their names upon it. After which Yi Lingwei took the plaque back and inscribed a few words on its reverse side. Though it remains unseen, one can surmise that it bears the name of my senior sister. After night, Lingwei completed her task. She affixed the wooden plaque upon the Qingyan divine tree. Junior brother, do you comprehend the significance of hanging this plaque on the Qingyan divine tree? She inquired. My senior sister previously mentioned that couples would hang plaques inscribed with their names upon the tree to beseech for everlasting love. Knight Lingwei acknowledged with a soft sound. Indeed, that is part of its meaning. Long ago, I made a vow with a dear senior sister that should we ever find someone we cherish, we would hang a plaque bearing both our names on this tree. Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai appeared somewhat perplexed. Senior sister, are you not the eldest sister of Qingyan Peak? How is it that you have another senior sister? Knight Lingwei chose not to respond, instead removing a jade pendant from around her neck. This is for you. Without granting Xu Ruobai the opportunity to speak, she grasped his hand and placed the pendant within it. After completing this gesture, a glimmer of relief flickered across her gaze. Xu Ruobai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, Senior sister, I have not prepared a gift for you this. Knight Lingwei replied calmly, It is of no consequence. Accept it. Did you not previously give me a hairpin? Consider this a return of kindness. Xu Ruobai simply uttered no, then lowered his gaze to the jade pendant in his hand, which still bore a trace of warmth. Curiously, he noted that he had never seen his senior sister don a jade pendant before. Chapter 61. The eldest brother's doubt sister. This is no ordinary jade pendant, is it? Xu Ruobai could sense the flow of spiritual energy within it, indicating that it was at least a magical artifact. Yi Lingwei responded with a soft affirmation. It is merely a common magical artifact, entrusted to me by my parents before their passing. They instructed me that should I ever find a man I truly like, I should gift him this pendant. I had always thought it would accompany me for a lifetime. Xu Ruobai offered an awkward smile, surprised by his sister's sudden straightforwardness, a stark deviation from her usual demeanor. Sister, is it truly appropriate for me to accept it now? Yi Lingwei shook her head gently. If I do not give it to you now, I may never have the chance again. Though she refrained from voicing this thought, she embraced Xu Ruobai, resting her head against his chest. Xu Ruobai, do you like me? Xu Ruobai was taken aback by her directness and found it somewhat disconcerting. He reciprocated her embrace, softly replying, Of course I do. Although he was merely indulging in self-deceit, Yi Lingwei felt an overwhelming sense of contentment, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Xu Ruobai, I like you too. As the gentle evening breeze whispered through the air, a rustling sound accompanied their serene embrace, and time seemed to freeze in that exquisite moment. After a prolonged silence, Yi Lingwei inhaled deeply within Xu Ruobai's arms, reluctantly withdrawing from his embrace. I am quite satisfied with today's outing, junior brother. Thank you. It is getting late. You should return now. Xu Ruobai scratched his head. Then I shall take my leave. Yi Lingwei nodded, watching as he departed. As another chill swept through the air, she sighed softly. Xu Ruobai, I too like you. Just then, Yu Yunxi emerged from behind the Qingyan divine tree, a small stone in hand. Yi Lingwei instantly recognized it as a recording stone. The melancholic atmosphere shifted dramatically with this revelation. Sister, when did you develop such a peculiar interest? Yi Lingwei glared at Yu Yunxi, clearly taken aback by her sister's stealthy eavesdropping. The thought of her sister having witnessed her earlier actions sent shivers down her spine. Not at all. I was merely waiting for you to return and unexpectedly chanced upon such a scene. Oomph. Sister, isn't it a tad inappropriate for you to monopolize my boyfriend? Yi Lingwei was unprepared for Yu Yunxi's unexpected retort. However, in the presence of the very person she was allegedly monopolizing, she felt her face flush with embarrassment. You asked me to take your place? I couldn't possibly expose myself, could I? Yu Yunxi pondered for a moment. That does seem to be a valid point. Upon speaking, Yu Yunxi tossed the recording stone towards Yi Lingwei. Return now. Your junior brother will be looking for you shortly. We had previously agreed with Xu Ruobai that dinner would be prepared upon your return. Yi Lingwei gazed at the recording stone in her hand, momentarily dazed. She had been contemplating how to destroy the evidence in her senior sister's possession, yet her senior sister had so readily handed it over. Senior sister, was this intentional? Yu Yunxi turned her back, directing her gaze towards the Qingyan divine tree. Junior sister, I shall inquire once more. Have you truly made up your mind to relinquish this? I am indifferent. If I can monopolize your junior brother, I would naturally be pleased. However, who can blame you for being my junior sister? Yi Lingyue fixed her earnest gaze upon Yu Yunxi. Senior sister, thank you, but before she could finish, Yu Yunxi raised her hand to interrupt. There is no need to rush your response. Ponder it thoroughly before answering, for this opportunity will not arise again. She then regarded her seriously. Junior sister, you must understand that my assistance stems from my prior intervention, and it is also a promise left by our esteemed master for me to look after you. Were it not for that, do you believe I would be so magnanimous as to concede your junior brother? Once or twice, I could accept rejection, but not thrice. If you do not consider this matter carefully, do not blame your senior sister for her future indifference. With that, Yu Yunxi smiled once more. Junior sister, reflect well. I trust you will arrive at the right conclusion. Yi Lingyue bit her lip, momentarily hesitant to respond further, before vanishing from the scene. At Tianling Peak, junior brother, why did you not come to inform me of your return? Zhang Qiyun leaned against the doorway of the kitchen, observing Xu Ruobai. Xu Ruobai was preoccupied with preparing dinner, not having anticipated that his senior brother would seek him out at this hour. I've been a bit busy these past few days. I intended to visit you tomorrow. Zhang Qiyun nodded and inquired amicably, how was your trip to Yaowang Valley? Xu Ruobai forced a wry smile. I didn't even pass the preliminary selection. Zhang Qiyun then asked, have you visited our master in these past few days? I assume that is your senior brother's aim? Xu Ruobai acknowledged with a nod. I did. What is the situation? It remains the same as before. However, our master is particularly wary of me. She hasn't touched the meals I prepared for her. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiyun furrowed his brow. She hasn't eaten? Xu Ruobai noticed the change in Zhang Qiyun's expression, and a moment of apprehension gripped him. Had he misspoken? His mind raced, swiftly identifying the crux of the issue. His intention had been to imply to his senior brother that their master was on high alert, unwilling to grant him any opportunity. Yet, he had overlooked a critical point. If their master had not regained her strength, she would not be able to forego food altogether. By stating it thus, his senior brother would undoubtedly infer that their master's powers were indeed recovering. Xu Ruobai inwardly lamented the situation. Junior brother, hasn't our master's prolonged fasting left her hungry? Upon hearing Zhang Qiyun's inquiry, Xu Ruobai immediately discerned that his shrewd senior brother had recalled the very matter he had just mentioned. Perhaps their master had left behind some provisions. There was no alternative. Having spoken those words, Xu Ruobai could only attempt to rectify the situation. Zhang Qiyun narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Junior brother, do keep a close watch on our master's condition. I must take my leave. With that, he hastily departed. Xu Ruobai was uncertain whether his words had any merit. Yet, it was evident that his senior brother was flustered, likely contemplating whether to take action. After all, if their master were to regain his strength, Zhang Qiyun was acutely aware that he would bear the consequences. Thus, if it were confirmed that their master was indeed recovering, even if he possessed some unique methods to contend with them, Zhang Qiyun would likely choose to act recklessly. Once the meal was prepared, Xu Ruobai proceeded directly to the cave dwelling of Yi Lingyue, carrying the food box. He knocked gently. Master, the meal is ready. Come in. Upon entering the cave, Xu Ruobai set down the food box and spoke, Master. It seems senior brother may be inclined to take action. Given the gravity of the situation, Xu Ruobai deemed it prudent to inform his master. Chapter 62. Ill again? Knight Lingyue regarded Xu Ruobai with a peculiar gaze, inquiring, what has transpired? Xu Ruobai, feeling a tinge of guilt, replied, It is entirely my fault. The senior brother just came to see me. 5 minutes later, it is indeed my fault, and I implore you, master, to punish me. Xu Ruobai lowered his head slightly, adopting an earnest demeanor of contrition. A yearning to embrace him surged within Knight Lingyue, although she could not fathom the reason behind this sentiment. She shook her head gently, hastily dispelling this strange thought from her mind. What folly is this? After all, I am his master now. knowing that I would impose a punishment upon you. Why did you feel the need to inform me of this matter? You could have chosen to remain silent, could you not? Upon hearing Knight Lingyue's inquiry, Xu Ruobai momentarily appeared disoriented, sensing an uncanny resemblance between her tone and that of his senior sister from earlier that afternoon in Liyun City. However, he quickly discerned the underlying reason for her question. She must not believe him, leading her to pose such a query. Feeling somewhat helpless, he clenched his fists and, after a prolonged silence, said, "Master, Sai, please do eat. I shall not disturb you any longer." He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and made to leave her chamber. Xu Ruobai had initially intended to assert that his words were sincere, yet he wondered what purpose that would serve. If she did not believe him, no amount of explanation would suffice. Uttering such a phrase would be in vain. Knight Lingyue raised her hand, wishing to retain him, but her lips merely parted slightly, and ultimately, she refrained from uttering the words that would have kept him there. Why does this sensation of discomfort envelop me? Has Xu Ruobai misconstrued something once more? I merely inquired out of curiosity. Realizing this, Knight Lingyue swiftly rose to her feet. From her perspective, it was evident that she had no doubts about him. Yet, viewed through Xu Ruobai's lens, it was understandable that he might perceive her inquiry as skepticism. After all, she had questioned his integrity on more than one occasion, and, in his mind, doubt had become an accepted reality. Earlier that afternoon, Xu Ruobai had expressed his lack of trust in her, a statement that should have raised her awareness. Now it seemed she had misspoken. Xu Ruobai must be feeling quite disheartened. He had approached her with genuine concern, warning her that Zhang Qian might harbor ill intentions, and had even taken the blame upon himself. Why then had it led to this? Knight Lingyue felt compelled to seek out Xu Ruobai to clarify her intentions, yet she pondered how one might articulate such a delicate matter. Fear gripped her heart. Surely, a person's capacity for tolerance is not boundless. If she continued to doubt him, could he truly endure such treatment? What if Xu Ruobai chose to disregard her entirely in the future? Regardless of oneself, for Xu Ruobai, it seems to be a form of liberation. Yet, a profound sense of discomfort lingers within. Why does it have to be this way? The following morning, knock, knock, knock. Master, breakfast is ready. After a considerable wait, silence emanated from within. This was not the first occurrence, and Xu Ruobai pondered whether the master was once again engulfed in her troubles. Gently pushing the door open, he discovered the master curled up in bed. Xu Ruobai swiftly approached the table to place the food box down, then turned his gaze towards Yi Lingyue. Her eyes were slightly swollen, unmistakably indicating she had been weeping. The master cried? The last time, she endured her pain without shedding tears. Could it be that this time it was more severe? Master, I am sorry. With that, Xu Ruobai reached out to touch her forehead. The temperature felt quite normal. It appeared she did not have a fever this time. Just as he intended to withdraw his hand, it was suddenly grasped. He needed not guess whose hand it was. Yi Lingyue abruptly opened her eyes and fixed her gaze upon Xu Ruobai, startling him to the point of breaking into a cold sweat. Master, I merely wish to check your temperature. Nothing more. Yi Lingyue blinked a few times. My stomach hurts. Oh. Xu Ruobai nearly believed he was doomed. Yet it seemed there was still hope for rescue. If all went well, would the master not revert to her obedient mode? Otherwise, given her temperament, would she not demand he sever his hand for daring to touch her? Her tone softened. Does it hurt? I shall prepare some warm sugar water for you. However, Yi Lingyue showed no intention of releasing his hand. Gazing at him with a pitiful expression, it hurts. Rub it. With that, she pulled Xu Ruobai's hand towards her abdomen. Xu Ruobai was taken aback. Again, the last time he massaged her stomach, it was a nerve-wracking experience. Would this not cost him his life? Yet, seeing the redness around her eyes, he felt a pang of compassion. For one to cry from pain, such suffering must be unimaginable. All right, be good. A gentle rub will ease the pain. Reluctantly, Xu Ruobai began to massage her. Is it any better? Yes. Then, I shall go make you some warm sugar water. No. It hurts. Very well. It appears the master would not relinquish her hold on him for the time being. With no alternative, Xu Ruobai resigned himself to the task of soothing her belly. Soft and warm, it felt quite pleasant. Is this how a girl's stomach feels? Xu Ruobai also touched his own abdomen. perhaps due to the presence of well-defined muscles, which felt firm to the touch, lacking that soft sensation. He wondered if his senior sister felt the same way. Xu Ruobai felt that his thoughts were gradually veering off course. Observing his currently obedient master, he let out a helpless sigh. Master, if only you could trust me like this when you're fully aware. A faint smile crossed his face, recalling the last time his master was so compliant. He had even recorded it with a capturing stone. Suddenly, Yi Lingyue spoke, cold. Xu Ruobai, with his other hand, pulled up the blanket beside him and draped it over her. Are you still cold? Cold, hug. Upon hearing the word hug, Xu Ruobai's eyes widened in surprise. This was inappropriate. Master, this is not permissible. I can warm you with my hand instead. He was no saint, and merely rubbing her abdomen had already sent his thoughts racing. If he were to embrace her, wouldn't that lead to unwholesome intentions? Yi Lingyue pouted, but it's so cold. Xu Ruobai gently rubbed her abdomen, attempting to soothe her. Be good. Cover yourself with the blanket, and you won't be cold for long. Chapter 63. Discontent. Fortunately, the soft plea of Master proved quite effective, and the Master ceased her fussing. After a brief moment of comforting, Xu Ruobai gently suggested, Master, please let go for now. I shall prepare some brown sugar water for you. It hurts. I will return shortly, just a moment. Reluctantly, Yi Lingyue released her grip, gazing longingly at Xu Ruobai as he withdrew his hand and quickly rose to his feet. Master, remain cozy under the covers and do not move around too much. With those words, Xu Ruobai hastily exited the room. Such a master is simply adorable, embodying the essence of delightful contrasts. Xu Ruobai rubbed his forehead, pondering whether his master's menstrual irregularities were rather severe. Typically, a woman experiences her cycle once a month. Does she not? It feels as though it has occurred multiple times in quick succession. Within the cave dwelling, after Xu Ruobai's departure, Yi Lingyue lay quietly beneath the covers, awaiting his return. However, the serenity was soon disrupted by a fluctuation in the air, heralding the arrival of an unexpected visitor. Junior sister, I heard you were unwell. Yi Lingyue's expression stiffened as she turned her head towards the figure that had emerged in the room. There stood Yu Yunxi, wearing a bemused smile. Junior sister, it is quite rare for one in the god transformation stage to fall ill. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue, filled with indignation, sat up and glared at Yu Yunxi. Are you not the same? Who experiences discomfort in the god transformation stage? Pray tell. Yu Yunxi took a seat at the edge of the bed and gently grasped Yi Lingyue's hand. Dear sister, would you like me to massage your abdomen? Yes, you. It will be far more effective than what the junior brother could offer. The moment those words left her lips, Yi Lingyue felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the ground. Indeed, her body bore no ailments. The redness and swelling around her eyes were merely the result of last night's distress. This morning, she had merely intended to rest in bed, not realizing Xu Ruobai had arrived until he pressed his hand against her forehead. Instinctively, she had clutched his hand. Witnessing his fearful expression, Yi Lingyue had no choice but to play along. Senior sister, would you kindly leave? Yu Yunxi merely smiled, unfazed. You take such liberties with my boyfriend, and yet request that I leave? Dear sister, you truly wound my heart. Ye Lingyu pouted, Inyard de Kursing. So you believe your status permits you to bully me at will? Leave? Yu Yunxi raised her hands in mock surrender. Junior sister, do be careful not to reveal any weaknesses. With that, she vanished from sight. Fuming, Yi Lingyue lamented the persistence of this vexing senior sister. Upon hearing footsteps outside, she hurriedly returned to her previous position beneath the covers. When Xu Ruobai entered the room, Yi Lingyue had already composed herself. Master, come, drink some brown sugar water. Initially, Yi Lingyue managed to suppress her emotions, maintaining an appearance of normalcy, but the interruption from her senior sister had swiftly shattered her facade. Hearing Xu Ruobai's gentle voice, a flush crept onto her face that she could not suppress. This change in expression did not escape Xu Ruobai's notice, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Why was her face so flushed? She looked rather endearing like this. Xu Ruobai reached out, lightly placing his hand on her forehead. His brows furrowed instantly. Why was it so hot? Could she be running a fever again? He then turned his hand, producing a small porcelain vial from his palm, from which he poured out a pill. Here, master, take this medicine. It's for the fever, and it's harmless. Fortunately, I had prepared some beforehand, never expecting it would come in handy. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue was momentarily taken aback. Last time, Xu Ruobai had no such thing on him. Otherwise, he would have fed it to her earlier. This meant he had acquired it afterward. The reason for his preparation was undoubtedly due to her, his master. A wave of warmth surged in her heart. Xu Ruobai was truly a considerate and gentle person. Xu Ruobai helped Yi Lingyue sit up. Be good. Master, open your mouth. Yi Lingyue complied, and Xu Ruobai placed the pill into her mouth. Drink some brown sugar water to wash it down. After a considerable time, the redness on Yi Lingyue's face finally subsided. Xu Ruobai, believing the medicine had taken effect, inquired, Master, do you feel any better? Do you have an appetite for food? Eat dough. Can you eat by yourself? No. All right then, it seems I must personally feed you. He picked up the food box from the table and sat by the bed, feeding her mouthfuls of rice and vegetables. Xu Ruobai sighed and remarked, Master, you must take good care of yourself when you're alone in the future. You cannot rely on others so much. And you? Xu Ruobai chuckled softly. As a person, one must always bear the consequences of their own mistakes. Yi Lingyue found herself puzzled by his words, a sense of unease stirring within her heart. Yet in her current state, she felt it inappropriate to ask. Before long, the entire food box had been emptied into her stomach. Xu Ruobai found it quite strange. It seemed that aside from bell peppers, she would eat anything. Master, are you full now? Xu Ruobai then assisted Yi Lingyue back to a lying position. Sleep now. A good rest will do you well. As soon as he spoke, Yi Lingyue grasped his hand tightly. Don't go. Xu Ruobai was genuinely baffled as to why his master, in this state, was so dependent on him. When she was awake, she hardly trusted him at all. All right, I won't leave. At this moment, his master resembled a child, needing to be coaxed to sleep, which made her much more endearing than when she was awake. Xu Ruobai squatted by the bed, speaking softly. Sleep now, master. Time passed, and upon hearing her breathing steady, Xu Ruobai gently withdrew his hand. He carefully tucked the blanket around her before rising to his feet. After casting a fleeting glance at Night Spirit Moon and offering a slight bow, Xu Ruobai took his leave. Once he had departed, Night Spirit Moon sat up and touched her somewhat flushed face. Throughout the night, she had been consumed by the fear that Xu Ruobai might abandon her. Yet in truth, such apprehensions were entirely unfounded. However, she found herself perplexed by the meaning behind Xu Ruobai's earlier words. Her brows furrowed in concern. Could it be that he was contemplating some foolish act? The way he had uttered those words had inexplicably made her feel as though he was entrusting her with a heavy burden. No, she must keep a vigilant eye on him during these days. Yet, the pressing issue at hand was that she seemed to have become overly reliant on Xu Ruobai. Although she had verbally asserted that they could simply continue as master and disciple, her heart felt unsatisfied with such an arrangement. Alas, Chapter 64. Scheming at the other end of Tianling Peak, within the kitchen, Yu Yunqi sat at the table, enjoying her meal of noodles. Initially, she had merely intended to visit her boyfriend as a girlfriend, indulging in a casual breakfast. However, upon hearing Xu Ruobai mention that his junior sister was unwell, she was taken aback to discover that the ailment had been feigned. Yu Yunqi couldn't help but muse that her master was indeed infallible in his calculations. At that moment, Xu Ruobai re-entered the kitchen and inquired, Senior sister, how is it? Aren't the noodles delicious? Yu Yunqi nodded, rubbing her belly with a satisfied smile directed at Xu Ruobai. Junior brother, you have filled my belly. You must take responsibility. At her words, Xu Ruobai's lips twitched. Senior sister, if you are full, you are simply full. What do you mean by saying I have filled your belly? If others were to hear that, it would surely lead to misunderstandings. Yu Yunqi nodded again, tilting her head as she asked, Junior brother, when shall we become Dao partners? You have long since filled your quota. Hearing this, Xu Ruobai fell silent for a considerable time before responding. Senior sister, I fear that, for the moment, it is not feasible. Yu Yunqi hastily embraced Xu Ruobai's arm. Junior brother, you wouldn't have changed your heart, would you? At this, Xu Ruobai quickly waved his hands. How could that be? It is due to matters concerning our master. He then recounted the events from the previous day when Zhang Yunqi had sought him out. After listening, Yu Yunqi patted her chest and sighed in relief. I thought you had changed your heart, but how does this relate to your departure? Xu Ruobai sighed and replied, Did you not suggest to me before, senior sister, to feign having seized our master's essence, thus diverting my senior brother's attention away from him? Yu Yunqi acknowledged, however, executing that plan may prove quite challenging. This statement held truth, as Xu Ruobai had pondered this very issue throughout the night. The crux of the matter lay in how he could convince his senior brothers that he had indeed seized their master's essence. If they were to discover his intentions, they would undoubtedly intervene, and he might not even have the opportunity to set his plan in motion before being thwarted by his senior brothers. I still need to devise a strategy. If you truly succeed and subsequently leave Lin Yu's sect, then what about me? Xu Ruobai lowered his gaze slightly. Senior sister, I lack the capability to take you with me. Although it may seem selfish, I implore you, could you wait for me? After a prolonged silence without a response from his senior sister, Xu Ruobai felt a surge of anxiety rise within him. At last, a pair of hands cradled his face. Yu Yunqi gazed at him earnestly and said, Junior brother, according to your reasoning, does that mean we will be apart for a long time? Yes, it seems so. A contemplative expression crossed Yu Yunqi's face, and after a significant pause, she exclaimed, Then does that mean I shall be unable to kiss you for a long while? It was not acceptable. I must first indulge in a kiss. Upon hearing these words, Xu Ruobai's eyes widened in surprise. Just as he was about to utter a response, his senior sister leaned in and gently bit his lip, leaving him no time to react. Her eyes were enchanting, two crescent-shaped orbs glimmering with a soft smile, and Xu Ruobai could see his own reflection within them. Although she offered no verbal answer, Xu Ruobai's heart already held the truth. Standing at the entrance of Zhang Yunqi's cave dwelling, Xu Ruobai took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Senior brother, are you there? The door soon swung open, and Zhang Yunqi looked at Xu Ruobai with a hint of confusion. Junior brother, has something happened with our master? Xu Ruobai nodded. Senior brother, I have decided to lay my cards on the table. Hearing this, Zhang Yunqi's expression turned peculiar. Lay what cards? Senior brother, you needn't pretend. I know that you and several other brothers have thoughts about our master, do you not? Zhang Yunqi narrowed his eyes, clearly taken aback by Xu Ruobai's boldness. What do you mean? Xu Ruobai smiled. Senior brother, I believe we can collaborate. Zhang Yunqi fixed his gaze on Xu Ruobai, seemingly attempting to peer into his soul. And after a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Come in, and we shall discuss this further. Zhang Yunqi then ushered Xu Ruobai into the cave dwelling. He poured a cup of tea and offered it to Xu Ruobai, gesturing for him to sit. Junior brother, you are not jesting, are you? Of course not. Senior brother, how do you think I've fared on the mountain over these years? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunqi instantly grasped Xu Ruobai's meaning. Xu Ruobai continued. She took me up the mountain, yet has never fulfilled her responsibilities as a master. For all these years, I have walked this path alone. Zhang Yunqi inquired. But even so, junior brother, you needn't go to such lengths, do you? Xu Ruobai gently shook his head. Senior brother, do you know what I find most unbearable? I do not, Xu Ruobai recounted. That day, I spoke with Li Hao from Juyong Peak, introducing myself as the fourth disciple of Tianling Peak. Guess what he said? Zhang Yunqi frowned. Junior brother, you may as well speak plainly. There is no need for circumlocution. He replied, Tianling Peak has only 3 disciples. Where does Xu Ruobai come from? At these words, Zhang Yunqi was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Junior brother, you have truly suffered. In fact, Zhang Yunqi had always suspected that Xu Ruobai could not be a virtuous person. After all, among the disciples, the master held him in the lowest regard. If it came to grievances, who among the 4 disciples could rival Xu Ruobai? Yet, he added, Junior brother, you should know that our master's yin yuan is limited. How can we speak of collaboration? Xu Ruobai shook his head. Senior brother, I do not care for the innate charm of our master. I merely seek to vent my frustrations. Zhang Yunqi believed the earlier words, but found this assertion hard to swallow. The allure of the innate charm was such that how could Xu Ruobai possibly resist its temptation? This object, for Xu Ruobai, who possesses little talent for cultivation, is akin to a miraculous alteration of fate. However, Zhang Yunqi remains largely indifferent to Xu Ruobai's intentions in seeking collaboration with him. In his eyes, Xu Ruobai is merely a novice in the foundation establishment stage, incapable of stirring significant waves. Conversely, Xu Ruobai's recent closeness to his master may indeed grant him access to greater knowledge. Furthermore, his sudden approach for cooperation undoubtedly harbors some underlying motive. Xu Ruobai then proposed, "Senior brother, I understand your skepticism towards me. Why not make a vow to solidify our intentions?" Chapter 65. The Conspiracy of the Four Brothers. I, Xu Ruobai, solemnly swear to the heavens that I shall not contend with my senior brother for power. I seek only to vent my grievances. Should I violate this oath, may I be struck by divine retribution. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yunqi's doubts were swiftly dispelled. After all, he did not believe that Xu Ruobai possessed any treasures capable of concealing heavenly secrets. Since Xu Ruobai had made such a declaration, it was evident that he was aligned with him. With a smile, he remarked, "Junior brother, there is no need for such solemnity. I have always placed my trust in you." However, the warmth that once radiated from his smile had vanished, leaving Xu Ruobai to privately scoff at him, thinking, only after swearing does he profess his faith, truly an old curmudgeon. Zhang Yunqi continued, "Your sudden approach for collaboration suggests that there may be unforeseen changes afoot." Xu Ruobai nodded, slightly in agreement. "Senior brother, your insight is remarkable. Our master has unknowingly regained her foundational cultivation, and at this rate, she will inevitably recover fully." Indeed, upon hearing Xu Ruobai's words regarding their master not partaking in his meals for several days, Zhang Yunqi had already entertained similar suspicions. He had intended to investigate the matter personally, but now, with Xu Ruobai's confirmation, he could ascertain the truth directly. "Senior brother, time is of the essence. We have but this one opportunity. Should we miss it, we may face irreparable consequences." Zhang Yunqi, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, replied, "Do you have a plan? Our master undoubtedly possesses safeguards against us, and your other two brothers are equally watchful." Zhang Yunqi had no desire to labor in vain, only to benefit others. Xu Ruobai then stated, "Senior brother, I do not concern myself with how you handle the other two brothers. My sole intention is to release my pent-up frustrations. My proposal is to momentarily join forces with our brothers to subdue our master. How you choose to distribute the spoils thereafter is beyond my concern." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunqi furrowed his brow. Given the current circumstances, temporarily allying with the other brothers was indeed the wisest course of action. Indecision would serve no purpose. It was better to first secure control over their master and then devise a plan. Indeed, that is a prudent suggestion. The other two brothers have only just broken through to the nascent soul stage. Without the intervention of a cultivator at the divine transformation stage or above, I would be an invincible entity. Zhang Yunqi spoke these words with a calm demeanor, yet Xu Ruobai could discern the confidence behind them. It seemed that this senior brother harbored his own hidden cards. Initially, Xu Ruobai had contemplated whether he could eliminate these brothers outright, but now it appeared that, with his current golden core cultivation, such a feat was rather unlikely. "Junior brother, please invite your two brothers to join us." Xu Ruobai nodded, recognizing that his ability to easily persuade his senior brother stemmed from the fact that he posed no threat to him. Though reluctant to admit it, the reality was undeniable. If such a golden opportunity were in the hands of someone like Zhang Yunqi, he would likely have already ascended to the heavens. Xu Ruobai had, after all, crafted several thunderous orbs of nascent soul potency. The creation of these formidable thunderbolt orbs has become increasingly challenging. Even someone of his prodigious talent has failed several times. With just a few orbs of nascent soul potency at his disposal, their effectiveness against several senior brothers seems rather limited. It is regrettable. If only his cultivation level were higher, perhaps he could attempt to forge even more powerful thunderbolt orbs. Ultimately, it boils down to his own inadequacy. The plan to seize the Yin essence appears feasible. Yet would the senior brothers truly spare their master after such an act? This notion is one that Xu Ruobai hesitates to gamble on. Although his master may possess means of self-preservation, a sense of unease lingers. However, if he were to successfully seize his master's essence, would that not expedite his ascension to the nascent soul stage? Might he then possess the strength to confront them? After some contemplation, Xu Ruobai dismissed the thought. Should he proceed this way, how would he differ from his senior brothers? Half an hour later, cooperation? Li Wuxin regarded Xu Ruobai and Zhang Yunqi, suspicion evident in his eyes. Surely they jest? Xu Ruobai quickly clarified. My master's cultivation is recovering and will not be delayed for long. I am not interested in my master's physique. I merely seek to vent my frustrations. To everyone's surprise, the usually taciturn second brother, Li Yuanhe, spoke up. I too have no interest in our master's physique. It dawned on Xu Ruobai that perhaps this was rooted in the resentment from when their master had reprimanded him. Among the four, two had already expressed disinterest in their master's physique, leaving only Zhang Yunqi and Li Wuxin. The three turned their gazes toward Li Wuxin, who recognized that he alone could not contend with the eldest brother. Reluctantly, he shrugged. All right, I can concede, but there must be some benefit in this. Zhang Yunqi flipped his hand, revealing a small seal in his palm. Upon seeing it, Li Wuxin's eyes lit up. The Xiantian seal? Eldest brother, where did you acquire this? Zhang Yunqi casually tossed the Xiantian seal into Li Wuxin's hands. That is of no concern to you. Just tell me, is this benefit sufficient? Li Wuxin nodded. Certainly, if that is the case, I shall also pledge my oath. Subsequently, both Li Wuxin and Li Yuanhe swore their oaths to grant Zhang Yunqi the first right of use concerning their master. Xu Ruobai set the Li Sego. The sight of his senior brothers conspiring together was rather amusing, lacking any semblance of righteous cultivators. Once their oaths were completed, Zhang Yunqi turned his gaze to Xu Ruobai. Junior brother, do you not have an idea? Since the senior brothers are present, please share. In response, Xu Ruobai nodded. As you all are aware, I have been responsible for our master's meals of late. After spending so much time, while she harbors some suspicion towards me, she still chooses to trust that I am on her side. After a brief pause, Xu Ruobai continued, I intend to host a banquet to invite our esteemed master, to gauge her true intentions, thus allowing us to act more conveniently. The others concurred that this plan was indeed wise. After all, directly storming into their master's abode could lead to unforeseen consequences. Who could possibly predict what means she might employ? Moreover, given that she had regained some of her strength, her arsenal of tactics would undoubtedly be amplified. However, one of the younger disciples interjected, have you considered how unlikely it is that our master would willingly leave her sanctuary? Even if she holds trust in you, it is improbable that she would extend that trust to such an extent. The elder brother replied confidently, fear not, for I possess my own strategies. Simply follow my lead. Chapter 66. A crimson attire in the cave of Night Spirit Moon. Knock, knock, knock. Master, the meal is ready. Come in. This exchange had been repeated countless times. The thought of leaving this place, where he had resided for so many years, filled Xu Ruobai with a sense of reluctance. Upon entering the cave, he found Night Spirit Moon seated by the window, her complexion appearing quite well, suggesting her health had improved, though it remained uncertain when her ailments would resurface. When she next cried out in pain, he might not be able to care for her anymore. Master, how do you feel? Night Spirit Moon was well aware of his inquiry, but feigned ignorance. What do you mean by that? Having taken care of her all day yesterday, Xu Ruobai had worried she might remember today, yet it seemed she was as oblivious as ever. A hint of doubt crept into Xu Ruobai's mind. Was it possible that the obedient version of his master and the current one were two distinct entities, lacking shared memories? The intricacies of a girl's body were indeed perplexing. It's nothing. Master, do you recall what day it is today? At his words, Night Spirit Moon appeared momentarily bewildered. What day? Could it be his birthday? That couldn't be right. She remembered when she first brought him to the mountain. He himself was unaware of his birth date. I don't know. Xu Ruobai smiled gently. Master, today marks the 14th year since you brought me to the mountain. Only then did Night Spirit Moon grasp the significance. Had it truly been 14 years? Vague memories surfaced of when she found him, a mere child at her waist, Now, 14 years had passed, and he had grown taller than her by half a head. The gratitude Xu Ruobai felt towards his master was profound, yet he had little to offer in return. Therefore, he wished to invite her to a meal that evening. A meal? Yes. I prepared a bit too much food, so would you be able to come over tonight? Without a moment's hesitation, Night Spirit Moon replied, "All right, I understand." Xu Ruobai was momentarily taken aback by her swift acceptance. He had anticipated some skepticism from her, perhaps requiring him to play the emotional card to persuade her. He had even rehearsed his words, yet she had simply agreed without question. Noticing his dazed expression, Night Spirit Moon inquired, "What is the matter?" Xu Ruobai quickly shook his head. "Nothing. It's nothing, master. I shall return to prepare, and do come over early." Night Spirit Moon responded with a simple acknowledgement, and Xu Ruobai departed. In truth, Night Spirit Moon was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Xu Ruobai's filial piety was commendable, yet perhaps it was excessively so. This was not precisely what she desired. Of course, she had no intention of imposing her will upon him. Since her fate was intertwined with his, she would allow things to unfold naturally. However, contemplating such matters was not the priority at hand. As night fell, I was to dine at Xu Ruobai's residence for the first time. I needed to carefully consider my attire for the occasion. Rising from my seat, Yi Lingyue surveyed her reflection in the bronze mirror. Clad in a simple white garment, she pondered if it appeared too plain. After a moment's contemplation, she decided a change was in order. In the kitchen, Xu Ruobai had busied himself throughout the afternoon, preparing a lavish spread that adorned the table. Alas, it seemed that this meal might not be fully enjoyed. Moments later, footsteps echoed from outside, prompting Xu Ruobai to hasten to the door. To his surprise, it was indeed his master who had arrived, yet she was adorned in festive attire. Yi Lingyue had traded her usual simplicity for a striking red dress. A hint of makeup enhanced her already lovely features, making her even more captivating. Xu Ruobai mused that even without an innate charm, there would surely be those tempted to harbor improper thoughts. Noticing his astonishment, Yi Lingyue felt a flutter of joy within, though her expression remained stoic. "What is it? Is there something on my face?" she inquired. Xu Ruobai quickly shook his head. "No, master, please come in. I apologize for the modesty of my abode." Yi Lingyue acknowledged this with a hum, reflecting on how he seldom praised himself. Yet he was always quick to commend her beauty when in the guise of a senior sister. Silently, she grumbled about it, but followed him into the kitchen. Upon entering, she was greeted by a bountiful array of dishes, which pleased her. No bell peppers in sight, a sign of her disciples' discernment. "Please, master, have a seat. Others will be arriving shortly," Xu Ruobai offered. Yi Lingyue's expression soured at this. She had expected the evening to be a private dinner with Xu Ruobai and had dressed accordingly, only to learn that her senior sister would be joining them. Would she merely be a backdrop to the gathering? She inwardly cursed her sister, wishing she would refrain from attending. Xu Ruobai noticed a shift in her demeanor and felt a twinge of apprehension. However, the situation had escalated beyond his control. He had no choice but to proceed. Soon, footsteps approached the door, and Yi Lingyue's expression grew increasingly peculiar as she recognized her three esteemed disciples, Zhang Yunxi, Li Wuxin, and Li Yuanhe. Xu Ruobai spoke up, "All right. Everyone is here. Please take your seats." Yi Lingyue was taken aback. Was it really these fellow disciples he had invited? Surely he was aware of her feelings toward them. Her mind swirled with confusion. Zhang Yunxi addressed her. "Master, we have been exceedingly busy of late and have not had the chance to visit. It was a fault of mine. It is fortunate that my junior brother invited you over tonight. We thought to engage in a thorough discussion." Yi Lingyue regarded her so-called eldest disciple with a frosty glare, her expression icy. "There is nothing to discuss. Know your place and leave at once. Once my cultivation is restored, you shall be the first to face my wrath." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunxi could not help but chuckle. "Master, it appears you remain oblivious to the situation. Can't you see that this is a grand banquet set by our junior brother for you? Surely, you do not genuinely believe in his words." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue furrowed her brow and directed her gaze towards Xu Ruobai. Xu Ruobai, however, averted her eyes, unwilling to meet her gaze. "What does this mean? What does this imply? The junior brother even claimed he could summon you. Initially, I found it hard to believe. But it seems he truly possesses this capability. Master, how should I address you on this matter? Perhaps it is time for you to be more discerning in the future. Yi Lingyue's eyes remained fixed on Xu Ruobai, seemingly expecting an explanation. However, Xu Ruobai continued to evade her gaze, causing Yi Lingyue to feel a sense of unease. This cannot be true. Could it be that Xu Ruobai? Chapter 67. Behold the King of Resilience. At this moment, Zhang Yunqi spoke up. Junior brother, you should have a sincere conversation with Master. Xu Ruobai, feeling helpless, shrugged his shoulders and said, Master, as you can see, there is no need for me to elaborate. Is there? Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue looked at Xu Ruobai in disbelief. Do you truly comprehend the words that leave your lips? A rare, playful smile danced across Xu Ruobai's face. Master, you are delightfully naive. Do you genuinely believe that after caring for you for a few days, I have transformed into a good person? In the next instant, the smile vanished, replaced by a mixture of resentment and madness. With a sudden thump on the table, his aura shifted palpably. He confronted Yi Lingyue. Master, do you know how I have endured these years? No one acknowledges my existence. No one respects me. Not even you have ever recognized me as your disciple. If that is the case, why did you bring me to the mountain and accept me as your student? I have long since had my fill of this. Yi Lingyue's face stiffened, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. Is it truly just this? She had initially been filled with joy at the prospect of sharing a meal with Xu Ruobai, only to be confronted with the revelation that his previous filial piety was merely a fade. How could she possibly accept such a truth? Impossible. This was utterly inconceivable. Is it just this? Xu Ruobai slammed the table again, causing the dishes to rattle. After pretending for so long, do you have any idea how exhausting it has been? Cooking for you daily while enduring your cold glares and constant criticisms. Who do you think you are? Having said that, Xu Ruobai turned to Zhang Yunqi. Senior brother, hesitate no longer. Act now. Zhang Yunqi exchanged glances with the other two junior brothers and then produced a magical artifact. Master, if you have any hidden cards, now is the time to reveal them. Yi Lingyue's fists clenched tightly, her complexion paling as she glared furiously at Xu Ruobai. The trust she had painstakingly built was shattered, revealing it all to be a mere scheme. An impulse to weep surged within her, as all her affections had culminated in a self-deception. With her advanced cultivation, eliminating them would be a matter of an instant. Yet her heart resisted the urge to act against him. Even while knowing he had deceived her, she found herself wishing that it were all a fabrication. Yi Lingyue's lips trembled slightly. Xu Ruobai, I shall ask you one more time. Are you certain you wish to stand with your senior brothers? Seeing the look in his master's eyes, as though she would devour him whole, Xu Ruobai felt a twinge of unease, but as a capable actor, he could not falter at such a moment. With a cold laugh, he replied, Master, how foolish you are. Even at this juncture, you still harbor hopes for me? How utterly laughable. Brothers, time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. The three nodded, positioning themselves around Yi Lingyue, forming several seals. In an instant, an array emerged, binding Yi Lingyue within its confines. Zhang Yunqi chuckled as he gazed at Yi Lingyue, ensnared within the formation. Master, do not be vexed, he remarked. You are well aware of my unwavering commitment to the Tao. Your innate charm is too precious to remain idle. The fruits of our labor should not be squandered on outsiders. Assist me in ascending to the great path, and you shall share in the accolades. Yi Lingyue regarded him coldly, offering no reply. It was merely a trivial formation. Should she desire to break free, it would require but a fleeting thought. Noticing Yi Lingyue's indifference, Zhang Yunqi turned to Xu Ruobai and called out, Junior brother, bind our master with the spirit binding rope. It seems she can hardly contain herself. Xu Ruobai nodded, casting a rope that ensnared Yi Lingyue. Yet, he did not cease his actions. With a flick of his wrist, several small black orbs materialized in his hand, which he hurled towards the feet of the trio. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yunqi managed to spare a hand to conjure a shield of spiritual energy, deflecting the small orbs. He let out a cold chuckle. Junior brother, your calculations are rather astute. Do you truly believe employing this binding formation would not require dividing one's focus? In the next instant, a resounding bang erupted as the black orbs detonated upon impact with the ground. However, the explosion's force seemed minimal, leaving merely a minute crater in the floor. This prompted Zhang Yunqi to stifle a laugh. Junior brother, if you intend to ambush, at least muster some formidable power. What you have thrown at me feels no different than a mere tickle. At that moment, Xu Ruobai displayed a villainous grin. Oh, is that so? Just as Zhang Yunqi pondered the source of his confidence, a peculiar scent wafted into his nostrils. In the following moment, his body succumbed to an uncontrollable collapse onto the ground. This unfortunate fate befell all present, including Xu Ruobai. Though immobilized, Zhang Yunqi's mind remained alert, and he quickly discerned a faint mist pervading the air. It dawned upon him that this was undoubtedly the result of Xu Ruobai's treachery. Oddly enough, he had taken ample precautions before arriving, consuming numerous antidotes to avert such an eventuality. Yet, this toxin had still managed to incapacitate him. What could it possibly be? Simultaneously, he noted Xu Ruobai sprawled on the ground beside him. Could this fool be so foolish as to ensnare himself as well? While the nature of the poison remained unknown, he was the most powerful individual present, and thus possessed the highest resistance. Once he regained his faculties, he would ensure this ultimate traitor faced his reckoning. As time slipped by, the 5 individuals sprawled on the ground, with the exception of Xu Ruobai, remained in a state of confusion. Notably, Yi Lingwei. Initially, she had contemplated feigning vulnerability, allowing her disciples a moment of triumph, only to extinguish their hopes when they believed victory was within reach. She had meticulously plotted to eliminate the 3 disciples before taking Xu Ruobai aside for a proper punishment for daring to deceive her. Even the intervention of her senior sister could not save him. No amount of calculation could have prepared Night Spirit Moon for the shocking reality that she had indeed fallen victim to the scheme. She too was engulfed in confusion, pondering the nature of the poison that had rendered her, a cultivator at the divine transformation stage, utterly immobile. Concurrently, her thoughts mirrored those of Zhang Yunqi. Being the most powerful in this place, her recovery should undoubtedly be the swiftest, or so she hoped. 16 minutes later, what no one anticipated was that the first to rise was, astonishingly, Xu Ruobai. However, upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. After all, when one resorts to poisoning, it is only prudent to leave oneself an escape route. Xu Ruobai dusted off his attire, his face adorned with the triumphant grin of an ultimate villain. Did you ever imagine I would be the first to rise? This is the power of the Resilience King. Chapter 68, Xu Bai takes his leave. Indeed, the mist swirling within this room is a testament to his ingenuity, a product resulting from the fusion of a Jiu-Dao and a Thunderball. Xu Ruobai had previously pondered whether the application of the Thunderball was overly simplistic. After all, even medicinal pills possess toxic variants. Why should his Thunderball not embody some elemental attributes? Initially, Xu Ruobai contemplated seeking out a toxic pill potent enough to eliminate a nascent soul stage cultivator. But the practitioners of the poison path were exceedingly rare, likely suppressed by the orthodox alchemical traditions. Consequently, the toxic pills available on the market were insufficient to even incapacitate those at the golden core stage. Moreover, even a mere sleeping draft would be rendered ineffective should the adversary preemptively consume an antidote. Xu Ruobai surmised that his senior brothers, with their experience, would certainly take antidotes in advance. Thus, he was left with no recourse but to utilize the Jiu-Dao procured from the system's lottery. Fortunately, the system did not stipulate that the elixirs had to be ingested in a conventional manner to be effective. Inhalation through the respiratory tract would yield similar results. He amalgamated all 40 of the Jiu-Dao pills into his being. Even a great Luo Golden Immortal would be compelled to remain under his control for 40 minutes. Moreover, he possessed the ability to reverse the situation, rendering a 60 immunity to control. In essence, while they would be subdued for 40 minutes, he would require only 16 minutes to conclude his business. The remaining 24 minutes would be ample time. If this were to be relayed to the esteemed readers before their screens, even 3 seconds might seem excessive. Ahem. Back to the matter at hand. his senior brothers lay incapacitated on the ground, presenting an opportune moment for action. Xu Ruobai summoned his spirit sword and struck toward Zhang Yunqi. Bang! To his astonishment, a layer of spiritual light enveloped his senior brother, emitting a resonant hum, causing the spirit sword, a gift from his second brother Li Yuanhe, to shatter upon impact. How could a sword of spiritual artifact caliber be so easily broken? Such terror was unfathomable. Xu Ruobai found this rather absurd, even while downed. His opponent could summon a protective aura? Yet, it made sense. If his senior brother was indeed formidable enough to be invincible at the nascent soul stage, such a mundane attack would likely prove futile. Should he manage to eliminate a few senior brothers during this opportunity, it would be an ideal outcome. However, he feared that with the remaining 20 minutes, he might not even breach their defenses, ultimately falling victim to a counterattack, much like the previous unfortunate soul, Lao Xian. Time was of the essence, so he lightly kicked Zhang Yunqi twice to gauge the situation. It appeared that the protective aura only manifested when danger was imminent, which made things easier. Xu Ruobai then chuckled. "Senior brother, you are indeed cunning. Have you ever considered that today you would unwittingly don my bridal gown?" With that, he produced a few small, dark orbs, placing one in each of his 3 senior brothers' mouths. Let us see how well you fare against this fine delicacy. Whether you survive will depend on your own abilities. Having completed all of this, Xu Ruobai approached Yi Lingwei, crouching beside her and gently lifting her chin, a wicked smile gracing his face. "Oh, master, do not glare at me so fiercely. This festive red attire makes me think you are here to wed me. Such a beautiful face ought not to be wasted on a single occasion." To be honest, Xu Ruobai felt a chill run down his spine as he uttered these words. However, as a competent antagonist, he could not resist the urge to boast in this moment. At this juncture, Yi Lingwei was immobile and unable to speak, her eyes blazing with fury, as if to say, "Rebellious disciple, do you dare?" Xu Ruobai wrapped his arms around her legs and lifted her up. "Farewell, my 3 senior brothers." With that, he departed from the kitchen, swiftly ascending from Tianling Peak. After flying for approximately 2 minutes, having exited the range of the impending explosion, Xu Ruobai called out, "Explode!" A resounding blast echoed behind him, and Xu Ruobai could feel the ground tremble beneath him. Yet, a true man never looks back at an explosion. Nevertheless, Xu Ruobai had a nagging intuition. Given the personalities of his senior brothers, they undoubtedly possessed life-saving treasures, and whether he could truly eliminate them remained uncertain. Of course, if they survived, they would surely sustain some injuries. And Xu Ruobai did not expect to easily eliminate these seasoned senior brothers with his mere golden core cultivation. Originally, Xu Ruobai had planned to feign the theft of his master's essence and then make a hasty retreat. However, upon seeing his master's visage, he realized that even if he succeeded in that endeavor, his senior brothers would likely not spare her, thus exposing his ruse. Hence, the best strategy was to abduct his master before their eyes, leading them to believe she had been taken by him, while in truth, he had hidden her away. This was a cunning ploy. At Qingyan Peak, Yi Lingwei glared at his jaw, a gentle breeze tousling the strands of hair that fell over his forehead. At that moment, Xu Ruobai's previously arrogant demeanor had faded, replaced by an unusual tranquility. As her gaze lingered, her inner fury inexplicably dissipated. Although he, along with the other disciples, sought her innate charm, she felt no animosity toward him. Perhaps due to her own flawed nature. Observing her surroundings, her mind began to clear. A thought emerged. Xu Ruobai, could he be playing a part? After all, if he truly harbored such resentment toward her, he would not have given her the elixir capable of healing her injuries, nor would he have offered her the Qingyan divine fruit obtained from their senior sister. Moreover, when he had disguised himself as their senior sister, she had overheard his genuine sentiments. Surely he would not be acting the same way before her. Thus, it seemed that Xu Ruobai's current actions might not align with her earlier assumptions. In contrast to her previous doubts, this time, Yi Lingwei chose to place her trust in him. Certainly, one cannot dismiss the possibility that Xu Ruobai's betrayal stemmed from his own incessant doubts. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, The debt remains his. If he desires it, he may take it. Furthermore, yesterday, when Xu Ruobai was caring for me, he could have easily taken advantage of my vulnerability. Yet he did not. Instead, he attentively and gently tended to my needs, which speaks volumes. Contemplating this, the anger in Yi Lingyue's eyes dissipated entirely as she fixated on Xu Ruobai's face, yearning to discern his true intentions. A soft female voice drifted through the air. "Are you here?" Upon hearing this voice, Yi Lingyue immediately recognized its owner. "Senior sister? Why has Xu Ruobai brought me to see her? What is the meaning of this?" "Senior sister, I will speak with master before entering." "Very well. Go ahead." Xu Ruobai gently carried Yi Lingyue into Yu Yunxi's chamber, laying her softly upon the bed. Indeed, Xu Ruobai's plan was to temporarily conceal his master here with his senior sister. The Qingyan Peak and Tianling Peak have always been at odds, and with the presence of the esteemed Qingyan Zunzhang at Qingyan Peak, it was highly unlikely that his brothers would trace him here. Moreover, they would probably assume that his master had been taken out of the sect by him and would pursue him, thus failing to realize that his master had been entrusted to Qingyan Peak. Gazing at the resting Yi Lingyue, Xu Ruobai sighed deeply and knelt beside the bed, uttering, "Master, today's actions were driven by necessity. Your reluctance to trust me has left me with no choice but to resort to such measures. I possess no talent for cultivation and harbor no grand aspirations. It is only natural that you would look down upon me. I bear no grievances. Encountering you when I was on the brink of starvation was indeed a stroke of fortune, and being brought to the mountain by you was equally a blessing. To be your disciple is a privilege I cherish. Master, I have never regretted becoming your student. Regrettably, my inadequacies compel me to protect you in this manner. This place is safe, and you may rest here without concern. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask senior sister. She is truly kind-hearted. I humbly implore you to trust me once more." With solemnity, Xu Ruobai bowed several times, the sound of his forehead striking the ground echoing softly in the quiet room. Having completed this act, he rose to his feet, lowered his head slightly, and clasped his hands respectfully, saying, "Master, I have upheld my duty to this point with a clear conscience. The path ahead now rests solely in your hands. I take my leave." With that, Xu Ruobai exited the room. Chapter 69. The Great Battle. Xu Ruobai departed, leaving Yi Lingyu alone on the bed, her anxious gaze brimming with distress. What kind of vile poison was this, that a mere nascent soul cultivator could be controlled for so long? She desperately wished to grasp Xu Ruobai's hand and implore him not to leave. However, her body was utterly incapacitated. Before long, the door creaked open. Yi Lingyu's eyes sparkled with a flicker of hope, momentarily believing Xu Ruobai had returned. Alas, it was not he who entered, but rather her senior sister, Yu Yunxi. She settled beside the bed, her expression a tapestry of complexity, and let out a resigned sigh before picking up a small note from the bedside table. "This was left by junior brother. Take a look," she said, placing the note before Yi Lingyu. "Method for making brown sugar water. Sister, do you still wish to let go?" Yu Yunxi observed Yi Lingyu. No response needed. The answer was clear in her eyes. Tears had long since gathered at the corners of Yi Lingyu's eyes, her urgent gaze seemingly pleading, "Hurry and find Xu Ruobai." Previously, she had suspected that Xu Ruobai might be feigning. Yet even with this knowledge, upon seeing the recipe for brown sugar water, she could not contain her tears any longer. Xu Ruobai was a good person, an exceptionally good person. To miss such a remarkable individual could mean a lifetime without another chance. If he truly slipped away, or would she search for him? Yu Yunxi understood Yi Lingyu's sentiments all too well. She reached out, gently wiping away the tears from her sister's eyes, speaking softly, "All right, sister, it would not be fitting to cry anymore. You will need to rely on yourself to find Xu Ruobai. I never anticipated that junior brother possessed the means to shield himself from destiny. Even I cannot sense his whereabouts now." She was astonished that Xu Ruobai could go to such lengths for Yi Lingyu. It was no wonder that the auspicious star of love was aligned with him. Thankfully, she had intervened beforehand. Otherwise, with Yi Lingyu's somewhat possessive nature, she would never have had the opportunity to engage in her own matters. Upon hearing Yu Yunxi's words, Yi Lingyu initially felt perplexed. If Xu Ruobai had means to obscure his fate, How could she possibly locate him? But then it dawned on her that she had given him the jade pendant. As long as Xu Ruobai wore it, how could she not find him? Xu Ruobai, wait for me. How could I possibly live without you? Tianling Peak. With Xu Ruobai's explosive force, the entire Tianling Peak was reduced in stature, a testament to the tremendous might of the nascent soul thunderball. Had it not been for Zhang Yunqi and two other junior brothers setting up a formation around, such a commotion would have surely alerted the entire sect. Yet, even so, a figure emerged from the crater. Zhang Yunqi coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. His former elegance now a distant memory, shadows flickering in his gaze. He retrieved a pill and consumed it, quickly stabilizing his aura. Junior brothers, cease your pretense of death. Rise now. From a mound of earth emerged two figures, Li Wuxin and Li Yuanhe. If Xu Ruobai had witnessed this scene, he would likely have been left utterly astonished. He pondered that since both his second and third senior brothers had just recently ascended to the nascent soul stage, his own formidable thunderball, wielding the power of the nascent soul, would surely have been capable of eliminating at least two of them. Yet here they stood, seemingly unscathed aside from some minor injuries, appearing rather disheveled. It can only be said that these three were not merely seasoned veterans, but rather as resilient as tortoises, possessing an unyielding vitality. Fortunately, Xu Ruobai did not harbor the arrogance to believe he could vanquish them. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly find himself in grave trouble. Li Wuxin inquired, "Senior brother, what shall we do next?" To be frank, he had not anticipated the situation unfolding as it did. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The Xiantian seal was now firmly in his possession, and there was no reason for him to return it to his senior brother. After all, this senior brother had lost both his comrades and his advantage, likely rendering him infuriated. With circumstances devolving into such chaos, what else could be done? Could one retrieve their master or recapture Xu Ruobai? Best to retreat. As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. Zhang Yunqi harbored a desire to see Xu Ruobai suffer 1,000 deaths. It was evident that Xu Ruobai possessed means to obscure his whereabouts, allowing him to swear oaths at will. If he could shield himself from the heaven's secrets, how could they ever locate him? All their meticulous planning had ultimately resulted in nothing but a futile endeavor. Yet there was no recourse. The situation had reached a critical juncture. Should they remain, they would be trapped once their master regained his powers, unable to leave at their leisure. Furthermore, if word of their treachery were to spread, the entire righteous path would be jeopardized. Thus, their only choice was to flee. Li Wuxi nodded. With their cultivation having reached the nascent soul stage, there was little benefit to remaining at Ling Yu's sect. It was time to depart. However, just as Li Wuxin and Li Yuanhe prepared to leave, a faint barrier of spiritual light arose, obstructing their path. Li Wuxin frowned and turned to Zhang Yunqi. "Senior brother, what do you mean by this?" Zhang Yunqi let out a cold laugh. "I said I would flee, but I did not say you could." Upon hearing this, Li Wuxin and Li Yuanhe instantly comprehended his implication. "Senior brother, we are also too at the nascent soul stage. Even if you have advanced before us, it is not so simple for you to take our lives." "Oh, is that so?" In the next moment, black patterns appeared upon Zhang Yunqi's face, and his aura, previously at the initial stage of the nascent soul, surged to its pinnacle. Seeing this manifestation, both Li Wuxin and Li Yuanhe's faces blanched with fear. "Senior brother, have you succumbed to darkness?" "Ha! This was originally a trump card reserved for dealing with our master, but now it seems I must bestow it upon you." With that, Zhang Yunqi summoned his spirit sword, which emanated a dark aura, creating an atmosphere of palpable oppression. Though the three were all at the initial stage of the nascent soul, the two were not particularly intimidated by Zhang Yunqi. However, the overwhelming pressure now emanating from him was akin to that of the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. How could they possibly contend with that? Would they simply charge at him head first? Without the slightest hesitation, the two individuals swiftly breached the ethereal barrier and fled in diametrically opposed directions. At their level of mastery, scattering would prove futile. Zhang Yunqi hurled his sword, shrouded in black mist, at Li Yuanhe while pursuing Li Wuxin himself. In but a few breaths, both were inexorably drawn back into the abyss. It was evident that they had long since ceased to breathe, as Zhang Yunqi discarded them into the pit like lifeless husks. With a flick of his wrist, another corpse materialized upon the ground, astonishingly resembling his own form. Having accomplished this grim task, Zhang Yunqi prepared to depart, leaving the fate of Xu Ruobai to chance encounters in the future, vowing to demonstrate to that lad the true meaning of a living hell. He summoned his flying sword, cloaking his presence, and ascended into the sky. Yet, mere moments into his flight, a blade suddenly obstructed his path. The spirit language sword? Master. Chapter 70. Zhang Yunqi, Death of a Traitor. Would he wish to go now? Gazing upon the figure clad in crimson before him, Zhang Yunqi found himself momentarily bewildered. Hadn't his master been abducted by his junior? How could they possibly be here? Huh, master, you dare to return? Are you here to reclaim your innate charm? With a swift motion, Zhang Yunqi swung his sword towards Yi Lingwei. With a resounding clang, the Lingyu sword effortlessly intercepted the blow. The cold indifference in Yi Lingwei's eyes sent a chill down Zhang Yunqi's spine. No, you have regained your cultivation. If not, as an invincible entity in the nascent soul stage, how could I have been thwarted so easily? It made sense now why she had seemed so fearless in the kitchen. She had already restored her powers. It was clear that Xu Ruobai could not have summoned her. Rather, it was his master seeking to ensnare him in one fell swoop. Realizing this, a pallor washed over Zhang Yunqi's face. Huh, your junior must have perished at your hands, hasn't he? Yi Lingyu furuit herbroth. Perplexed by the delusions of this traitor. Coldly, she replied, this has nothing to do with you, traitor. Prepare to meet your end. With that, she ceased any further discourse, fully aware that her once promising disciple had succumbed to darkness, whether it was his desire to rebel against his master or his descent into madness. Both were deemed capital offenses within the realm of cultivation. She had initially pondered how to explain the events that transpired in Tianling. After all, the secret of her innate charm must remain concealed. Should she claim that her disciples sought to rebel, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. It was quite peculiar that all three disciples harbored such ambitions. There must be some underlying reason. Fortunately, with Zhang Yunqi's corruption, she could simply state that a disciple had gone astray, justifying her actions without fear of reprisal or skepticism. Without hesitation, Yi Lingwei unleashed the Lingyu sword, striking against Zhang Yunqi's blade. The tremendous force sent him hurtling backward, crashing into a deep pit. The injuries he had just managed to suppress flared anew, and he spat a mouthful of dark blood. Enduring the agonizing rending within, Zhang Yunqi roared, very well, master, you leave me no choice. In an instant, more dark patterns emerged across his face. Within a single breath, his visage was completely shrouded in darkness, and two small horns sprouted from his brow. Gone was the image of a graceful youth. Only an ugly, grotesque form remained. Observing this, Yi Lingwei let out a self-deprecating chuckle. A demon? Huh, I never imagined I would cultivate a demon. Truly, after witnessing the antics of these so-called disciples, her esteem for Xu Ruobai had soared to unprecedented heights, beyond mere comparison. It was as if one resided in the heavens while the other lingered in the depths. Her gaze towards Zhang Yunqi grew even colder. As Zhang Yunqi's power gradually ascended, an aura reminiscent of the transformation stage began to emanate from him. It is no wonder that the allure of demonic forces can ensnare the mind. How could one resist the temptation of such swiftly acquired strength? Master, today I shall demonstrate whether I am ready to depart as your disciple. With that, a bone chain materialized in Zhang Yunqi's hand, and as it emerged, the once bright night sky seemed to be tainted with a hint of crimson. This oddly complemented the red attire of Yi Lingwei. Yi Lingwei's expression grew grave. She had not anticipated that her rebellious disciple possessed such a multitude of means. She was also eager to retrieve Xu Ruobai, a life-bound treasure. Yi Lingwei immediately recognized the bone chain for what it was, anger flickering in her eyes. How many lives have you clandestinely destroyed? Such a malevolent artifact is typically forged from human souls, and given the degree of malevolence emanating from this chain, the number of victims must surely be considerable. It is merely a means to ascend the great path. What does it matter how many have perished? With a fierce flick of his wrist, he hurled the bone chain toward Yi Lingyue, its sinister energy surging forth. Yi Lingyue summoned her spirit language sword to counter, but to her astonishment, the malevolent energy disrupted her connection with the sword, dulling her movements. With a resounding clash, the bone chain ensnared the spirit language sword, its dark energy creeping relentlessly over it, threatening to taint her as well. Realizing the peril, Yi Lingyue hastily released her grip. To be contaminated by such a potent force of resentment would lead to dire consequences. For a moment, she found herself in a precarious situation, as Zhang Yunqi's malevolent power was particularly effective against her, leaving her without a strategy to combat it. A single misstep could spell disaster. Suddenly, a resonant bell tolled across the sky. The night, which had been tinged with red, suddenly regained its clarity. The sinister energy was instantaneously dispelled. Zhang Yunqi spat forth a mouthful of blood, his once dark eyes now filled with terror. A Buddhist artifact? Who could it be? His aura diminished significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Lingyue took advantage of the bell's suppressive power over evil, which did not affect her. In a flash, she appeared before Zhang Yunqi, striking with her sword. A crimson line appeared on his body, but the blood that flowed was as dark as night. It seems his heart has long since turned to darkness. Despite his dire state, Zhang Yunqi did not succumb. Instead, he pleaded, "Master, I am your disciple. You cannot kill me. You must spare my life. Master, I beseech you, grant me mercy." Yi Lingyue remained silent, resolutely bringing her sword down upon his neck. Mercy? It is laughable. In the next life, do not be my disciple again. Severed from his body, Zhang Yunqi's head lay to one side, his body crumpled on the ground, eyes wide with disbelief, anger, and confusion. Yet it mattered not, for he was dead. The lifeless bodies of 3 disciples lay uniformly in the large pit, their dark crimson blood pooling together, and upon witnessing their tragic fates, Yi Lingyue felt no sorrow within her heart. On the contrary, it was because of them that she discovered the one she desired. As for these wretched souls, their deaths 1,000 times would never compare to her Xu Ruobai. Yi Lingyue lifted her gaze towards the luminous moon in the sky. With a few traitorous disciples dealt with, it was time to retrieve him. Chapter 71. The scarlet-clad god of death, Xu Ruobai, cast a glance at the luminous moon overhead, a sense of unease gnawing at his heart. Could it be that his senior brothers might truly locate him? Xu Ruobai deemed this likelihood rather slim. With the celestial shielding technique in his possession, even the secrets of heaven could be obscured, rendering it nearly impossible for them to find him without some extraordinary means. The pressing concern was to hasten to Liyun City and board a flying vessel to depart from this place. As for the destination, Xu Ruobai had yet to formulate a plan. At the very least, he needed to distance himself sufficiently so as not to encounter any of his senior brothers. Deep down, he felt a pang of reluctance, not solely due to the presence of his senior sister at Lingyu sect, but also because this was the place where he had spent 14 years of his life. Sigh. It had barely been a short while since he left, and already he found himself missing his sister. The thought of not seeing her for a considerable time weighed heavily on his heart. Does time truly erode a person's emotions? Xu Ruobai was uncertain. In his previous life, he had witnessed numerous narratives akin to this, tales of inept husbands. No, that was a misstatement. It was not that Xu Ruobai lacked faith in his sister, but he had encountered far too many stories where long-distance relationships yielded dismal outcomes. Furthermore, in a long-distance romance, there remained the possibility of communication through calls, whereas he had no means of contacting his sister whatsoever. Thus, to avert the worst potential outcome, he needed to swiftly enhance his cultivation. Only upon reaching the transformation stage would he possess the means to return to Lingyu sect. Yet, while he was diligently training, were his senior brothers not also progressing in their cultivation? Their realms would surely ascend as well, and given his innate talent, even with the system's assistance, it would be challenging to match their prowess. Unless, of course, he could secure ample opportunities. Regardless of whether he could catch up, for the sake of his sister, he must strive earnestly. Calculating the time, if his senior brothers were still alive, they would likely be awakening at this juncture. TSK, after such an explosion, it seemed likely that Tianling Peak would be utterly obliterated. Xu Ruobai could already envision the enraged visage of his eldest brother. He felt no particular joy in this. He derived no pleasure from the misfortunes of others. Instead, he lamented the fickleness of fate. For he had once believed he could languish on Tianling Peak for a lifetime, aimlessly. Who could have anticipated that circumstances would unfold in such a manner? As his thoughts meandered, Liyun's city came into view. Once he boarded the flying vessel, his senior brothers would be unable to pursue him. Why did it feel warm against his chest? Xu Ruobai looked down to see a red glow emanating from beneath his clothing. The jade pendant given by his sister? He retrieved the pendant from his chest. Ever since his sister entrusted it to him, he had carried it with him. She had informed him that it was a low-grade magical artifact, yet she had not specified its exact function. A sense of curiosity enveloped him. Surely this radiant warmth could not signify an impending explosion after a prolonged wait. The pendant exhibited no signs of detonating. Indeed, how could a jade pendant bestowed by his sister possibly explode? The glow and warmth indicated that it was functioning, yet he remained unaware of its true purpose. Xu Ruobai felt it prudent to first ascend the flying vessel at Liyun's city. In the distance, he could already discern the pavilions floating in the sky. Liyun's city was within reach. He quickened his pace, aware that hesitation could lead to unforeseen changes. Suddenly, a beam of blue light descended from the heavens, enveloping him. Xu Ruobai was momentarily bewildered. What could this phenomenon be? Was it possible that it was a trap laid by his senior brothers? He extended his hand in an attempt to penetrate the blue light, which appeared transparent, yet felt as substantial as matter itself, rendering his efforts futile. His expression turned solemn. He realized that if he were captured, it would spell certain doom for him. With his current abilities, breaking through this strange beam was beyond his capability. Soon, he noticed that the surroundings seemed to warp, and Liyun's city had vanished from his sight. A sudden sense of weightlessness overwhelmed him, and he felt as though the world was spinning. When he regained his composure, he found himself standing in a deep pit, the blue light dissipating around him. What had just transpired? As he took a step forward, he kicked something and looked down to discover he was standing in a pool of blood. How could there be so much blood? Whose blood was it? It didn't take long for Xu Ruobai to notice a grotesque head lying quietly at his feet, undoubtedly the object he had just kicked. Next to this head lay 3 corpses, which appeared somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, Xu Ruobai recognized them, albeit their features were grotesquely altered. This was none other than his senior brother. The other 2 corpses, were they his second and third senior brothers? All dead. Had they perished due to his thunderball? That thought was quickly dismissed by Xu Ruobai. Their bodies bore sword wounds. For instance, how could a thunderball possibly sever a head? If it possessed such power, they would have been reduced to mere fragments. Moreover, what had happened to his senior brother? 2 small horns had sprouted from his forehead, and his face was enveloped by dark, oppressive markings. This resembled the descriptions of demonic corruption from the texts. The 3 senior brothers lay lifeless in the pool of blood, undeniably deceased. Their demise was, in a sense, a relief. But the pressing question remained. How had he inexplicably returned to this place? Before he could ponder further, Xu Ruobai noticed a crimson figure suspended in the sky. A red figure? His master. Xu Ruobai rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was hallucinating. Hadn't he sent his master to Qingyan Peak? How could she possibly be here? After confirming her identity, he recognized that it was indeed his master. At that moment, Yi Lingyue stood poised in the sky, wielding the spirit language sword, the tip glistening with fresh blood. Clad in red, she resembled a deity of death, instilling a sense of dread. Could it be that his senior brothers had all fallen to the hands of his master? Observing the aura she exudes, it appears she has regained her former prowess. This implies, could it be that my senior brothers have met their demise at the hands of our master? No, that can't be right. Why does our master regard me with such intensity? Surely, she does not intend to eliminate me as well? That would be inconceivable. After all, my previous boasts were merely idle chatter, and I had subsequently clarified matters with our master. It cannot be that my lack of performance in the act has led her to seek retribution against me. In the sky, The figure clad in crimson descended before Xu Ruobai. Noticing the redness around her eyes, Xu Ruobai began to suspect that she might be driven by a fierce rage. Chapter 72. Maru Spicy. I am not a disciple who rebels against my master, but my master is a master who rebels against her disciples. Gazing at Xu Ruobai before her, Yilingwa bit her lip, stifling the tears that threatened to fall. With a clang, the spirit language sword slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground. She extended her hand toward Xu Ruobai, who, mistaking her gesture for aggression, instinctively took a step back, his eyes shutting tightly in fright. A singular thought raced through his mind. To accidentally slay a loyal minister would mean discarding all his cards. Seeing his reaction, Yi Lingyue's expression froze, her hand suspended in midair, trembling slightly. Was he truly serious in retreating? What kind of fear must one harbor to instinctively react in such a manner? Biting down on her lip, she asked with a quavering voice, Xu Ruobai, be honest. Do you harbor any thoughts towards your master? Xu Ruobai cracked open his eyes and looked at Yi Lingyue, bewildered by her inquiry. His gaze then fell upon the lifeless bodies of his 3 senior brothers, now cold in a pool of blood. Anxiously, he replied, Master, I am a loyal minister. My brother's intentions to rebel have nothing to do with me, and I bear no thoughts towards you, Master. Even without merit, I have endured hardships. What I said earlier was merely a performance before my brothers. Please do not kill me. I just wish to live. Upon hearing Xu Ruobai's words, Yi Lingyue's expression darkened. Had he confessed to harboring feelings, her crimson attire could serve as a wedding gown. Yet his denial, absolute and unwavering, was something she found difficult to accept. I refuse to be seen merely as a master. Does he truly not possess even the slightest inclination? Before Xu Ruobai could finish his sentence, he noticed Yi Lingyue's increasingly frosty demeanor, leaving him bewildered. Why was she angrier now that he claimed to have no feelings? Was he expected to admit otherwise? At this rate, it seemed his master was genuinely intent on ending his life. Yet, to confess feelings seemed equally unfeasible. Resolutely, he took a gamble, whispering hesitantly, perhaps, just a little? At his words, Yi Lingyue's expression softened instantly, murmuring a little, that will suffice. Witnessing this transformation, Xu Ruobai couldn't help but mentally scoff. Was a change of mood not subject to penalties? And Master, what did you just say? Considering the current circumstances, it appeared he had wagered correctly, yet the situation was bewildering. The few senior brothers who had harbored feelings for their master now lay lifeless. Why was it that for him, a lack of feelings warranted disapproval? Yi Lingyue, a touch bashful, said, since you have feelings, do you require your master to instruct you on how to rebel against her? Xu Ruobai's mind was reeling. Something was amiss. This master was far from ordinary. Noticing Xu Ruobai's immobility, Yi Lingyue understood that he now leaned more towards the affection typical of a student toward a teacher. However, the present is the present, and the future is the future. As long as there is a hint of meaning within, a little guidance can lead to a natural progression. Thus, one must take the initiative. Extending his hand, he cradled Xu Ruobai's face and, before he could react, pressed his lips against hers. Xu Ruobai's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth? What is my master doing? Could this be merely an illusion? His mind went blank, and the 3 existential questions echoed in his thoughts. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? In the next moment, his lips were deftly pried open by a sweet tongue. The taste was so familiar. This familiarity sparked a thought in his mind. Could it be that the senior sister from Yaoang City was not truly his senior sister? At first, he merely believed she had changed her rouge, resulting in a different flavor. Moreover, it was not just the taste. Even her kissing technique was distinct. The senior sister liked to nibble on his lower lip, while in Yaoang Valley, she preferred to use her tongue. This completely aligned with his current master. No wonder he found the senior sister from that time peculiar. It turned out she was not the senior sister, but his master before him. But why? Why would his master impersonate the senior sister to seek him out? Furthermore, when he attempted to kiss her back then, she did not resist, and even took the initiative herself. Could it be that I'm not the one pursuing my master, but she is pursuing me? Initially, Xu Ruobai deemed this notion improbable. However, upon further reflection, given how he had taken care of her, it was entirely plausible that he had inadvertently won over his master. With this realization, Xu Ruobai found himself both amused and exasperated. It was entirely unintentional. After what felt like an eternity, Yilingye finally withdrew her lips. Gazing adoringly at Xu Ruobai, a single tear escaping the corner of her eye, she embraced him, resting her face gently against his chest. "Ruobai, thank you." Upon witnessing her state, Xu Ruobai felt compelled to say something, yet he knew it was not the right moment. Perhaps he would have a proper conversation with his master later. She had just dealt with several senior brothers. Surely, she was not feeling well. Let her hold on for a while. It wouldn't cost him anything, especially after sharing a kiss. Wait, the bodies of the senior brothers still seemed to be nearby. Xu Ruobai glanced toward a wide-eyed head not far away, feeling a chill in his heart. Must it truly be so disrespectful to feed the dogs with the deceased? Casting his gaze around, Xu Ruobai soon realized they were at Tianling Peak. How did it come to this? Oh, it appears this was indeed his doing. Xu Ruobai, hearing his master's voice calling his name, he lowered his head once more to look at Yilingye in his embrace. What? What is it? Yilingye lifted her head to gaze at Xu Ruobai, her reddened eyes evoking a sense of tender pity. In a soft voice, she murmured, "What I owe you can never truly be repaid." To be honest, such a gentle demeanor from his master left Xu Ruobai feeling somewhat at a loss. He chuckled awkwardly. "You are my master. What debt could possibly exist?" To his astonishment, his master resolutely replied, "No, it must be repaid. I, Yilingye, have no reason to owe anyone." With no other choice, Xu Ruobai complied, asking then, "Master, how do you intend to repay it?" A glimmer flickered in Yilingye's eyes as she replied, "Would it be acceptable if I return myself to you?" Xu Ruobai was left dumbfounded. Was she really suggesting to return herself? It felt more like a proposition of taking rather than repaying. Chapter 73. Are you bullying the innocent? This seems rather inappropriate. Knight Lingye appeared on the verge of tears, casting a pitiful glance at Xu Ruobai. "You have taken on 4 disciples, and now only one remains. Do you truly no longer wish for your master?" Xu Ruobai felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Where had the icy demeanor of his master gone? He wished it would return swiftly. 4 disciples, and yet only one remained. Did his master not realize this? Of course, such thoughts were only meant for his own contemplation. With a sigh, Xu Ruobai deemed it necessary to have a serious discussion with his master. However, before he could utter a word, Knight Lingye interjected, "Ruobai, the spiritual herbs in my medicinal garden have significantly diminished. Do you know who is responsible for this?" Xu Ruobai's words were caught in his throat, and upon hearing his master's statement, he swallowed them back. He chuckled awkwardly. "Is there really that much missing?" Knight Lingye continued. "Moreover, with the state of Tianling Peak as it is, restoring it will require quite a sum of spirit stones." At this, Xu Ruobai's expression froze completely. "Master, please, to say what you mean directly. There is no need for such circumlocution. Ruobai, I assure you, I am not one to take advantage of the innocent. The total value of the spiritual herbs and the mountain amounts to merely 10,000 premium spirit stones, which should not be excessive, correct? 10,000 premium spirit stones? You consider that reasonable? The sheer number of spirit stones could easily purchase the entirety of Lingyu's sect. How infuriating that his master would claim not to be taking advantage of the innocent. Look, if I were to return myself to you, then I would indeed belong to you. And as the sect master of Lingyu's sect and the peak master of Tianling, my allegiance would naturally extend to the mountain. Therefore, you need not repay me, Ruobai. So, will you choose to return the spirit stones, or will you choose me?" Xu Ruobai felt as though his intelligence had been insulted. Was this not a ruse for fools? Did she truly believe he could be so easily deceived? Yet, he could not deny that his master's argument held a modicum of validity. "Master, may I defer the payment for now?" "Absolutely not. No credit will be extended." This was hardly a choice. There was clearly only one option available. Previously, he had perceived his master as aloof and difficult to approach. Why did she now seem somewhat shameless? Could it be that his master possessed more than 2 personas? The aloof version, the obedient version, and now An audacious version? He wondered if there were any other hidden facets yet to be discovered. Master, do I have any options left? Indeed. Does this not present you with a choice? Choice. You have given me naught but a hammer. Xu Ruobai found himself at a loss for words. With a resigned sigh, he said, Master, please allow me some time to consider. It is quite difficult to provide you with an answer at this moment. Lacking any real choice, he could only resort to a delaying tactic. Xu Ruobai contemplated that perhaps his previous kindness towards his master had fostered a sense of dependence within her. This affection she expressed might not be what she truly perceived as love. Given some time for reflection, she would surely come to understand this, yes. It must be so. Meanwhile, Yi Lingyue observed Xu Ruobai with a hint of urgency in her heart. She had taken the initiative to approach him. And how could he possibly refuse? Yet, considering the matter further, it was precisely because he was Xu Ruobai that one could not act rashly. After all, Xu Ruobai's feelings currently leaned more towards his master, and she needed to exert herself diligently to ascend to the status of his partner. Xu Ruobai Zimak, I am well versed in this matter. Would you like me to implement a point system for you as well? Very well. Ponder it for a few days. He added. With that, Yi Lingyue reluctantly released Xu Ruobai. After revealing her feelings, she found herself inexplicably yearning for his closeness. Previously, she had nestled against him in the guise of her senior sister, but now she wished to embrace him openly as herself. Xu Ruobai sighed in relief, grateful that his master's rationality remained intact. He feared that one misstep might transform her into something akin to a Yandere, which would spell disaster. Taking a couple of deep breaths to steady his emotions, he surveyed his surroundings. The entire summit of Tianling Mountain had been obliterated, meaning his own dwelling was also lost. Where'd he stay tonight? He regretted his earlier decisions. Had he known he wouldn't need to flee and that his master could eliminate several senior brothers, he would not have resorted to using explosive balls against them. The fact that he had not caused any fatalities was fortunate, but he had nearly found himself overwhelmed with debt instead. Master, Tianling Peak is in such disarray. It must be exceedingly difficult to restore, right? After speaking, Xu Ruobai turned his gaze back to Yi Lingyue. She remained fixated on his face, as if she could never tire of looking at him. Noticing her dazed expression without any response, Xu Ruobai waved his hand before her. Master. Master? Finally, Yi Lingyue snapped back to reality, a faint blush gracing her otherwise pale cheeks. Your face is as red as a teapot. Should it not be I who is blushing? Xu Ruobai Zimak? What? What is the matter? He sighed in exasperation. It seemed his master was beyond saving. Master, I just asked you, given the state of Tianling Peak, it must be quite challenging to restore, right? Ah, this. Yi Lingyue formed a hand seal, and soon, the corpses of the three senior brothers ignited with an unnameable fire. In mere moments, they vanished from sight. Watching his master perform this act with an expression of calmness sent a chill down Xu Ruobai's spine. If he were to defy her, would he meet the same fate? Follow me. Yi Lingyue ascended into the sky. Xu Ruobai, though puzzled by her intentions, followed suit into the heavens. What was it that a certain poem had once conveyed? Unacquainted with the true visage of Mount Lushan, one can only perceive it from within its embrace. From his vantage point in the heavens, Xu Ruobai finally comprehended the chaotic aftermath wrought by his few thunderous orbs upon the Tianling Mountain. With a mere flick of her wrist, Yi Lingyue conjured a formation plate, which, upon the infusion of spiritual energy, began to radiate a luminous glow. A resonant rumble echoed forth, causing the very mountain to tremble and shift. After a mere quarter of an hour, the Tianling Peak had entirely reverted to its former glory, betraying no signs of the artistic tumult it had just endured. Xu Ruobai stood in disbelief. Was it truly this simple for the Tianling Peak to restore itself? He had anticipated a far more arduous endeavor. In a hushed tone, he ventured, Master, are you truly demanding a payment of 10,000 top-tier spirit stones from me? Why does it feel as though your heart is shrouded in darkness? Only then did Yi Lingyue recall that Xu Ruobai had indeed incurred a debt of 10,000 top-tier spirit stones due to this recent incident. Is my heart truly dark? Would you care to see for yourself? She retorted. Alas, in the realm of verbal sparring, Xu Ruobai felt utterly outmatched, and with a single remark, he conceded defeat. Chapter 74. The Salted Bean, no longer salty master. Where's my room? The Tianling Peak has indeed returned to its original state. Yet my own dwelling has vanished without a trace. Not only my abode, but several of my senior brother's caves have also disappeared completely. Yi Lingwei then elucidated. The Tianling Peak is equipped with a restoration formation intended to revert to its former state in the event of such anomalies. However, the temporal reference point for this restoration was recorded long before, at a time when you all were not present here. Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai comprehended the situation. A house could be rebuilt. Besides, his dwelling differed significantly from the caves of his senior brothers. The term cave implies a space conducive to cultivation, capable of gathering spiritual energy. In contrast, his own residence could merely be regarded as a simple shelter akin to a mundane abode, offering merely refuge from the elements without any intricate formations. Given his golden core cultivation, constructing a new house would pose no challenge. Ruobai. Regardless of how often his master gently called his name, Xu Ruobai could not shake off a sense of discomfort. What is it? You see, tonight you have no place to stay. Perhaps you could come to my place? Ling Yue's cave was the residence of past sect leaders. Hence the restoration formation would naturally restore it. Xu Ruobai nearly choked upon hearing her suggestion. Master, this is inappropriate. After all, this is not the first time. This time you can have the bed, and I shall take the floor. How does that sound? Not the first time? Indeed, if the one from Yaowang City was her master, then it was certainly not the first instance. Master, have you become unhinged? Xu Ruobai thought. Master, please remain calm. You know I am in a relationship. It truly is not suitable. To be honest, Xu Ruobai felt quite ashamed. His senior sister treated him with such kindness. If he were to betray her trust, it would be utterly inhumane. What if your senior sister has no objections? How could that possibly be? Suddenly, Xu Ruobai was struck by a realization. Why was his master able to appear in the guise of his senior sister in Yaowang City? If all went as expected, it should have been his senior sister accompanying him to Liyun City for their date. Yet, the senior sister he encountered was undoubtedly the genuine one. This implied that she was aware of her master's impersonation, and it was evident they had conspired together. Master, you don't have some leverage over my senior sister, threatening her, do you? Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue's expression stiffened. How could this boy trust his senior sister so blindly, when it was she who had gradually led him to this state? No, your senior sister has no objections. Hearing this, Xu Ruobai still found it hard to believe. But, Master, I feel. Before he could finish, the atmosphere around them grew cold. Xu Ruobai hurriedly swallowed his words back. The night spirit, Lingwei, spoke with a stern expression, having shared kisses and embraces Ruobai. You cannot possibly be the irresponsible type, can you? Unbeknownst to her, the Lingyu sword had somehow returned to her grasp. Xu Ruobai found himself doubting whether, should he continue to decline, the blade might soon rest upon his throat. The crux of the matter was that although they had exchanged affection, he had always regarded her merely as his senior sister during their time in Yaowang City. Alas, in such matters, he knew he was at fault. Who could blame him for not recognizing she was not merely his senior? He could only attempt to placate her. Ahem. Master, let's speak calmly. Please, lower the sword. Matters of the heart cannot be rushed. Let us take our time. Lingyue huffed, flipping her hand to sheathe the Lingyu sword. Soft approaches seemed futile, and she was determined to be more forceful. Xu Ruobai felt exasperated. Several senior brothers sought her affections, yet she rebuffed them, while she pressed herself towards him, who was reluctant. Was this what they called the allure of the unattainable? Master, it is late. You should return. And you? Xu Ruobai's lips twitched. Cultivators do not require sleep. I still need to rebuild my abode. I shall accompany you. Ah, please do not be so clingy. Master, be good. Please return and allow me some peace. Very well. Lingyue cast a reluctant glance back at him before retreating to her own cave dwelling. Ah, the power of the word good proved effective. Wait, shouldn't that only work on the obedient version of her? Xu Ruobai's mind momentarily short-circuited. Previously, Master had traveled to Yaowang City, which clearly indicated her cultivation had long since been restored. With her cultivation at the transformation stage, could there still be ailments such as colds, fevers, or menstrual irregularities? This meant that her illness yesterday had been entirely feigned. At her age, one would expect a modicum of modesty, the pretense of a stomach ache. The incessant rubbing. What a deceitful trickster! It was absurd that she had claimed to protect the path with a clear conscience, when in truth, she needed no protection. Xu Ruobai wished he could find a piece of tofu to bash his head against in despair. Weary, he sat upon a nearby stone, his head bowed, fingers gripping his hair. What a predicament! Junior brother. At that moment, the voice of Yangxi drifted into his ears. Xu Ruobai lifted his head, only to find his senior sister standing before him, her presence a surprise. He squinted, scrutinizing Yangxi carefully before tentatively asking, You are my senior sister, aren't you? She tilted her head. What do you think? Very well. There was no doubt it was indeed his senior sister. Sister, what brings you here? Drinsi seto besai Xu Ruobai. Junior brother, you do not hold any resentment towards me, do you? Xu Ruobai understood her implication and managed a wry smile. Of course not. As long as you are well, that is all that matters. Yangxi grasped Xu Ruobai's hand, gazing at his profile with a flicker of emotion in her eyes. Junior brother, I understand that you may feel somewhat uneasy, yet she is my junior sister. Huh? Xu Ruobai was taken aback. Junior sister? Yangxi nodded gently. In truth, I am a Qingyan virtuous one. It was overwhelming. His mind struggled to process the influx of information he had received that day. The title of Qingyan virtuous one was merely a designation, bestowed upon the disciples who succeeded the Qingyan peak over generations. Thus, upon the passing of our master, it was only natural for me, as the eldest sister of Qingyan Peak, to inherit this title. No wonder she could effortlessly pluck the sacred Qingyan fruit for herself. It turns out she is indeed the Qingyan virtuous one. So, sister, does that mean that even in my absence, our master would not have encountered any peril? Chapter 75. The detestable vixen Xu did not deny his words, and she could surmise what Xu Ruobai was pondering. In a gentle tone, she remarked, Junior brother, you should not believe that all your efforts are in vain. On the contrary, what you have accomplished is something I, as your senior sister, could not achieve. Xu Ruobai, puzzled, responded, Senior sister, why not simply eliminate my several senior brothers directly to avoid all this trouble? Xu shook her head slightly. Junior brother, have you considered how our master would feel if I were to do so? Severely injured by enemies, betrayed by her own disciple, and ultimately saved by me. Her senior sister? Your existence is not without significance. Instead, it provides hope to your junior sister and serves as her redemption. Therefore, junior brother, do not belittle yourself. You are doing remarkably well. Our master is a proud individual. If the situation were to unfold as I have described, she might very well become disillusioned with the world. It seems that I have restored hope in her for this world, which indeed makes my actions meaningful. Yet, why would this evoke such feelings in our master toward me? Logically, after all we have endured, the bond between teacher and disciple should deepen. Junior brother, surely being deceived must feel unpleasant. Xu Ruobai involuntarily lowered his head. The deception itself mattered little. However, he feared that his feelings for his senior sister over these past days might merely be one-sided. His senior sister is a formidable being at the transformation stage and holds the esteemed title of Qingyan Zunjiang, possessing both skill and status, while he has nothing. It had crossed his mind before that perhaps his senior sister's affection was merely a game. Yet the thought of this reality materializing filled his heart with unease at that moment. His senior sister suddenly entered his line of sight, squatting before him, her expression earnest as she gazed into his eyes. Junior brother, my cultivation is a deception, my identity is a deception, but there are some things I have never deceived you about, remaining steadfast and true. Steadfast and true. From the fervent gaze of his senior sister, Xu Ruobai quickly deduced what she meant by this unwavering commitment, and he instinctively turned his head away, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Yangxi continued, Junior brother, do you resent me? Xu Ruobai hastily shook his head. Of course not. Yangxi rose to her feet, leaning slightly forward as she grasped Xu Ruobai's right hand with sincerity, saying, I understand that my actions were wrong. As the books say, one must face punishment for wrongdoing. This is a lesson even children comprehend. Senior sister, I truly do not blame you. Yet Yuxungsi persisted. Junior brother, punish me as you see fit. Any punishment is acceptable. Xu Ruobai was about to insist that it was unnecessary when he noticed a glimpse of white from the slight plunge of her neckline. He swallowed hard, hastily redirecting his gaze. Although it was merely a fleeting glance, he was nonetheless stunned by his senior sister's allure. A line of lyrics suddenly floated in my mind. Look at this bowl so large and round. With a somewhat distracted gaze, I murmured, no. It's really unnecessary, senior sister. I bear no ill will towards you. Yu Yunxi expressed her regret, saying, are you truly certain? Any form of punishment is acceptable, you know? Xu Ruobai began to question whether his senior sister's notion of punishment was indeed sincere. It felt as if she were tempting him to transgress. Clearing his throat a couple of times, he suggested, senior sister, perhaps you should sit properly. It's rather inappropriate to converse like this. Yu Yunxi responded with an oh and settled back beside Xu Ruobai. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Which leader could withstand such a trial? He continued, senior sister, I genuinely harbor no resentment towards you. On the contrary, I'm immensely grateful. I have always felt there's nothing about me that deserves your attention. To be able to maintain our current relationship is already a great satisfaction for me. However, Yu Yunxi unexpectedly interrupted him, saying do not. Upon hearing those two words, Xu Ruobai was momentarily taken aback, turning his head to look at her. I do not wish for things to remain this way. I desire more than mere kisses and embraces. Junior brother, it cannot end here. Xu Ruobai's eyes widened. More. Excessive matters? Why did his head feel slightly dizzy? Senior sister, please do not tease me any further. Yet, Yu Yunxi continued, junior brother, did you not promise that upon your return, we would become partners in the Tao? Did I say that? Xu Ruobai's mind took some time to process before he recalled indeed uttering such words. However, wasn't he that merely because he thought he would be away from the sect for a long time? Who would have imagined that he would return a mere half-hour later? Senior sister, isn't this a bit too hasty? Yet, without becoming partners in the Tao, how could he prevent her from engaging in more audacious actions? Moreover, junior brother, you did say that promises must be kept. Xu Ruobai's expression stiffened. Having been teased by his senior sister, his face was already flushed. How could she say such things without even blushing? Although he knew he could not yet stand before her with full confidence, at this moment, emotion triumphed over reason. He was not a sage. How could he remain unaffected? Especially when it was his beloved senior sister who spoke those words. Xu Ruobai lowered his head slightly, unable to meet Yu Yunxi's gaze. A smile graced her face. Have you agreed? Xu Ruobai felt that at this moment. He could only respond with a mechanical unable to articulate anything else. Yu Yunxi gently lifted his chin. Then, junior brother, shall I change how I address you? Husband, darling, baby, thump, 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 thump. This was not the sound of a door being knocked upon, but rather the sound of his heart racing. Xu Ruobai truly felt as if his heart might leap from his chest. As he gazed upon his senior sister, Xu Ruobai was enveloped in a dreamlike sensation. It was over. He had completely succumbed. His senior sister was simply too captivating. Sister, perhaps it would be better to call me junior brother. Xu Ruobai felt overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. The thought of her as his beloved left his mind in a state of bewilderment. All right, junior brother, then, may we engage in some audacious activities today? I suppose we could. In the next instant, Yu Yunxi cupped his face and, with astonishing swiftness, pressed her lips against his, expertly nibbling on his lower lip and leaving him no chance to refuse. However, she soon furrowed her brow, pulling away slightly, her expression tinged with displeasure as she declared, the taste of my junior sister is unacceptable. Tonight, only my flavor shall linger upon your lips. With that, she kissed him again, gently sucking on his lips as if to erase any trace of other flavors. Yi Lingwe, am I not also a part of your little play? Someone lurking in the shadows gripped their sword tightly, stifling the urge to intervene. Their mouth curling in frustration, that wretched temptress. After a considerable time, the two finally parted. Not only Xu Ruobai, but even Yu Yunxi's cheeks bore a hint of crimson. It was the first time Xu Ruobai had witnessed his senior sister in such a flustered state. He felt an overwhelming urge to take a bite of her rosy cheeks. Sister, is this place really appropriate? Upon seeing his demeanor, Yu Yunxi let out a soft laugh, reaching out to tousle his hair. Junior brother, do you think I wish to engage in anything untoward? Taken aback by her words, Xu Ruobai was momentarily speechless. In the next moment, Yu Yunxi leaned closer to his ear, whispering with a teasing lilt, of course it's rather naughty. Oh no, he had once again been teased like Xiao Chunan. Yet, she continued, but I know that you wish to stand before me proudly on that day. Although I do indeed have some mischievous intentions, as your elder sister, I shall support you. I will wait for that day to arrive. Xu Ruobai stared blankly at Yu Yunxi, his eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. Sister, thank you. He could feel the fervor in her gaze, a burning desire to consume him. Yet, she refrained, still contemplating his feelings. Xu Ruobai clenched his fists a little tighter, silently vowing to hasten the arrival of that day. Chapter 76. Excluding your weapon minus the next day, Xu Ruobai awoke and sat up in bed, reflecting on how long it had been since he had enjoyed such a restful slumber. Previously, he had been plagued by the fear of whether one of his senior brothers or even his master might choose to end his life. Now, aside from the addition of a rebellious disciple, there seemed to be little left to worry about. The room had been constructed by his senior sister the night before, and he had to concede that studying diligently truly bore fruit. At least he was not adept at the minor spells required for building. Recalling the events of yesterday, Xu Ruobai felt as though he had been caught in a dream. Rather than merely referring to yesterday, it would be more accurate to describe the past 2 months as surreal. In the blink of an eye, everything had changed. Several senior brothers were gone. Yet Tianling Peak remained unchanged. After stretching, he descended from his bed and glanced out the window, realizing that it must be quite late. With a thought, he summoned the system panel. Name, Xu Ruobai, unremarkable. Realm, early golden core, 360,000. Task points, 120 task. No, the task is complete? Indeed. With his master having reached the god transformation stage, there was no longer a need for him to prepare meals for her. Originally, he had only 20 points left, and the additional 100 points were a reward for completing the task, as per the system's usual pattern. Contemplating his experience bar of 20,000, Xu Ruobai pondered whether to augment his experience or try his luck with a draw. The rewards from previous draws had been quite impressive, particularly the last one, which had yielded the mind invasion ability. Without that enhancement, he could hardly have conceived such a flawless plan. Draw must draw. Even the white prize pool might contain extraordinary skills, wouldn't it? Xu Ruobai invested his 100 task points into the draw. Soon, the wheel began to spin. Ding, ding, ding. After a full minute, the wheel gradually slowed, transitioning from white to gold, then blue, then back to white, and again to blue. As blue light erupted from the wheel, Xu Ruobai's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be? Excluding your weapon minus. Seize control of weapon through physical contact for 3 minutes. The name alone indicated it was a remarkable skill, albeit a diminished version. In the original text, there was no limitation of merely 3 minutes. To be fair, if it could be entirely seized, it would surely belong to the golden prize pool. Moreover, why had the mind invasion, an enhanced version, appeared in the white prize pool? Ultimately, it was because the prison was simply too weak. Strengthen the prison. However, the question remained, why had the skill been altered to require physical contact? Did it mean he had to extend his hand to seize the weapon while someone was swinging it at him? Wouldn't that lead to his demise? The precise application of this skill was uncertain. Perhaps it would prove useful in the future. After the draw concluded, Xu Ruobai estimated that it was nearing noon. He decided to check the scripture repository to see if his senior sister was present. Upon opening the door, he caught sight of a figure standing outside and hurriedly shut the door again. Was it an illusion? No, it seems it is not an illusion. After a considerable pause, Xu Ruobai finally pulled the door open once more. With an awkward chuckle, she inquired, Master, what brings you here? Ye Lingyu, Somehat Bashfu, extended the item she held in her hands. Xu Ruobai focused her gaze and was astonished to find it was a food container. A wave of curiosity washed over her. Why had her master brought a food box? Had it been left at her place earlier? Yi Lingyue, with a somewhat unnatural expression, explained, "This morning I was hungry and attempted to cook a bit. I accidentally made too much and not wanting to waste it. I thought of you, the only other person on the mountain." The phrase is hungry, accidentally, and the only one struck Xu Ruobai as rather absurd. Could one truly feel hunger at the stage of transformation? Xu Ruobai was not foolish. It was evident that her master wished to prepare a meal for herself, but, due to her prideful nature, expressed it in this roundabout way. It seemed that her master's essence remained inherently proud. Seeing Xu Ruobai remain motionless for a prolonged moment, Yi Lingyue retracted her hand with a hint of disappointment. "If you don't want to eat, then forget it." Xu Ruobai sighed. She had inquired about her master's situation with her senior sister the previous night, only to discover that her sister was entirely indifferent. The fact that her master was willing to assume her identity in Liyun City indicated not only indifference, but perhaps a hint of support as well. Since it was her master's intention, Ruobai felt compelled to accept it. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue offered the food container once more, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Xu Ruobai opened the box to reveal a simple dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. She picked up her chopsticks and tasted a bite before her master. Finding it surprisingly delicious, Yi Lingyue inquired, "How is it?" "It's quite good," Ruobai replied then. "Shall I cook for you again tonight?" Just moments ago, she had said she had made too much. Now, she was no longer pretending. Xu Ruobai gazed at her master, who appeared earnest, and reluctantly stated, "Master, I'm already at the golden core stage. I do not require meals." "Oh, I see." Yi Lingyue pursed her lips and continued, "Yesterday, I acted impulsively. Do you hold it against me?" Before Yi Lingyue could finish her thought, Xu Ruobai hurriedly reassured her, "It's nothing, truly, master. I understand completely. I harbor no ill will towards you." Xu Ruobai dreaded the prospect of her master suggesting that she deserved punishment for any wrongdoing. Last night, when her senior sister departed, she realized it was entirely her sister's scheme, though she did not mind it overly much. Yi Lingyue acknowledged with a soft her tone growing somber. "I know I am not a good master. Given our past, you must harbor some resentment towards me. The fact that you still call me master brings me great joy. Therefore, Ruobai, I will strive to fulfill my responsibilities as your master from now on. Will you trust me?" Upon hearing these words, Xu Ruobai exhaled in relief. It appeared her master had come to terms with her feelings, and the prospect of developing a more conventional master-disciple relationship was indeed quite promising. Nodding slightly, she spoke, "Master, I trust you. Well, how about this? As your master, possessing an innate charm, my presence would greatly benefit your cultivation. Allow me to assist you in your training. Shall we?" "Wait a moment." Xu Ruobai nearly choked, astonished by the abrupt shift in atmosphere. While it is indeed the duty of a master, it need not be executed in such a manner. After holding back for so long, it turns out she was ready to unleash her grand move. "Master, surely that is unnecessary. As your master, it is my responsibility to aid you in your cultivation." As she spoke, Yi Lingyue took a couple of steps forward, causing Xu Ruobai to retreat. Nearly tripping over the threshold, it suddenly dawned on Xu Ruobai that her master was not nurturing a conventional master-disciple relationship. Instead, she harbored ulterior motives. Chapter 77, The Unyielding Master. The meal is getting cold. "If not, may I eat first?" Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue halted her steps and glanced at the food box in his hands. Xu Ruobai sighed in relief and then spoke, "Master, please come in and have a seat." Inviting her into the room was not Xu Ruobai's intention to lure a wolf into the house, but rather a necessity to clarify certain matters. The two then entered the room. Xu Ruobai continued, "Master, a graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal partner. A woman like you is even more so. To be honest, I do not feel much of a master-disciple bond towards you. Rather, it is more akin to gratitude for the kindness you have shown me. Calling you master feels more like addressing a benefactor." Yi Lingyue could not refute this, as she had never fulfilled the responsibilities of a proper master towards him. Perhaps for this reason, it was difficult for her to develop feelings of a mentor towards him, as they were fundamentally not in a master-disciple relationship. Thus, she gradually found herself drawn to Xu Ruobai, rather than developing feelings typical of a student for their teacher. I know that a life-saving grace is something one can never repay in a lifetime, for it is you who granted me this life. What I have done in return is trivial in comparison. I am willing to do anything you ask of me, but that does not equate to affection. It is merely an act of gratitude. Given this, Master, would you still wish for it? Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue fell silent. What she desired was not repayment, but rather Xu Ruobai's affection. Xu Ruobai continued, to like someone is beyond anyone's control. But to have that person reciprocate your feelings requires one's own capabilities. You mentioned that you like me. I cannot discern if this is genuine affection or merely a misunderstanding stemming from other emotions. I'm also uncertain of my feelings towards you. Thus, this is a journey, a process for both individuals to understand their sentiments. Do you comprehend, Master? I understand now. Yi Lingyue realized that to love someone necessitates pursuing them. This pursuit serves as a means for both parties to ascertain their feelings for one another. The pursuer seeks to understand whether their affection is genuine, while the one being pursued aims to determine if the affection directed towards them is sincere and whether they, in turn, harbor feelings for the pursuer. That seems a bit convoluted. Noticing the contemplative expression on Yi Lingyue's face, Xu Ruobai recognized that his words had made an impact. He then picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Suddenly, Yi Lingyue stood up abruptly, as if struck by a thought. Well, I shall take my leave now. With that, she exited Xu Ruobai's room. Xu Ruobai scratched his head in confusion, pondering whether she truly intended to abandon their discussion after just a few words. He hastily finished his meal, tidied up the room, and prepared to head to the Scripture Pavilion. The thought of meeting his senior sister next brought back memories of the fleeting glance from the previous night. A subtle warmth crept across her face, extending beyond mere embarrassment. In the Scripture repository, her senior sister remained as ever, seated at the counter, engrossed in a book. Yet, why was there an unexpected presence in what should have been her rightful space? Master, what brings you here? Xu Ruobai was taken aback. How had her master arrived at this place? Moreover, she too held the book in her hands. Knight Lingyue unabashedly lifted the volume for Xu Ruobai to see. 100 Ways to Win a Man's Heart. Xu Ruobai's lips twitched slightly. How utterly unyielding. She had thought her master had departed to reflect, only to discover she was here to learn the art of courtship. Nonetheless, the sight of her senior sister and master together indeed resembled that of two blooming sisters. Ahem. For the record, she harbored no peculiar thoughts whatsoever. On another note, her senior sister was her master senior. The hierarchy felt rather convoluted, given that both were addressed as senior sister. Yunxi gestured toward the space between herself and Knight Lingyue. Junior brother, would you care to join us here? The counter was not particularly spacious, accommodating just two comfortably. Three would result in an awkward squeeze. Imagining such a scenario made Xu Ruobai shudder. It was best not to dwell on it. She hastily waved her hand in refusal, stating, I shall go inside to organize the scriptures and will not be joining you. With that, she turned and made her way into the depths of the repository. Once Xu Ruobai had entered, Knight Lingyue hesitantly spoke, Senior sister, thank you for last night. Yunxi acknowledged with a hum, fully aware of what the gratitude pertained to. Senior sister, how did you come to possess a Buddhist artifact? It must be of considerable rank. Indeed, during the previous cleansing of the premises, the resonant sound of a Buddhist bell had emanated from the treasure in Yunxi's possession. This serendipitous acquisition was known as the immovable king bell. Upon hearing its name, Knight Lingyue's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The immovable king bell? Could it possibly belong to the immovable King Buddha? Perhaps it did. It was no wonder that the mere sound of the bell could inflict grievous harm upon the corrupted Zhang Yunxi. Buddhist artifacts inherently possess the power to restrain malevolence, and this one was particularly potent. A trace of concern darkened Knight Lingyue's features. Such a Buddhist treasure. Senior sister, will it not cause trouble in your possession? Yunxi sighed in resignation. I am uncertain. Who could have anticipated your senior disciple falling into corruption? Moreover, such a transformation is not a mere trifling matter. In the northern domain, Taoism flourishes, while in the eastern domain, Buddhism thrives. Were it just an ordinary Buddhist artifact, the adversary would undoubtedly remain unaware. But this is the immovable king bell, a sacred treasure of Buddhism. The Buddhist sect would not permit such a relic to fall into improper hands. Yu Yunshi stated matter-of-factly, "If they come seeking it, I shall return the bell to them." Upon hearing this, Knight Lingyue's gaze remained tinged with apprehension. The present-day Buddhist community is not what it once was. The world has transformed, and so too has the monastic order. Given the narrow-mindedness of those monks, should they discover any discrepancies, it is likely that the consequences would extend beyond mere restitution. Yu Yunshi, well aware of what Yi Lingyue was contemplating, remarked, "Rather than worrying about these unfounded concerns, junior sister, you might be better off contemplating how to pursue our junior brother." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue could not help but feel a pang of frustration. Initially, she had intended to seek wisdom from Yu Yunshi, aspiring to learn how her senior sister had so captivated Xu Ruobai. Yet, her sister had suggested that she read books, claiming that they contained all the knowledge she needed. Was this not a blatant attempt to deceive the naive? Yi Lingyue surmised that her sister was simply afraid she might win Xu Ruobai's affection, thus withholding valuable insights. What a miserly senior sister. Chapter 78. To consider its benefits, one must contemplate its harms within the depths of the Scripture Pavilion. Xu Ruobai nestled into a corner, engrossed in a book. Although the necessity for explosive pills to seek out elusive spiritual herbs had diminished, the path to prosperity was one he could not forsake. The amalgamation of toxic elixirs with his explosive concoctions undoubtedly presented a viable strategy. The dilemma, however, lay in his inability to procure a higher-grade poison pill. While the lower-tier explosive pills could indeed carry toxic properties, the original 9th-grade elixirs could unleash explosive power equivalent to that of foundational stage cultivators. Yet, 9th-grade poison pills could merely incapacitate qi refining practitioners, rendering them ineffective against foundational stage cultivators. If one could obliterate their foes through explosion, the addition of poison seemed superfluous, an unnecessary embellishment that vexed Xu Ruobai. At that moment, a pair of long legs intruded upon his line of sight, exquisite and captivating. Junior brother, Xu Ruobai lifted his gaze to behold the figure before him. Senior sister, what brings you here? Yu Yunshi beckoned him with a wave. Come with me for a moment. Setting the book aside, Xu Ruobai followed her back to the counter, initially believing their master had departed, only to discover that she remained present. Junior brother, I intend to take on disciples in place of our master. What are your thoughts? Take on disciples in place of our master? Xu Ruobai was taken aback, his gaze drifting towards the still-seated Yi Lingyue at the counter. Yi Lingyue cleared her throat twice. I have no objections. You need not consider my opinion. She appeared quite supportive of the notion. The implications of a master-disciple relationship might cast a shadow, yet if it were merely a junior brother, it was a different matter altogether, as no one in the sect was aware of Xu Ruobai's status as her disciple. Hearing Yi Lingyue's stance, Xu Ruobai felt even less inclined to object. Is there any procedure we must follow? Yu Yunshi gently shook her head. No. Just knowing about it is sufficient. Xu Ruobai nodded, sensing that his sect operated rather casually. It seemed that senior sister, the esteemed Qingyan Xinzhang, was not widely recognized for her true identity, with most merely acknowledging her as the senior sister of Qingyan Peak. Continuing, Yu Yunshi said, I actually have another matter to discuss with you. Noticing the seriousness in her demeanor, Xu Ruobai felt a tinge of curiosity. What is it? Your explosive pills seem to have played a significant role at the Demon Suppression Great Wall. Xu Ruobai was taken aback. The Demon Suppression Great Wall? I have never been there. It was Li Hao. Did you not sell your explosive pills to him? She inquired. He recently ventured to the Demon Suppression Great Wall. Understanding dawned upon Xu Ruobai. Li Hao's prior willingness to set aside grievances to purchase his explosive pills was indeed for preparations concerning the Demon Suppression Great Wall. And, what does that have to do with me? Yu Yunshi nodded. It bears considerable relevance. In fact, the commander of the Demon Suppression Great Wall, Li Yun, has already sent someone to seek your collaboration. Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Isn't this a splendid opportunity? In my previous life, I was akin to an imperial arms supplier, and a legitimate one at that. Such a venture would undoubtedly yield exorbitant profits. I always believed that my Thunderball would eventually gain recognition, yet I never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. However, Yu Yunqi shook her head once more. Junior brother, one must not merely scratch the surface when assessing matters. To contemplate the benefits, one must also consider the potential harms. Do you realize how many adversaries your Thunderball has incited? With her words, Xu Ruobai suddenly comprehended. If this Thunderball proves advantageous in the battle at the Demon Suppression Wall, those demonic entities will certainly regard me as a thorn in their side. Wouldn't they? Indeed, and it extends beyond the Demon Suppression Wall. There is also the Talisman Association. The Talisman Association? Xu Ruobai found it difficult to discern the connection. The Talisman Association collaborates with the Demon Suppression Wall, providing detonation talismans annually. Xu Ruobai, not one to lack insight, swiftly surmised the implications. He had previously heard from Qin Ling and others that detonation talismans were significantly more expensive than his Thunderball. The emergence of the Thunderball undoubtedly severed their financial lifeline, and to cut off someone's means of livelihood is tantamount to striking at their very heart. Xu Ruobai's expression soured at once. Junior brother, I believe you now grasp the weight of my words. The Lingyu sect is weak. Should any misfortune befall you, it may not be able to protect you. The Lingyu sect is merely a mystical tier sect, and in the vast northern region, there are countless sects of such rank, many of which remain unknown. In contrast, the demon clans, the Talisman Association, and the Demon Suppression Wall, each of these factions vastly outweighs the Lingyu sect in power. Then, senior sister, what should I do? Xu Ruobai inquired. He had heard that the sword sect would soon be recruiting disciples, as a major sect. If he could secure the sword sect's protection, his worries would be alleviated. Absolutely not. This firm rejection did not come from Xu Ruobai, but rather from Yi Lingwei, who was seated at the counter. She rose reluctantly, expressing her discontent. Those two young ladies from the last time we were in Yaowang City, were they from the sword sect? Upon hearing this, Yu Yunqi narrowed her eyes slightly, fixing her gaze on Xu Ruobai with a tone that hinted at danger. Two young ladies? Xu Ruobai instantly broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly clarifying. Senior sister, they are merely acquaintances. There is nothing more to it. He then recounted in detail how he had come to know them. After listening, Yu Yunqi's expression returned to normal, as if the earlier aura of danger had never existed. She spoke softly. I see. If you can become a disciple of Master Huajian, you need not fear the Talisman Association. Xu Ruobai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, initially thinking that his senior sister would be indifferent to such matters. Now, it appeared that her concerns stemmed from the fact that her master was the disciple's senior. Had it been someone else, the consequences would be dire. Then, senior sister, perhaps I should reconsider my decision to join the sword sect? With a gentle expression, Yu Yunqi remarked, Sister, I am not one to be petty. In this vast expanse of 10,000 miles, the sword sect is undoubtedly the most suitable choice. It is conveniently close, allowing for the possibility of returning to Lingyu's sect to visit. Moreover, dear Junior, you will surely exercise discretion, won't you? Xu Ruobai nodded repeatedly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Previously, he had contemplated fleeing to the sword sect, just as his sister suggested. The proximity of the sword sect to Lingyu's sect meant that a round trip would require no more than an hour. However, at that time, he hesitated due to the presence of several senior brothers, fearing that such closeness would lead to discovery, prompting him to consider a more distant refuge. Now, with those concerns dissipated, the sword sect clearly emerged as the optimal choice. Then it is settled, he declared. Junior, let us attend the sword sect's disciple selection ceremony in a few days and see how it unfolds. Chapter 79. Could it be a mere pretense? At this moment, within the sword sect, Master, when will you visit the Lingyu sect? Hualilu cast an annoyed glance at Qinling, who was clinging to her arm and acting coy. How many times have you asked this question? Qinling playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, Isn't it pertinent to my future junior brother? I must clarify. Hualilu flicked her forehead lightly. This little girl, how many times must I tell you? When you're out in the world, exercise some caution. I have already investigated. Tianling Peak is governed by the sect leader of the Lingyu sect, who has only 3 disciples under her. There is no disciple named Xu Ruobai. Upon hearing this, Qin Ling exclaimed, "None at all?" Huali Lu retorted, "None. You must have been deceived." Qin Ling, puzzled, replied, "But is it possible for a con artist to offer spirit stones?" Truthfully, Huali Lu found it quite perplexing as well. Nevertheless, after inquiring several times, the consensus remained that the esteemed leader of the Lingyu sect, revered as Master Hanyue, had only 3 disciples. Furthermore, Lingyu Peak traditionally housed only the sect leader and her disciples. It was unlikely there were others present. Let us speak of this no further. In a few days, the Sword Sect's disciple recruitment ceremony will commence. Perhaps a satisfactory disciple may be found. Seeing that her master could not be swayed, Qin Ling chose to relent. She did not dwell too much on having Xu Ruobai as a junior brother. It was primarily Xiao Sun who had been urging her to inquire, and who could deny such a beloved junior sister? After departing from her master's residence, Qin Ling made her way directly to seek out Mo Xiao Sun. Before Qin Ling could utter a word, Mo Xiao Sun eagerly inquired, "Sister, how'd it go?" With a sigh of resignation, Qin Ling replied, "Master said there is no trace of your brother Su, so the prospect of him becoming your junior brother seems unlikely." Upon hearing this, Mo Xiao Sun appeared somewhat disheartened. "How could that be?" Qin Ling gently patted her head, offering comfort. "Perhaps one day you may encounter him again. You can ask him then." Mo Xiao Sun responded with a lackluster feeling a twinge of regret for not having bid a proper farewell before leaving. Alas, Lingyu sect, Xu Ruobai returned to Tianling Peak, intending to make preparations for his journey to the Sword Sect. According to his sister's account, the Yuyao Great Wall, the Symbolist Association, the Monster Clan, and the Medicine King Valley were 4 factions that could potentially intertwine with his fate. If he were to share the crafting method of the Thunderball with the Yuyao Great Wall, they might provide him temporary protection. Yet such favor could not be guaranteed for eternity. After all, once the method was revealed, his value would diminish significantly. There was a grave possibility they might seize the method and turn against him without a second thought. Moreover, the method for crafting the Thunderball was not particularly complex. Those who wished to learn could easily do so. Without the protection of the Yuyao Great Wall, merely relying on his identity as a disciple of the Lingyu sect would not suffice to withstand the impending crises. The Sword Sect is about to depart. Yet one must first prove their innate talent. Although it is said that the Sword Sect tends to be protective, who would dare offend multiple powerful factions for the sake of an ordinary disciple just entering the fold? Knock, knock, knock. Hardly had a moment passed since my return when a knock resounded at the door. I surmised that the only person likely to seek me out at this hour was my master. Reluctantly, I approached and opened the door, only to find Yi Lingwei standing there. "Master, no, perhaps I should start addressing her as senior sister. Calling her master suffices. But might that be a tad inappropriate?" Yi Lingwei remarked, "Call me senior sister when others are present and master when we are alone." I was somewhat puzzled as to why she would complicate things. Wouldn't a unified form of address suffice? To my surprise, she declared, "Calling me master feels more intimate." Upon hearing this, I nearly choked on my own breath. What a statement. Feels more intimate. Why not simply admit that you wish to be my mentor in a more rebellious sense? "Very well, master. Have you come to see me for a specific reason?" Yi Lingwei's voice turned somber. "Once you join the Sword Sect, our opportunities to meet will diminish, and then—" I anticipated her words and interjected, "If love can endure through time, does it truly matter whether we meet at dawn or dusk? Master, you will still have your chances. Or perhaps we could consummate our relationship beforehand. That would put my mind at ease. After all, there are many cases of love developing post-marriage, are there not?" I felt my expression stiffen. "Master, where on earth did you learn such things?" Yi Lingwei candidly replied, "I read about it in books." "Ah, so you have indeed acquired some knowledge." I reflected. Senior sister is still at Lingyu sect. I can't simply remain here indefinitely, can I? But did you return solely because of me? If senior sister were not here, would you have chosen to stay away? Her words struck home with piercing clarity. I felt a surge of helplessness. How had my master suddenly become so astute? Could it be that her intelligence had significantly improved just from a brief period of reading? It was also true that in terms of physique, character, and all other aspects, I could not compare to senior sister. It was only natural for her not to regard me highly. As we spoke, I noticed tears beginning to well in Yi Lingyue's eyes. Seeing her in such a state stirred something within me. To be honest, in that moment, I saw a reflection of myself in her. When I first interacted with senior sister, I, too, felt inadequate, believing I could never measure up to others and was unworthy of her. With a sigh, I reassured her, "Master, everyone possesses their unique traits. You are not inferior to senior sister. Have you forgotten? You are a natural charm body, and your allure is unmatched by hers." With reddened eyes, Yi Lingyue gazed at me, on the verge of tears, and asked then, "Why do you not harbor feelings for me? I never claimed to dislike you. I can only say that my feelings have not yet reached that level. The notion of rushing into a consummated relationship is, for now, out of the question." Then, a hug, perhaps? In the next moment, Yi Lingyue found herself enveloped in his embrace. Xu Ruobai gazed at the enchanting figure in his arms, feeling a sense of helplessness. Wasn't his master characterized by an aloof demeanor? Why did it seem as if he had transformed into an entirely different person? "Master, could it be that you are merely feigning this?" At that moment, Yi Lingyue, whose lips had curved into a faint smile while nestled in Xu Ruobai's arms, suddenly froze upon hearing his words. She hastily reverted to a tearful expression, looking up at Xu Ruobai with a sorrowful gaze. "You do not trust me. It is only natural that you would find it difficult to believe in me, given that I have not bestowed upon you my trust." With that, Yi Lingyue attempted to distance herself from Xu Ruobai's embrace. Chapter 80. Advancing by retreating, observing the tearful expression on her face, Xu Ruobai completely dispelled the doubts lingering in his heart. He understood well the feeling of being mistrusted, especially during someone else's moment of sorrow. It seemed his capacity for empathy was particularly pronounced. He extended his hand and gently embraced Yi Lingyue at the waist, saying, "It is my fault, master. Please do not be upset." Yi Lingyue slightly pursed her lips and responded with a soft leaning once more against his chest. From Xu Ruobai's vantage point, he could not see the subtle smile that crept upon her lips. Truly, my senior sister does not deceive me. The knowledge gleaned from these texts proves invaluable. After a lengthy silence, Xu Ruobai finally spoke again. "Master, are you feeling better?" Yi Lingyue released her hold, withdrawing from his embrace. Her nose appeared slightly reddened, giving her the appearance of one who had been wronged. "Ruobai, thank you. This evening, may I prepare a meal for you? Consider it my way of expressing gratitude." Yi Lingyue gazed at him earnestly. In such a moment, Xu Ruobai found it difficult to decline and nodded in assent. "Well then, I shall not disturb you any further." With that, Yi Lingyue took her leave. Xu Ruobai had initially contemplated how to persuade his master to return, but her voluntary departure indicated that she might indeed have been hurt by her own words. He sighed helplessly, resolving to offer a heartfelt apology when she returned later that evening. If Yi Lingyue were to discover his thoughts, she would likely be overjoyed. "Ding! New mission has been issued. Please check for details." At last, a new mission had arrived. It had been days without any points accrued from tasks, rendering him unable to draw any rewards. Xu Ruobai summoned the system panel. Name: Xu Ruobai, unremarkable, realm. Initial stage of Golden Core, 420,000. Task points, 20 mission. Absorb sword intent, 03. Sword intent? It is said that such a thing can only be attained by sword cultivators who have reached a certain level of understanding in the sword path. Each individual's experiences and insights are unique, and thus their sword intent varies accordingly. Finding sword cultivators with a grasp of sword intent in ordinary places may prove challenging, but the sword sect is different. It is the birthplace of the sword path. It seems that a visit to the sword sect is now inevitable. However, can sword intent be absorbed so easily? The text suggests that if the sword intent does not resonate with one's essence, some particularly domineering forms of sword intent could even tear one's body apart. I wonder if the heart of the sword can withstand such a situation. As night fell, knock, knock, knock. Ruobai, dinner is ready. Please come in. Xu Ruobai felt somewhat dazed as he heard those words. Not long ago, such exchanges were commonplace, albeit with the roles reversed. Yi Lingwei entered the room, extending the food container towards Xu Ruobai. He accepted it and then pulled out a stool, gesturing for her to sit. Master, have you eaten? Night Spirit Moon shook her head. How about this, Master? Let me prepare a bowl of noodles for you. Although Xu Ruobai understood that her master, being at the transformation stage, could not possibly be hungry, it felt rather awkward to eat in front of someone who had not dined yet. Night Spirit Moon did not refuse, replying, all right. Xu Ruobai left the room and headed to the adjoining kitchen. Cooking noodles was quite simple. A bowl was ready in just 5 minutes. He returned to his room, holding the steaming bowl of noodles. Master? Xu Ruobai looked at Night Spirit Moon, whose gaze seemed to flicker with a hint of avoidance. He had only been gone for 5 minutes. Could she have done something during his absence? The noodles are ready, Master. Please enjoy. Night Spirit Moon acknowledged with a soft accepting the bowl he offered. Xu Ruobai continued this afternoon. It was my fault. I know I shouldn't have doubted you, Master, so I owe you an apology. Upon hearing this, Night Spirit Moon felt a pang of guilt. What a wonderful disciple she had. Yet she felt like a poor master. May I hug you again? Xu Ruobai's expression stiffened. Could it be that his master had become addicted to hugging? Just a brief embrace. Night Spirit Moon stood up, tentatively approaching Xu Ruobai. She shows no sign of resistance, that's good. As the book suggested, the boundaries should be tested gradually, first allowing for a simple hug, then a kiss, and eventually more intimate gestures, step by step. Xu Ruobai, his face slightly flushed, responded, what is it? Night Spirit Moon pressed her face against his chest and murmured, do you think I, as your master, am rather unreserved? Where has my aloof demeanor gone? A bit. Night Spirit Moon's voice was muffled as she confessed, I don't want to be this way, but I can't help it. I can't help but want to talk to you, to draw closer to you. I'm afraid that if I don't seek you out, you might think my feelings for you are not affection, but something else. I'm sorry. This was indeed a heartfelt confession. The wisdom found in books pales in comparison to the lessons learned in life. Such truths cannot simply be gleaned from reading. Xu Ruobai could discern the sincerity in her words. After so many years on the mountain, how could he not understand his master's character? Perhaps, as she said, it was because of her affection that she sought to alter herself, to become the person he would admire. In some ways, she resembled him, yet in others, she was distinctly different. Her straightforwardness at this moment was something he lacked, and he did not find it unappealing. Xu Ruobai reached out, gently ruffling her hair, and softly said, yes. Master, I bear no ill will towards you. If you wish to come find me, please do so. It's perfectly fine. Night Spirit Moon, her eyes glistening, looked up at him and asked, any time? Observing her in such a state, Xu Ruobai found himself momentarily entranced. His master turned out to be a sentimental soul. Could it be that at times he might wish to embrace her? Indeed, then, at this moment, I yearn to kiss you. But he nearly became ensnared in her allure. Yet it seemed that time was slipping away. Yi Lingwei delicately rose on her toes, her lips already meeting his. Her fragrant tongue tentatively explored his, delving deeper with each passing moment. Her gaze was imbued with fervor and desire. In that instant, Xu Ruobai could distinctly sense her feelings for him were rooted in affection. As for himself, Xu Ruobai believed he harbored at least a semblance of fondness, for otherwise, why would his heart race so fervently? Chapter 81. The Sword Trial 3 days later, at the entrance of the Lingyu sect, senior sister. Master, am I leaving? Yu Yunshi stepped forward, adjusting Xu Ruobai's collar. In this manner, he did indeed exude a hint of a devoted husband. Younger brother, the sword sect is not far from here. Do not forget us for the company of other women, or I shall personally seek you out, she warned playfully. Xu Ruobai, perspiring, found her words somewhat teasing. He quickly nodded, rest assured, senior sister. Do well, younger brother. I shall await your return. After a brief embrace, Yu Yunshi released him and turned to Yi Lingwei. Junior sister, do you have anything to say? Yi Lingwei gazed longingly at Xu Ruobai, and he was well aware of her unspoken feelings. He opened his arms and gently embraced her. Truth be told, embracing another woman in front of his senior sister left Xu Ruobai feeling quite flustered. Fortunately, Yu Yunxi did not show any particular reaction, suggesting that in the eyes of their master, she indeed held a unique position. Yi Lingyue spoke, "If you face any grievances at the sword sect, do not hesitate to inform me. Even if I cannot best them, I shall seek justice for you." Xu Ruobai chuckled, "Thank you, master." He then withdrew his arms and waved goodbye to the two women. "I'm off now." Inwardly, Xu Ruobai felt a profound reluctance. But as the saying goes, parting is for the sake of a better reunion. For him, the Lingyu sect felt like a tender haven. Remaining there indefinitely would likely hinder his progress in cultivation. To be worthy of his senior sisters, he must strive to improve himself. At the sword sect, observing the throngs gathered in the plaza outside the sword sect, Xu Ruobai couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of such a prestigious establishment. The Lingyu sect had also hosted a disciple recruitment ceremony, which Xu Ruobai had attended. Yet its scale paled in comparison to that of the sword sect. Pass by, don't miss out. Guaranteed to pass the sword examination with just a mid-grade spirit stone. The shouts from the crowd piqued Xu Ruobai's curiosity. What kind of gimmick was this, promising guaranteed success in the sword examination? However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that everyone else was armed with swords while he bore none. This was not entirely his fault. He had once possessed a sword gifted by his second senior brother. Unfortunately, it had shattered during his last encounter with his senior brother, leaving him without a weapon now. The final portion of the sword examination required one to strike the test stone with a sword. Not bringing a sword was akin to attending an exam without a pen. The consequences were all too clear. Regardless of whether the guaranteed success was merely a marketing ploy, Xu Ruobai felt it prudent to acquire a sword. As the sword sect would not provide one. A mid-grade spirit stone, you say? I would like a sword, please. Xu Ruobai observed the vendor selling swords and recognized him as a disciple of the sword sect. His attire reminiscent of what he had seen on Mo Xiaoxuan and her companions. It is no wonder that so many individuals are drawn to purchase his sword. After all, he is a disciple of the sword sect, and perhaps they harbor the hope that this sword might indeed ensure their success in examinations. Very well. Here is your sword of guaranteed success. Take it. Xu Ruobai accepted the long sword he offered, which bore the inscription guaranteed success. However, there was no flow of spiritual energy evident upon its blade, clearly marking it as an ordinary sword. Selling it for a medium-grade spiritual stone seemed rather unscrupulous. Yet, Xu Ruobai was not particularly concerned. He had merely sought a sword to have in hand, and whether or not it truly embodied the promise of success held little significance for him. Within the sword sect, Sectmaster. Sectmaster, there seems to be an issue with the heart-questioning bell. An issue? Hualilu could not help but feel perplexed. The first trial of the sword examination is the heart-questioning, and the heart-questioning bell is the artifact used for this purpose. What seems to be the problem? Is the questioning time not 5 minutes? Just now, a participant emerged from the heart-questioning trial in merely 2 minutes. Upon hearing this, Hualilu furrowed her brow. The sword sect has existed for countless years. There have been instances of those who succumbed to madness during the trial or who sustained injuries, among various other circumstances. Yet all were required to remain within the heart-questioning illusion for a full 5 minutes. This was the first time she had heard of someone emerging prematurely. Ordinarily, she would wait until the sword examination concluded to assess suitable disciples to take under her wing. But now, with the heart-questioning bell malfunctioning, she, as the sect master, had to investigate ahead of time. On the heart-questioning bridge, Hualilu observed a youth standing in the middle of the bridge, appearing somewhat at a loss. Hualilu alighted on the heart-questioning bridge. What is your name? Xu Ruobai. To be frank, Xu Ruobai truly did not know how to explain his situation. He had spent precisely 2 minutes in the heart-questioning illusion, emerging 2 minutes early. The missing 3 minutes were undoubtedly due to his resilience. The erosion of consciousness is passive, not an active skill. He could not simply shut it down. The steward responsible for this assessment had asked him multiple times during the questioning, and each time he had exited in 2 minutes. What reason could he provide? He certainly could not claim to be the king of resilience, could he? Xu Ruobai? Hualilu narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the youth before her. What a coincidence! Was T the name of the disciple recommended by her previous 2 apprentices, also Xu Ruobai? You shall enter the heart-questioning illusion once more. All right. 2 minutes later, the heart-questioning bell exhibited no unusual reactions. Hualilu subsequently instructed the following test takers to proceed, and curiously, the others returned to the normal 5-minute duration. Move on to the next task. It appeared that he had passed this stage. Xu Ruobai breathed a sigh of relief. As long as one was not a nefarious villain, passing the heart-questioning trial was generally achievable. Failing would have been an immense embarrassment. The next task was the sword testing stone. Quite simple. One must strike a special stone with their sword. The deeper the mark, the greater the talent. Only an inch? So thin and short, this will not suffice. I need at least 3 inches. Next. Xu Ruobai stepped forward. Name, Xu Ruobai. Age, 22. Cultivation, early stage of golden core. Former sect, Lingyu sect. Why have you come to the sword sect? Xu Ruobai's expression grew somewhat peculiar. He had not asked so many questions while observing others test their swords, and he had even allowed some to strike without inquiry. Why was he being scrutinized as if his background were being investigated? Surely, all sword cultivators desired to study at the sword sect. The attendant nodded slightly before responding. Go ahead and strike. Xu Ruobai, without further thought, seized the sword he had just purchased, the sword of guaranteed success, and struck it. Clang! There was no mark left on the test stone. Instead, the sword in his hand shattered. It was not that an ordinary sword could not leave a trace. Previous testers had used mundane iron swords and still passed. Clearly, it was merely due to the sword's abysmal quality, the kind that shattered upon impact. Xu Ruobai had considered the unscrupulous nature of the sword-selling disciple, yet he never anticipated such avarice, unwilling to part with even a common sword for a medium-grade spirit stone. The attendant responsible for the assessment had not foreseen this outcome either. The numerous questions had been prompted by the sect leader's secretive communication. Under the impression that Xu was a favored candidate, little did he know that Xu couldn't even leave a mark. However, it was indeed strange. Why were so many swords shattering among today's testers? Generally speaking, a complete lack of swordsmanship talent would result in breaking the sword upon impact. A normal person must possess at least a modicum of talent in swordsmanship, which is why it has become mainstream. How peculiar. The attendant communicated discreetly, sect leader. What should we do now? Proceed according to the standard protocol. Just as the attendant was about to speak to Xu Ruobai, Xu interjected. May I exchange my sword for another attempt? The attendant frowned, primarily because the sect leader had instructed to follow standard procedures, which allowed for no second chances. Did you not bring a sword with you? To be precise, Xu had not brought a proper sword. That object he had wielded hardly qualified as one. Without hesitation, Xu Ruobai concentrated, gathering his spiritual energy, and 3 swords, formed of pure spiritual energy, suddenly materialized beside him. They then coalesced into one, which Xu grasped firmly. Surely, this could be considered a sword? Chapter 82. I wish to take you as my disciple in the shadows. Hualilu gazed intently at the sword held by the young man, her eyes widening in astonishment. It was a perfect amalgamation of sword and spirit, infused with the essence of thunderous sword intent. The relaxed expression on his face indicated that this was not his utmost limit. But wait, why was the arc of electricity this color? Wasn't he the typical thunderous sword intent blue? Purple, the divine purple lightning? How could that be? What ayist? Hualilu had never anticipated the existence of someone like Xu Ruobai, and her 2 disciples had not exaggerated. In fact, they may have understated his prowess. At merely 22 years old, in the golden core stage, achieving sword and spirit unity and wielding the divine purple lightning, one could hardly call him a mere sword immortal. It would be more fitting to say he was the reincarnation of a sword ancestor. Xu Ruobai raised the spiritual sword in his hand and swung it towards the massive rock before him. Crack! The rock shattered into 2 halves. But that was not the end of it. The residual arcs of electricity pulverized the fragments into dust. The onlookers erupted in astonishment. Even the steward was left dumbfounded. After years of overseeing sword tests, it was the first time he had witnessed a testing stone being completely obliterated. The moment he saw Xu Ruobai's condensed spiritual sword, he had intended to declare that the young man need not undergo further testing. Little did he expect Xu Ruobai to strike without so much as a word. giving him no chance to speak. Now, with the testing stone gone, how could they proceed with the evaluation? Xu Ruobai turned to the steward and, with an air of nonchalance, inquired, "Is this acceptable?" As he spoke, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. No wonder so many traversers enjoyed flaunting their abilities. It was simply exhilarating. Just moments ago, when his sword had shattered, the onlookers had expressed their astonishment. Now, however, they were rendered speechless, their eyes wide in disbelief. The steward, staring at the ground covered in dust, stuttered, "Of course. It's acceptable." This was no longer a matter of approval. It necessitated notifying the sect leader. Oh, he nearly forgot. The sect leader seemed to be watching from nearby. Could this young man be the sect leader's illegitimate disciple? Otherwise, why would there be such concern for him? Why had he made him answer so many questions? The testing stone was made from a special material. Below the transformation stage, the depth of one's cut was entirely dependent on one's innate talent for swordsmanship. To cleave the testing stone in half was an unprecedented feat, one that had never been seen before, save for this young man. Unable to contain her excitement any longer, Hualilu materialized before them. "Xu Ruobai, I wish to take you as my disciple." "What say you?" "Huh? Wasn't this the woman he had seen earlier on the heart-testing bridge? Why was she suddenly appearing to take him as her disciple?" Before arriving, Xu Ruobai had already contemplated that, at the very least, he should become a disciple of an elder, if not the sect leader. Yet, this woman did not seem to fit the role of a venerable elder or sect leader. She appeared more like a steward of the sword sect. After all, why else would she be tasked with the matters of the heart-testing bell? Coupled with the surrounding silence, Xu Ruobai could not fathom her connection to the sect leader. After all, if one were the sect master, how could there be no acknowledgement? The steward, upon encountering someone of higher status, would surely address them as sect master or elder. Yet, this steward remained silent, suggesting that the two individual statuses may not differ significantly. The steward remarked, "Young man, is it possible that I am so astonished by your prowess that I am rendered speechless? I believe there may be more suitable disciples awaiting you." Upon hearing this, Hualilu's expression froze. How could she not perceive that this was a subtle rejection? As the sect master of the sword sect, to be turned away so easily was quite the blow. The surrounding onlookers were once again astonished by Xu Ruobai's actions. After all, who would dare to refuse a personal invitation from the sect master? Xu Ruobai furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation. Was he to forcibly recruit a disciple? Fortunately, Hualilu did not harbor such intentions. She merely sighed, "Do you know who I am?" "Ah, never mind, never mind. May I take my leave?" As the sect master, it was beneath her dignity to plead for someone to become her disciple. To emphasize her status only to be met with refusal would render her a mere jester. She could only nod, her countenance tinged with frustration. After all the effort to find a suitable disciple, she was met with disdain. Hualilu was certain that Xu Ruobai must recognize her. After all, she was the youngest sect master of the sword sect and had even achieved a place on the Northern Domain fairy list. It was hard to believe that anyone in the Northern Domain would be unaware of her. Yet, she pondered, who could this young man wish to take as his mentor? Xu Ruobai understood that declining others was not a commendable act. However, lacking a formidable background, how could he prepare for the dangers that might lie ahead? Disciples who pass the sword examination gain entry into the sword sect. Those with exceptional talent are eagerly sought after by elders, while those with lesser abilities must await allocation by the sect. Xu Ruobai felt a flicker of confidence that he could secure the support of someone of elder rank. After all, Qiling had once remarked that he possessed the grace of a sword immortal, whether she was exaggerating or not. The fervent gaze of the female steward from earlier suggested that his swordsmanship talent was indeed noteworthy. Hualilu spoke, "Come, follow me to the sword pavilion." She then turned to the steward. "There will be arrangements made for the sword trial shortly." With that, she led Xu Ruobai away from the area. Xu Ruobai mused inwardly that indeed, stewards would not engage in such guiding tasks if their status were higher. Unbeknownst to Hualilu, her guidance stemmed entirely from Xu Ruobai's remarkable talent, which pertained to the future of the sword sect. "Wait here in the sword pavilion. The elders will be arriving shortly." "Thank you, esteemed elder." Xu Ruobai thought to himself that, under normal circumstances. He would consider it fortunate that the other party did not impose undue difficulties upon him, resulting in an uneventful encounter. Perhaps this was the demeanor expected of a grand sect. Hua Lilu responded with a brief acknowledgement before vanishing from sight. After a few minutes, several elder men appeared within the sword pavilion. "Are you the new disciple mentioned by Liluo?" "Lilu. Is it the name of the female steward I just encountered?" Xu Ruobai discerned a hint of skepticism in the eyes of the elders and proactively spoke. "Esteemed elders, would you like me to demonstrate?" "Well, it is said that you can achieve the unity of swords, so give it a try." Xu Ruobai had no intention of concealing his abilities, for he was uncertain of his own level. In the next moment, 9 swords encircled him, each resonating with a T05. Ahem, inadvertently triggered a keyword there. The 9 swords represented the limit of spiritual energy, not Xu Ruobai's own constraints. He had previously discovered that he could manifest as many swords as he wished. The issue lay in the fact that his internal spiritual energy could not sustain the consumption required to maintain the sword forms. At the early stage of the Golden Core, he could manage a maximum of 9 swords. Upon witnessing this scene, the third elder could not help but exclaim, "Remarkable! Such a young lad, and yet he has grasped the sword art to this extent. It is indeed commendable." This alone would be sufficient to make them eager to accept him as a disciple. Yet this was merely the beginning. As Xu Ruobai focused his thoughts, the 9 swords surrounding him converged into one. The more swords that gathered, the more formidable the resultant sword became. The elders watched Xu Ruobai's actions, their eyes widening in astonishment. Was it truly that simple to achieve the unity of swords? Their expressions mirrored the incredulity they had felt when Li Luo first spoke of it. Even now, witnessing it firsthand, they found it hard to believe. Chapter 83. I choose the sect master, third elder. Senior brother. Am I seeing things? Let me pinch you. Tell me if it hurts. Elder. Hiss. Are you really pinching? Shouldn't you be pinching yourself? The third elder chuckled awkwardly, then cast a fervent gaze toward Xu Ruobai. You are Xu Ruobai, correct? I'm the third elder of the sword sect, and you see. Before the third elder could finish his sentence, another elder interrupted. Third senior brother, how many disciples do you have? Surely you cannot manage them all. It would be better if I take charge. Fifth elder, no, that's not right. When it comes to the number of disciples, I have the most authority. In an instant, the elderly men were embroiled in a heated argument. Xu Ruobai was taken aback. Wasn't this about accepting disciples? Why did it seem like they were on the verge of fighting? However, from their words, Xu Ruobai discerned that his talent for swordsmanship was indeed exceptional. The elder cleared his throat twice. Enough of the bickering. What are you all doing? With the elder's command, silence fell over the sword pavilion. In the next moment, the elder swiftly appeared before Xu Ruobai and seized his hand. This startled Xu Ruobai. While a mere handhold was manageable, the elder's gaze was increasingly intense, as if he wished to devour him whole. This won't do. Such fervor is inappropriate. Truly, at the age of 22, a prodigy indeed. After expressing his astonishment, the elder turned to Xu Ruobai and asked, Young friend Xu, whom would you like to take as your master? You may choose freely. Xu Ruobai had not anticipated such a fortunate opportunity. However, he was acutely aware that the elder's status was nowhere near that of the sect master. He tentatively inquired, May I choose the sect master? This. In the shadows, Huali Lu had initially thought that since she had been rejected, it would be inappropriate for her to appear in the sword pavilion to participate in the disciple selection, as it would be quite embarrassing. She had assumed he would choose one of the elders as his master, yet here he was, contemplating the sect master. Huali Lu's expression turned peculiar. Could it be that his previous rejection stemmed from his ignorance of her true identity as the sect master? After all, he was acquainted with Qin Ling and Xiao's son, and they must have discussed the matter of accepting disciples, or else how could they have sent her to Ling Yu's sect to seek him out? It seemed that his ability to take on disciples was not solely due to his own identity and strength, but rather because of those 2 apprentices. At that moment, the third elder spoke up. Ahem, young friend Xu, to be frank, that girl is not suited to be your master. Xu Ruobai inquired with some confusion. Why is that? Her talent is indeed commendable, but in terms of teaching, I cannot commend her." Upon hearing this, Hualilu could no longer remain concealed. She swiftly appeared within the sword pavilion, glaring at the third elder. "Third Uncle Master, what do you mean by that?" After all, speaking ill of others made the third elder feel somewhat awkward. Yet if he could accept this young man as a disciple, it might lead to him becoming the master of a sword immortal in the future. What a title that would be! Who would not be astounded upon hearing it? The third elder spoke earnestly. "Liluo, I speak nothing but the truth. Look at your two disciples, especially that mischievous girl, Qin Ling, who causes me endless trouble. You really ought to manage her better." Hualiluo felt a twinge of embarrassment, but being her disciple, she could only reply, "She is still young. It is natural for her to be playful." Xu Ruobai was taken aback, realizing that the seemingly self-important female steward was indeed the sect leader. The thought of having previously rejected her and now wishing to become her disciple filled him with a sense of awkwardness. Xu Ruobai then said, "I appreciate the kind intentions of the elders, but I still choose the sect leader." He was not there seeking the best teacher, but merely in search of a suitable background. Moreover, considering that she could raise a disciple like Qin Ling, it seemed she would not impose excessively strict rules, making it easier for him to sneak back to Lingyu sect. As for the elders, they seemed the type who would extend classes unnecessarily. Upon hearing Xu Ruobai's words, the elders could only lament silently. Hualiluo cast a triumphant glance at the third elder. "Uncle Master, do you have nothing to say now?" The third elder huffed and departed. Hualiluo then turned her attention to Xu Ruobai. Understanding what was expected of him, Xu Ruobai said, "Master, I bow to you." Hualiluo nodded with satisfaction. "Rise and follow me." She scrutinized Xu Ruobai from head to toe, pondering, he appears to be a well-behaved child. As long as he does not misbehave like Qin Ling, I can accept him. At Xianjian Peak, Hualiluo stated, "Now that you have entered the sword sect, you must abide by its regulations. Here are the sect rules. Take a look. You will need to demonstrate your understanding tomorrow." Xu Ruobai nodded, recognizing the truth in the notion that without rules, there can be no order. Hualiluo pondered for a moment, considering what she should teach him as a master. Yet, the truth was she was uncertain about how to instruct him. As the third elder had mentioned, she was not particularly suited for teaching. With Qin Ling and Mo Xiaoxuan, she merely encouraged them to practice their sword techniques daily, occasionally checking their progress, allowing them to approach her with any questions. This approach, however, would not be effective for Xu Ruobai, given his evident talent. He would likely grasp sword techniques without needing much prompting. "Very well, you already know the 10,000 sword technique, and your talent speaks for itself. Here is your token. If you wish to learn any sword techniques, feel free to visit the sword transmission hall. However, remember that the essence of learning sword techniques lies in depth, not quantity." Xu Ruobai accepted the jade slip and token that Hualiluo handed him, replying, "I understand. As for the caves, our Xianjian Peak has few residents, and most caves remain unoccupied. You may choose freely. Today, take some time to explore and familiarize yourself with the surroundings, and tomorrow, come to my cave to find me." With that, Hualiluo pointed in the direction of her residence before departing. It was not that she did not wish to teach him now. Rather, she needed to prepare and contemplate how best to instruct him. After all, she did not want to turn a potential sword immortal into something unrecognizable, lest she become the subject of ridicule from the third elder. Xu Ruobai scratched his head, pondering why they had departed so abruptly. Could it be that this master was akin to his own, providing guidance only to abandon him thereafter? He cast a glance at the cave dwelling atop Xianjian Peak. It was not merely a cave, but the very essence of the peak held a significantly higher concentration of spiritual energy compared to Tianling Peak. The cave was furthermore equipped with a spirit-gathering formation, amplifying the density of spiritual energy within, rendering it unsurprising that many aspired to join grand sects. For the resources for cultivation were indeed unparalleled. That said, were Qin Ling and Xiao Sun. It had been quite some time since their arrival, yet he had not caught sight of them. Xu Ruobai contemplated his next course of action and decided it wise to inquire about the whereabouts of the sword intent within the sword sect. Several days had passed since the task was issued, and its completion seemed elusive. The consequences were not merely the loss of task points, but potentially the forfeiture of an opportunity to acquire the divine skill that could elevate one to the status of a Nine Gates prisoner. Chapter 84. Absorbing sword intent at the Heavenly Sword Peak. After some inquiries, Xu Ruobai indeed discovered such a place. The sword sect has a rule that anyone who cultivates sword intent must leave their sword intent at the sword cliff for future disciples to observe. This seemed perfectly suited for his mission. However, the sword cliff is not accessible to just any disciple. If one lacks a profound understanding of the sword path, recklessly observing another's sword intent could lead to injury. Nevertheless, armed with the token bestowed by the sect master, which granted him the freedom to learn any sword technique, he reasoned that no one would hinder his observation of sword intent. Determined, Xu Ruobai planned to head directly to the sword cliff. Just then, a familiar voice echoed. Don't miss out. The ancient divine sword, capable of severing eternity, available for just 10 mid-grade spirit stones. This well-known pitch prompted Xu Ruobai to pause in his tracks. Looking toward the source of the voice, he recognized the unscrupulous merchant he had encountered earlier at the square outside the sword sect. So they truly are disciples of the sword sect? Wasn't it said that these disciples were solely devoted to sword cultivation? Why did it seem that the few he had met, well, left much to be desired? Xu Ruobai approached the merchant's stall. The ancient divine sword? Lingu thought someone was about to be duped, or rather, someone was coming to buy a sword. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, he said, How about it? For just 10 mid-grade spirit stones, you could possess the power to sever eternity. Xu Ruobai frowned at him. Do you not recognize me? Lingu squinted at Xu Ruobai, staring for quite some time without realizing who he was. No, I don't. It was understandable. After such a brief encounter, Xu Ruobai had likely slipped from his memory. You claim this sword can sever eternity? Lingu nodded, unfazed. Then demonstrate how it can sever eternity. Xu Ruobai noticed that the swords displayed on the stall were clearly the same as the guaranteed success sword he had purchased before, merely lacking a few characters on the blade. Lingu shook his head, saying, Only a strong person can unleash its full potential. I lack that ability. Young man, I see that your talent is extraordinary, akin to that of a sword immortal. One day, you will surely harness its complete power. Xu Ruobai was taken aback. This unscrupulous merchant had prepared a whole set of excuses. Do you take me for a fool? Return my spirit stones, and I shall not pursue this matter further. Selling counterfeit goods was one thing. At least genuine fakes could be somewhat useful. However, what this fellow was selling was not only fake, but utterly useless. And Xu Ruobai could not tolerate that. Spirit stones? Seeing Lingu still feigning ignorance, Xu Ruobai continued, Today, outside the sword sect, your guaranteed success sword. Lingu, with a look of disbelief, responded, You bought it? Otherwise, how would I know? How could you possibly enter the sword sect after purchasing your way in? Clearly, Lingu did not believe his words. Furthermore, even if you truly bought your way in, you are merely a novice. What status or identity do you possess to demand spirit stones from me? One must weigh their own worth before making such demands. Truly, selling counterfeit goods and yet being so brazen, it seems he is a habitual offender. However, this left Xu Ruobai in a rather precarious situation. It was unlikely that someone without backing would act so arrogantly. Having just entered the sect on his first day, encountering such trouble seemed rather inappropriate. Although he was a disciple of the sect master, having just pledged allegiance, who could predict how his master might react if trouble were to arise? Should the Talisman Association come knocking, he would undoubtedly need their support, and thus, it was crucial to leave a favorable impression. This caused Xu Ruobai to hesitate. Noticing the uncertainty etched on his opponent's face, Lingu sensed that he had indeed intimidated him. His expression grew even more arrogant. Young man, having just entered the sword sect, do you think you can afford to offend anyone? Do you understand the essence of humility? Xu Ruobai was taken aback. Could it be that he was being lectured on humility? Pray tell, what should I understand? I cannot be bothered to explain. You are not worthy of my words. With that, Lingu produced a talisman, tore it, and instantly vanished. Xu Ruobai was left bewildered. Is he jesting? How can he just escape? It dawned on him that if Lin Gu truly possessed some esteemed identity, he would not need to flee. Xu Ruobai realized that the earlier display of arrogance had merely been a fade to intimidate him. After standing in place for a moment, Xu Ruobai decided to let it go. He was unsure of where Lin Gu had vanished to, but he resolved that should he encounter him again, he would certainly make him pay for this encounter. At the Xinjian Peak, Hua Lilu returned with a clear plan on how to instruct Xu Ruobai. Given that he was a prodigy of the sword, there was no need for her to teach him extensively about sword techniques. She recalled that Qiling had mentioned Xu Ruobai had only been exposed to the 10,000 sword technique for a little over a month. Were her senior uncles to learn this, they would likely not so readily allow her to take him as a disciple. She had stumbled upon a considerable fortune. This meant that he could self-study the sword techniques. However, since his exposure to the sword path was limited, she could begin by imparting some fundamental knowledge about swordsmanship, such as how to condense his own sword intent. Where is he? Hua Lilu sensed around, but found no trace of Xu Ruobai on the entire Xinjian Peak. This was peculiar. Where could he have gone? At the sword cliff? Wow, so much sword intent. This is a jackpot. One section of the cliff bore numerous sword scars, each representing the sword intent left behind by its owner. Some were domineering, while others exuded a gentle aura. Xu Ruobai glanced around, noting the presence of at least tens of thousands of sword intents. If this task were to persist, it could easily allow him to accumulate several thousand days of experience. With such an abundance of task points, it was not an exaggeration to say that even reaching the void refinement stage would be within grasp, let alone the transformation stage. Similar to the previous Kuin grass task, this one imposed no specific requirements regarding the sword intents. Any sword intent would suffice. The system merely required the absorption of these sword intents, and once absorbed, they would naturally vanish. The sword intents in this place were meant for the enlightenment of future practitioners, and if any formidable sword intents were absorbed, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Therefore, Xu Ruobai, adhering to his usual practice, opted for the most inconspicuous ones, those thin, short intents that appeared relatively benign. The method of absorption was straightforward. Merely touching them resulted in successful assimilation. There were no adverse reactions, and soon he had absorbed 3 sword intents. Upon witnessing the task point count rise to 60, Xu Ruobai's eyes gleamed with excitement. Did this task reward truly amount to 40? In 10 days, that would yield 400 points. In 50 days, 2,000. This meant that, relying solely on task points, he could break through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm in 50 days. Xu Ruobai, what brings you here? Hearing a voice behind him, Xu Ruobai's expression stiffened, and he quickly turned around. Master, what is it? Is it forbidden to come here? Hua Lilu scrutinized Xu Ruobai before inquiring. Of course you can come, but you haven't absorbed the sword intents here, have you? Xu Ruobai, feeling a twinge of guilt, replied, no. Is that an issue? At his words, Hua Lilu let out a sigh of relief, recognizing that it was time for her role as a mentor to come into play. Sword intents belong to others' paths. Observing them is permissible, but absorption will lead to your sword path being influenced by theirs, hindering your ability to forge your own way. To achieve the pinnacle of swordsmanship, one must carve out their unique sword path. Given your innate talent, you will inevitably condense your own sword intent one day. Absorbing another's sword intent would, without a doubt, sever your own path. Pausing, Hua Lilu gazed at him with a hint of skepticism. You truly haven't absorbed any sword intents here, have you? Xu Ruobai hadn't anticipated the gravity of the consequences. However, with the task at hand, it was impossible not to absorb them. No. Hua Lilu found it peculiar. It seemed as though a powerful sword intent was missing from the wall of the sword cliff. She resolved to have someone investigate later. Well, that's good. Since you're here, let me explain how cultivators develop sword intents. The so-called sword intent is Chapter 85. The prohibition of alcohol. As night fell, Xu Ruobai found himself in a state of disarray. In the past, before having a master to guide him, he had voiced complaints about his situation. Yet now, with a master to teach him, he found himself feeling even more unsettled. After spending an entire afternoon listening to Hua Lilu expound on the essence of swordsmanship, his mind buzzed with information. sitting at the entrance of his cave dwelling. He gazed at the moon in the sky, and an involuntary longing for his senior sister stirred within him. However, it was only the first day, and sneaking back would clearly be inappropriate. According to the sword sect's regulations, newly admitted disciples were prohibited from leaving the sect for a year. This meant that if he adhered to the rules, he would not see his senior sister for an entire year. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Perhaps his master would find this news equally daunting. Xu Ruobai, what are you doing here? From the distance, he discerned the silhouette of a figure emerging from the shadows. It was Qing Ling. He had been puzzled all day as to why he hadn't seen Mo Xiaoxuan and Qing Ling. He felt reluctant to inquire with Huali Lu, as it might imply that he had come to the sect solely for her disciple. Qing Ling initially thought her eyes were deceiving her, but upon realizing it was indeed Xu Ruobai, she hurried over, her expression tinged with surprise. What are you doing here? Xu Ruobai replied. Did you not hear about today's disciple initiation ceremony at the sword sect? Upon hearing this, Qing Ling instantly grasped his meaning. Xu Ruobai continued. I haven't seen you and Xiaoxuan all day. What have you been up to? At this inquiry, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Qing Ling's face. Ahem. We simply went out to have some fun, is that so? Xu Ruobai regarded her with suspicion. If they were merely out for leisure, why the peculiar demeanor? Ahem. Qing Ling quickly shifted the topic. So, you have taken my master as your teacher? Xu Ruobai nodded and, with curiosity, asked, I noticed you seemed quite apprehensive around my master before. I assumed she would be rather strict. Qing Ling chuckled awkwardly, as unwelcome memories flooded her mind. Since you are now my junior brother, there are some matters I must disclose to you early on. What could this girl possibly want to say so mysteriously? Listen closely, never let my master drink alcohol. If you ever see her indulging, make a swift escape. Xu Ruobai looked perplexed. What's wrong? Does she have a poor tolerance for alcohol? Trust me, you're now my junior brother. I wouldn't lead you astray. Before Xu Ruobai could inquire further, another voice echoed from nearby. Qing Ling? Why are you back? Were you not instructed to reflect in solitude on the back mountain? Qing Ling's face froze, and she turned to see the approaching figure. Master Ahaha, what surprise! Reflecting in solitude? Xu Ruobai finally understood the reason behind Qing Ling's earlier expression. Emotions have once again led one to face the wall in reflection, feeling too embarrassed to speak. Truly remarkable, Qing Ling. Huali Luo cast a disapproving glance at Qing Ling. You've sneaked out again. Where's Xiao's son? Still on the back mountain. You are the one being punished. Allowing her to accompany you in your penance is one thing, but to run out alone without her? Qing Ling lowered her head in shame. I did call for her. She said you would scold her. Huali Luo was undeniably furious, knowing that you still dared sneak out. Qing Ling's eyes darted, and she hurriedly replied, Well, I heard the master mention wanting to find a disciple during the disciple initiation ceremony, and, as a senior sister, I am quite concerned about who my junior brother is. Huali Luo snorted. She was well aware that Qing Ling was merely making excuses. However, she chose not to pursue the matter further, as she had intended to find Qing Ling herself. Qing Ling, please go fetch your junior sister. Today, we have welcomed a new junior brother, and it is only fitting that we host a welcome gathering for him. Seeing that the master was not pressing the issue, Qing Ling let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, with the addition of a junior brother, the burden of scrutiny upon her would lessen considerably. Yet, why did the phrase welcome gathering sound so familiar? Last time, when Xiao Sun joined, they had also hosted a welcome gathering for her. No, wait. Qing Ling's expression turned tense. Master, you would want a drink, would you? Huali Luo frowned. What of it? Isn't it customary to drink a bit during a welcome gathering? I even specifically asked the second elder for his collection. Upon hearing this, Qing Ling directed a pleading glance at Xu Ruobai, silently urging him to interject and dissuade the master. Xu Ruobai was equally bewildered, but given Qing Ling's demeanor, it did not appear to be an act. Could it be that the master truly could not handle alcohol? He then cleared his throat and said, Master, I actually don't enjoy drinking much. Is that so? Huali Luo pondered for a moment and replied, If you do not wish to drink, then so be it. Qing Ling, I recall that you rather enjoy it, don't you? You may drink with me. Qing Ling's face went utterly pale, while she used to enjoy alcohol. Ever since that incident with Xiao Sun's welcome gathering, she had developed a psychological aversion to it. Master, I don't like drinking. Huali Luo's expression darkened. Then I shall drink alone. Go fetch Xiao Sun quickly. Qin Ling's face turned ashen in despair. She glanced at Xu Ruobai and then said, Master, I feel that my time for reflection is not yet over. Perhaps I should continue my penance today? Seeing the fire in the master's gaze, Qin Ling quickly added, I was just joking. Master, I shall go fetch Xiao Sun now. Once Qin Ling left, Huali Luo felt a hint of embarrassment. Your senior sister is just like that. No need to mind her. Xu Ruobai awkwardly nodded. He was well aware of how troublesome Qin Ling could be. The girl was quite spirited. However, he couldn't help but wonder why Huali Luo should abstain from alcohol. If it were merely the risk of intoxication, was that truly so alarming? Furthermore, Huali Lu, a formidable figure in the realm of divine transformation, should not be susceptible to intoxication. Cultivators possess the ability to refine alcohol directly. As long as one does not wish to become inebriated, how could it possibly occur? Xu Ruobai, still curious, inquired, Master, have you ever consumed alcohol? Of course I have, came a reply. What of it? You hardly appear to be someone who would encounter issues with drinking. It is indeed perplexing. What could have transpired to instill such fear in Qin Ling? Nothing much. Well then, let us proceed. If you do not wish to drink, I have prepared some celestial delicacies which will also benefit your cultivation. I am grateful to you, Master, Xu Ruobai responded, and thus, Hualilu led him to her secluded abode. Chapter 86. The past of his sisters in the bamboo hut on the back mountain. Mo Xiaoxuan heard her senior sister's urgent cries from afar. She felt a twinge of confusion. Hadn't her sisters stealthily slipped away? Why had she returned in such haste? Mo Xiaoxuan stepped forward to meet the rushing Qin Ling and asked, Senior sister, what is the matter with you in such a frenzy? Did Master catch you right after you sneaked out? Qin Ling shook her head, her face pale with horror. Master, is Master in trouble? Mo Xiaoxuan's expression turned anxious. Wasn't Master perfectly fine the day before yesterday? What happened? Realizing the misunderstanding, Qin Ling hurriedly clarified, it's not that Master is in trouble. It's that Master wants a drink. Mo Xiaoxuan's face darkened. Senior sister, could you please finish your sentence in one go? What is so concerning about drinking? Qin Ling nearly burst into tears, recalling the last time she had welcomed Mo Xiaoxuan back, who, lacking cultivation, had gotten drunk at the mere touch of alcohol. Consequently, she had endured the entire night alone in misery. Never mind, you won't believe me anyway. You'll see soon enough. Let's go back. Mo Xiaoxuan shook her head. Did Master not say she would reflect in solitude for 3 days? The time isn't up yet. Senior sister, you should stay as well. Otherwise, if Master finds out, you might be confined even longer. Qin Ling sighed, exasperated. How could a sister so astute have a sibling so honest? Do you think I called you? Mo Xiaoxuan, puzzled, asked, why would Master suddenly allow you to leave? I thought being caught by her would mean at least another 10 or 15 days of confinement. Qin Ling huffed. Am I so incapable? I have a good image in Master's eyes, you know. Hearing this, Mo Xiaoxuan regarded her with a hint of disdain. Senior sister, that line might work on outsiders, but don't fool yourself. At this, Qin Ling's spirit sagged. She had always sensed Mo Xiaoxuan's sharp tongue, and now it was confirmed. Let us go. Your master and the new junior brother are waiting for you. New junior brother? Qin Ling could already envision the expression on Mo Xiaoxuan's face upon meeting her elder brother, Su. Master intended to welcome him properly. Oh, Tianling Peak, senior sister, do you think he has joined the sword sect now? Yi Lingyue gazed at the full moon in the sky, feeling a profound emptiness within. She had never imagined she would fall for someone, believing that having a partner would only hinder her path to greatness. However, ever since she recognized her feelings, she found it increasingly difficult to concentrate on her cultivation, her thoughts perpetually consumed by him. It was then that she understood the saying about partners being a hindrance on the path to greatness. It appears that, for practitioners, there exist matters of greater significance than the pursuit of the Tao. Yu Yunxi, cradling a book in her hands, spoke softly, Indeed, with your talent. Entering the sword sect would be more than sufficient. Knight Lingwei withdrew her gaze from the full moon above and turned to Yu Yunxi, asking, Sister, why are you so assured? Are you not concerned that Xu Ruobai might be taken by another woman? Yu Yunxi turned the page of her book, offering a serene smile. Junior sister, how many women do you think possess greater allure than you in this world? Knight Lingwei was taken aback by her sister's unexpected compliment. But after some thought, she conceded. Xu Ruobai's resolve was indeed formidable. He had rejected her advances without hesitation, and it seemed that even if her sister offered herself freely, he would still decline. Previously, she had considered him too innocent, yet now she found that a touch of innocence was quite appealing, for it alleviated the worry of him being whisked away by others. Alas, it was unexpected that the vow made in their youth had materialized. Both sisters had indeed fallen for the same man. Yu Yunxi mused on a remarkable coincidence. She recalled the times when their master was still present, and the sisters would often seek solace beneath the Qingyan divine tree. During those moments, they shared everything, including discussions about their future partners. Sister, do you remember saying that you wished to find a great sword immortal as your companion? Perhaps Xu Ruobai could truly become a great sword immortal. Yu Yunxi chuckled lightly. Oh, the title of great sword immortal is of little consequence. It is simply him that matters, she replied. Hearing this, Knight Lingwei felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth and said softly, Sister, he is not here. You need not speak such romantic words. Yu Yunxi gently shook her head. I am merely speaking the truth. Fine, sister. Your level of affection is beyond my grasp, Knight Lingwei conceded. Yu Yunxi continued. I recall you once said that you would never like men, and if you were to marry, it would be to me, your sister. Knight Lingwei flushed with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance at her sister's teasing. Memories from their youth rushed back to her. More than 8 centuries ago, beneath the Qingyan divine tree, Knight Lingwei leaned against Yu Yunxi's shoulder, both of them appearing rather youthful. Their fingers intertwined, revealing their close bond. Junior sister, look. This book mentions that kissing brings about a special sensation. Shall we give it a try? Huh? Knight Lingwei raised her head to glance at Yu Yunxi, hesitating. Is that appropriate? Just a trial. After all, one must kiss their future partner as well. It's wise to prepare ahead. As the book suggests, forewarned is forearmed. Knight Lingwei blinked at her sister, who did not seem to be jesting. Well, all right then. Seeing Knight Lingwei acquiesce, Yu Yunxi took her hand and stood up. Knight Lingwei was somewhat perplexed. Sister, you lean against the tree, Yu Yunxi instructed. Is it just a kiss? Why make it so complicated? Yu Yunxi presented the book in her hands to Yelenju, exclaiming, Behold this. One hand rests upon her waist, while the other supports itself against the wall before leaning in for a kiss. A faint blush crept onto Yelenju's cheeks as she stammered, Senior sister. What kind of book are you reading? A romantic tale, of course. Do you know why our esteemed master, despite her many years, has yet to find a companion? Yelenju inquired with intrigue. Clearly, it is because she has not indulged in enough of these narratives, which suggest that those who excel shall be revered as teachers. In this regard, I possess greater wisdom than our master, hence she ought to address me as such. Upon hearing this, Yelenju regarded her senior sister with newfound wisdom. Senior sister, if our master were to learn of this, she would surely be furious. Yu Yunxi chuckled softly. Let's not dwell on our master for now. Lean against the tree. All right, Yelenju responded, complying as she nestled against the trunk. Yu Yunxi wrapped one arm around her waist and leaned closer, her voice brimming with excitement. Junior sister, I'm about to kiss you. With that, Yu Yunxi leaned in, gently capturing Yelenju's lower lip. Chapter 87. Come play hide and seek with me soon. Yu Yunxi furrowed her brow, a hint of confusion in her gaze. Parting her lips, she inquired, Why do I feel nothing at all? Is what the book says untrue? Yi Lingwei, already blushing, found herself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Yu Yunxi's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. It must be necessary to try with a partner. No wonder I feel nothing. Yi Lingwei lowered her head slightly, timidly suggesting, Senior sister, could you not seek a partner? Yu Yunxi tilted her head, observing her suddenly peculiar junior sister. Why not? If you find a partner, what will I do? Then you should find a partner too. Yi Lingwei clung to Yu Yunqi's arm. No, I do not wish to leave, senior sister. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunqi pondered for a moment before formulating an idea. If we both seek the same partner, we can remain together for a lifetime. Yi Lingwei gazed at her in bewilderment. Can that really work? Of course it can. I cannot bear to be apart from you. If I find a partner in the future, I shall bring him to the Qinyan tree. And when we hang the plaque, I will inscribe your name as well. With the blessing of the Qinyan divine tree, the three of us will surely live happily ever after. Yi Lingwei envisioned that scene, a glimmer of light sparkling in her eyes. Senior sister, then, it's a promise indeed. Returning to the present, reflecting on those embarrassing moments, Yi Lingwei felt her cheeks flush. After a long while, she finally spoke. Thank you, senior sister. Yu Yunqi merely smiled, reminiscing about the times when they would sit together like this. Ever since their master passed away, her junior sister had transformed, becoming composed, distant, and drifting further away from her. Fortunately, Xu Ruobai had appeared. Outside the pavilion at Hua Lilu's cave dwelling. You are well acquainted with Qin Ling and Xiao Sun, are you not? Xu Ruobai nodded. Previously, they even recommended you as a disciple of mine. However, I sent someone to inquire at Lingyu's sect, and they found no trace of you at Tianling Peak. Xu Ruobai's lips twitched. He quickly grasped the situation. It was improbable that one could gather such information. Previously, he had told Imo Xiao Sun to come directly to the mountain. After all, Master, I do reside at Tianling Peak. It is normal for no one to know as I maintain a low profile within the sect. Hua Lilu regarded him with skepticism. This lad certainly does not embody any sense of modesty. During the sword trial, that strike shattered the trial stone. Can that be considered low profile? Our Xianyan Peak does not impose many restrictions. Your talent speaks for itself. There is little I can teach you. Focus on your cultivation, and you shall surely achieve great success in the future. Just refrain from mingling too much with your senior sister. Xu Ruobai couldn't help but chuckle. Senior sister Qin is quite amiable. She simply has a penchant for mischief. Hua Lilu sighed. If only your senior sister could be as understanding as you, I wouldn't have to worry so much. At that moment, a voice drifted from afar. Senior sister, why are you covering my eyes? This is all so mysterious. You'll find out soon enough. Qin Ling led Mo Xiaoxu into the pavilion and then released her hands. All right, you may open your eyes now. Mo Xiaoxuan, perplexed by her senior sister's enigmatic behavior, opened her eyes and was instantly taken aback upon seeing the person seated in the pavilion. Su Dei, Xiaoxun no. I should now call you Mo Shiji. Mo Xiaoxuan rubbed her eyes, her expression one of disbelief. For a moment, she struggled to comprehend the situation. Qin Ling nudged Mo Xiaoxuan with her elbow, grinning as she said, "This is your new junior brother. Aren't you thrilled?" Mo Xiaoxuan's face flushed slightly. What? No. Yet, her gaze frequently darted towards Xu Ruobai. Such subtle gestures did not escape Hua Lilu's notice. She had suspected as much earlier. It seemed that Xiaoxuan indeed held some interest in Xu Ruobai. Hua Lilu then remarked, "Everyone, please take a seat. Since you already know each other, I need not make introductions." After a brief pause, she continued, "Xu Ruobai will henceforth be your junior brother, so do take care of him." Hearing this, Qin Ling patted her chest, the sound of her palm colliding with her ribs echoing. Hey, what does this description even mean, you dog author? Rest assured, master. With me around, no one can bully our junior brother. While Halilu rolled her eyes, secretly worried about you as the senior sister. However, she refrained from voicing this concern, as constantly undermining Qin Ling might not be entirely appropriate. Well then, let us eat. Xiaoxuan, would you like some wine? Upon hearing the mention of wine, Qin Ling's demeanor transformed from boastful to anxious. Mo Xiaoxuan, oblivious to Qin Ling's change in expression, was entirely focused on her sudage. The sudage drink? Since resistance was futile, Xu Ruobai acquiesced, then just a little. Hua Lilu generously poured the wine, ensuring Qin Ling's share was not overlooked. Xu Ruobai, we welcome you as an official member of our sword sect. Let me first drink to your honor. With that, Hua Lilu boldly tilted her head back and drained her cup in one go. Why are you all staring at me? eat and drink. Due to Qin Ling's earlier remarks, Xu Ruobai had been observing Hua Lilu's reactions closely. Yet, he found no signs of any peculiarity. She had downed her drink without exhibiting any signs of being overwhelmed by the alcohol. Suddenly, Qin Ling stood up and said, "Master, I need to use the restroom. Perhaps you all can start without me." Hua Lilu shot her a glare. "Sit down. You're already at the golden core stage, and you're telling me you need to use the restroom? Today, a gathering was held to welcome your junior disciple. And you wouldn't still be contemplating a clandestine escape for leisure, would you?" Realizing that fleeing was not an option, Qin Ling's expression resembled that of someone on the verge of tears as she sat back down. Suddenly, a loud noise startled Xu Ruobai, who feared an impending disaster, only to discover that it was merely Mo Xiaoxuan, intoxicated and slumped over the table. Why did Mo Xiaoxuan, instead of Hua Lilu, succumb to inebriation first? After all, wasn't she also a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage? One would think she could hold her liquor. However, it was hardly Mo Xiaoxuan's fault. Her attention was solely on Xu Ruobai, causing her to neglect the matter of refining the alcohol within her body, resulting in the atmosphere in the small pavilion turned peculiar. Hua Lilu found herself perplexed, wondering if something had smeared her face, as everyone seemed to be looking at her. Xu Ruobai cleared his throat twice. "No. Master, you have eaten as well, haven't you?" In an exceedingly strange ambience, the meal came to an end. Xu Ruobai noticed no issues with Hua Lilu. "Master, it's getting late, and we've nearly finished eating. May I take my leave now?" Hua Lilu nodded. "Go ahead, come to find me early tomorrow." As Xu Ruobai stood and departed the pavilion, the dark clouds in the sky parted, allowing the bright moonlight to cascade down. In the next moment, a dangerously ominous presence emanated from behind, causing the hairs on Xu Ruobai's body to stand on end. Could it be? He turned rigidly to glance back at Hua Lilu in the pavilion. To his astonishment, her once black hair had transformed into white, her eyes gleaming with a hint of red, yet her face still bore traces of the previous smile. However, to Xu Ruobai, that smile now appeared to carry an unsettling aura. Come play hide and seek with me. Being caught entails a punishment, you know. Chapter 88. The game of hide and seek begins. What a surprise. Hide and seek. Is a Hua Lilu before me truly the same as the one I encountered moments ago? The aura, demeanor, and tone of voice are completely distinct. At this moment, Qin Ling appears utterly despondent, clearly preoccupied with the current predicament. "Within the span of 3 incense sticks, should I fail to locate you, I concede defeat. However, if I find you, you shall have 3 minutes to hide. Let the game commence." With that, Hua Lilu closed her eyes and began to count. 1, 2, 3. Qin Ling hastily dashed out from the pavilion. "Now do you believe what I said? Junior brother, hurry and hide. If you are discovered, you will have much to endure." With that, she swiftly vanished from sight. Xu Ruobai stood momentarily stunned, glancing at Hua Lilu seated within the pavilion. To be honest, he was not particularly anxious about being found. After all, he possessed the celestial concealment technique, capable of shrouding his presence. Unless you were to see him with her own eyes, he could easily remain hidden. What intrigued Xu Ruobai more was the nature of the punishment that made Qin Ling hesitant to speak of it. Clearly, she had experienced it herself, and it likely posed no real danger. Could it possibly be an exceedingly embarrassing consequence? Contemplating this, Xu Ruobai slipped into a small grove adjacent to Hua Lilu's cave dwelling, finding a suitable spot that afforded him a view of the pavilion. It then occurred to him that Mo Xiaoxuan might still be inside the pavilion. Surely she would be all right? The celestial concealment technique could only mask his own aura, and bringing Mo Xiaoxuan along would prove ineffective. As the 3 minutes elapsed, Hua Lilu opened her eyes, and a small stove appeared on the table, with 3 incense sticks inserted within. Hua Lilu stood up and exited the pavilion, seemingly disregarding Mo Xiaoxuan beside her. Perhaps due to Mo Xiaoxuan's inebriated state, she did not acknowledge her participation in the game. "Have you hidden well?" I shall begin my search now." Hua Lilu's voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout every corner of Xianjian Peak, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread. As Hua Lilu surveyed her surroundings, her crimson eyes momentarily fixated on Xu Ruobai's direction. After a brief, penetrating gaze, she turned and departed. At that instant, Xu Ruobai felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. He had merely cast a few glances at her. Had he not swiftly hidden behind a tree and utilized the celestial concealment technique, he would likely have been discovered. Previously, he had heard tales of formidable beings who could sense even the slightest intrusion, let alone the utterance of their name. With the celestial concealment technique in play, if she sensed his presence, her perceptiveness must indeed be extraordinarily acute. Xu Ruobai could not help but worry for Qinling. She lacked the celestial concealment technique and would find it exceedingly difficult to evade Hua Lilu's search. Meanwhile, on another front, this was not the first time Qinling had participated in this game. Not long after the game had commenced, Qinling found herself captured and subjected to relentless torment throughout the entire night, an experience she would forever remember. From that moment onward, she contemplated the possibility of encountering such a situation again. Having envisioned countless scenarios over many days and nights, she was well prepared for the eventuality. The game encompassed the entirety of Xianyuan Peak, and within the span of 3 incense sticks, Qinling doubted that her master could unearth her from 300 feet below. Indeed, Qinling opted for earth escape, concealing herself in a small hole she had painstakingly prepared underground. Confident in her experience, she mused that Xianyuan Bai, being a novice at this game and unfamiliar with Xianyuan Peak, would surely be apprehended before long. Once the game concluded, she was determined to capture his tormented visage on the recording stone. Such an experience should not be hers alone. Her mind began to envision the scenes of Xianyuan Bai's torment, and she couldn't help but chuckle. As her laughter echoed, it abruptly ceased when a hand unexpectedly rested on her shoulder. I've caught you. Are you ready for your punishment? The voice from behind startled Qinling, causing her heart to almost leap from her chest. Stiffly turning around, she was met with a pair of blood-red eyes glimmering ominously from the dark hole. Master. Meanwhile, hidden within the woods, Xianyuan Bai pondered the whereabouts of his master when he suddenly heard a faint scream. Moments later, Qinling was brought back, her face a picture of despair. I don't want to play anymore. It was the same last time. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Hua Lilu, with a mischievous smile, responded, since you've joined the game, you must adhere to its rules. But I never agreed to participate. Here, I am the one who decides. Prepare for your punishment. Suddenly, a vine from a nearby tree extended and hoisted Qinling upside down. Please, master, no. You must be doing this on purpose, right? Let me down. I promise I won't be naughty again. Hua Lilu feigned ignorance to her pleas. Vanishing in an instant, the vine began to spin Qinling around, first leftward for 360 degrees, then rightward for 720, and continued the cycle. Master, please come back. Xianyuan Bai was taken aback by the severity of this punishment. How utterly chaotic. It seemed even the remnants of last night's meal would be dislodged. Moreover, it was not merely a simple rotation. The speed varied, oscillating between fast and slow. While the harm may not have been substantial, the humiliation was profound, and it was no wonder Qinling appeared so terrified. The stove in the pavilion had already burned for half an incense stick, with 2.5 remaining, a rather auspicious number. Yet she wondered if she could endure until the end. Regardless of what is said, one should not be suspended from a tree, spinning around. It is a source of great shame. Previously, the master had sensed something amiss in this direction and perhaps would soon arrive here. After some contemplation, Xu Ruobai resolved to change his position. There is a saying, the most perilous place is often the safest. Concealing himself in the tree where Qinling was suspended, he believed she would not suspect his presence there. Without further ado, Xu Ruobai first surveyed the surroundings, ensuring the master was not in sight, before emerging from the woods and circumnavigating the area to reach the tree where Qinling hung. Swiftly, he climbed up the tree. Unbeknownst to Qinling, she now had company. At that moment, she felt as though the world was spinning, her head buzzing. Xu Ruobai had no intention of alerting Qinling. While one can conceal their breath, sound cannot be masked. He was not foolish enough to laugh aloud while hiding. Even if he chose to communicate through thought, it would generate fluctuations in spiritual energy that given her formidable perceptive abilities, would undoubtedly lead to his discovery. However, from this angle, observing Qin Ling being spun around was rather amusing. Yet, deep down, he harbored genuine concern for her. Her intelligence was already somewhat lacking, and should this spinning continue, it might very well disrupt her mind. Would it be possible for a negative to yield a positive outcome? Qin Ling, do you hear the voices of the people? Chapter 89. Achievements unlocked in a world where only Qin Ling is injured. Time passed inexorably, and within the incense burner of the pavilion, only the final stick of incense continued to smolder. At that moment, Hua Lilu returned, and upon seeing her exit, Xu Ruobai could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. Indeed, she had ventured into the very grove where he had just concealed himself. However, observing her trajectory, it appeared she was approaching this way. Xu Ruobai hastily averted his gaze, shifting his body to hide behind the trunk of a tree. As Hua Lilu arrived beneath the tree, the swirling Qin Ling came to a halt. How peculiar! There existed a presence even I could not detect. Even though the vine that had been spinning her had ceased its motion, Qin Ling still felt as though the world were spinning around her. "Oh, master, I was wrong. I promise to obey you from now on. Please let me down." Hua Lilu replied with a smile. "Since you have been caught, you must abide by the rules of the game. The punishment lasts the entire night, and for now, you may simply rest." Qin Ling muttered her gratitude. "Thank you." As the dizzying world gradually came to a standstill, the thought of enduring such inhumane torment for an entire night brought tears to her eyes. Oh heavens, why must I always be the one to suffer? What's Xu Ruobai? Why has he not been caught? What is that? From her inverted perspective, Qin Ling caught a glimpse of a hand gripping the tree trunk. Could it be Xu Ruobai is hiding in this tree? How infuriating. He's been up there all this time and hasn't he bothered to let me down? Just watching the spectacle. Is he? How foolish of me to have sworn to protect him. With a surge of indignation, Qin Ling declared, "Master, my junior brother is hiding in the tree." Upon hearing the voice from below, Xu Ruobai's face froze. "I cannot believe you, you traitor." Lowering his head to glance down, he locked eyes with Hua Lilu's crimson gaze. Xu Ruobai chuckled awkwardly, "Master." Hua Lilu furrowed her brow, seemingly contemplating why she had failed to detect him hiding so close. "Well, come down then." Since he had been discovered, Xu Ruobai jumped down from the tree. Irritated, he shot a glare at Qin Ling, who was indeed in need of a good scolding, especially after he had briefly worried about her well-being. Feeling instinctively guilty, Qin Ling turned her head away. But upon recalling that Xu Ruobai had chosen to abandon her in her time of need, she glared back defiantly, not forgetting to exclaim, "Master, quickly hang him up too." Xu Ruobai sighed in resignation. To have such a treacherous senior sister in this lifetime. I am a moon traveler. How could I not prevail? However, I have never tasted defeat. Hua Lilu displayed a hint of hesitation on her countenance, pausing momentarily before finally uttering, "Had it not been for her reminder, within the span of 3 incense sticks, I would undoubtedly have lost. Thus, let us consider it a victory for you." Upon hearing this proclamation, not only was Xu Ruobai taken aback, but so too was Qin Ling. Qin Ling immediately expressed her discontent. "Master, this is favoritism. You must be doing this intentionally." Hua Lilu cast a sidelong glance at Qin Ling, already displeased by her loss, and retorted with irritation. "I'm the architect of this game. My words constitute the rules, so accept your punishment gracefully." In the next instant, Qin Ling's mouth was sealed, rendering her attempts at speech to mere muffled sounds. The vines that suspended her began to spin once more, this time with a greater arc and an increased velocity. Hua Lilu continued, "You are the second individual I have been unable to locate. Hence, there shall be rewards and penalties for victories and defeats." With that, Hua Lilu raised her hand and lightly tapped her fingertip on Qin Ling's forehead. A chilling breeze swept through as Hua Lilu retreated to the pavilion. Closing her eyes, the white hue of her hair gradually faded, returning to its original state. It seemed that the terrifying presence had finally departed. How peculiar. Her previous statement seemed somewhat contradictory. If she had never lost, why then was she the second person not to be found? And who, pray tell, is this moon wanderer? On the very first day of her apprenticeship, she was already faced with such a conundrum. Moreover, it appeared that no changes had occurred regarding the reward she mentioned. Nevertheless, while the other had departed, Qin Ling remained suspended in the tree. One night, the nocturnal revelry has only just begun. Observing the spinning Qin Ling, Xu Ruobai couldn't help but chuckle. Sister Qin, who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament? After all, this relentless spinning would cause no real harm. Perhaps it would serve as a lesson for her, lest she betray her companions again in the future. Xu Ruobai returned to the pavilion, gazing at the composed Hua Liu, and softly called, "Master? Master?" There was no response. It seemed that the earlier terrifying presence had only just departed, and it would take a while for her to regain consciousness. Xu Ruobai then glanced at the slumbering Mo Xiaoxuan, sprawled on the table, oblivious to the game. Otherwise, she too might have found herself spinning in the tree. Considering this, it must be quite unjust for Qin Ling to endure such suffering alone. No? Let her spin for a while longer. I shall lower her later. Xu Ruobai tidied up the remnants of the meal on the table. As for Hua Liu and Mo Xiaoxuan, being cultivators, there was no need for concern regarding the chill of the night, and it was also rather inconvenient for her to touch them. It would be best to lower Qin Ling and leave her to her own devices. Subsequently, Xu Ruobai returned to the tree where Qin Ling was suspended. "Sister, please wait a moment. I shall lower you shortly." With that, Xu Ruobai summoned a spiritual sword with the myriad sword technique and aimed to sever the vine. Strangely, the vine proved resistant to her strike, remaining unscathed. Xu Ruobai attempted several times, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Observing the weeping Qin Ling, a hint of embarrassment crept on Xu Ruobai's face. "Ahem, senior sister Qin. I am unable to sever this vine, it seems. You shall have to endure this predicament for the night." Given Qin Ling's current state, Xu Ruobai found it difficult to depart. The night was still long, and he was uncertain when their master and Xiao Sun would awaken. Thus, he settled down beside her, preparing to cultivate. Just as he began to absorb a few breaths of spiritual energy, Xu Ruobai sensed something amiss. The velocity of his spiritual power seemed to have doubled compared to his usual pace. He summoned the system interface. Name: Xu Ruobai, unremarkable. Realm: Early Golden Core, 420,000. Task points: 60 task. Absorb sword intent, 3-3. Approximately an hour later, Xu Ruobai accessed the panel once more. His previous experience points of 420 had astonishingly increased to 425. When cultivating independently, he could only gain a maximum of 10 experience points per day. Now, having accrued 5 points in just 1 hour, this indicated a potential growth of 60 points in a single day, a 6-fold increase. Undoubtedly, this transformation was linked to the reward bestowed by the entity who identified itself as the Moon Wanderer. What manner of being is the Moon Wanderer, truly? Chapter 90. The prejudices in one's heart are a great mountain. As time inexorably passed, Xu Ruobai discerned a pattern. The pace of cultivation was not a constant. Rather, it could be heightened to at least 10-fold when the moon shone fullest and brightest. Conversely, should the moon vanish from the night sky, the cultivation rate would revert to its ordinary speed. Xu Ruobai had initially believed that the enhancement would persist throughout the day. However, it seemed he had overestimated the phenomenon. After all, the title of the deity was Moon Wanderer, which inevitably suggested a connection to the moon. As dawn approached, he observed Qin Ling continuing her incessant spinning, the sound of her whimpers having faded away. He wondered if she had truly spun herself into a predicament. Moments later, the night sky relinquished its darkness entirely. The vines suspended from Qin Ling appeared to lose their supporting strength, collapsing limply. With a thud, she fell to the ground. Xu Ruobai hastily rose to his feet and rushed over. "Senior sister Qin, are you all right?" To his astonishment, Qin Ling suddenly sat up, exclaiming, "From this moment forth, let the world feel pain." With that, she stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing once more. Xu Ruobai thought, this child is beyond saving. Brother Xu. Just as he was at a loss regarding Qin Ling, a voice emerged from the pavilion. It was Mo Xiaoxuan. Xu Ruobai quickly waved her over. "Xiaoxun Senior sister Mo. Just in time, could you assist in taking your sister back?" Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoxuan hurriedly ran over, her gaze falling upon her sister sprawled on the ground, confusion evident on her face. Brother Xu, what has happened to senior sister? She bore no misconceptions, for she was well aware of Xu Ruobai's upright character. Xu Ruobai pondered for a moment, deciding against divulging the events of the previous night. Well, she may have indulged a bit too much in drink. Please escort her back, and do keep an eye on her to prevent any foolishness. He had only just arrived, and he was uncertain whether such matters could be discussed. Thus, he resolved to wait until Qin Ling awakened to deliberate further. Mo Xiaoxuan, perplexed, wondered what kind of foolishness her sister could possibly engage in. To be honest, she could not even recall how her sister had become so inebriated. All she remembered was stealing glances at Brother Xu while sipping her drink and suddenly losing consciousness. Reflecting on it now, it seemed she had been so preoccupied with watching Brother Xu that she had neglected to refine the alcohol. All right, Brother Xu, what about you? I'll be heading back now. Also, Master has also had too much to drink, so I will leave them in your care. With that, Xu Ruobai departed. The task had been refreshed, and he needed to absorb the sword intent at the sword cliff. After narrowly escaping capture by Huali the previous day, he intended to complete the task before she awoke, amassing 100 task points to partake in the lottery once more. With the current high drop rates, it was imperative to seize the opportunity and draw several times while the iron was hot. Suddenly, Qin Ling sprang upright from her bed, startling Mo Xiaoxuan, who was vigilantly watching over her. Shiji, she stood with one hand on her hip and the other pointing at the ceiling, exclaiming, I did it! I did it! Oh, let this world be utterly destroyed. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Mo Xiaoxuan gazed at her sister, bewildered by the sudden outburst of laughter, wondering if perhaps she was still intoxicated. Ha ha! I'm a deity. I shall annihilate the world. Mo Xiaoxuan tugged at her sleeve and remarked, Shiji, if Master finds out you've lost your mind again, she will surely send you to the back mountain for solitary contemplation. Upon hearing the words Master, it was as if a peculiar switch had been flipped within Qin Ling, causing her to quiet down. Once she settled back down, Mo Xiaoxuan inquired, Shiji, what happened last night? Why did you and Master end up drunk? Last night? Drunk? Although she wasn't exactly intoxicated, it felt rather close, for the world was spinning chaotically. Reflecting on the events of the previous evening, Qin Ling's expression darkened. That detestable Master, she was so biased. Mo Xiaoxuan, feeling utterly confused, sensed that she had missed something significant the night before. I wonder if Master has awakened. Should we go check? Qin Ling was 100 times reluctant, but she understood that Master had clearly been in an unusual state yesterday. The last time such an occurrence took place, she had discussed it with her Master and Mo Xiaoxuan, yet neither had believed her. It left her questioning her own sanity. And now, with this second episode, it seemed impossible to dismiss as mere illusion. Qin Ling felt that this matter required a serious conversation with her Master. Who knows? The next time Master might revert to that state, and she would be the one to suffer. She certainly did not wish to experience the sensation of a spinning world again. If it were to happen once more, she might genuinely wish for the world's destruction. In the cave of Huali Lu, she furrowed her brow, pressing her aching temples. Last night, did I truly lose consciousness? I recall feeling as if I had refined all the alcohol. A series of knocks interrupted her thoughts. Master, are you awake? Huali Lu propped herself up from the bed. Guomin. Qin Ling followed closely behind Mo Xiaoxuan, appearing somewhat apprehensive. Huali Lu noticed this unease and inquired with curiosity. Qin Ling, have you done something you ought to feel guilty about? At this remark, Qin Ling felt an urge to weep. It was already enough that she had suffered alone the previous night. Now, she faced the possibility of being misunderstood by her Master. Perhaps she should just create a world of her own? With an innocent expression, she replied, Master, do you not remember what transpired last night? A flicker of confusion crossed Huali Lu's eyes. Last night? Wasn't it merely a welcome gathering for Xu Ruobai? What of it? As expected, the Master they encountered last night may not have been the true Master. Subsequently, Qin Ling recounted the events of the previous night in detail. Are you saying that I hung you from a tree and made you spin around like a top? Qin Ling nodded, feeling wronged. Huali Luo remained incredulous. How could that be? Do you think I have nothing better to do? Indeed, Master, I suspect you have been possessed. Not only has your hair turned white, but your eyes are also red, and you insisted on playing hide-and-seek as if you were mad. Upon hearing this, Huali Luo's expression darkened. Qinling, this better not be yet another one of your novel excuses. What trouble did you stir up yesterday? Qinling felt on the verge of breaking down. Was it so hard to believe that she, who had merely been a bit mischievous and had perhaps fabricated a few excuses, deserved some trust? If you don't believe me, then ask Xu Ruobai. He witnessed it too. Upon hearing this, Huali Luo remained skeptical. Xiaoshun, Lofit Xu Ruobai. If we do not clarify this matter today, you shall be confined for 10 to 15 days. 10 minutes later, Xu Ruobai, just returned from Jian Cliff, was brought forth. Xu Ruobai, what exactly transpired last night? Xu Ruobai turned his gaze towards Qinling. With a woeful expression, Qinling implored, Xu Ruobai, please tell Master what happened last night. She refuses to believe me. Seeing Qinling's plea, Xu Ruobai recounted the events of the previous night. Though there were slight discrepancies between his account and Qinling's, the differences were negligible. Huali Luo, taken aback by the reality of Qinling's claims, found it hard to reconcile her disbelief. Ultimately, she realized she had wronged her disciple. With a hint of remorse, Huali Luo embraced Qinling, gently stroking her back. This matter is my fault. Qinling, I am truly sorry. Qinling, pouting in grievance, replied, Wu, Master, I am your longest-serving disciple. How could you not trust me? Truly, the biases within one's heart are like an insurmountable mountain, no matter how hard one strives to move it. Chapter 91, captured on the spot alas. Master, how could a simple child like me ever deceive? Huali Luo gently caressed her back, reassuring there, I believe you. Qinling nestled closer in Huali Luo's embrace and said, If Elder San comes by again, Master, you must trust me. I truly did not steal his spirit crane yesterday afternoon. Upon hearing this, Huali Luo's soothing motion halted, her gaze turning increasingly perilous. Did you sneak away to pilfer Elder San's spirit crane again yesterday afternoon? Qinling hurriedly denied, Of course not, Master. Why do you not believe me? Huali Luo turned her attention to Mo Xiaoxuan. Xiaoxuan. Is what she says true or false? Mo Xiaoxuan appeared awkward, hesitating to speak. Noticing her demeanor, Huali Luo reached a decision. Qinling, the girl in Huali Luo's arms involuntarily shivered. Master, please do not harbor such biases. Bias my foot. Huali Luo pushed Qinling away, pinching her ear. Come, we shall go apologize to Elder San. Ouch, that hurts, be gentle. Master, I truly did not steal. Observing their affectionate yet humorous interaction, Xu Ruobai couldn't help but smile. Such a master-disciple relationship was quite entertaining. Sister Mo, I shall take my leave now. Xu Ruobai waved at Mo Xiaoxuan before making her exit. Mo Xiaoxuan raised her hand, intending to say something, but as Xu Ruobai departed, she could only retract her hand in disappointment. 15 minutes later, this time, we shall let it slide. However, if you dare to steal Elder San's spirit crane again, next time it shall not simply be a matter of reflecting in solitude. Pausing, Huali Luo continued, If Elder San complains again, I shall hang you from a tree. At this, Qinling's complexion soured instantly. Should she have refrained from mentioning last night's events to her master? Now, it seemed, her master had devised a new method of punishment. Previously, the most she had endured was a few extra days of confinement in the back mountain. Qinling immediately protested, Master, this cannot be solely my fault. Who could resist the allure of Elder San's spirit crane? If you were to taste it, you would understand my plight. Huali Luo had lost all desire to lecture her. Her greater concern was to unravel the mystery of what had transpired the previous night. She had just sensed her own condition. Physically, she felt no ailment, and her spirit bore no anomalies. Such a sudden transformation of character was indeed noted in the realm of cultivation. Instances of dual souls residing within a single body, or one spirit temporarily dwelling in another's consciousness, could lead to such phenomena. Yet, the truth remained that her spirit was whole, her consciousness clear. She was undeniably herself, not another. How, then, could she explain last night's peculiar behavior? According to Qinling and Xu Ruobai, her temperament had drastically shifted. It is indeed peculiar. Before Huali Luo could gather her thoughts, a figure descended before her. Sect leader, I have investigated your request from yesterday, and it appears that several traces of sword intent are indeed missing, including one left by the esteemed Master Hao Yue. Hua Lilu furrowed her brow. While it is true that sword intent may diminish over time, the remnants left by Master Hao Yue were merely a millennium old. Logically, for cultivators of their caliber, such sword intent should persist for at least 10,000 years. How could it vanish so swiftly? It seems implausible. What could have caused the disappearance of these traces? They did not simply dissipate. It is likely that some disciples inadvertently absorbed them. Upon hearing this, Hua Lilu was filled with confusion. The ordinary sword intent could be disregarded, as absorption might only result in slight bodily backlash. However, that was the sword intent of Master Hao Yue. How could an ordinary person withstand it? Were any disciples in the sect in trouble? No. This is indeed strange. While the loss of one trace might be understandable, how could several vanish all at once? Moreover, sword intent does not simply disappear without reason. It must have been absorbed by someone. To absorb the sword intent of Master Hao Yue without perishing is a testament to extraordinary talent. Yet a gifted individual who absorbs such potent sword intent would, for their entire life, remain overshadowed by Master Hao Yue's legacy, leaving little room for their own path. That would be utterly detrimental, wouldn't it? In the coming days, keep a close watch on the sword cliff and have someone investigate this matter. Understood. The attendant then departed. At that moment, Qingling spoke up. Master, may I leave now? Hua Lilu grasped Qingling's hand firmly. Where do you think you are going? Have you practiced your swordplay today? Do not entertain thoughts of sneaking out to play. As it happens, I need to instruct Xu Ruobai shortly. You should listen in. Ah, Master, can I not attend? No. Before Qingling could concoct an excuse, Hua Lilu interrupted. Will you choose to listen to my teachings, or shall I have you suspended from a tree? Qingling was left dumbfounded, questioning why she must endure such cruelty. Love was utterly lost. The following day, Sword Cliff, how strange. There seemed to be an increase in the number of attendants guarding the Sword Cliff today. Xu Ruobai felt a twinge of concern. Could they have discovered the missing sword intent? However, given the multitude of sword intents on the wall, he had only absorbed the most inconspicuous ones, which should not have drawn attention. After pondering, Xu Ruobai decided it would be prudent to absorb the sword intent swiftly and return home. With that thought, he extended his hand to press upon a scar of sword intent. In just a few breaths, the intent from the scar was absorbed by Xu Ruobai. Just as he was about to reach for another, a hand seized his wrist, halting his actions. A stern-faced attendant questioned him. What are you doing? Xu Ruobai silently lamented his misfortune. He had been apprehended on the spot. Did he not know that one cannot indiscriminately absorb sword intent? Follow me to the law enforcement hall. Without affording him an opportunity for explanation, Xu Ruobai was escorted to the law enforcement hall. Well, there was no need for an explanation. What was there to elucidate after being caught red-handed? Upon entering a chamber within the law enforcement hall, the steward finally spoke. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say will be used as evidence in court. It was evident that the steward of the law enforcement hall possessed a level of professionalism. Your name? Xu Ruobai. Which peak do you belong to? Xinjian Peak. Why did you disregard the rules and absorb sword intent? Wait, which peak did you claim to be from? Chapter 92. When the path is blocked, open it with research Xinjian Peak. Wu Hai furrowed his brow, then with a look of skepticism, inquired, Are you the newly accepted disciple of the sect master? Xu Ruobai, feeling a bit embarrassed, nodded slightly. Wu Hai did not harbor any doubts. After all, who would dare to impersonate a disciple of the sect master? This predicament left Wu Hai in a bind, as he had heard that the sect master's new disciple possessed extraordinary talent, rumored to have the bearing of a sword immortal, and the higher-ups of the sect had expressed intentions to cultivate him with great care. Now, if he were to absorb another sword intent, it would undoubtedly sever his path to becoming a sword immortal. At that point, not only would he face blame, but even his own accountability would be in question. Upon further reflection, cold sweat began to bead on Wu Hai's forehead. Stay here for a moment. With that, Wu Hai exited the room. The urgency of the situation was beyond his control. He hurriedly sought out Hua Lilu. Sect Master, There's trouble. Observing his frantic demeanor, Hua Lilu asked, puzzled, what is it? Your disciple, your disciple. Upon hearing this, Hua Lilu's expression darkened. What has Qiling done now? Qiling interjected. There's something I'm unsure whether to mention or not. Wu Hai shook his head. It's not Qiling. It's your newly accepted disciple. He has absorbed sword intent. Huh. That is far more troublesome than anything Qiling could conjure. Hua Lilu swiftly responded. Where is he? In the law enforcement hall. In the law enforcement hall. Hua Lilu entered the room where Xu Ruobai was being interrogated. Her gaze turned anxious as she looked at Xu Ruobai. Xu Ruobai, did you truly absorb sword intent? Xu Ruobai, feeling guilty, nodded hesitantly. Hua Lilu regarded him with disappointment. Didn't I tell you the consequences of recklessly absorbing sword intent? You have jeopardized your own path. Xu Ruobai touched his nose and meekly replied, Master, I don't think it's as serious as it seems. Hua Lilu retorted, throughout history, no one has ever absorbed another's sword intent and successfully forged their own path. Do you truly believe you can achieve this? Furthermore, a careless absorption of sword intent could lead to catastrophic consequences. Hearing this, Xu Ruobai murmured, I've absorbed so much already, and nothing significant has happened. Upon this remark, Hua Lilu furrowed her brow. What do you mean? You've absorbed more than one? I still need 2 more today, Master. Perhaps I should go for 2 more? Still absorbing. Have you become addicted? The sword intents that have been in short supply these past few days. Are they all from you? Xu Ruobai hesitated for a moment, then nodded. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be me. Hua Lilu was about to reprimand him when a sudden thought struck her. If the sword intents missing these past few days were indeed absorbed by him, then the sword intent of the revered Haiyue Master. Extend your hand. Though confused, Xu Ruobai complied and extended his hand. Hua Lilu grasped his wrist, carefully probing his body. A peculiar glint emerged in his gaze. According to his account, he had absorbed an astonishing number of sword intents over the past few days. For an ordinary person, even absorbing a single sword intent could prove overwhelming. Yet, he managed to absorb so many without any signs of the sword intent clashing within him. Unless, of course, the sword intents were in perfect harmony with his essence. Yet, could such a phenomenon truly exist in this world? Xu Ruobai remarked, Today you have indeed witnessed something extraordinary. In order to legitimately absorb the sword intents in the future, Xu Ruobai confidently declared, Master, rest assured, I am perfectly fine. Moreover, I have discovered a new application for the 10,000 sword technique. Upon hearing this, Hua Lilu released her grip and inquired, What application? Xu Ruobai rose to his feet, and with a mere thought, 3 swords composed of spiritual energy materialized beside him. Master, do you perceive anything? Perceive what? Hua Lilu directed her gaze towards the spiritual swords he had conjured. Initially puzzled by their distinctiveness, she quickly discerned the anomaly. She gasped in astonishment, sword intent? Xu Ruobai nodded. Master, please observe the other 2 swords. Hua Lilu scrutinized the remaining 2 swords Xu Ruobai had created, her astonishment deepening further. The Radiant Moon sword intent? Each sword carries a different sword intent. Hua Lilu stood there dumbfounded. Could the 10,000 sword technique truly be utilized in such a manner? For an ordinary sword cultivator, merely imbuing the swords conjured by the 10,000 sword technique with sword intent would be remarkable. Yet, Xu Ruobai not only endowed each sword with sword intent, but ensured that each was unique, a symphony of swords. Master, may I absorb 2 more sword intents? This left Hua Lilu at a loss for words. She had always believed her talent in the sword arts was commendable. Yet in the presence of Xu Ruobai, she felt like a minor sorceress before a grand master, utterly incomparable. Please sit for a moment. I shall summon the Grand Elder. Oh, all right. With that, Hua Lilu vanished in a flash. Xu Ruobai wondered if this situation could lead to a chain of events. The sect leader would summon the Grand Elder, who in turn would call upon the Supreme Elder, and so forth. Indeed, the method of employing the 10,000 sword technique was something he had devised just the day prior. He had never learned any other sword techniques. Yet he resonated deeply with the sentiment Hua Lilu had expressed. The essence of sword techniques lies not in their quantity, but in their refinement. The 10,000 sword technique, while not overly complex in its applications, was undoubtedly practical, prompting Xu Ruobai to contemplate expanding its usage. There is a saying, when a path is blocked, let research pave the way. Evidently, enchanting the swords was one such avenue. These sword intents were akin to various enchanting effects. Imbuing each sword with enchantments would lead to a harmonious synergy. But one must ponder, what would occur if these enchanted swords were to be united in a singular form? Before long, the Grand Elder was brought forth. Before either of them could utter a word, Xu Ruobai, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Master, I have conceived yet another application. Would you care to take a look?" Hualilu, somewhat perplexed, inquired what application. Xu Ruobai then summoned 3 swords. "Master, observe closely. Do you not see that each sword embodies a distinct essence?" Hualilu gazed at him, somewhat numbed by his ease in achieving this feat, and simply nodded. Subsequently, Xu Ruobai fused the 3 swords together. Indeed, as Xu Ruobai had surmised, the essences of the 3 swords did not conflict. Rather, they complemented each other's weaknesses, truly achieving a harmonious synergy. Master, take another look. Chapter 93. On the differential treatment of talented and less talented students. Alas, I find myself lacking in education. Yet a mere exclamation suffices to traverse the world. The elder beside me widened his eyes in astonishment. After all, he is an ancient being who has lived for millennia. What storms has he not weathered? When has the myriad sword technique ever been wielded in such a manner? He began to question whether the essence he employed was indeed the same as that which was now being demonstrated. Hualua had long since grown numb to such occurrences and, somewhat stiffly, inquired of the elder, "Master, could you please explain? What exactly is happening here?" The elder, with a face full of existential doubt, replied, "If you ask me, who am I to turn to for answers? Perhaps we should summon the Grand Elder for his insights." Xu Ruobai had merely been harboring a few casual thoughts. Yet the notion of actually calling upon the Grand Elder was now on the table. Fortunately, Hualua interjected, stating, "It seems calling upon him would be of little use. Xu Ruobai's situation is indeed unprecedented throughout history." The elder nodded in agreement, and then turned to Xu Ruobai, asking, "Tell me, can you truly absorb the essence of sword intent?" Xu Ruobai nodded in affirmation. The elder pondered for a moment, admitting that he had never encountered a situation quite like Xu Ruobai's. The prohibition against others casually absorbing sword intent was not solely for the sake of their future paths, but also for their safety. Evidently, such concerns did not apply to Xu Ruobai. Perhaps this was the distinction between true genius and the rest of them. While others might spend a lifetime grasping the essence of sword intent, Xu Ruobai could absorb and utilize it in mere seconds. Hualua thought it best to let Xu Ruobai handle this matter himself, as the impending sword contest loomed. Perhaps he might even bring a glimmer of victory. After a brief pause, the elder continued, "I shall consult ancient texts to see if I can uncover anything pertinent to his condition." With that, the elder vanished. Xu Ruobai timidly asked, "Master, may I proceed to absorb the sword intent now?" Hualua, slightly exasperated, nodded, "Go ahead, but remember to discuss such significant matters with me in the future. You nearly gave me a heart attack." Xu Ruobai responded, "Thank you, Master. I shall take my leave now." With that, he departed. Hualua, left alone, sat on a nearby stool, contemplating life. Did this disciple truly require a mentor? It seemed he could manage quite well on his own. As night fell, the moon once again gracing the sky, Xu Ruobai recognized the opportunity for cultivation and made his way outside the cave, seeking a spacious area to sit in meditation. It was not that he preferred not to cultivate within the cave. Rather, he needed the moonlight to enhance his practice. Clearly, the outdoor moonlight was more abundant than that within. However, after only a brief period of cultivation, he sensed some movement nearby. Xu Ruobai opened his eyes. Curiosity piqued about who might be outside at such an hour. "Who is it?" "Shoo, brother, keep your voice down." Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai instantly recognized the speaker. Soon, Qin Ling emerged from the shadows. "Xu Ruobai, how are you practicing here?" "The air outside is rather pleasant." Xu Ruobai then inquired, "Senior Sister Qin, why are you wandering around at this late hour instead of cultivating?" Qin Ling softly replied, "Of course, I'm just out for some fun. Junior brother, would you like to join me? Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai initially considered declining, but then reflected that he hadn't seen his senior sister in 2 days. Should he accompany her back to the sect? Xu Ruobai felt a flicker of temptation. Why not? What good is constant cultivation? All right, naturally. Qinling had her own motives for inviting Xu Ruobai. With him by her side, she would have an excuse should she be caught later. No. What nonsense was she thinking? She was merely intending to take her junior brother out for some amusement. How could it possibly be about using him as a shield? Hee. Senior sister Qin, where do you plan to go for fun? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by Master? Qinling patted Xu Ruobai's shoulder and carelessly said, Don't worry, Master is usually cultivating at this hour. As long as we return before dawn, it will be fine. We're just going to stroll around the town outside the sect. Master would never notice. Xu Ruobai nodded and then spoke. Then, after we leave the sect, let's part ways. Hearing this, Qinling turned her head to look at Xu Ruobai. Where will you go? To Ling Yu sect. Upon hearing this, Qinling pondered for a moment, then realized what he meant. Are you going back to see your beloved? At first, Xu Ruobai was taken aback by how she knew. But then he recalled that Mo Xiaoxuan had seen his senior sister that day. No, the disguise master. So it must have been Mo Xiaoxuan who informed her. Is that a problem? Qinling thought to herself. Xiaoxuan, it seems that even if your brother Su comes to the sword sect, you still have no chance. All right then. But remember to return before dawn. If we get caught, don't say I took you out. Xu Ruobai nodded. He would never betray his companion. Soon, the two departed from Xianjian Peak. Just as they were about to head outside the sect, a figure approached from a distance. Upon seeing this person, both of their expressions froze. Xu Ruobai quietly asked senior sister Qin, Didn't you say Master was cultivating at this time? I don't know either. Qinling stuttered. Who could have anticipated that their plan would be thwarted before it even began? Hualilu looked at the two approaching and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Where are you two headed at this late hour? Soon, Hualilu noticed the guilty expression on Qinling's face, her gaze sharpening. You aren't planning to take your junior brother out for fun, are you? Upon hearing this, Yinling hidily naive. No, it's not me. How could it possibly be me? It was junior brother who wanted to go out. I merely guided him, just guiding him. Beside them, Xu Ruobai's face darkened upon hearing her words. All right, another betrayal of teammates. Hualilu glanced at Xu Ruobai, her eyes filled with a hint of inquiry. Xu Ruobai sighed, then spoke, Master, it was indeed my desire to go out. Hualilu furrowed her brows. Where to? I wish to return to Ling Yu sect. After a moment of contemplation, Hualilu replied, Very well, go ahead, but return early tomorrow. Xu Ruobai had not anticipated her agreement to be so swift and straightforward. He clasped his hands in gratitude and stated, Thank you, Master. I shall return early tomorrow. With that, he prepared to leave. Qinling blinked a few times, secretly praising her own cleverness for accompanying Xu Ruobai. She then followed him, intending to depart together. Qinling, where do you think you are going? Qinling's expression froze. I'm seeing junior brother off. Come back. Qinling had no choice but to obediently return to stand before Hualilu. Qinling, do you think I am unaware that your junior brother is speaking on your behalf? Hualilu regarded her with an all-knowing gaze. Realizing this, Qinling ceased her pretense and declared, It's not fair. Master, why can Xu Ruobai go out while I cannot? Hualilu chuckled softly and replied, Simply because you always cause trouble when you go out. Come back with me. Tonight you shall copy the sword sect's regulations 100 times, and you shall not leave until you have completed it. No please. Master, this is too biased. Hualilu continued, If you can master the 10,000 sword technique to even half the extent of your junior brother, I shall not hinder your outings. Upon hearing this, Qinling felt a surge of despair. She was acutely aware of her junior brother's extraordinary talent, having personally helped Master select him as a disciple. Is this the disparity in treatment between the struggling student and the exemplary one? Master, have you ever heard the saying? What saying? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Hualilu flicked her forehead. I care not for 30 years or 300 years. In any case, you must finish your copying tonight. At her words, the defiant Qinling's spirit dwindled. Master, Can I not reduce the amount? No. Chapter 94. Sweet Nothing. Standing at the entrance of the Lingyu sect, Xu Ruobai took a deep breath. I wonder what my senior sister is doing. Does she think of me too? He then stepped forward, making his way into the sect. Upon entering, he noticed a figure not far away. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Yi Lingyue. Master, what brings you here? Yi Lingyue, an ethereal beauty, possessed a cool elegance that seemed to be enhanced by the moonlight, imbuing her with an air of sanctity akin to a celestial being, as if she had descended from the heavens. Yet, if she were truly a goddess, her gaze would likely not harbor such fervent emotions. Xu Ruobai found himself momentarily transfixed, and by the time he regained his senses, Yi Lingyue had already leaned against him, unabashedly inhaling his scent, her face adorned with a hint of intoxication. Seeing her in such a state caused a pang in Xu Ruobai's heart. Had she transformed so dramatically in just 2 days? Ahem. Master, we are still at the sect's entrance. It wouldn't be proper for others to see us like this. Yi Lingyue lifted her gaze, her heated eyes nearly melting Xu Ruobai's resolve. Then, may I hold you when we return? Xu Ruobai helplessly acquiesced. Let's just go back first. In an instant, their surroundings shifted, and upon gazing at the familiar walls, Xu Ruobai recognized where he was. His lips twitched in surprise. In the blink of an eye, he had been transported back to his chamber. Truly, one could not underestimate the prowess of a being in the transformation stage. Master, before Xu Ruobai could articulate his thoughts, Yi Lingyue interrupted him. Ruobai, I mean no harm. I am merely unwell and yearn for your embrace. Unwell? Hearing these words, concern flickered in Xu Ruobai's eyes. What ailment do you have? Is everything all right? Yi Lingyue replied, if longing is a sickness, then I fear I have contracted the malady of missing you. Xu Ruobai's lips twitched. Where had she learned such cheesy lines? For a moment, he genuinely believed she was ill. All right, master, I have returned, haven't I? The sword sect isn't too strict with me, so I should be able to visit often. Yi Lingyue responded with a subdued tone, her spirits evidently dampened. Ruobai, yes. What is it? Were you not planning to seek out senior sister directly? The question rendered Xu Ruobai silent. How could his master perceive his intentions so clearly? I know you wish to find senior sister, but, sensing your approach to the sect compelled me to seek you out. I fear that after visiting her, you would return to the sword sect without coming to find me again. Am I being unreasonable? As she spoke, the corners of Yi Lingyue's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and it seemed she might cry at any moment. Xu Ruobai felt a sense of helplessness. Why did this situation feel so familiar? While he indeed had been preoccupied with thoughts of finding senior sister, it was not as if he would forget his master. He could never be that kind of person. Having chosen to accept, one must naturally shoulder this responsibility. He reached out, gently caressing her back, and said, No. How could that be? I think you are quite wonderful. In truth, witnessing her in such a state stirred a pang of discomfort within Xu Ruobai, for he understood all too well the source of his master's sorrow. He had harbored similar worries, pondering whether his senior sister would think of him during their days apart. Would she still hold the same affection for him upon their next encounter? By placing himself in her shoes, Xu Ruobai could empathize with her feelings. Moreover, his master was aware of his affection for her, making her insecurity entirely understandable. Yelinju pressed her face against Xu Ruobai's chest, closing her eyes. Long eyelashes fluttered, revealing a few glistening tears. Master, Yelinju inhaled deeply in his embrace. Let me hold you for just a moment. Just a little while. It won't take much of your time. Really just a moment. Soon, Yelinju opened her eyes, appearing remarkably carefree as she remarked, You should go. My senior sister is at Qingyan Peak. With that, she detached herself from his embrace, forcing a smile that barely masked the redness around her eyes, revealing her feigned strength. Xu Ruobai sighed inwardly. It was impossible to leave his master in such a state and seek out his senior sister without a care. After all, his master had exerted considerable effort. He ought to respond in kind. Shouldn't he? Gently, he took her hand. Master, would you accompany me for a walk? Yelinju lowered her head slightly. Will it interfere with your visit to your senior sister? A flicker of doubt crossed Xu Ruobai's mind. It seemed his master was being overly self-deprecating. With her cultivation level and beauty, coupled with her innate charm, ordinary individuals would find it difficult to resist her allure. There was no reason for her to feel inferior based on these attributes. Yet, he quickly dismissed this thought, for her expression hardly suggested an act. Softly, he replied, "No. We can visit her later. However, I must return to the sword sect tomorrow morning, so my time with you may be limited." Yelinju responded with a soft a hint of joy evident in her eyes. Xu Ruobai led her outside. With a moonlight cast a perfect ambience for a stroll beneath the stars. "Master, have you been well in the sect these past few days?" "Not at all." Xu Ruobai turned to look at her. Yelinju continued, "The days without you by my side have been utterly dismal." His master had certainly reached a certain level of expertise in expressing affection. "Master, do you mean to say that I am too clingy?" Just as Xu Ruobai was about to deny it, Yelinju interjected, "I simply want to be near you. I adore the scent that clings to you, relish the sound of your heartbeat when I rest against your chest, and I also cherish the taste at the corner of your lips." Gazing into her sincere and fervent eyes, Xu Ruobai instinctively averted his gaze slightly. What on earth? Today, the master seems to possess an unusually powerful allure. "Xu Ruobai, may I indulge in your essence once more?" At this point, how could Xu Ruobai possibly refuse her? Yet, it was rather peculiar that despite the time elapsed, she had not moved closer. Redirecting his focus to his master, Xu Ruobai then noticed that she had closed her eyes. Could it be that he was meant to take the initiative to kiss her? Observing her angelic visage illuminated by the moonlight, Xu Ruobai found himself swallowing hard. In certain respects, the master may not surpass the senior sister in her extraordinary attributes, but it is undeniable that, while not exceeding the senior sister's magnificence, she remains exceptionally captivating, embodying the perfect balance. Moreover, with the innate charm of her physique, this is simply outrageous. Chapter 95, If This Is a Dream. Xu Ruobai was momentarily taken aback before he cautiously stepped forward, gently enveloping her in his embrace. Having previously felt her soft demeanor while playfully rubbing his masteress belly, he now found his impression deepening. His gaze fell upon her lips, and he could not help but swallow hard, his heart racing with an overwhelming urge. Without further hesitation, he lowered his head and kissed her. Unlike the passionate fervor of Yi Lingyue's kisses, Xu Ruobai's was more refined, merely a delicate brush against her lips. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he soon met her enchanting gaze, which sparkled with a mischievous glint, revealing her delight in that moment. Yet, she craved more than just his gentle kiss. Rising on her toes, she wrapped her arms around his neck and responded with her own playful touch, extending her tongue to meet his. 15 minutes later, Yi Lingyue released Xu Ruobai, her cheeks flushed and breathless, a sight that could bewilder even the most enlightened sage. "Xu Ruobai, I like you so much." "Ah." Xu Ruobai felt overwhelmed, as if his very essence were being drained away with each tender kiss. But suddenly, a tear slipped from the corner of Yi Lingyue's eye, leaving him flustered. How could such a joyful moment turn to tears? "Master, Yi Lingyu signiflet. Me fine. I'm just too happy. Xu Ruobai, I cannot compare to senior sister. I know you have feelings for her. Just a fraction of her affection diverted to me would suffice." Xu Ruobai reached out, gently wiping away her tear. "Master, you are wonderful. There is no comparison to be made. Furthermore, affection cannot be divided. My feelings for senior sister are genuine, and so are my feelings for you." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyue bit her lip, tears streaming down her face even more. Noticing this, Xu Ruobai hastily reassured her. Do not cry, master. I hope I haven't said anything wrong?" No, I am very happy, truly happy." Xu Ruobai could see that she was indeed elated, though a bit helplessly. He remarked, "Master, why are you so prone to tears?" Yi Lingyue pouted slightly. I do not wish to cry, but being with you stirs my emotions so easily. I never used to feel this way." Well, another blow to my heart. Xu Ruobai had not anticipated that his master would be so enchanting. Had it been Xiao Chun in front of the screen, she likely would have crumbled under the weight of it all. Yi Lingyue took a deep breath, attempting to steady her emotions, and asked, "Xu Ruobai, if I understand correctly. You like me just as much as you like senior sister, correct? Xu Ruobai hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. Is that so? Knight Lingwei then suggested, why not tell senior sister to call me sister? Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai's eyes widened in disbelief. Noticing his discomfort, Knight Lingwei let out a soft laugh. All right. I was just joking. I am quite self-aware. You should go to senior sister. Knight Lingwei was fully aware of senior sister's esteemed position in Xu Ruobai's heart. When no one else believed in him, it was senior sister who stood by his side. Just based on that, Knight Lingwei understood that she could never compete with senior sister. Go on. I'm fine. After confirming that Knight Lingwei was indeed all right, Xu Ruobai departed, and Knight Lingwei revealed a mischievous smile. Oh, little Ruobai, come swiftly to my embrace. At Qingyan Peak, Xu Ruobai first visited the Scripture Pavilion but did not find Yu Yunqi there, so he made his way to Qingyan Peak. He also took a moment to visit beneath the Qingyan Divine Tree, yet still found no sign of Yu Yunqi. It seemed she must be in her room. Familiar with the route, he arrived at senior sister's cave dwelling and knocked on the door. Knock, senior sister. Are you there? The door soon swung open. Yu Yunqi tilted her head, looking at Xu Ruobai at the door, muttering to herself, why has junior brother returned? Perhaps I am dreaming. If it is a dream, then doing something a bit excessive to junior brother should not be too inappropriate, right? Before Xu Ruobai could comprehend, he suddenly found himself lying on the bed, with senior sister standing beside him, clearly poised to do something rather bold. Xu Ruobai quickly cleared his throat. Wait. Senior sister, this is not a dream. You need to be awake. Yu Yunqi tilted her head again, gazing thoughtfully at Xu Ruobai lying on the bed. Is junior brother resisting me, even in a dream? How intriguing. With that, Yu Yunqi climbed onto the bed, her hand reaching towards Xu Ruobai's collar. Senior sister, this truly is not a dream. If you don't believe me, pinch yourself and see if it hurts. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunqi paused her movements. She seriously pinched her own arm, then frowned. Ouch, that hurts. A look of realization dawned on her face. It really is you, junior brother. Xu Ruobai finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, senior sister was at the transformation stage. How could she not distinguish between dream and reality? Indeed, how could one confuse dreams with reality? Since this is not a dream, and you have come to me at this late hour, if I, as your senior sister, do not take some action, wouldn't that make me less than a beast? Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai became even more convinced that senior sister was indeed acting with intention. However, if this continued to develop, would senior sister? He watched as Yu Yunqi lay down on the bed, wrapping her arms around Xu Ruobai's left arm. Junior brother, why have you returned so suddenly? Why has the topic taken such a serious turn? Xu Ruobai initially thought she would engage in some activity. However, being embraced by her senior sister and lying on her bed stirred an inexplicable sense of excitement within him. The sword sect did not impose overly strict regulations on him, allowing him to sneak back at night, but he had to return in the morning. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Yunqi remarked, so, does this mean you can stay with me tonight? I suppose so, he replied. Then, junior brother, would you tell me a story? Xu Ruobai was momentarily taken aback, his mind taking a couple of seconds to catch up. Junior brother, are you perhaps thinking of something inappropriate? Xu Ruobai awkwardly chuckled. What? How could that be? Yu Yunqi leaned in closer, her warm breath brushing against his ear. Actually, junior brother, you're not mistaken. I too wish for you to indulge in some mischievous activities. But alas, it seems you are still unwilling. Chapter 96. The attack. All right, junior brother, tell me a story. I have grown weary of the texts in the sect, and your tales are far more intriguing. With that, Yu Yunqi nestled closer, her chin gently resting on Xu Ruobai's left shoulder. At that moment, Xu Ruobai truly grasped the meaning of there are always greater beings beyond the heavens. He had initially thought that his master possessed formidable strength, only to discover that his senior sister's prowess was even more astonishing. Then, I shall continue with the tale of the 3 encounters with the white-boned spirit. It goes like this, that monkey-headed. A quarter of an hour later, as Xu Ruobai recounted the story, he noticed that his senior sister had closed her eyes beside him, prompting him to cease his narration. He lay quietly on her bed, his thoughts gradually emptying, until he too closed his eyes. Time slipped by unnoticed, and when Xu Ruobai finally reopened his eyes, he found himself gazing into the depths of his senior sister's eyes. She was very close, and by her demeanor, it seemed she intended to kiss him. "Oh dear, caught in the act of attempting to steal a kiss from my junior brother. How shall you punish me?" Xu Ruobai harbored serious doubts about her intentions, yet lacked evidence to confront her. "Senior sister, if you wish to kiss, then do so. There is no need for punishment." At his words, Yu Yunqi's lips curled into a slight smile. "Really? Well then, may I kiss you in my own way?" Curiosity piqued, Xu Ruobai asked what way. With a spark of excitement, Yu Yunqi sat up, rummaged beneath her pillow, and skillfully retrieved a book, flipping it open to a specific page. Pointing to a segment of text, she instructed, "Junior brother, follow this." Xu Ruobai focused on the passage she indicated. "You see, the book states that one should wrap an arm around her waist, with the other hand bracing against the wall, leaning in slowly, gently biting her lower lip, and gazing deeply into her eyes." Xu Ruobai nearly choked. Could it be that his senior sister had learned how to kiss from this? No wonder she always enjoyed nibbling on his lower lip. With hopeful eyes, Yu Yunqi looked at Xu Ruobai. "Well, what do you say? Will you yield to me?" All right. No need for theatrics." After a brief hesitation, Xu Ruobai replied then, "I shall give a try." Yu Yunqi leaned against the wall, and drawing upon his previous experience with Yi Lingwei, Xu Ruobai managed to suppress his inner embarrassment. Standing before Yu Yunqi, he embraced her waist as instructed in the book. Just as he was about to brace his hand against the wall, Yu Yunqi suddenly pulled him in, spinning him around and pinning him against the wall. With a playful smile, she teased, "Junior brother, you've fallen for it." With that, she leaned in slightly and gently bit his lower lip. In that instant, the words he had just seen in the book came to vivid life. Wait. Did I pick up the wrong script? Shouldn't I be the protagonist? How did I end up in the female lead script? It seems I have once again been playfully teased by Xiao Chunan. This time, my senior sister has clearly restrained herself considerably, only kissing for a brief moment before stopping. Licking her crimson lips, she remarked, "Junior brother, dawn is approaching. I shall let you off the hook for today." Xu Ruobai, blushing, nodded in agreement, secretly vowing to reclaim his dignity next time. He did not wish to play the role of the female lead. "Well then, senior sister, I shall take my leave. I will return when I have the opportunity." Yu Yunqi nodded in response. "Go on, I shan't see you off, lest I be unable to resist kissing you once more." Xu Ruobai had grown accustomed to her casual utterance of such words. He waved his hand at her before departing. On the way back to the sword sect, his heart felt heavy with reluctance. Yet the more he felt this way, the clearer it became to Xu Ruobai that he had something worth protecting. Suddenly, a sound of slicing through the air pierced his thoughts, causing alarm bells to ring in his mind. He swiftly shifted his position to evade the impending danger. To his astonishment, several ice spikes plunged into the ground where he had just stood. Confusion engulfed him. Who had launched this sudden attack? With a flicker of intent, 6 spirit swords encircled him, ready to confront any adversary. In the distant sky, several robed figures approached, unmistakably the assailants behind a recent attack. His mind raced, rapidly arriving at a conclusion: the Talisman Association. He had been pondering why the demon suppression wall had yet to seek him out after all this time. Xu Ruobai surmised that it was likely the Talisman Association holding them back, intending to eliminate him instead, though they would surely be suspected afterward. The absence of evidence would render the matter quickly forgotten. Xu Ruobai could not allow such a fate to befall him. He could not perish here. The adversaries were 4 in the nascent soul stage, and even with his exceptional swordsmanship, he would likely succumb in a single exchange. If that were the case, were they not here for the thunderbolts? How delightful, then, to let them experience it fully. Over the past days, he had amassed a considerable supply of thunderbolts, potent enough to rival the nascent soul stage. Seizing the opportunity before they closed in, Xu Ruobai hurled the thunderbolt in his grasp away, then turned and continued towards the sword sect. A tremendous explosion erupted, yet given their cultivation level, how could they possibly be caught off guard by such a blast? Xu Ruobai had not expected to annihilate them. He merely sought to buy himself some time. Once he reached the territory of the sword sect, they would find themselves at a loss regarding how to proceed against him. Junior Brother Li, what is this object? Its power is astonishing. It must be the thunderbolt mentioned by the sect leader. But weren't those said to only possess the power of the Golden Core stage? That explosion seemed to be at least of the nascent soul stage. I cannot say. We must pursue them. If we fail to silence them today, we shall face the sect leader's wrath upon our return. Having spoken, several individuals swiftly produced a few talismans and affixed them to their bodies, whereupon a luminous shield of spiritual energy encircled them. In the next moment, they disregarded the impending explosion and charged directly towards Xu Ruobai. Witnessing this scene, Xu Ruobai was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this was nothing short of astonishing. The adversaries must have employed the diamond talisman, capable of withstanding the explosive force of the nascent soul stage. Such a grade was undoubtedly remarkable. Within mere breaths, at such proximity, while they could endure, he could not. Before him, the cloaked figures tore open several additional talismans, summoning forth ethereal fire dragons that surged towards him. To eliminate witnesses, fire magic was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Faced with this alarming sight, Xu Ruobai felt a surge of panic. He possessed little combat experience and lacked any means of self-preservation. Was it possible that he would meet his demise here today? Just then, a figure descended before him, effortlessly dispersing the fire dragons with a mere wave of the hand. "Huh, you truly dare to ambush me. Are you all tired of living?" Chapter 97. The hero rescued by the beautiful one, although the masked figure that suddenly shielded him was equally well cloaked. Xu Ruobai could not possibly mistake the voice of his protector. "Master? Allow me to deal with them first, and I shall speak with you thereafter." Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Xu Ruobai's master, Yi Lingwei. The disparity in realms was akin to an immense chasm, just as they, in the nascent soul stage, could chase after Xu Ruobai. Yi Lingwei, being at the transformation stage, could effortlessly vanquish them. It is essential to understand that the time required for cultivation increases exponentially as one ascends through the stages, and the gap between them is equally vast. Calamities, a disparity that cannot be understated. The few individuals cloaked in black sensed the formidable aura emanating from Yi Lingwei, and their hearts quaked with astonishment. The fact that Xu Ruobai could casually wield a one-time use artifact of the nascent soul level was already remarkable, yet there stood a protector of the transformation stage beside him. This was no trivial matter. The black-robed figures understood that eliminating Xu Ruobai today was unlikely. They hastily drew forth their means of escape and fled into the distance. However, they could only continue to bully Xu Ruobai for the time being. In mere moments, the black-robed figures lay sprawled on the ground. Yi Lingwei, well-versed in her craft, formed a seal, and the figures were instantaneously consumed by flames, leaving no trace behind. As for their identities, Yi Lingwei discerned who they were. Firstly, they were of the human race. Secondly, they adeptly employed talismans. Undoubtedly, they belonged to the Talisman Association. Yi Lingwei grasped Xu Ruobai's shoulder and, with a swift motion, transported them to another location. She then removed her mask, allowing her hair to cascade down, revealing her striking visage. "Master, what brings you here?" Observing Xu Ruobai's pallid face, still affected by the recent events, Yi Lingwei felt a pang of concern. "Ruobai, worry not. I shall seek retribution on your behalf against the Talisman Association." Upon hearing this, Xu Ruobai hastily interjected, No, master, allow me to handle this matter myself." Given his master's obsessive nature, he feared she might confront the Talisman Association directly. There were many in the transformation stage within the association, and his master alone could not contend with them. "This is intolerable." Yi Lingwei's eyes blazed with fury. She was unwilling to lose anyone dear to her, not even one. Xu Ruobai grasped her hand, urging, "Master, please be rational. I am unharmed, after all. What if you were to seek vengeance, and something befell you? But, master, if you refuse to heed my words, I shall ignore you from now on." At this, Yi Lingwei relented. "Very well." Xu Ruobai secretly noted the talisman association in his heart. Though he currently lacked the strength to exact revenge, a gentleman's vengeance is a dish best served cold. He would ensure they ultimately paid the price. Shall I escort you back to the sword sect? For the time being, it is wiser for you to remain there. Xu Ruobai nodded in agreement. Master, does this count as the second time you've saved my life? Yi Linghua smiled and asked, what is the matter? Are you contemplating offering yourself in return? That one do. I have already pledged myself to you. Xu Ruobai merely acknowledged her statement with a sound of agreement, not disputing her words. The debt of gratitude for saving a life can never truly be repaid. Since it remains outstanding, I shall not attempt to repay it. Subsequently, Yi Linghua escorted Xu Ruobai to the territory of the sword sect. You may return now. Xu Ruobai felt a peculiar sense of unease. Why was Master suddenly so serious? This abrupt demeanor left him somewhat disconcerted. According to their previous customs, shouldn't she be clinging to him for affection? However, since she did not take the initiative, he thought it would be prudent to do so himself, if only to provide her with a semblance of security. Master, may I have a hug? Yi Linghua was taken aback by Xu Ruobai's boldness in asking for a hug, her eyes shimmering with a hint of delight. Naturally, Xu Ruobai noticed this change in her demeanor, feeling a twinge of guilt. Master was quite easily pleased, and it seemed that she would be genuinely happy with just a little initiative on his part. Well, Xu Ruobai embraced her softly for a brief moment. All right. Well then, Master, I shall take my leave. Yi Linghua waved her hand, watching him depart. Once Xu Ruobai's figure vanished from sight, a silhouette appeared beside her. Sister, how did you calculate that so accurately? Yu Yunqi chuckled. Who told you not to learn the art of divination properly from Master? Yi Linghua huffed, not bothering to take offense at her words. After all, it was her sister who provided her with the opportunity to heroically rescue him. Otherwise, Yu Yunqi could have intervened herself, and she would have missed the exhilarating feeling of Xu Ruobai expressing his desire to hold her. It was simply marvelous. Sister, what shall we do about the symbolic association? Yu Yunqi's expression hardened, a glimmer of danger flickering in her gaze. I have my own methods. At the sword sect, Xu Ruobai returned directly to Xianjian Peak, arriving at the entrance of Hua Liyue's cave abode. Knock, 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 Master. I'm back. The door swung open promptly, but the figure that appeared was not Hua Lilu, but Qin Ling. With a face full of despair, she remarked, Master has gone out. Xu Ruobai looked at her in confusion. Then why are you here? Upon hearing this, Qin Ling suddenly became